I am a practitioner of the mystical arts from northeast China, a young man yearning for wealth and fortune. In a moment of desperation, I delved into the world of tomb raiding, and to my astonishment, my very first excavation unearthed something of great significance. Thus began the inexorable turning of fate's wheel. After over a decade of grave robbing, traversing the land from south to north, engaging in a web of deception and intrigue, you find ghosts to be frightening. Come, allow me to unveil the true nature of humanity. Chapter 1. Kindred Spirits, Spring of 2010, Shenyang Prison. Due to my involvement in the mystical arts, I was sentenced to 3 years. The law does not recognize the supernatural, thus I was charged with fraud. What irked me the most was that during a reading for a young lady, my display of bone-reading skills led to an additional charge of indecency, extending my sentence by several months. As the saying goes, like attracts like within the confines of prison, I encountered 2 remarkable companions. One was nicknamed Four Donkeys, though I have long since forgotten his real name. He was the most astute individual I had ever met, excelling in both academics and arts, with a lively mind. His sole flaw was his lecherous nature. If you were to inquire what brings the greatest joy between WWW and COM, he could furnish you with 180 correct answers, each more delightful than the last. Of course, I refer to gaming websites, not those distasteful alternatives. Perhaps it was his brilliance that allowed Four Donkeys to enter a vocational school for healthcare, having achieved the status of county champion in the college entrance examination. In his own words, there are 3 unfilial acts, and the greatest is to leave no descendants. The striking gender ratio at the vocational school promised to fulfill his dreams and create his own kingdom. According to incomplete statistics, during his 3-year tenure at the nursing school, the number of girlfriends that C. Lucy has had has surpassed 3 figures, and what is even more boastful is that every girl in an 8-person dormitory has succumbed to his charm. However, C. Lucy is the kind of person who aims to engage in the service industry, while also showcasing iconic landmarks. He firmly asserts that it is a mutual exchange of needs. He claims that the conditions for finding a girlfriend at that institution are remarkably simple. One must be a man of character and possess a normal sexual orientation. One might say that fortunate individuals carry their luck wherever they go, and C. Lucy's cohort of nursing students, there were 3 boys, 2 of whom ended up in romantic relationships with one another, illustrating a fortuitous confluence of time, place, and human connection. Such favorable circumstances nearly fulfilled C. Lucy's aspirations. Yet, irksome as it is, C. Lucy displays a grotesque demeanor of self-satisfaction, declaring that his life has been ruined by women. To borrow the words of Liu Bang, the founder of the Han Dynasty, it is women who bring both success and failure. Spring in Shenyang is fleeting, yet it is sufficient to awaken C. Lucy's desires. Echoing the words of the esteemed Zhao Zhongxiang from the animal kingdom, as spring arrives, the creatures begin their courtship. On a dark, windy spring night, the youthful heart of C. Lucy stirred with anticipation. Perhaps it was the particularly frigid spring breeze that day, or perhaps the elderly gentleman tending the boiler had left work early. Regardless, it was a night that was decidedly cold. The chill was so intense that C. Lucy found himself rubbing against the edge of the bed for warmth. As the old adage goes, a solitary pillow makes for restless slumber, especially on a night tantalizingly stirred by the spring wind. The spring nights in Shenyang remained imbued with a biting cold, and C. Lucy felt that seeking out his beloved little white shoes behind the rockery in the park would leave him at the frozen backside. Thus, a club became the unequivocal choice. It was a venue teeming with occupational allure, precisely mirroring the descriptions found on the small cards INH. Hotels. Four Donkeys, who typically worked in a hospital, found no excitement in his conventional uniform. That night, he was drawn to a young woman clad in police attire. The woman struggled desperately, yet Four Donkeys was a firm believer in the philosophy that speed conquers all int. The realm of martial arts. Little did he anticipate that this night would culminate in a genuine crackdown on vice. The sentencing guidelines for rape range from 3 to 10 years, and upon encountering a public servant, Four Donkeys was certain to face double the consequences, resulting in S.I. Zaire's sentence. Later, I inquired why he had not noticed the preceding vice raid. Four Donkeys replied that he was accustomed to using back doors. I was taken aback and questioned whether his statement was a double entendre. His cleverness lay not only in his caution, but also in his meticulous mindset. Liu Bei recruited 3 individuals to establish the Shu Han regime, while Tang Sung gathered 3 companions to attain the true scriptures that in contrast, for donkeys sought out 3 young ladies, indulging in joy before engaging in mahjong with them, incurring no expenses in winning over 2,000 in return. What began as a mere transaction evolved into a continuous flow of delight, all thanks to 4 donkeys' ingenuity. He could be aptly described as a hidden dragon, as the old saying goes, where there's a hidden dragon, a phoenix chick is sure to follow. Now, let us discuss another brother, surnamed Zhao, named Wukong, with the courtesy name Zhengliang. The name Zhengliang was bestowed upon him by 4 donkeys and myself, as Zhao, Wukong, and 4 donkeys epitomized 2 extremes. 4 donkeys could not survive without women, whereas Zhao Wukong harbored an indifferent attitude toward such matters. Zhao Wukong has lived for about 20 years, and not only has he never held a girl's hand, but he has also never engaged in conversation with a female. His undergarments have become threadbare, yet he shows no inclination to seek a romantic partner. In his heart, there exists only the obsession with tomb raiding. Zhao Wukong's parents bestowed upon him the name Wukong, hoping that he would emulate the great sage equal to heaven, breaking through the heavens and soaring into the clouds. Alas, Zhao Wukong has proven to be a disappointment, merely a monkey enamored with playing with sticks. In 2008, the popularity of tomb raiding novels surged, seemingly awakening a dormant passion within Zhao Wukong, who devoted himself entirely to the study of this clandestine prose. Shound, as the saying goes, to seek wealth, one must first raid tombs. Thus, the devoted son Zhao Wukong unearthed his family's ancestral grave. The outcome was that Zhao Wukong found himself behind bars, sentenced to 2 years. He possesses an extensive knowledge of renowned ancient geomantic texts, articulating their principles with precision. Should one grasp these notions, locating the tomb of a noble would become a trivial endeavor. However, misfortune befell Zhao Wukong, for when he made his initial foray into tomb raiding by disturbing his ancestral grave, he was swiftly delivered into custody by the family. In the words of the 4 donkeys, Zhao Wukong is akin to a tiger attempting to climb a tree, a most peculiar spectacle indeed. I perceive Zhao Wukong as a theoretical practitioner, somewhat lacking in common sense after all, who would dare disturb their own ancestral resting place. As for myself, there is little to recount. I remain oblivious to my own origins, born in the greater Xing'an range and raised amidst the black and white waters. Orphaned at a young age, I roamed in tattered clothing, with a runny nose, never having attended school. In my childhood, I found solace in watching advertisements for Ting Mai-style tight-fitting undergarments with my village companions, growing up in a haze of confusion. An orphaned soul, nourished by the kindness of strangers, I live a life of survival. If offered sustenance, I would partake, and if not, I resorted to theft. In time, a wandering Taoist arrived in the village, and I chose to accompany him, traversing the streets to read fortunes, mend shoes, and craft keys. We even undertook the task of repairing chimneys, and, when work was scarce, collected old relics and antiques, all in the pursuit of sustenance. Truth be told, the Taoist was a master of his craft, possessing remarkable skills. He could summon the forces of the 5 generals and the ancestor soldiers, and his expertise in authenticating antiques was unparalleled. With merely a glance, he could discern the authenticity and age of any object. However, he had his flaws, often exploiting the opportunity of fortune-telling to take liberties with young women, though his advances were not excessively inappropriate. Merely hold ing hands or caressing faces, indulging in fleeting pleasures. Under his influence, I too absorbed his ways. As the saying goes, the student surpasses the master, inspired by the Taoist penchant for holding young maidens' hands while reading their fortunes. I felt compelled to emulate him, lest the lineage of our practice be extinguished. Chapter 2. The Quest for Redemption. With time passing and various reductions in our sentences, the 3 of us found ourselves released from prison around mid-April, nearly within a week of each other. As our release approached, we often gathered to strategize our lives post-incarceration, pondering how to secure our rightful place in the world through begging. In 2010, One could surely imagine the employment landscape in Xinjiang. Even the formidable warlord Zhang Zuolin would find himself obliged to utter, "Very well, I shall not impose of." Further, wishing you a pleasant day, farewell before concluding a call. There is a saying in Xinjiang, no one can escape the grasp of telemarketers and real estate agents. During that year, when food delivery riders had yet to emerge, the employment opportunities available to us were rather limited. In our 20s, one could either work as a server in a small restaurant or take on daily wage jobs. The prospect of finding stable employment was utterly elusive. This predicament can be attributed to our own lack of qualifications. We possessed neither academic credentials nor experience, and having been incarcerated further diminished our chances of securing a job. Furthermore, without a favorable lineage, there was no one to facilitate our employment. I have always perceived Northeast China as a society governed by personal connections. In any endeavor, one must rely on acquaintances to navigate the process. Even during the days leading up to the Lunar New Year, when one wishes to enjoy a bath at the local sauna, it is nearly impossible to bypass the queue without the aid of a friend. The job search mirrors this reality. It is not an exaggeration to say that certain stable positions require an investment of 50 to 60,000 yuan in connections before one can even gain entry. Subsequently, one might earn a mere 3 to 4,000 yuan monthly, with the earnings from the first 2 years of labor essentially serving to offset the costs incurred in securing those connections. It is astonishing, yet undeniably true. Thus, I harbor a deep resentment for the imposing walls and iron gates of prison, while simultaneously feeling apprehensive about the allure of freedom outside. For us, re-entering society signifies the commencement of a formidable struggle. Just as the traffic law is the most effectively implemented legislation in every city, prison serves as a bastion of the labor law. Rising at 6:30, we would commence sewing by 8 o'clock, taking a break from 11:30 to 1 for a hearty meal, and then promptly conclude our labor at 5 in the afternoon. Overtime was an impossibility. From 8 in the morning until 5 in the evening, with weekends off, devoid of social obligations or the burdens of interpersonal relationship. P.S. One need only focus on completing their assigned tasks. Between 9 and 9:30 in the evening, there exists a half hour of leisure time, which, despite being termed as free activity, essentially allows one to unwind within the CONF. In S of their cell reading a book, playing chess, or engaging in hushed conversations as long as no significant disturbances arise, the guards remain indifferent. On this particular evening, during our leisure period, Si Luzu sat cross-legged, resembling a modern-day Zhuge Liang, and beckoned, "Yukon dog, come here, let me share some insight." As I'm making money. Due to my consistent portrayal as a canine strategist, both of them referred to me as dog. Having been called this for several years, I have grown accustomed to it. Si Luzu then exclaimed, "Damn it, if you think my suggestions on earning money are unworthy, then enlighten us with your own." In unison, Si Luzu and I cast a glance towards the cell door, relieved that the guard was not paying attention. With a swift slap to Zhao Yukong's nape, Si Luzu whispered through gritted teeth, "For heaven's sake, don't blurt out everything, or well attract unwanted attention." After uttering this caution, Si Luzu carefully surveyed our surroundings. I couldn't help but smile. Riley Zhao Yukong was indeed single-minded, fixated solely on tomb raiding, and despite more than a year of incarceration, his resolve remained unshaken. Truly a hero in his own right. The others in the cell were engrossed in their own activities, yet I had a nagging sense that they were eavesdropping on our conversation. Feigning nonchalance, I raised my voice. "Why not just go out and earn a living by moving bricks? We've all resolved to turn over a new leaf and start anew." As I spoke, my gaze remained fixed on Zhao Yukong, filled with trepidation that he might utter some words of treachery. His words were not mere trivialities. They held the weight of others' experiences in reducing their sentences. Should he report us for grave robbing, not only might we gain a few months off our sentences, but we could also garner some favor from the prison guards. Zhao Yukong, undeterred, stubbornly retorted, "What other lucrative paths are you contemplating? You should heed my advice. Grave robbing is, in my view, the most profitable venture." Neither of us paid him any heed. We were still confined and already contemplating how to return after our release. What was our motivation? Was it merely for the sake of a meager prison ration? Suddenly, Sohozi's expression shifted dramatically. "I have an idea," one that is guaranteed to yield profit. Let the three of us embark on it together within a year. We shall purchase a house and a car." As soon as he finished speaking, Sahozi pointed at Zhao Yukong, who was about to interject. "You do not speak," I roll my eyes and asked, "What now?" Chapter 3. Proposing Grave Robbing. Sahozi chuckled mysteriously a few times before declaring, "A matchmaking service." I scoffed derisively. That endeavor yields hardly any profit. Traditional methods are certainly unprofitable. We must adapt to the times. Are you suggesting the internet? Absolute nonsense. Your mind is quite dull. Allow me to explain. We shall adopt a novel approach. Find 10 young ladies, introduce them to potential partners, and then let them conv. RSE in their rooms, discussing their compatibility. I sat there, utterly bewildered. The fourth donkey continued. Typically, we can strike up a conversation in about an hour. If the match seems suitable, the man will linger longer. If not, nowadays, young men are quite magnanimous. At the very least, they can leave some money for tea. We can earn a commission from that. The keywords: young woman, matchmaking, shared room, an hour of fleeting romance. Tea money converged in my mind, leading me to the profession of a bar hostess. I scoffed. With our 3 bodies, can we really be bar hostesses? If we encounter a societal big shot, we would surely be left in tatters. "Your uncle's a bar hostess," the fourth donkey cursed, then whispered, "Let me clarify. What if we rebranded the tea money? Let's call it a separation fee." That a sudden enlightenment struck me as I retorted, "Engaging in organized prostitution is no better than grave robbing." Exactly. Grave robbing is preferable. It can provide for one's old age. Zhao Yukong chimed in enthusiastically from the side. Though I was aware that the fourth donkey was spouting nonsense, I found an odd logic in his words. Introducing marriages and collecting tea money seemed harmless, perhaps even legal. However, the money-making methods proposed by the fourth donkey were merely a source of amusement for us. His mind was ever active, conjuring a new scheme daily, all of which were catalogued within the bounds of the criminal law. Zhao Yukong remained singular in his thoughts, fixated solely on grave robbing. Noticing our lack of response, the fourth donkey displayed a demeanor of exasperation, biting his teeth as he scolded, "You two are even less decisive than women. Hesitating at every turn, afraid to take action. It's truly no fun conversing with you." "What fun?" Zhao Yukong replied, bewildered. "Old man's joy," the 4 donkeys said with irritation. I waved my hand dismissively and replied, "It's not that I'm afraid to act, it's just that your wretched schemes for making money are as outdated as they come. However, I do have a suggestion for a lucrative venture. Why not become a gentleman at KTV? The journey could be quite inspirational, perhaps even worthy of a film adaptation. I've even thought of a title: The King of Ducks, the Northeast Donkey Monarch." 4 donkeys kicked me and retorted, "Stop with the nonsense. We need to earn money. Without it, we not only lose respect from others, but from ourselves as well." Zhao Yukong paused, as if those words struck a chord within him. He pushed up his glasses, and the glint of the lenses gave off a rather eerie vibe, neither frightening nor benign. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Yukong stated earnestly, "Indeed, if we dig up an ancestral grave, we'd be carefree for a year, rob a clean tomb, and 3 years of worries. Wow. LD vanish, open a royal tomb, and we could recline in comfort for 10 generations." At that moment, I truly wished to slap Yukong. Yet, I was not as quick as 4 donkeys. Zhao Yukong, rubbing the back of his head, continued, "In the south, they practice lavish burial customs. After we're released from prison, we could head south to excavate a couple of ancestral graves to hone our skills. To be frank, I've pinpointed the location of a Western Zhou noble's tomb. If we gain expertise from this, our descendants would live like lords for 10 generations, indulging in lavish feasts, enjoying melodies, and leisurely tending to birds. What a splendid life." Before I could react, 4 donkeys spoke gravely, "And what is south? Are you unaware of the strong ancestral beliefs there? They have ancestral halls, and if we were to disturb their graves, the villagers would surely make an example of us." "Still better than dying in poverty," he replied. The 4 donkeys cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Yukong, while I clenched my teeth and swallowed the words that lingered on the tipo. F my tongue. Given Zhao Yukong's stubborn disposition, it was evident that even the government had failed to enlighten him. What could a mere wretch like me possibly do to alter his ambitions? It is not that I lack the desire to delve into tomb raiding, but rather that I possess a profound understanding of this profession. In the days of my financial destitution, a Taoist once led me to unearth graves, yet the returns were dismal. In modern times, cremation has become the norm apart from urns. There are scarcely any accompanying burial treasures. The ancient tombs from the Republic era do hold some artifacts, albeit trivial items such as jade finger rings and silver hairpins, merely trinkets of little value. Digging up graves offers only a temporary respite. Achieving a life free from worry remains an elusive dream. If one were to inquire about the existence of grand tombs, my answer would be affirmative. However, with our limited skills, we would neither be able to locate them nor gain entry. Moreover, engaging in tomb raiding today is akin to joining the Nationalist Army in 1949 or becoming a eunuch in 1911. It is simply too late for any meaningful endeavor. Yet, adopting a different perspective can yield benefits. For instance, when a good friend ties the knot and the banquet is set for 10 in the evening, arriving at 2 in the after. Noon ensures one partakes in the revelry, while others are inebriated. By the end, one might find oneself in a state of clarity, escorting the bridesmaid away. Although it may seem somewhat dubious, there is no inherent fault in such antics. Since the meteoric rise of tomb raiding novels in 2008, countless brave souls have ventured into this realm. This profession is characterized by extremes. Some individuals are genuinely remarkable, while others are profoundly foolish. Many wield their shovels in the name of tomb raiding, yet they are among the most frequently apprehended. There are even those audacious enough to broadcast their exploits live on platforms, clutching notebooks as they engage in tomb raiding, truly the embodiment of reckless youth. At this juncture, embarking on tomb raiding allows one to glean insights from the experiences of predecessors, such as identifying regions where lavish burials are customary areas, with lax oversight, and places where scrutiny is minimal. Furthermore, in my perception, the profession of tomb raiding lacks distinctions among various factions. They are all merely grave robbers. Regardless of the scale of their plunder, those who evade capture are deemed adept, while those apprehended are labeled as criminals. Tomb raiding has existed since antiquity, predominantly executed by familial groups, fathers and sons, or brothers forming a cohesive unit, seldom inviting outsiders to join their ranks. Chaos. This is due to the unpredictable nature of the trade. Akin to opening a surprise box, no one can ascertain what treasures lie beneath. When a band of desperate rogues encounters priceless artifacts, who remains bound by the code of honor? It is essential to recognize that those who engage in tomb raiding do so either out of dire necessity or with malevolent intent. Thus, familial ties serve as a safeguard in this perilous trade, though such assurance is not absolute. In the ancient tomb raiding community, there existed an unwritten rule. A father-son duo would collaborate, with the son descending to uncover treasures while the father remained off to manage the ropes, mitigating the risk of the son succumbing to greed and entombing his father within the crypt. Modern archaeology has unearthed numerous ancient tombs containing the remains of grave robbers, the circumstances of their demise often evident and self-explanatory. This underscores the profound moral dilemmas inherent in the profession of tomb raiding. One might ponder the implications of killing a companion. What prospects await them in their subsequent endeavors in tomb raiding? For instance, in ancient times, if one were to engage in tomb raiding and unearth treasure sufficient to sustain a lifetime, eliminating one's accomplice could be perceived as an endeavor devoid of risk. Firstly, it would allow for the singular possession of the riches. Secondly, it would avert the possibility of the accomplice being apprehended and subsequently divulging information that could implicate oneself. The threats one must consider extend beyond just the accomplice. The families and acquaintances of the accomplice also pose a significant risk. Would you be willing to shoulder such peril? Thirdly, the notorious reputation of tomb raiders is well known should one be captured by the authorities for any other transgression. Is there not a chance that prior misdeeds might be revealed? Thus, the act of eliminating a partner in tomb raiding could be regarded as a standard procedure. Chapter 4. The final night. On the last night in prison, I found myself unable to sleep. I had long grown accustomed to the nightly banter that accompanied my slumber. Yet the prospect of release filled me with an overwhelming dread, fear of freedom, fear of poverty. The words of the 4 asses and Zhao Wukong about making money pierced my heart like a thorn, the pain resonating with each heartbeat. They were right. The times have changed, and the distinctions of nobility and commonality no longer adhere to the ancient classifications of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. Nowadays, possessing wealth grants one the authority to assert anything as truth. Devoid of riches, even the most virtuous words fall on deaf ears. As the old adage goes, the lowly are often disregarded. This is a distorted value system that I cannot alter. In the words of the Four Asses, when a man's ambition is merely to afford a home, even Confucius rising from his grave cannot change the reality. However, upon reaching the land of women, Tangxing offered the promise of a future life. Subsequently, whom did he wed? This illustrates that, without money, even a monk cannot navigate life as complexities. To exemplify my plight, the only path to transcend social strata lies in wealth. The Four Asses likened themselves to leeks, easily cut down yet resilient, regrowing after each harvest. When their growth slows, even their roots can be utilized for pickling. Indeed, every part of the leek is valuable. I am that leek. Moreover, regarding the offspring mentioned by Zhao Wukong, I am resolute in ensuring that my children do not suffer the indignities I endured, rummaging through trash bins for survival, subjected to the scorn of others. Perhaps it was from that very night onward that I resolved to amass wealth. By mid-April, we were released from prison, with a combined sum of less than 6,000 yuan among the three of us. Our first priority was to find a place to stay, somewhere to shield us from the elements. In the years since we ventured into this city, Shenyang's Beiwangong district has experienced rapid development, with numerous new residential complexes emerging. With limited funds at our disposal, we scoured several neighborhoods within a single day, all in hopes of saving 100 or 2 on rent. Beiwangong is adjacent to Shenbei, where a university town thrives. Students prefer monthly rentals, yet landlords find it unprofitable to constantly pay agent fees. Thus, in each complex, a few enterprising Annies manage multiple listings, offering monthly leases that are typically 200 to 300 yuan more than standard annual rates. The sole advantage lies in the absence of intermediary fees. Most importantly, the flexibility of monthly payments and negotiable deposits eliminates the need for the conventional 1-month deposit plus 1-month rent upfront. After a day of exploration, we settled on a high-rise 1-bedroom apartment for 1,400 yuan per month with a deposit of 800. The two of them, being slimmer, would occupy the double bed, while I, weighing 185 pounds, would take the sofa, as I was somewhat sturdier than the two. Renting a home, much like life itself, rarely achieves perfection. Apartments priced at 800 yuan lacked university students, whereas those with students commanded 1,400. Our interest in students was not driven by their fair skin, tall figures, or vivacious personalities. Rather, we longed to be closer to those who shared our passion for learning. After all, we too were devoted scholars. With minimal belongings, we purchased bedding and moved in directly. However, that very evening, life imparted a lesson upon us. Each of us indulged in a pig's trotter, an entire roast chicken, and a bottle of Red Star Erguo too, the table laden as if it were an offering. Just as we prepared to feast heartily and drink deeply, tantalizing sounds from next door reached our ears, stirring an insatiable curiosity within us. Some houses remain unleased, and my aunt has temporarily converted them into short-term rentals. Nearby is a university, filled with vibrant, energetic youths brimming with vitality. In the past, hearing their laughter would have filled me with joy, allowing me to share in their merriment. Yet now, the three of us sit in silence, burdened by the weight of our failures. To borrow a contemporary phrase, while others indulge in lamb skewers, we merely savor the aroma. Zhao Wukong and Si Luzi wear equally somber expressions as love blossoms next door, while the three of us, bald-headed and aimless, struggle even to decide what our next meal will be. The food before us seems to come alive, mocking me, deriding my poverty and our ineptitude. When purchasing drinks and provisions, we had spoken of enjoying a few drinks and having a good chat in the evening. Yet now, the multitude of words I had prepared fades into the cacophony surrounding us, and we silently raise our bowls, enduring the sharpness of the potent liquor. The alcohol that night bore a tinge of bitterness and saltiness. Chapter 5. Indecision. The liquor is fierce, robust, capable of granting a fleeting escape from reality. However, the sobering moment inevitably arrives. Surviving is our most pressing objective. In truth, securing a job is not overly difficult, perhaps as a server in a small restaurant or a day-wage gig. Yet, in our early 20s, we yearn for more than a lifetime of toil. To put it plainly, we aspire to wealth, to seize control of our destinies rather than be subject to fate, to ascend to greatness. In summation, we seek quick riches, a means to turn our fortunes around. However, the reality is that more than a week post-release, our days have largely been consumed by mindless phone scrolling. However, Due to the matter of tomb raiding, we had ridiculed Zhao Wukong for 2 years. At this moment, as we followed him into the tomb, none of us could afford to lose face. Yet, Zhao Wukong incessantly spoke of the Western Zhou tomb and its potential riches. A notion that left both me and the four-donkey boy feeling somewhat restless. In the subsequent days, the atmosphere among us grew increasingly delicate, as if each person harbored a smoldering fire within, while outwardly maintaining a facade of calm, each absorbed in their own mobile devices. Eventually, the inevitable quarrel erupted. Reflecting upon it now, the cause seems quite ludicrous. The downstairs supermarket had sold out of the hard Honghe cigarettes priced at 45 yuan, prompting Zhao Wukong to purchase a pack of Hongtao Mountain for 60 yuan. Yes, it was over a mere 15 yuan that 3 grown men found themselves embroiled in an argument. In a fit of agitation, hurtful words were exchanged. We had all grown weary of a life devoid of gains. The four-donkey boy exclaimed, "If they don't have it downstairs, why not check another store? 15 yuan is enough for our meals for a day. Damn it, if I go, I go. How much money do the 3 of us have left? Hand it over. I'll manage the finances." As the two continued to escalate their argument, I bellowed, "Enough. Quarreling over a trivial amount is pointless. Tomorrow, the 3 of us can head to the labor market. A day of hard work could earn us 100 or so." Deep down, I understood that the root of our dispute was not merely about those 15 yuan, but rather the profound and despairing poverty we faced. A terrifying poverty, especially as the melodious sounds from neighboring homes filled the air, while we could only huddle along the edge of the Kong. The four-donkey boy, despite his lecherous nature, had tightened his belt upon release from prison, showing little inclination toward worldly affairs. This clearly illustrated the difficulties of our situation. The 4 rascals seemed to have consumed the madness of rabid dogs, and they directed their ire at me. "Damn your hard labor. One cannot prosper without unexpected fortune. Just as a horse cannot thrive without night grazing, relying solely on arduous toil, how long shall we remain in this plight?" I retorted with indignation, "Damn it. Aren't we capable of operating a sewing machine? Let us seek employment at a garment factory." My anger flared, and I exclaimed, "If we refuse to engage in this or that, then we might as well lie down and await our demise. Damn it, before I meet my end, I wish to revel at least once. Whatever little money remains, let us divide it, and with my share, I shall treat you both to some enjoyment." What kind of conduct is this? With such a meager sum, where can one find pleasure? At the train station, a man in his 50s, visibly frustrated. I found myself amused by the words of the 4 rascals, and the atmosphere lightened. It seemed that after our quarrel, we all felt rejuvenated. However, once the argument subsided, we had to confront reality. Silence enveloped us until I took a deep breath and said, "The only remaining avenue for income is grave robbing." Wukong, speak the truth, can one profit from this? "Indeed," Zhao Wukong replied with unwavering certainty. The 4 rascals clenched their teeth, as if to speak, but ultimately swallowed their words. I continued, "How much do we have left? Will it suffice to purchase the tools for grave robbing?" I am aware that this notion is fundamentally flawed. However, at that moment, my mind was solely preoccupied with one ambition: to amass wealth, to transcend social strata, to elevate myself above others. Chapter 6. The imperial seal. From the instant Zhao Wukong stepped outside, our fates became irrevocably intertwined. Furthermore, during our training at the nursing school, we practiced needlework on one another. The 4 of us, known for our distinctive style, willingly offered our hands for the young nurses to practice upon during the day, while in the evenings, we reciprocated by administering needles to them. As we indulged in merriment, Zhao Wukong squinted his eyes and, filled with pride, proclaimed, "My esteemed brothers, do you know why I am so insistent on dragging you both into this tomb-robbing venture?" With a chuckle, Zhao Wukong continued, "Forget about my father. As long as you accompany me in this endeavor, you both shall be regarded as my ancestors." A sudden pang of alarm struck me, and I quickly interjected, No, I dare not accept such a title. I cannot claim lineage from you, lest you disturb my forebears' graves." The 4 of us urged him, "Hurry up with your tale. I still have yet to mention my accommodations in the girls' dormitory, which might at least earn you a couple of drinks." I hastily gestured, "Wait a moment. Perhaps 4-donkey should go first." In an instant, Zhao Wukong sat upright, startling me. I thought perhaps his maternal uncle had arrived, and with a peculiar grin, he declared, "You two are rare allies. 4-donkeys is astute and quick-witted. Moreover, he is a nurse of moderate skill. Dog understands antiques and is knowledgeable about various esoteric matters. Joining forces with you two is akin to adding wings to a tiger. To hell with your grandmother's grandson. What tiger? You are more like a maternal tiger struggling to climb a tree. What a ridiculous spectacle. For Donkey spoke with utmost seriousness. Zhao Wukong remained unfazed and continued, by all logic. If I were to disturb my family's ancestral grave, my forebears would surely protect me. Do you know why I was sent to the brothel? Infidelity. One of the four donkeys retorted, nearly choking Zhao Wukong with the abruptness of his remark, deflating the momentum he had just gathered. The four donkeys chuckled. It just struck me, Monkey Brother's case from his youth was adjudicated, and it was decided in favor of his mother. In terms of sharp retorts, Zhao Wukong was no match for the two of us. He cursed, "Get lost, you sons of turtles. I've never expressed gratitude for your care while I was in prison, but in my heart, you are my brothers in life and death." One of the four donkeys playfully smacked Wukong on the head and admonished, "Enough of this sentimental nonsense. Who in your family is having an affair?" Zhao Wukong grimaced in pain and slowly replied, "No one is having an affair. I unearthed the ancestral grave and revealed the secrets of our Zhao lineage. Over 100 descendants of the Zhao family want my life. My parents had no choice but to send me to the brothel to hide. This revelation piqued my interest, and I immediately fixed my gaze on Zhao Wukong with anticipation. He proudly declared, "My ancestors were eunuchs." His tone brimmed with pride, leaving me momentarily dumbfounded. Was being a eunuch truly a matter of pride? Perhaps due to the effects of alcohol, Zhao Wukong's speech became somewhat slurred, meandering, and repetitive. But he managed to convey the essence of the matter. The essence of the narrative revolves around Zhao Wukong's ancestor, whose precise lineage is somewhat elusive, likely tracing back to his great-great-grandfather, known as Zhao Tiansu. This tale unfolds during the reign of Emperor Qianlong of the Qing dynasty, when Zhao Tiansu served within the Antiquities Department of the Forbidden City, holding the esteemed title of an 8th-rank chief eunuch, tasked with the collection and preservation of ancient artifacts. Notably, Zhao Wukong emphasizes that his ancestor, Zhao Tiansu, was the highest-ranking official in the Antiquities Department during the Qianlong era, overseeing 12 subordinate eunuchs. In contemporary parlance, one might liken this to an elderly figure of little consequence supervising a dozen equally inconsequential youths. The Qing court's Antiquities Department stood as the pinnacle of antiquities, a veritable treasure trove of remarkable relics amassed over 5 millennia, showcasing the rarest items collected by emperors throughout history. Among these treasures was a sealed heirloom, the imperial seal of the state. This seal was crafted from the he shi by jade by Prime Minister Li Si during the unification of the 6 states by Qin Shi Huang, bearing the inscription "Commanded by Heaven, may it last forever," which for 2 millennia has symbolized the legitimacy of dynasties. Since the Qin dynasty, the imperial seal has traversed through various eras until the Sui dynasty, when Emperor Yang was assassinated in Jiangdu, and Empress Xiao fled north with her grandson, carrying the imperial seal. 12 years later, during a military campaign led by General Li Jing against the Turks, the imperial seal was recovered and remained within the lineage of the Tang emperors until the later Tang period, when Shi Jingyang invited the Khitan army to Luoyang, leading to the tragic demise of the last emperor of later Tang, Li Tsongke, who clasped the imperial seal while immolating himself atop Xianyuan Tower. Thereafter, the imperial seal vanished from history. Subsequent claims of its existence during the Song, Yuan, and Ming dynasties were ultimately deemed forgeries upon authentication. Before the Qing army entered the pass, Dorgan waged a campaign against the Chahar state and acquired the imperial jade seal, which he presented to Hong Taiji. Historians have offered various interpretations regarding this event. The most widely circulated theory posits that the imperial jade seal was a counterfeit, and that Hong Taiji orchestrated this spectacle to demonstrate to the world his divine right to rule. 8 months after receiving the seal, Hong Taiji proclaimed himself emperor in Shenyang, renaming the nation to Great Qing. Zhao Wukong has proposed a novel theory concerning the imperial jade seal, claiming that his ancestors had encountered the authentic seal, which was not presented to Hong Taiji by Dorgan, but rather discovered within Dorgan's tomb. Dorgan can be regarded as a significant contributor to the Qing dynasty's ascension, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe him as the de facto vice-emperor during the Xuanji reign, having rendered substantial service during the enthronement and consolidation of power in the Central Plains. The Xuanji emperor granted Dorgan numerous privileges, including the remarkable honor of not bowing before the emperor, while officials were required to kneel in his presence. Dorgan was even referred to as the Prince Regent by the Xuanji emperor. To illustrate the magnitude of Dorgan's privileges within the Manchu dynasty, consider that when the Tongji emperor, who was only 19, succumbed to smallpox without leaving an heir, Empress Dowager Cixi appointed the 7th son of Emperor Daoguang, Prince Chun Yishuan's son, Zai Tian, as the new emperor, known as the Guangxu Emperor. Notably, Prince Chun Yishuan was required to bow before his son Zetian and refer to himself as a servant when submitting memorials. This clearly underscores the extraordinary privileges bestowed upon Dorgan by the Xuanji Emperor. Had Dorgan not tragically perished in a hunting accident, the future of the Qing dynasty might have unfolded quite differently. Shortly after the death of Dorgan, Emperor Xuanji began to sense something amiss. Could it be that my uncle Dorgan had an illicit affair with my mother? Is this not tantamount to placing a green hat upon my father, the late Emperor Taiji? Good heavens, does this mean I have unwittingly recognized a thief as my father? What a grave sin. Consequently, Emperor Xuanji commanded the excavation of Dorgan's grave, exposing his remains as a form of punishment. To his embarrassment, during the exhumation, the imperial seal of the realm was discovered within Dorgan's tomb. Emperor Xuanji was bewildered. Wait a moment, was not the imperial seal presented to my father years ago? What is this? Upon further reflection, he realized that when Dorgan had campaigned against the Chahar, he had indeed acquired the imperial seal. However, Dorgan, shrewd as he was, had fabricated a counterfeit to present to Emperor Taiji, who valued the title of the seal over its authenticity. Faced with this predicament, Emperor Xuanji found himself unable to disclose the truth to the public. To reveal that the imperial seal in Dorgan's grave was genuine would mean admitting that his father had been deceived. Thus, he suffered in silence, concealing the true imperial seal within the antique chamber of the Forbidden City. Upon hearing this, I was utterly perplexed and inquired, "Brother Monkey, with all this talk of a sister-in-law and a younger uncle, I am utterly bewildered. What connection does the imperial seal have with your Zhao family?" Chapter 7. The friend's mother Zhao Wukong chuckled softly. "The world mocks my madness, yet I find." Before he could finish, the spirited donkey gave him a swift slap and chided, "Having indulged in a bit too much wine, you've begun to speak nonsense again. Speak plainly and continue." With a dry swallow, Zhao Wukong declared, "My lineage, though descended from eunuchs, is of an official background, surely leaving behind some inheritance." "Eunuchs," corrected Silftsi, "are emasculated men devoid of testicles." I interjected, "That's not quite accurate. In earlier times, only the testicles were removed, but during the Ming and Qing dynasties, the entire member was excised, leaving nothing at all." Zhao Wukong glared at us, his face flushed with indignation. After several deep breaths, he grinned slyly and said, "Everyone believes the imperial jade seal to be a symbol of sovereignty. But what if, perchance, it is a key? A key to unlock the gates of antiquity? What? Are you planning to deify yourself?" I scoffed. "Damn you," Zhao Wukong retorted. "I unearthed a yellow cloth from my ancestor's tomb, upon which was a rubbing of the imperial jade seal. What's the implication?" Silftsi inquired. Zhao Wukong replied with a cryptic smile. "When Qin Shi Huang unified the Six Kingdoms, he amassed all the treasures of the realm in Xianyang. What if this imperial jade seal is the key to unlock that very treasure? If we can replicate it, would we still need to worry about sustenance or eavesdrop on the neighbor's merriment?" I cursed under my breath. "Damn it. You might as well take us to raid the tomb of the first emperor. At worst, we'd face the death penalty. But if we were to plunder this treasure you speak of, it would likely require a 2-day, 2-night barrage of machine gun fire, followed by the public display of our corpses as a cautionary tale." Zhao Wukong clicked his tongue. "Alas, I merely presented you two with a potential venture. This undertaking is beyond our solitary capabilities. I possess only fragments of information. The precise location remains elusive." "Are you jesting with me?" I questioned. "I spoke of the shoulder. Yet you responded with the hip joint. I mentioned the hip joint, and you diverted the conversation to the city gate tower. Is this truly a conversation among humans?" The irritable four donkeys remarked. "Nay, we must first establish our reputation in the realm of tomb raiding, with wealth and followers. There is nothing we cannot achieve in the future, is there?" Zhao Wukong continued. "With fame comes influence. Otherwise, how could celebrities serve as representatives? They may endorse products, but do they truly comprehend the lives of the common people? The essence lies in notoriety." I refrained from engaging with Zhao Wukong's elaboration and directly inquired, "What do you mean? With this tattered yellow cloth, does your Zhao family seek to claim your life?" Zhao Wukong lit a cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke, and said, "Allow me to illustrate with an example. Your family possesses an heirloom treasure chest, the contents of which remain a mystery. One day, a relative of yours opens the chest, and upon learning of its contents, you inquire what lies within. The relative replies that there is merely $10. Would you believe them?" For donkeys interjected, "Damn. It's simply a matter of unequal distribution. The case is cracked." Zhao Wukong nodded. "Precisely. The relatives refuse to accept that there are no treasures within the ancestral tomb, thus pressuring my family to relinquish the treasures. Beyond this yellow paper, there are only a few jars remaining. I asked, what do the jars contain? Just then, a knock echoed at the door, prompting us to fall silent. Considering we had no acquaintances in the area and had only just rented the house, who could it be? We exchanged glances as the knocking persisted, steady yet unhurried. I rose to answer the door, while 4 donkeys instinctively grasped the wine bottle. Who is it? I inquired. Gulping audibly, I opened the door, and then I swallowed again, my throat dry. Before me stood a woman of alluring figure, clad in a white peony-patterned cheongsam, complemented by a deep yellow cardigan with sleeveless fur trim. Her face was captivating, with fiery red lips and flowing waves of hair. My immediate reaction could be summed up in a single word: seductive. My gaze drifted downward to a teardrop-shaped cutout at her chest, revealing a tantalizing expanse of alabaster skin. Bisected by the merest sliver of cleavage, a physique that would preclude any need to contemplate future childcare expenses. Before I could gather my wits, the woman strode in, suitcase in tow, and settled herself unceremoniously on the sofa. She crossed her legs, her flesh-toned stockings shimmering with an almost gilded sheen, her stiletto heels a good 3 inches in height, sending my pulse racing. "See, Lizzie, is this a friend of yours?" I recalled See Lizzie's desire for some pleasure, and I surmised that she was the kind of delivery that required a pillow placed strategically on the bed. "Mom." Zhao Yukong's sudden utterance nearly caused me to choke. "Hey, Aunt," I exclaimed in astonishment. The woman bestowed upon me a captivating smile, a smile with the power to bewitch the soul. It was this very smile that made me want to rename Zhao Yukong, calling him Tian Wenjing. It became clear that foreign films drew inspiration from real life, such as My Friend's Mother or A Friend of Mom's. The woman gently patted her suitcase, stating, "I've brought what you asked for. Don't contact your father. He's still incensed." The mother of my good friend was, in effect, our shared maternal figure. See Lizzie and I escorted the aunt out of the community, the sunlight illuminating expanses of white, the glare almost blinding me. After bidding farewell to the taxi, the 4 donkeys lingered with reluctance, repeatedly expressing, "Do come to visit when you have the time." We stood there on the roadside, dazed, until the taillights of the taxi faded from view. I sensed that one of the donkeys wished to inquire about some unsavory matters, yet out of respect for our brotherly bond, he swallowed the words that hovered on his lips. I opened the trunk, revealing 2 cardboard boxes. One was filled with A4 sheets, printed with a myriad of languages, both Chinese and foreign. The Chinese alone showcased several fonts, including inscriptions from the Western Zhou period and small seal script from the Qin and Han dynasties, utterly incomprehensible to me. I selected a few pages that I could decipher, many of which pertained to the Greater Xing'an Range and the Lop Nur, as well as records regarding the local Bagua Fuqing. As for the foreign text, its content remained a mystery, as I had never studied such matters. The other box contained a laptop, and at the very bottom lay the piece of yellow cloth mentioned by Zhao Yukong. At that moment, both the 4 donkeys and I were in a state of bewilderment. One of them asked, "Brother Monkey, is your mother, my elder sister, here to bring warmth?" Upon seeing the documents, Zhao Yukong, who had regained much of his composure, took a deep breath and remarked, "What warmth? This is all information regarding ancient tombs. Deciphering even one could sustain us for a lifetime." With that, Zhao Yukong picked up a photocopy of an oracle bone inscription and said, "This is oracle bone script. If we decipher even one, the state offers a reward of 100,000, a legitimate income that could bring us fame. In the future, when we pass away, we could light incense in the ancestral hall. How about you two give it a try?" The 4 donkeys clamored to speak. I have had a passion for archaeology since my youth, yet it has been stifled by the lack of guidance. Why not let your mother teach me? As the saying goes, a flurry of punches can bring down a master. With your mother's tutelage, who knows, I might actually achieve something noteworthy. You should speak to her on my behalf and let me walk through the back door to become her apprentice. I smacked the 4 donkeys lightly and admonished, "You rascal, why are you always thinking of taking shortcuts?" The 4 donkeys shot me a glare, while Zhao Yukong offered a wry smile, his eyes suddenly glinting with ferocity. However, he refrained from acting out, as the term taking shortcuts held ambiguous connotations. Should he unleash his ire, it would imply the most unfavorable interpretation. Zhao's mother made an unexpected visit, leaving me somewhat flustered and bewildered. Thus, I inquired, "Monkey brother, does your mother support your tomb raiding?" He replied, When I was released from prison, I called my mother. She said the government could not educate me, so she would not concern herself with my affairs any longer." A sense of foreboding washed over me, prompting me to ask, "Monkey brother, what exactly does your family do?" Zhao Yukong shrugged and responded, "My father works in an archaeological team, and my mother is a university history professor. We are just an ordinary family. My grave robbing caused my father to be demoted. And he is still angry about it. He doesn't even answer my calls. The four donkeys exclaimed in astonishment, "Your father is an archaeologist, and you are a tomb raider?" Zhao Wukong replied nonchalantly, "So what? Essentially, we are engaged in the same line of work. It's just that my father has a formal position, while I do not." He then handed me a piece of yellow cloth, which, upon opening, revealed an ink-printed rubbing. Chapter 8. The Quest for the Dragons Divide the Imperial Seal of the State. Contrary to my imagination, is a spherical jade seal, intricately adorned with two hollow dragons entwined around one another. At the mouths of the dragons rest a round sphere, roughly the size of a duck's egg, while their tails kneel beneath it. Engraved below are 8 characters in small seal script, unfamiliar to me, presumably proclaiming an edict from heaven, signifying eternal prosperity. Is this truly the imperial seal? I exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, once I accumulate sufficient funds, I shall gather a crew and unearth the treasures of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, ensuring that my descendants revel in them daily. The exuberant four donkeys declared, "What are we waiting for? It's merely grave robbing. I'll swing the old pickaxe until sparks fly. You boasted in prison about knowing the location of the Western show tombs, so let us proceed to excavate them now." Zhao Wukong maintained an air of calm, replying gravely, "Now is not the opportune moment. We cannot engage in tomb raiding. We are mere novices in this endeavor, considering the grand scale of the tombs. Setting aside the personnel and funding, even if we were to discover treasures, we would lack means to dispose of them." For donkeys, in a fit of frustration, cursed under his breath, "Then what do you suggest we do?" "Let us go tomb raiding," Zhao Wukong stated with utmost seriousness. I, thoroughly bewildered, retorted sharply, "You, Tian Wenjing, are you playing with your fathers? What is your true intention?" "I wish to raid tombs." In the clear and discerning gaze of Zhao Wukong, I found myself at a loss for words. He is a man of unwavering principles, where 1 is 1 and 2 is 2. There exists no room for ambiguity in his realm. Zhao Wukong continued slowly, "For now, we can only excavate the graves of wealthy landlords and Qing dynasty officials. As for other pursuits, we must first earn enough to acquire the necessary equipment before we can take action. Thus, we find ourselves engaged in a quest for advancement, akin to slaying monsters in a game. The four donkeys have spoken wisely. Indeed, let us not rush. I am well versed in geomancy. First, we shall seek out the tomb of an official to gauge our fortunes, and with the proceeds, we may then pursue grander sepulchres. I remain optimistic about the ancient tombs in Shenyang, for this region boasts a rich historical tapestry. During the Warring States period, Shenyang was part of the Yan state, and in the era of the Great Qing dynasty, it belonged to Liaodong Commandery, specifically Wangping County. Throughout the dynasties, various administrative divisions have been established in Shenyang, reaching a pinnacle towards the end of the Ming dynasty when Emperor Han Taiji proclaimed himself sovereign, naming his dynasty the Great Qing, with Shenyang as its designated capital. Following the Qing army's incursion into the pass, Shenyang, as the birthplace of the Qing dynasty, received considerable attention from successive Qing emperors, making it, aside from the capital, a veritable second capital. Thus, Shenyang has never been devoid of nobility and dignitaries. In summation, Shenyang is a place of promise. Come, gather around and behold. Zhao Wukong, who had been fixated on his notebook for the entire afternoon, suddenly exclaimed with excitement. I leaned in closer. The screen displayed merely a hilltop and verdant trees, lacking any discernible uniqueness. The four donkeys inquired, "What is this?" "It's Nipple Mountain." "Nipple Mountain? Are you seriously suggesting we venture to Nipple Mountain in search of Su Dama's legendary eagle?" The four donkeys retorted angrily, prompted by Zhao Wukong's remark. I too had a moment of realization. Indeed, it is often said that one appreciates the value of knowledge only when it is needed. In my earlier days, my master taught me the principles of geomancy, yet I lacked the enthusiasm to learn. Now, in this moment of necessity, I can only grasp its superficial significance. Just as I was about to feign knowledge, Zhao Wukong interjected, "This place has excellent geomancy. There is a high probability that an ancient tomb lies within." The four donkeys, growing impatient, exclaimed, "If you had mentioned this earlier, it would have sufficed. You two should directly state your point next time. Just say that digging there might yield valuable treasures, and I would have understood." I responded with a nonchalant "Oh." The satellite imagery did not reveal the specific circumstances, so we resolved to visit the site that very evening. The location we intended to explore was near a village named Sandaogo, situated not far from our lodging, merely over 80 kilometers away. We would need to traverse the city of Shenyang, a taxi ride taking just over an hour. costing more than 200 yuan. After a series of transfers from a bus to a long-distance coach, and then to a county bus, we finally arrived at Sandalgo after more than 2 hours of travel. Had it not been for the brightness of the moon, one could easily say it was pitch black. Zhao Lukong had chosen a remarkably secluded spot. One could exaggerate that it was a place devoid of any mobile signal. The spring chill in Shenyang was biting, with the mountain winds howling, striking our faces like blades. Additionally, the untraveled mountain path was quite treacherous, fortunately. The grass had yet to grow, allowing us 3 gentlemen to navigate through the small woods with ease. By the time we located the site, it was already past midnight. The moon hanging high, with the winds in the mountains intensifying. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Before us lay a quintessential tumulus. Its shape perfectly aligned with the textbook descriptions of burial mounds. Zhao Lukong circled an area with his finger, stating, "If all goes as expected." The ancient tomb lies within this perimeter. The 4 donkeys, breathless, retorted, "If things do not go as planned, I shall dig a pit to bury you here, allowing you to rest in this auspicious land." I whispered, "Something feels amiss. I suddenly find grave robbing rather unethical. In the past, necessity drove us to such acts. But now, with limbs intact, it seems quite unjustifiable." The 4 donkeys retorted, "What the hell have you been thinking? It's akin to spending hundreds of thousands to marry a woman, only to declare your distaste for women just as you are about to consummate the marriage. You must be out of your mind." I remained silent, my thoughts not dwelling on morality, but rather on the trepidation of committing a crime once more. The 4 donkeys continued, "Stop hesitating. Consider this. Can the treasures from that ancient tomb be taken to the underworld? They cannot, right? We are doing a service here. The 3 of us, undeterred by hardship, will unearth the burial goods, exchange them for a bit of money, and then buy some paper currency issued by the Bank of Heaven and Earth to burn for the deceased. In essence, we would be mediators of good deeds." "Wouldn't we?" "Indeed," Zhao Lukong exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 9. Han Dynasty Blue Bricks with Matters as They Stand. I had little to say. In truth, I felt akin to an ancient courtesan, desiring to venture out for profit while seeking to justify it as a matter of survival. Zhao Lukong, perched on a nearby tree, broke several dry branches, urging us to sift through the hay in search of ancient blue bricks or stone slabs. Given the auspicious feng shui, if someone were buried here, they must surely be of high status. Even if no sacrificial temple graced the surface, there ought to be an extravagant burial mound. Thus, searching through the remnants of walls would be the quickest way to locate a tomb. Availing myself of the opportunity, I scrutinized the areola with meticulous attention. The ridges on either side stood robust and lofty, while the areola itself appeared level and substantial. A pool of crystalline water lay before it, seemingly formed by the confluence of melted snow from the surrounding mountains. With a body of water in front and a majestic mountain behind, the geomancy of this place, if not superlative, could certainly be deemed among the finest of the fine, an excellent resting place. Should anyone find eternal repose here, their descendants would undoubtedly produce dignitaries and magnates. We poked and prodded with branches, yet no glimmer of light emerged from within. Compounded by the mournful hooting of owls and the rustling of withered grass in the mountain breeze, a sense of unease began to creep into my heart. With gritted teeth, the quadrupedal fellow remarked, "Don't you find that the wind sounds somewhat like the weeping of a wronged young woman?" I interjected hastily, "Enough, enough, cease such talk. Engaging in this endeavor already makes one feel guilty." Straightening up, Zhao Lukong listened intently to the surroundings. After half a minute, he murmured, "There is indeed a semblance of weeping. It's quite possible the tomb's occupant is a woman." Upon hearing this, the quadrupedal fellow became even more animated, exclaiming with excitement, "By Jove, a woman is ideal. All those ornaments and abundant funerary objects." Seizing the moment, I attempted to intimidate them, feigning an air of mystery. I once practiced shamanism. Let me tell you, the resentment of female ghosts is the most potent. They exact vengeance. The quadrupedal fellow interrupted me directly. Good heavens. What woman is called a shaman? Aren't you a shaman? If you seek a woman who is also a shaman, wouldn't that be akin to a Japanese person? The quadrupedal fellow continued, "My simian brother, isn't tomb raiding done with a Luoyang shovel? Here we are with mere tree branches, resembling nothing so much as collaborators." Zhao Yukong scoffed, "As long as the money is in place, forget about the Luoyang shovel. I could procure even the heavenly sword and the dragon-slaying saber for you." The 4 donkeys retorted, "Get lost. It's just a lack of funds. If we had money, who would engage in tomb raiding? Our crew has neither Luoyang shovels nor probes, just a couple of Western picks and shovels. Even if struck by lightning, no one would believe we are tomb raiders." Zhao Lukong mockingly ridiculed me and the 4 donkeys, seemingly disdainful of our inexperience. contrasting sharply with his demeanor from a few days prior when he was inebriated and recognized me as his elder. Indeed, we had never traversed the boundaries of tomb raiding, nor had we disturbed ancestral graves, and there was certainly no well-endowed mother providing ample nourishment for cerebral development. After searching for over half an hour, Zhao Yukong exclaimed. The cold wind carried his voice clearly. Following the sound, we saw Zhao Yukong unearth a patch of wild grass, revealing a layer of blue bricks beneath. The 4 donkeys and I rushed over. What the hell? We found it just like that. The 4 donkeys exclaimed in astonishment. A chill ran down my spine. These were the blue bricks used for constructing tomb passages. Ordinarily, they should be buried underground, and their presence on the surface could only indicate one possibility. The tomb had been excavated. Upon closer inspection, the bricks exhibited significant weathering. Yet remnants of patterns were still discernible, primarily consisting of concentric diamond shapes or diamonds encircling a prominent circular form. Dog, from which era do these tomb bricks originate? Zhao Wukong inquired. Eastern Han, I replied. Could you be more specific? Southern Song or Northern Song? I replied impatiently, damn it. Am I a deity who can precisely date a stone? Is there a distinction between the Northern and Southern Song dynasties? In any case, they have both been looted. The 4 donkeys plopped down onto the ground, igniting a cigarette and cursing, damn it, I've sweated profusely for nothing. This is akin to spending hundreds of thousands to marry a wife, only to discover a gynecological ailment on the wedding night. Zhao Yukong murmured. Most women who are sexually active have some level of gynecological issues. The 4 donkeys, initially inclined to retort, suddenly seemed to recall something. His eyes widened as he stood up and slapped the back of Zhao Yukong's head, scolding, what does that have to do with gynecological problems? You, a craftsman who creates happiness with your own hands, have knowledge of such ailments? Perhaps you should delve into studying hemorrhoids instead. Zhao Yukong disregarded him and turned to me, inquiring, Brother Dog, do you think we should continue digging? Of course, we've come this far, why not dig? The 4 donkeys grumbled, digging is pointless. Everything has been stolen. You sound like Zhu Beiji, throwing down your rake at a whim, I retorted. The 4 donkeys huffed, if everything has been taken. What are we to dig for? Shall we engage in masonry to build tomb bricks? Even if it has been stolen, it matters not. Tomb raiding is a long-term endeavor. What treasures are excavated depend on what is valuable at the time. For instance, during Cao Cao's tomb raiding, lacquerware from the Han dynasty held little worth. So all the lacquerware in ancient tombs was left behind. It was only later, when it became valuable, that tomb robbers returned to dig. Zhao Yukong nodded. That is indeed the principle, yet I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. His observation struck a chord with me, and as I squatted nearby, lighting a cigarette, I scrutinized the expanse of blue bricks. The feng shui appeared sound, the bricks were aged, all of this seemed correct. Suddenly, a realization struck me, revealing the crux of the issue. The blue bricks were indeed present, yet their quantity was erroneous. Tomb raiders are not masons and would not excavate every blue brick during their illicit endeavors. In a typical grave robbery, the raiders only need to locate the vault or arch ceiling, subsequently breaking through the top, allowing the blue bricks to fall into the burial chamber. There is no necessity to retrieve them. To elucidate, the arch and vault ceilings are 2 distinct architectural forms found at the apex of ancient tomb chambers. The arch ceiling features a semicircular dome, constructed by building upward from the 2 lateral walls of the chamber. In contrast, the vault ceiling is semispherical, gradually converging inward from all 4 sides of the chamber to form a pointed apex, characterized by its curved walls. For instance, the roofing style of the Forbidden City exemplifies the arch ceiling, while the rounded tops typical of Russian architecture represent the vault ceiling. Thus, in excavating a grave, one would typically need to pry only 7 or 8 bricks. However, the multitude of blue bricks before me numbered in the hundreds, and they had been brought to the surface, which struck me as peculiar. Zhao Yukong, momentarily taken aback, clapped his hands and exclaimed, Indeed, it must be my dog brother. If this is the case, the ancient tomb has not been plundered, and we shall strike it rich. Let us commence the excavation. Chapter 10, Digging the Grave in Truth. I harbored no certainty that someone had unearthed a Han Dynasty tomb only to inter their ancestors within. Nevertheless, at that moment, I could only entertain optimistic thoughts. Continuing to dig might yield some treasures. Even unearthing a pottery jar could net us a profit of 1,000 or 800. To depart without searching would render our travel expenses wasted. It was akin to purchasing a scratch-off lottery ticket when one buys it. There is always the hope of uncovering a prize. Upon hearing the prospect of wealth, the 4 donkeys, invigorated as if they had consumed a potent tonic, promptly shed their outer garments and brandished their picks to commence digging. The old picks clanged vigorously, sending sparks flying, as each strike aimed to penetrate the earth to a depth of nearly half a meter. With their skills, during the era of the Western development, they would have undoubtedly been hailed as model laborers. Indeed, they could no longer be referred to as mere donkeys, but rather as the indignant beasts of burden. To be candid, I harbored a tinge of apprehension, fearing that our efforts might yield nothing. Lacking probes, we could only rely on the whims of fortune, buoyed by our strength, which we resolved to utilize to the fullest. After more than an hour of alternating labor, we had excavated approximately 1.5 meters into the earth when, suddenly, the sound of the pick striking stone resonated from below. My heart leapt with joy as I hastily cleared the loose soil, revealing a striking blue stone before my eyes. I exclaimed, "We've struck something. You come up. I shall descend." Zhao Wukong replied, and I used both hands and feet to navigate the rocky terrain out of the tunnel. While Zhao Wukong scurried in like a large black rat, the 4 donkeys offered me a cigarette and inquired, "What era is it from?" After taking several puffs and exhaling a cloud of smoke, I replied, "I have only glimpsed the blue stone. I cannot ascertain its age yet." "Approximately. What era does the blue stone belong to?" they pressed. "How would I know? The blue stone is a type of gneiss, formed from volcanic rock through metamorphosis, likely dating back billions of years, perhaps the Permian period. It could very well harbor remnants of dinosaurs," I mused. The 4 donkeys shot me a glare and muttered under their breath, "Have you been infected by Zhao Wukong too? Now you're speaking nonsense." Suddenly, a muffled thud echoed from the tunnel. As I crouched beside the theft hole with my companions, a sudden burst of energy propelled Zhao Wukong forth. Akin to a monkey leaping into the sky, his head colliding squarely with my chin, leaving a bitter taste in my mouth. What on earth has happened? I gritted my teeth. I pried open the blue stone, and the tomb passage has revealed itself. We were aiming to excavate the grave of a wealthy landlord, but unexpectedly, we have stumbled upon a grand tomb. Judging by the passage, it is of considerable scale. In the midst of our conversation, Zhao Wukong produced a rope, tying a knot at one end before dousing it with alcohol and igniting it, cautiously feeding the flame into the theft hole. The flaming tip, upon entering the tomb passage, continued to flicker, casting a faint glow. Coupled with the dust stirred by the blue stone's earlier impact, visibility was severely compromised, rendering the surroundings obscured in a haze. Yet, one certainty remained. There was oxygen below. For our safety, we resolved to wait half an hour before descending. After deliberation, we agreed that one person should remain above to keep watch and manage the rope. However, with the tantalizing prospect of uncovering the ancient tomb, none of us wished to stay behind. It felt akin to receiving an invitation from a long-admired goddess to her abode to watch television, with the added request of bringing 2 bottles of chilled cola, ice included. Who could possibly resist such an enticing offer? Thus, we decided to descend together, acknowledging the inherent risks but considering life itself a mere fleeting moment. One by one, we entered the tomb passage, and as the beam of our powerful flashlight pierced through the smoke, I was taken aback by what I beheld. Before me stood a structure akin to a humble village shrine, save for one peculiar detail. In place of the expected deity statuette, 2 vermilion gates stood sentinel. Flanking the entrance were a pair of vividly painted clay figures, sculpted meticulously in the likeness of human forms. The sepulchral gate, reminiscent of ancient architectural styles, boasted a vibrant palette of crimson and azure hues, its multicolored facade resplendent in its intricacy. Whether crafted from timber or brick, its mortise and tenon construction was readily apparent. Dog brother. Which dynasty? I surveyed the surroundings, my gaze sweeping across the tomb passage. Yet, rather than a grand thoroughfare, it resembled a mere vestibule for a sarcophagus, encompassing a mere 6 square meters. A wooden portal marked one end, while the opposite was sealed by azure flagstones, devoid of murals. The flagstones lining the passage further accentuated the incongruity between the tomb's modest dimensions and the gate's imposing grandeur. This distinctive funerary style evoked recollections of a northern regime during the Song dynasty. Seeking to corroborate my conjecture, I approached the wooden portal and tentatively touched one of the painted clay figures. A chilling sensation coursed through me, eliciting an involuntary shudder. Which dynasty? Zhao Wukong inquired. I inhaled deeply, then murmured, based on the extant clues, I surmised this to be a tomb from the Liao dynasty. The Liao dynasty? Where's that? The state of Liaoning? 4 donkey queried, perplexed. I cast a weary glance at 4 donkey, retorting disdainfully, nay, not the Liaoning state. Rather, the Liao Empire, established by Fan de Biao. The formidable figure of Liaobei, with its capital in Qian. For donkey, averse to convoluted explanations, retorted, "Cease your pedantry. Simply tell me, is the Liao tomb bountiful or not?" "Exceedingly so." Chuckling with an expression akin to a predator beholding a beautiful woman, or myself, Su, catching sight of fair legs, Zhao Yukong then turned to me and inquired, "How did you discern it was of the Liao dynasty?" I gestured towards the effigy at the entrance and murmured, "Touch it." Upon feeling it, Zhao Wukong remarked, "It feels like parchment, yet it's hollow." Nay, not parchment, but human skin. The Liao dynasty possessed the funerary custom of true countenance effigies, wherein young boys and girls were strangled, their complete skin flayed, and their remaining corpses cremated. The ashes were then mixed with straw, bound, and used to fill the human skin, upon which colorful drawings were applied. CLV exclaimed, "Good heavens, how brutal." Without further comment, I proceeded directly to the wooden door and thrust it with force, yet it remained unyielding. My heart sank. Behind the door lay a blocking stone, also known as a self-closing stone. This rectangular stone, weighing hundreds of pounds, was used to brace the tomb door from the inside. Typically, a recess was reserved on the ground inside the tomb door to accommodate the self-closing stone. One end of the stone was lodged in the recess, while the other rested against the tomb door. As the tomb door slowly closed, the self-closing stone tilted accordingly, and a crossbeam was positioned in the middle of the tomb door. Once the tomb door was completely shut, the top of the self-closing stone fit precisely into the crossbeam. In essence, to open the tomb door, one would need to upright the self-closing stone, an impossible feat given our strength. Moreover, the gap between the two tomb doors was merely millimeters wide, allowing only a few sheets of paper to be inserted. I inhaled deeply and declared, "The tomb door cannot be opened. Let us ascend and excavate a new tunnel, one that leads directly into the burial chamber." The four donkeys, clearly agitated, exclaimed, "What nonsense is this? Dig again? Are we mad?" "Yes, dig again." The four donkeys wore expressions of displeasure as I reiterated the situation regarding the natural stone. Zhao Yukong, standing nearby, added, "Encountering natural stone during archaeological digs poses a significant challenge. It requires a group of individuals to push against the tomb door, creating a gap through which wooden planks can be inserted. Only with the combined effort of dozens can the wooden planks forcefully open the natural stone." The four donkeys scoffed, "Damn it. Have you all lost your minds from studying? We are thieves, grave robbers to be precise." With that, the four donkeys spat into their palms, swung their pickaxes, and approached the tomb door, declaring, "To hell with it. Great strength yields unexpected miracles. You two are akin to a pair of scientists in a restaurant, pondering whether a drop of water falling from a height of 10,000 meters, combined with gravity and acceleration, could potentially be lethal, engaging in endless speculation, only for the waiter to inquire if they have ever been caught in the rain. What fools." Chapter 11. Digging another hole, I immediately intercepted the four donkeys, rebuking, "You are the real fool. The issue is not merely opening the tomb door, it is the natural stone, which weighs a staggering 1,000 or 2,000 pounds, firmly lodged behind the door. The wooden door, aged over a millennium, is undoubtedly decayed. The moment any external force is applied, the natural stone will surely come crashing down, resulting in either death or severe injury, your precious skulls reduced to mere dumpling wrappers." "Fear not, I shall dig at an angle," one of them retorted. "But what if the natural stone is as wide as the door? Can you lift it? It would be like throwing eggs against a rock." Zhao Yukong added, "Moreover, we have not yet penetrated the tomb chamber, nor have we gauged the conditions within. Should we force the door open, we might encounter toxic gas, and we'd find ourselves toasting with the king of hell." The four donkeys glared at me and Zhao Yukong in frustration. In matters of tomb raiding, prudence is paramount. While I possess a certain audacity, I also value my life as a promising youth of the new era. I still have ample time to relish life and cannot afford to perish in a tomb. If I were to have descendants, dying within might serve to protect them. But alas, I have no children or even a wife to speak of. Dying now would indeed be a tremendous loss. Thus, it is prudent to temporarily retreat. We can excavate a new tunnel when time permits, or return tomorrow evening if we cannot. The four donkeys were clearly reluctant, muttering, "We should press on and finish this. After all, it is merely a matter of removing a head from a belt. What is there to fear? It's just an ancient tomb, with two mere puppets at the entrance. What could they possibly do? Could they snatch your manhood?" Suddenly, I found a certain logic in the four donkeys' words. Entering swiftly might yield unexpected results, while delays could lead to complications. If we were to return tomorrow evening, we might encounter unforeseen troubles. Even if we remained undiscovered by the villagers, our confidence would certainly wane. Thus, I proposed a middle ground. We would tunnel anew, with Zhao Wukong and me laboring while the four donkeys supervised. We would break through to the ceiling, allowing for ventilation and enhancing our safety. Although this approach would require more effort, it would significantly increase our safety. As the saying goes, while the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. This being my first tomb raiding experience, or rather, lacking sufficient equipment, caution is indeed the wisest course of action. Without exaggeration, we lack even a simple jack. Should the stone door crush anyone's leg, we are devoid of any tools for rescue. The four donkeys possess an exceptional vigor. There is no need for Zhao Wukong and me to intervene. Upon arrival, they wielded a pickaxe at the designated spot chosen by Zhao Wukong, laboring for nearly an hour before Zhao Wukong descended to take over. As the four donkeys wiped their brows and indulged in cigarettes, I removed my jacket and draped it over them. The combination of sweat and mountain breeze made it quite the challenge to avoid catching a cold. Brother dog, if we earn $1 million, how shall we spend it? Purchasing property or land, the possibilities are endless. Yet, that $1 million may not suffice. I retrieved a bag of soil from the tunnel, stating, with a promising start, a profit of 10 to 18 million in a year would be a mere trifle. A flicker of joy passed across the four donkeys' face as he produced another cigarette, reigniting it with the embers of the previous one. Observing the beads of sweat trickling down his chin, I felt a twinge of discomfort. The four donkeys excel at socializing, fully aware of his lack of exceptional skills. He relies solely on his strength, and even in its absence, he persists in working diligently. As I hoisted the bags of soil from the tunnel, I engaged in a casual conversation with the four donkeys about the life that awaits his post-wealth. This sensation resembled the anticipation of a lottery win, where we fantasized about how to spend the prize before the results were even announced. In other words, we have staked all our hopes on this tomb, genuinely believing it would be our means of rising to fortune. We are down to our last few hundred yuan. If this tomb yields nothing, we will have no choice but to seek daily wage labor. There is no shame in working for money, but our dreams of sudden wealth would be dashed. Enough chatter. Get the soil up here quickly, Zhao Wukong called from within the tunnel. I immediately tugged at the rope and said, I apologize, I was momentarily distracted. How much deeper is it? It struck me as peculiar that I could not locate the top of the shaft. My heart sank, sensing that all hope had dissipated. The four donkeys remarked, this is impossible. This hole is deeper than the first one we dug. We should be able to see the bluestone now. You come up, and I will descend to take a look. No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Wukong emerged from the tunnel. He expressed his concerns, stating, something feels amiss. The soil layers are not right. Brother dog, are you certain this is a tomb from the Liao dynasty? It should be, I replied. The tomb entrance is adorned with colorful paintings, exhibiting a strong Tang influence, vibrant hues, all characteristic of Liao dynasty tombs. What issues do you see with the soil layers? Zhao Wukong, puzzled, explained, I have reviewed the materials. Liao dynasty tombs are typically circular in plan with a vaulted ceiling. Logically, the interior should be significantly higher than the entrance, and there should be variations in the soil layers. Yet, all I see is a uniform yellow-black soil, devoid of any traces indicative of an ancient tomb's construction. No changes in the soil layers at all? I inquired. Not a single variation, he confirmed. Does it exhibit any characteristics of Han tombs? There are no cinnabar, mercury, or blue clay, not even a trace of variegated soil. Isn't that strange? I inhaled sharply, exchanging a silent glance with Zhao Wukong. This phenomenon was beyond my comprehension, even if there were no traces of a Liao dynasty burial. There should at least be characteristics of Han tombs. After all, Han tomb bricks lay prominently on the surface. How could the soil layers below show no signs of alteration? Before long, the four donkeys climbed back up, panting heavily, and declared, it's no use, the water has seeped in, and we can no longer dig. I loathed him with every fiber of my being, exclaiming, you son of a gun, you really have a knack for this. Every hole you drill seems to gush with water. Rather than retort, the man simply stared at me with a bewildered expression. I turned to my companion, awaiting his command. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, this is quite perplexing. I took measurements, and this location should either be the vault's apex or, at the very least, a passage. It's inconceivable that there's nothing here. Just tell me what the next course of action is, the man said. I'm at your disposal. My companion then directed his gaze toward me, inquiring, what are your thoughts? I swallowed hard, now devoid of any bright ideas. A passage, a tomb door. Yet no burial chamber to be found. It defies all logic. Perhaps we should revisit the initial passage. One side leads to a door, the other to a stone wall. What if we were to pry off a section of that stone and take a look? He responded with a wry grin. That's highly improbable. Such burial practices are unheard of. Judging by the grandeur of the tomb door, our initial descent couldn't have led to the burial chamber. Well, isn't discovering whether a lottery ticket is a winner contingent on scratching it off? Having exerted this much effort, we ought to at least give it a try. If there's nothing to be found, I swear I'll set this godforsaken tomb ablaze. At this juncture, a sense of foreboding began to creep into my mind. What if our initial descent hadn't led to a passage, but rather to the burial chamber itself, merely one that had been thoroughly plundered, with even the coffin pilfered? In the span of a single evening, our mental state had undergone numerous transformations, from initial unwavering confidence to subsequent bewilderment. Now, though unspoken, our thoughts were aligned, a last-ditch effort, a final desperate gamble. Once again entering the initial pit, we resolved to pry loose a slab of stone. Such meticulous work necessitated the skills of Zhao Yukong, who, armed with a dagger, meticulously scraped away the adhesive substance nestled within the crevices of the blue stone. Meanwhile, I and the fourth donkey took on the responsibility of illuminating the surroundings. The fourth donkey offered me a cigarette, which I fumbled, allowing it to tumble to the ground. He remarked, "Don't bother picking it up, just get another one. It's of no consequence. As long as you take a puff, it can still be smoked." As I bent down to retrieve the cigarette, a sudden buzzing sensation enveloped my mind, leaving me momentarily stunned. "Dog brother, what is wrong with you?" inquired the fourth donkey. Chapter 12. The Ancient Tomb of the Han Dynasty. Zhao Lukong paused his task, casting a glance in my direction. In that fleeting exchange, I sensed that he too had discerned the underlying significance. The fourth donkey scolded, "What are you two staring at each other for, like turtles eyeing green beans? We are but three. You two better not get too cozy." "Ah, step aside. Let me show you the finesse of my excavation skills," the fourth donkey exclaimed with excitement. "This isn't just packed earth. There must be something beneath." With that declaration, he swung his old pickaxe and began to dig. Zhao Lukong lit a cigarette and asked, "Donkey brother, what do you call yourself?" "I go by Zhang, with the courtesy name of Daddy, and my pseudonym is the Sower. You may refer to me as Zhang Daddy," I responded without hesitation. "Father, dig hard. Uncover something, for you are my grandfather." The fourth donkey disregarded my jest, continuing to dig vigorously as he stated, "Remember, my name is Zheng Qian, bestowed upon me by my grandfather. I am destined to amass great wealth in this lifetime. Hurry up and dig." The four donkeys grunted twice, and one remarked, "Brother Monkey, let us have a probe, if that is too much to ask. A Luoyang shovel would suffice. Digging aimlessly, when will we ever unearth an ancient tomb? I too desire this. Let us not dwell on it. If only I had 10,000 yuan. I would not only provide a probe, but even arrange for an air conditioner and perhaps find a couple of ladies to fan us. Alas, it's merely a lack of funds." The four donkeys laughed heartily and energetically dug into the earth. The yellow soil bestowed upon us a flicker of hope, akin to a dying man awaiting his end on the roadside, when a bowl of ginseng soup is brought forth. This fellow truly possessed strength with a pickaxe. He plunged over half a meter deep, and before long, we unearthed a layer of blue clay. My heart leaped with joy. Whether it was a Han Dynasty tomb or a Liao Dynasty tomb, the burial chamber must lie beneath. Our motley crew resembled a lame donkey paired with a broken millstone. Lacking experience and skill, we were akin to rustic villagers digging in the soil, relying solely on brute force to achieve miracles. After more than an hour, we had forcefully breached the ancient tomb, and by now it was past 8 in the morning. Having not closed our eyes all night, we felt no fatigue. As the saying goes, one must not touch gold when the rooster crows and the lights go out. Yet we are no ordinary individuals. Even knowing that dawn had broken, we were reluctant to let our hard-earned prize slip away. After all, there is a saying, the bold may die from gluttony, while the timid starve. Nothing is more terrifying than poverty. More importantly, I doubted that local villagers could traverse dozens of miles of mountain trails to this desolate place. What purpose would they serve? This location could freeze one's posterior even while conducting illicit affairs. After securing the ropes, we entered the excavation site in succession, and this time we struck it truly right. Below lay the main burial chamber. The tomb is imbued with the essence of Han Dynasty architecture, featuring a unique cross-shaped structure. One side of the passageway is adorned with a substantial stone door, intricately carved with images of soaring birds and roaming beasts, as well as auspicious clouds. The passage stretches over 4 meters, constructed entirely from blue slate, flanked by an array of burial artifacts. A cursory glance reveals bronze lamps in the shape of sheep, vividly painted ceramic pots embellished with dragon and phoenix motifs, lacquered bowls adorned with cloud patterns, and jade carvings of intertwined dragons. Turning to the main chamber of the tomb. 2 stone coffins lie on either side, each exceeding 2 meters in length. Between them rests a lacquered dining table over a meter long, finished in deep black lacquer with touches of red decoration. Upon it, 8 plates are arranged, likely intended for offerings at the time of burial. Any single item among these treasures could fetch a price of 10 to 18,000, leaving us in stunned silence. After a few moments, we embraced each other in excitement, our hearts racing, with heart rates soaring above 150. The 4th donkey exclaimed, "We've struck gold. Brothers, what are we waiting for? Let us pack." Turning to the dog, he added, "You tell us what is valuable, and we shall take it." Suddenly, Zhao Yukong's expression turned grave. Something feels amiss. Look at the 2 coffins. There is molten bronze poured between the coffin and its lid. I retorted, "What does it matter about the coffins? Even without the bronze. With our strength and equipment, could we pry them open? We have no crowbar. Anything we find is a boon. Why hesitate? Let us seize the opportunity." The 4th donkey echoed, "Exactly. What does it matter? Dog brother, what is worth taking? The bronze artifacts are too heavy. We can't carry them this time. Let's grab the jade discs and the bowls and chopsticks from the table. Hurry." Zhao Wukong remained transfixed, gazing at the stone coffin. While I found myself unable to attend to him, my heart raced with an exhilarating fervor, rendering the surroundings surreal. For a fleeting moment, I felt as though I were ensnared in a dream. While the 4 donkeys busied themselves with the smaller items in the tomb passage, I busied myself arranging the dishes on the dining table. Among the plates were remnants of bones, chicken bones and substantial pork knuckle bones, suggesting a lavish feast had been laid out for the journey into the afterlife. As I continued to arrange, an unsettling thought crossed my mind. The dining table was undoubtedly from the Han Dynasty, yet the dishes were incongruous. Adorning the table were tricolored, intricately designed small plates, tricolored, floral-patterned, begonia-shaped dishes, and tricolored chicken comb-shaped pots. Something was amiss. These were not artifacts from the Han Dynasty. Suddenly, Zhao Wukong approached with urgency, casting a glance at the dining table that left him equally bewildered. Tentatively, he inquired, "Are these all tricolored, Tang tricolors?" A shiver ran down my spine as I gritted my teeth and replied, "No, these are not from the Tang Dynasty. The tricolors before us predominantly feature yellow, green, and brown glazes, with no blue. The glazes do not meld, and the surface shows minimal flow. This is Liao tricolor." Zhao Yukong's eyes widened in astonishment as he glanced around, unable to articulate the implications of this revelation. Were it not for my assertion, I too would find it hard to believe. The explanation seemed implausible. Had we traversed time? The interior of the Han tomb bore no signs of looting. Yet how could Liao porcelain possibly be present within a Han tomb? Moreover, above the Han tomb lay a Liao tomb. The lower Han tomb not only remained untouched by thieves, but had also been augmented with artifacts from the Liao dynasty. The Han and Liao dynasties are separated by a millennium, and it is indeed conceivable that 2 distinct groups might have been drawn to the same auspicious site. However, after examining the Han tomb, I find that the Liao tomb appears less like a burial site and more akin to an underground shrine. Could it be that the Liao people paid homage to the Han from over 1,000 years ago? Such a notion is utterly implausible. My mind is filled with questions that defy explanation. The Han were of the Han ethnicity, while the Liao were of the Khitan lineage, with over 1,000 years and vast geographical distances separating them. The idea of Liao people venerating Han individuals is simply unfathomable. This tomb presents an enigma that common reasoning cannot unravel. One of my companions, in frustration, exclaimed, "Hurry up, both of you. I've packed the smaller items. Just get everything you can and let us leave quickly to sell it." Zhao Wukong, in a serious tone, inquired, "I wish to know who the owner of the tomb is." To which the other retorted, "What does it matter to you? Just grab what you can and let us not waste time." I empathized with Zhao Wukong's curiosity. I too yearned to uncover the identity of the tomb's occupant. Yet, in this moment, it seemed unnecessary to expend mental energy on that quandary. The items we had, devoid of inscriptions and unrecorded in historical texts, were artifacts from both the Han and Liao eras, thus inherently valuable. So, I selected several pieces of Liao Sankai and placed them in a snakeskin bag. My intentions were not driven by greed. Rather, I understood that I would return. This was merely a preliminary venture to test the waters. After selling these items for funds to procure better equipment, I would assuredly return, regardless of what lay within the stone sarcophagus, even if it contained only bones. I felt compelled to pry it open. Otherwise, I would find it difficult to sleep at night. Amidst Zhao Wukong's perplexity, we crawled out of the tunnel. The surface was bathed in the warmth of spring, and even the air was sweet. With treasures in hand, I stood tall, my posture imbued with newfound confidence. A pair of jade discs, 4 tricolored plates, and a tricolored coxcomb pot. The snakeskin bag was too conspicuous, so we tucked it directly into our clothing. While the jade discs were awkwardly lodged beneath the armpits of the 4 donkeys. We could not take a taxi back. It wasn't due to a lack of funds, but rather the impression it would leave on the taxi driver, considering that ordinary folk do not squander in such a manner. Moreover, the taxis here are privately owned vehicles operating within the village, with the drivers being local residents. If we hailed a taxi, a few casual remarks would reveal our true circumstances. Our appearance resembled that of a disheveled scavenger rummaging through trash bins for bottles on a university campus. Some onlookers glanced at us, but their curiosity was fleeting, and no one suspected a thing. Upon entering our home, the 4 donkeys promptly locked the door behind us. We excitedly arranged our spoils on the coffee table, gazing at them with unwavering attention. Silence enveloped us, yet each face reflected a multitude of unsaid thoughts. I inwardly lamented the lucrative nature of tomb raiding. The treasures unearthed in a single night could sustain a lifetime of labor for others. However, a dilemma arose. These were not mere ordinary coins or earthenware. The challenge lay in how to sell them. Chapter 13. A roundabout journey to the capital. We needed to carefully consider where to sell our findings. In my understanding, the residents of Beijing are the wealthiest. The Panjiayuan market in Beijing is a veritable sanctuary for antiques, akin to Jerusalem for the devout pilgrims. Anyone with an appreciation for antiques and art, even those not seeking to purchase, must visit Panjiayuan when in Beijing. It can be described as a sacred ground for collectors and enthusiasts. Yet, one must exercise caution, as Panjiayuan is a veritable melting pot, where genuine treasures are often obscured by a plethora of fakes, one authentic piece among 100, or even 1,000. In my mind, I pondered that the treasures we unearthed were indeed genuine. Once taken to Panjiayuan, buyers would surely clamor to purchase them, perhaps even sparking a fray. How could I sue? Maintain order? Should it be first come, first served? That would never do. What if someone offered a higher bid? Gazing upon the antiques before me, my imagination ran wild with delightful visions. It wasn't the arduous journey that troubled me, but rather the anticipation of the long trek that ignited my restlessness. Furthermore, there was the matter of security checks at the train station. Once we passed through, our secret would be laid bare. It is not an exaggeration to say that even a bottle of shaving spray would be confiscated. How much more so our antiques, whose origins we could scarcely articulate. Traveling by bus posed a similar risk, with checkpoints along the route to Beijing. After much deliberation, we could not devise a way to proceed. We considered renting a car, but the cost was prohibitive. Although Zhao Wukong and Si Lizi possessed driving licenses, having a license did not necessarily equate to being able to drive. After a long night of contemplation, I suggested we take a brief rest. However, with the antiques laid out before us, neither of them felt drowsy. To be honest, I wasn't tired either. Si Lizi sparked a cigarette and said, "Dog brother, you have plenty of tricks up your sleeve. How can we get to Beijing?" I grinned and replied, "What tricks are needed? The railway belongs to the state. Can we not find someone to facilitate passage?" As soon as the words left my mouth, a realization struck me. Indeed, with wealth, one can accomplish much. Here we were in Shenyang, a place where anything could be arranged with the right connections. I exclaimed with excitement, "When shall we depart?" "I have a plan to board the train," Si Lizi asked, puzzled. "How will you manage that?" I replied, "We can enlist the help of the Little Red Cap. At the train station entrance, they charge 10 yuan per suitcase, and they will escort you directly onto the train, bypassing security checks altogether." Astonished, Si Lizi exclaimed, "Wow, dog brother, you're brilliant. When shall we depart?" Inquired quadruped donkey. "Why tarry?" He jested, "Let us proceed directly. We shall simply slumber on the train," thus concluding the matter. Without further ado, we gathered our luggage and made haste toward the railway station. This transpired at the North Shenyang Station, an establishment even more chaotic than Panjiayuan. Innkeepers solicited guests, unlicensed vehicles sought passengers, ladies of the night sought patrons, and porters sought heavy baggage. Given our attire, a decade prior we would have been mistaken for purveyors of illicit films outside the station entrance, military overcoats and cotton caps. The very image of black market peddlers. I nearly felt inclined to fling open my coat and inquire, "Kind sir, would you care for a film? We have selections from Japan, Korea, and even Europe." Zhao Wukong queued to procure tickets, while quadruped donkey and I feigned smoking, observing our surroundings. Unlicensed taxi drivers accosted disembarking passengers, and porters cried out, 10 yuan. 10 yuan per item. Presently, Zhao Wukong emerged, brandishing 3 hard-seat tickets. The trio of us were conspicuous. Zhao Wukong, with his slender build and spectacles, possessed the air of an intellectual, perhaps even a university student. One wonders how Zhao's mother's milk could have nourished him into such a lean hound. Quadruped donkey and I retreated to the station's opposite side, while Zhao Wukong, encumbered by luggage, lingered near the entrance, awaiting the approach of a porter. As one would expect from a seasoned professional, the porter swiftly loaded the suitcase onto his cart. Our seat numbers were carriage 5, seats 89 to 91, but for security's sake, I instructed Zhao Wukong to state carriage 5, seats 66 to 68. Having completed the transaction, Zhao Wukong circled back to rendezvous with us. My strategy was to enter the station a mere 15 minutes before departure, allowing us ample time to abscond should unforeseen circumstances arise. We anxiously observed every move of Little Red Riding Hood, ready to flee at the slightest hint of an approaching officer, indifferent to the value of our possessions. After all, life holds greater importance. Fortunately, our fears were unfounded as Little Red Riding Hood seamlessly entered the platform through what appeared to be a staff passage, a large iron gate outside the train station. She greeted the gatekeeper and entered without hesitation, exemplifying the advantages of the sociable Northeast culture. As we queued for security checks and boarding, the vintage red train car exuded a nostalgic charm. Instead of boarding immediately, we lingered outside, smoking by the window, peering through the glass to monitor our luggage's safety. It was only when the crew urged us that we finally boarded. Once inside, we disregarded our suitcase perched above seat 66, opting instead to search for our own seats. Perhaps due to the off-peak season, the carriage, designed for 118 passengers, hosted fewer than 10 souls, so few that even the attendants ceased their cart service. We dispersed casually, awaiting our arrival at Tianjin Station. A certain unspoken rule seemed to have emerged, possibly due to the sparse crowd. The elderly passengers' first act upon boarding was to remove their shoes, propping their feet on the seats across from them. The mingling aromas of instant noodles and garlic sausage created an olfactory experience reminiscent of a springtime pickled cabbage jar, delightfully pungent, yet with a sense of antiquity held within. We embraced all unfavorable conditions. We felt neither fatigue nor hunger, rather an exhilarating energy, though we feigned sleep, eyes closed while our ears remained astutely alert. The red train clanged rhythmically, starting and stopping intermittently, with passengers continually boarding and alighting. By the time we reached Tianjin Station, it was already past midnight. As soon as we exited the station, we were greeted by shouts of "Need a taxi, brother." "Where to, brother? Heading to Jixian?" "One more for Tonggu." Faced with this barrage, we chose to ignore them. In truth, we did wish to take a taxi, however. We had not yet departed Tianjin Station to head straight to Beijing, and given that it was not the peak tourist season, securing train tickets was not an issue. Wouldn't hailing a taxi raise suspicions? In front of Tianjin Station lies a square, bustling with unlicensed taxis and a few middle-aged women inquiring about accommodations. One particularly brazen woman in her 30s, clad provocatively, followed us, asking, "Are you looking for Bing Igua?" After insulting us for our lack of awareness, she departed with a disdainful glance. Having spent a considerable time in Northeast China, I was unfamiliar with Tianjin dialect. When I asked my companion what Bing Igua meant, he explained it referred to Bong Baohua. Indeed, we had no intention of indulging as we had not brought any corn. Across from Tianjin Station flows the Haihe River, bordered by the Liberation Bridge and the Century Bell, with a row of Gothic buildings lining the opposite side. To someone like me, a provincial individual, this was the epitome of a grand metropolis, truly breathtaking. We meandered along the Haihe River for quite some time, circling the Liberation Bridge 7 or 8 times. Street performers sang atop the bridge, while a shirtless, dark-skinned man with no hands begged nearby. It was my first encounter with the vibrant human spirit of a large city. We felt we were destined to open a branch store beside the shirtless beggar. One should not underestimate the beggar. When offered bottled water, he declined, asserting he only drank sweet water. As dawn approached, around 4 in the morning, when even dogs seemed to doze off, we resolved to seek a ride from an unlicensed taxi into Beijing. Chapter 14. The unlicensed taxi driver. There was no need to search for unlicensed taxis. As soon as we stepped out of the train station with our luggage in tow, we were immediately approached by a multitude of drivers. "Need a ride, buddy? Where to?" "Brother, it's cheap. Tonggu, then hi, just one more seat." "Looking for a hotel, young man? Interested in some company?" Amidst the throng of chatter, We selected a slightly familiar-looking elder. I inquired, "Are you headed to Beijing?" "Indeed, I can take you anywhere." "How much to Happy Valley?" I was taken aback. A ride booked through a ride-hailing app just outside would cost around 200 yuan, yet this old chap demanded 600. He was charging per person 200 each. How outrageous. I promptly turned to leave, but the elder quickly pursued me, saying, "Wait, my friend, let us make it cheaper. 500 for the trip." 150, I retorted curtly. 250 is unlucky. Add 10 more, and it's 260. I said 150. The elder glared at me in disbelief, momentarily frozen in place, while we continued to stride ahead, ready to fend off the next driver's advances. "Where to?" another driver queried. At that moment, the previous elder dashed back, adopting a Tianjin accent, exclaiming, "Oh dear, fine, 150 it is, but no highway." After saying this, he made a helpless expression towards the nearby driver, jesting, "3 of you going to Beijing Happy Valley for 150, looks like we're laboring here." This left a sour taste in my mouth. Ride-hailing services offered comparable rates with better service. Why did unlicensed taxis have to be even more exorbitant? It is crucial to emphasize that when traveling to Tianjin, one should refrain from hailing a taxi and instead opt for a ride-sharing service, as this can save a considerable amount of money and hassle. Upon seeing the vehicle, I was taken aback. It was a truly dubious car, its exterior marred by extensive patches of yellow putty, likely scavenged from Panjiayuan. It appeared to be a collection of parts cobbled together into a makeshift vehicle. Once inside, the driver incessantly rambled on, first claiming that the fare was too low, then lamenting the poor condition of the roads and insisting that an additional 100 yuan would afford us the luxury of the expressway. My frustration simmered. The man's persuasive skills would have surely excelled in sales. Despite our silence, he persisted, finally reducing our speed to approximately 30 kilometers per hour, asserting that the roads were treacherous and riddled with potholes, thereby necessitating a slower pace. He suggested that if we were not in a hurry, we should take our time, as traffic in Beijing was notoriously congested and we might not secure tickets upon arrival. We remained mute. The driver continued, "You must be from the northeast. You're here for leisure, so why be so miserly? You won't enjoy yourselves that way." Noticing my disinterest and that I was resting my eyes, he abruptly slammed on the brakes, reiterating, "See? The roads are indeed poor. An extra 100 yuan would get us on the expressway." I, growing increasingly impatient, replied, "Let us take the expressway. I will cover the toll." However, he retorted that I would still need to add 100 yuan to compensate for the wear and tear on his vehicle. My irritation mounted. It was blatant extortion. The toll for the expressway was around 50 yuan, and while we were willing to pay that, his insistence on an additional 100 for vehicle maintenance felt unjust. If I were wealthy, I would have gladly offered him 200 just to silence him. Seeing us in silence, the driver chuckled and remarked, "Staying at home without money is much better. Why venture out for leisure?" After saying this, he lit a cigarette. We, too, felt fatigued, and the 4 companions attempted to procure a cigarette, but the driver promptly intervened, stating, "You cannot smoke. The ash will be troublesome to clean from the car. However, if you had 50 yuan for cleaning, feel free to smoke." With no spare change in our pockets, the 4 companions reluctantly stowed their cigarettes away. It was infuriating, considering the driver's vehicle was already unkempt, with a container of 8 treasure porridge on the central console brimming with cigarette butts. The audacity of the driver, smoking one cigarette after another, seemed deliberately tantalizing. Feeling nauseated from the swaying, I coolly remarked, "Brother, we are merely in our 20s. Can you guess why we all sport shaved heads?" The driver glanced at the rearview mirror, his demeanor dripping with disdain, and scoffed. "Why? Because we just emerged from prison." I articulated deliberately. Instantly, the driver's attitude shifted, sitting up straighter, and he inquired, "What transgression could you have committed at such a young age?" "Robbing a taxi," I replied with precision. It was palpable that the driver's expression grew tense. I continued, "Were we affluent, 50 yuan would be trivial. We could easily part with 500. The truth is, we are here in Beijing seeking avenues for income. To be candid, we have given you 150 yuan for the fare, and tonight we lack even the means for lodging." After a moment of contemplation, the driver remarked, "This place is safer than the northeast. Just look at the streetlights and the patrolling police." I chuckled. You must be cautious. Nowadays, getting caught for driving an unlicensed taxi could cost you at least 50,000. It would be wise to steer clear of the police." The driver glanced at the rearview mirror, where Zhao Wukong and the 4 donkeys wore expressions that were more grim than jovial. adopting a carefree demeanor. I hesitated for a moment, and suddenly, the driver's attitude performed a complete turnaround. With a tone of ingratiation, he said, "Oh, if you have no money, then it's no problem. Just pay less for the fare. 100 will suffice. 50? Sure, just 50. If you're broke, I'll let you ride for free. Just be careful not to get into trouble again after coming out." Whether one gets into trouble or not depends on the mood, doesn't he it? I retorted, neither warm nor cold. The driver offered a cigarette, saying, "Come on, have a smoke. Regardless of your mood, just enjoy yourself." Initially, I had no intention of engaging too much with the driver, but his incessant chatter became bothersome. I realized he was unlikely to report me, especially since the crackdown on unlicensed taxis was severe, with vehicles being impounded and hefty fines imposed, often leaving those from less fortunate backgrounds in financial ruin. Afterward, the driver not only merged onto the highway, but also drove swiftly and steadily. My heart was filled with mixed emotions. This world often preys on the honest, and there are plenty who bully the weak while fearing the strong. Yet, those who are reckless fear nothing, and we were just that, desperate outlaws. We arrived safely at Beijing Happy Valley, and seeing the crowd around us emboldened the driver further. After parking the car, he stepped out for a smoke and remarked, "Next time you go out, remember to bring more money. Whether or not you end up in jail, having fun requires spending." I stretched and remarked, "Indeed. It's not as if there are no profits to be made. Your clandestine taxi service is quite commendable. Tell me, what purpose does it serve to adorn such a dilapidated vehicle with a prestigious license plate? Even the police would take a second glance at it." With that, I gestured slightly with my chin towards the driver, then produced 150 yuan. The driver appeared somewhat hesitant, unsure whether to accept it. I presumed he understood the underlying threat in my words. If things went awry, we would have no choice but to report him. Upon accepting the money, the driver even offered us cigarettes before accelerating away. While I was aware he would likely curse us under his breath, a sense of secret satisfaction lingered within me. By 7 in the morning, the entrance to Happy Valley was teeming with throngs of people, queuing in anticipation. Just gazing at the grand entrance convinced me that this place would undoubtedly be delightful. However, our destination lay 3 kilometers away at the Panjiayuan Antique Market. Our hearts brimmed with excitement upon our arrival in the capital. I felt tempted to bow thrice before the gates of Happy Valley. Navigating through the morning rush hour, we followed the navigation on foot towards Panjiayuan. Even before entering the market, the sidewalks were lined with numerous vendors selling an eclectic array of goods: Bodhi seeds, walnuts, antique plates and bowls, ancient books, and even appliances from the 1980s. As we ventured further, the illustrious sign of the Panjiayuan Antique Market finally came into view. Inside the market, the vast canopy area was filled with stalls, each vendor closely situated to the next, offering a myriad of items: amber, turquoise, walnut bracelets, jade jewelry, porcelain jars, bronze weaponry, stone carvings, ancient fans, calligraphy, and even old books and comics were available for purchase. My eyes widened in wonder, and I couldn't help but marvel at the richness of this vibrant city. Indeed, the majority of what one encounters is but a facade. It is no exaggeration to assert that artifacts from 80 years past are likely fabricated. Even the cigarettes held by the vendors may not be authentic. A quiet chuckle escapes me, as it mirrors the sentiments expressed online at the train station. Only the trains possess veracity, while at Panjiayuan, even the couples may not be genuine. The stalls are a veritable cornucopia of dubious wares, ranging from terracotta warriors to bronze swords, with even the least expensive item likely deserving of a life sentence in deceit. Chapter 15. An unfavorable start. The more I wander through Panjiayuan, the more my heart sinks. Whether it be obscure or popular antiques, even the most sinister relics seem to abound, with numerous vendors peddling items such as the mystical Gabala from Tibet. It is said that this peculiar artifact is crafted from the brow bones of numerous high monks. Its authenticity remains uncertain. Yet one would presume that even forgeries would not be fashioned from pig or cattle bones. There is something decidedly eerie about it. By the time I complete my circuit, it is already noon, and we remain undecided regarding where to sell our own items. The small-scale vendors are undoubtedly hesitant to accept our wares, having just been unearthed. Our possessions are ill-suited for display to attract customers. The surrounding shops are densely packed, each enticing us to enter, yet they simultaneously instill a sense of trepidation. Why? Because we lack the courage to step inside. Why the hesitation? Frankly, I cannot articulate it. We are the sellers, yet we are bereft of the requisite confidence. It feels akin to perusing luxury vehicles in a Mercedes-Benz dealership with empty pockets. Perhaps it is an inherent inferiority complex. We are unaccustomed to the world beyond our own. Even the mere mention of the capital, Beijing, imposes an overwhelming weight upon us. In this moment, we resemble Li Chunlai from Ghost blows out the light. The vendor of embroidered shoes, yearning for a friendly conversation to break the silence. After 2 days of sleeplessness, fatigue compounded by an empty stomach had pushed my body to its limits. My vision blurred, oscillating between darkness and light, as if I might succumb to an untimely fate at any moment. The bustling crowd at Panjiayuan left me uncertain whether I was awake or trapped in a dream. Logically, we ought to find a place to rest and replenish our spirits, as restoring our energy would facilitate more favorable negotiations with potential buyers. Yet, we dared not succumb to slumber. Until the money was securely in our hands, our minds remained vigilant despite our weary bodies. Zhao Yukong suggested, "Let us first find a place to dine. We can also take a moment to gather our thoughts on where to sell." I inquired, "How much do we have left?" 45. "After purchasing 2 packs of cigarettes, we'll have 35 remaining," he replied. "Very well, let us seek a modest eatery." For donkeys chimed in. "But the cost of living in Beijing is exorbitant. What can we possibly eat for 10 yuan each?" Ideally, we sought a place selling boxed meals, reminiscent of the self-service eateries prevalent in northeast China, where one could feast for a mere 10 yuan. However, this was Beijing, and particularly Panjiayuan, where finding such an affordable meal seemed an impossible task. After a circuitous search, we entered a Lanzhou noodle shop. A bowl of noodles cost 8 yuan, and one could request extra noodles. With broth aplenty, it might not be a gourmet delight, but it would suffice to stave off hunger and grant us a brief respite. While we awaited our noodles, for donkeys remarked, "I say, dog brother, monkey brother, where shall we sell our goods next?" Zhao Yukong replied, "Let us observe whether there are any officials monitoring the stalls outside. If not, we shall find a suitable spot to set up." Our belongings had just been unearthed, and an expert could discern their value at a glance. Reluctant to set up a stall, I tentatively suggested, "I believe it's challenging to sell items at street stalls. It would be more prudent to explore the shops within Panjiayuan. Ideally, we could make a swift sale, whether it be a large or small transaction. Any profit would suffice and save us the hassle." The 4 donkeys whispered, "What if they alert the authorities?" I mused, "Can a white cloth remain unblemished after soaking in a dye vat for too long?" Zhao Yukong, bewildered, inquired, "What dye vat?" The 4 donkeys shot me a reproachful glance and remarked, "When speaking with Yukong, refrain from nonsense. What dog brother means is that there are no virgins in a brothel." I nodded in appreciation. Indeed, the 4 donkeys possessed a cultured eloquence, speaking plainly yet vividly. After satisfying our appetites, we meandered with our luggage, circling twice. The streets were bustling with stall vendors and tourists, yet few seemed inclined to purchase anything, likely merely enjoying the spectacle. Among the myriad of shops, we meticulously selected one named Gu Yuan Gu. Compared to others, Gu Yuan Gu appeared unremarkable, its entrance shabby and worn. However, the proprietress within was striking, visible through the glass door. She donned a low-cut short dress, draped a yellow fox fur over her shoulder, and paired her ensemble with black stockings and red stilettos, reminiscent of a mischievous schoolmistress from a wartime film. As she delicately dusted the counter with a feather duster, she was a sight to behold. In a certain sense, desire can embolden one as spirit. I am a quintessential individual whose values are guided by appearances. In the realm of commerce, why not seek a discerning buyer who aligns with my desires? Moreover, the establishment before me remains ambiguous. Whether it specializes in antiques or other wares is yet to be determined. I lingered at the entrance for a brief half-minute, inhaling deeply before stepping inside the shop. The alluring woman assessed us and inquired, "What do you fancy? Feel free to take a look." Inwardly, I mused, "Can you truly present the items that capture my interest?" A friend had recommended this place, claiming that you offer fair prices for acquisitions. I feigned an air of mystery. Upon learning I was there to sell, the woman swiftly altered her demeanor. She leaned against the glass counter, propping her chin on her palm. Her visage exuded a distinct Hong Kong charm, thick brows, large expressive eyes, a cherry-red mouth, and a porcelain complexion, smooth and radiant, starkly contrasting with the fabricated beauty of social media influencers. Her figure was alluringly curvaceous, were I to assign a score. I would grant her 5 points, 1 for allure, 1 for restraint, 1 for maturity, 1 for subtlety, and 1 for gentleness. She remarked, "We never purchase items here." "Are you certain you've come to the right place?" Maintaining an air of composure, I replied, "Indeed, this is Antique Connection. My friend mentioned you offer reasonable prices for goods." "You little rascal, trying to outsmart me. Now, let me see what you have," she said. The enchanting woman swayed towards me, her high heels clicking rhythmically on the floor, causing my heart to race in synchrony with her movements. "You ask if I buy. But I must first ascertain the nature of your items. What is it? Have you come to peddle a family heirloom?" I harbored similar thoughts, regardless of the outcome. It was prudent to let her take a glance. At the very least, we could ascertain a value, which would provide us with some guidance for our next shop visit. Consequently, I instructed the 4 mules to open the trunk. The jade disc was wrapped like an onion, encased in layer upon layer of newspaper, revealing only a small fragment. The beautiful lady immediately interjected, "That's enough. Don't unveil it further." "I refuse." I retorted with displeasure. "What do you mean? Refuse to look?" "Humph, little monkey. This is not a place for your arrogance. This item is not just unwanted by me, but by everyone in Panjiayuan." "Why?" she inquired. "This is a genuine artifact. A treasure passed down through generations from the Western Han dynasty, and I intended to sell it to recoup some costs." "The earthy smell is too overpowering," she remarked. My mind buzzed with disbelief. This woman was astute indeed, able to discern that the item had only recently been excavated with just a single glance. "Let us go. Let us not sell it. Other shopkeepers won't be as kind-hearted as I am. Just pretend you haven't seen us." The 4 mules whispered, "Sell it cheaply. I wouldn't accept it even for free. Don't stir up trouble. Let us depart quickly." The lady's words fell upon us like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing all our hopeful fantasies. Her remarks weighed upon us like a colossal stone, rendering us breathless. The fatigue from the past few days surged forth, leaving us both weary and chilled, and dragging the suitcase felt akin to lugging an iron lump. We fell into silence, with no one blaming Zhao Wukong. He had indeed spoken the truth. We had unearthed something, but the market for it remained elusive. Through the discerning gaze of the beautiful lady, I swiftly comprehended that the shopkeepers in Panjiayuan were not mere storytellers, but possessed genuine expertise. As the funds on hand dwindled and selling items was not an option, we could only seek a place to rest, at the very least to catch up on some sleep. Our choices were severely limited: a bank ATM or an internet CAF. The bank was out of the question, as the security personnel had yet to conclude their shifts, and 3 bald men lingered beside the ATM, casting wary glances at anyone who approached. The internet CAF was equally unfeasible. Lacking the funds to access a computer, we would simply be expelled. After much contemplation, I proposed, "Why don't we find a subway station? We want to enter the premises and can avoid security checks, blending in until nightfall. Once the bank employees finish their shifts, we can return to the ATM to rest." One of my companions inquired, "What about tomorrow?" "Let us focus on resting first. If we don't sleep soon, we risk collapsing from exhaustion. If Panjiayuan is not an option, there is still the ghost market. Selling a few items there could provide us a means of survival." Zhao Wukong nodded in agreement, suggesting we first take a nap, then devise a plan to reach the ghost market. However, the question of where to sleep loomed large. The most suitable choice would have been the train station, where individuals often slept on the ground. Alas, we could not reach it. We had no money for a taxi, and riding the subway was impossible due to security restrictions. Our avenues for survival were thoroughly obstructed. At that moment, the nearest subway station to Panjiayuan was Jinsong Station, less than 2 kilometers away. We dragged our suitcase towards the subway station as dusk fell. Along the roadside, numerous restaurants were bustling with patrons, exchanging toasts at their tables. The hot pot establishment was particularly lively, with condensation forming on the windows from the chilled air inside, while diners savored their meals with gusto. The tender greens glistened, and generous portions of lamb, larger than eggs, were dipped in sesame sauce. How delightful they must have tasted. Meanwhile, we huddled like stray dogs at Jinsong subway station. Chapter 16. A desperate resurgence. The Jinsong subway station teemed with a multitude of passers-by, each casting curious glances in our direction. While I could tolerate the scrutiny of older gentlemen, I was taken aback by the numerous young and beautiful women whose gazes sliced through me like blades, as if they could carve away a pound of my flesh with a mere glance. It was only later that I discovered Jinsong and Shuangjing were indeed the vibrant heart of Beijing, a congregation of enchanting female streamers, sweet student girls, urban white-collar workers, and sophisticated matrons. At that moment, however, I remained oblivious, desperately pulling my cap lower and huddling close to my companions. With our luggage pressing down upon us, our solitary hope for a miraculous turnaround. Our phones were devoid of power, and if we failed to sell the antiques the following day, our only recourse would be to part with my Nokia 5230, a device we had purchased together upon my release, hardly having graced my hands for a fortnight. I fell into a deep slumber, filled with dreams I had never experienced before. Alas, arise. Is this truly a place for slumber? A disheveled security guard, with his cap askew, kicked me with a shoe while uttering these words. I jolted awake, instinctively checking on my suitcase. The guard spoke with a thick southern accent, his appearance reminiscent of the alternative styles popular around 2007, an embodiment of a noble yet rebellious youth. Hurry now, gather your belongings and leave swiftly, he commanded, his face a mask of disdain. Had this been a different time, I would have surely retorted, but with empty pockets and a weakened spirit. I could only rouse my companions, see Luzi and Zhao Yukong, and pack our things with a sense of defeat. Like stray dogs, we had no choice but to flee when chased. Excuse me, what time is it? I inquired. It's 11 o'clock. We must hurry, he urged. He spoke as if he were warding off misfortune. The April air in Beijing still held a hint of chill, particularly in the streets where few souls wandered. Our hearts felt colder than the sky. We meandered through the streets of Beijing, dragging our suitcases, the night enveloped in silence, allowing us to hear the grumbling of each other's stomachs, yet we stubbornly insisted that the ramen had yet to settle, leaving us uncomfortably full. We casually approached an ATM at a nearby bank, exchanging little in the way of conversation, while the corner continued to slumber. I sensed that they were awake, yet we all feigned sleep with our eyes closed, tears betraying us as they streamed down our cheeks. Living was an arduous endeavor for ordinary souls. Transcending social classes proved even more daunting. Perhaps I was destined for a life devoid of luxury, bound to toil and labor for the entirety of my existence. Acceptance seemed the only path forward. Perhaps I would find myself tightening screws in a factory. Amidst my drowsiness, I heard a series of knocks, and I abruptly opened my eyes to see someone outside pelting small stones against the bank's glass door. Zhao Yukong and Si Lufzi awoke simultaneously. I peered outside to find the streets devoid of pedestrians and passing vehicles, save for a few parked sedans along the roadside. As my pupils adjusted, the scene gradually sharpened into focus. A woman clad in an apricot-hued trench coat leaned against the front of a black sedan, with a cigarette delicately pinched between her fingertips. She exhaled clouds of smoke into the night breeze, the orange glow of the streetlight illuminating her flowing hair, enhancing her allure with each inhalation and exhalation. Upon closer inspection, her silhouette became increasingly recognizable. She was the proprietress of the antique shop. Noticing our emergence, she discarded her cigarette, tapped her high heels, and waved us over to the car. Before we could react, she gracefully opened the door and took her place in the driver's seat. This is a luxurious sedan that I never dared to dream of. We exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. For donkeys murmured, could it be a case of black eating black? That woman is deliberately lurking outside the bank's surveillance, so stay vigilant. I replied, for donkeys, and I will get in the car. Zhao Rukong should stay here. If we don't hear anything by tomorrow, you must call the police. No way. I'm sticking with you too. If we're to perish, we shall do so together. The situation was rather comical. What was merely getting into a vehicle felt akin to a tearful farewell. I, too, felt fear gnawing at my insides, yet what was there to be afraid of? A worthless life is just that, a worthless life. If death comes, so be it. Perhaps I could bribe a little ghost and reincarnate into a more favorable scenario. As I opened the car door, a wave of exotic fragrance enveloped me. It was sandalwood. My first thought was that this woman must be quite affluent. Upon closer inspection of the leather seats, comfort radiated even before I sat down. I took my place in the front seat, while the beautiful lady didn't even glance our way, shutting the door firmly before flooring the accelerator and speeding off. Where are we headed? I inquired. Are you looking to sell something? I'm taking you to a splendid place. Where? You're not planning to harvest our kidneys, are you? For donkeys quipped. If anyone's getting harvested, it should be mine. My kidneys are in prime condition. At that time, with the emergence of the iPhone, many young individuals resorted to selling their kidneys to afford one, making the term quite popular. The beautiful lady chuckled disdainfully and remarked, with your little trinkets, I wouldn't even bat an eyelash. Where exactly do you intend to take us? I pressed. You ask too many questions. Aren't you eager to sell something? Let me assist you, and consider me part of your venture, if you will. After a moment of contemplation, I replied earnestly, of course, if the items can be sold, you shall receive 60%, while the remaining 40% will be divided among us brothers. Well, that sounds rather generous. What do you have? A pair of jade discs from the Western Han Dynasty, for Tang Sankai plates, and a Sankai cockerel vase, all of which are Liao Sankai. The beautiful woman nodded and inquired, how much do you wish to sell them for? I was unfamiliar with the antique market here, where the value of items fluctuates dramatically. What was once used as firewood in rural areas, like walnuts, can now fetch thousands for a pair. A string of blood coral prayer beads that once sold for over 100,000 is now uniformly priced at 50 for 2 strands. What about you? What price do you have in mind? She asked. Taking a deep breath, I responded, I don't care how much they sell for. As long as we can each earn 10,000, that will suffice. 10,000. My goodness, you all dig tirelessly for treasures and are content with just 10,000? Indeed. I affirmed with certainty. Why is that? She queried unexpectedly. I replied candidly, we are newcomers in this field, lacking experience and equipment. We aim to secure a bit of money first, purchase the necessary tools, and then seek out ancient tombs. We also hope to establish a long-term collaboration with you, to support each other in this endeavor. The beautiful woman scrutinized me with a piercing gaze, making me somewhat uncomfortable. Lighting a cigarette, she asked, what else is inside the tomb? My heart skipped a beat as I realized her keen insight. She could tell we had not completely excavated the tomb. Bronze artifacts and stone coffins, I replied. Having concluded, I meticulously recounted the entire process of our tomb raiding to the enchanting young woman, who merely nodded in silence, offering no further commentary. After driving for over an hour, we finally halted in the midst of a vast farmland. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, devoid of any illumination. Were it not for the presence of 2 nearby vehicles, I would have firmly believed we had arrived at a site for nefarious deeds. The existence of these vehicles was indeed peculiar. They lingered near the farmland, yet seemed to deliberately evade detection, shrouded in darkness with windows opaque, save for the white exhaust vapors hinting at the presence of occupants within. Puzzled, I inquired, where is this? Where are you headed? The young woman disregarded my questions, alighting from the vehicle to open the trunk, disappearing into the abyss of night with her suitcase. One of my companions leaned over and mused. This woman wouldn't be involved in anything sinister, would she? Surely not, I replied. If she intended harm, she would have acted by now. Zhao Wukong chimed in with a similar sentiment. I whispered, oh, let us not fret. She's just one woman, and we are 3 men. Even if more men were to join us, we could certainly hold our own. After a brief pause, I continued, isn't 30,000 a bit on the low side? Chapter 17. Oiling the soles, one of my companions remarked, it's not too low. 30,000 is ample for anything. This is merely an appetizer. The main course lies ahead. That bronze sheep lamp and the joss paper. We should each walk away with at least 100,000. I concurred. Indeed, we need to upgrade our gear. We currently possess nothing of value, and tomb raiding is certainly not feasible under these conditions. Zhao Wukong added, the 30,000 also demonstrates our sincerity. If we can secure a connection with this woman, the opportunities for profit will be abundant in the future. When will you bring a real woman for me to see? Mock the 4 donkeys. Zhao Wukong asserted, it is not difficult to rob tombs. It merely requires physical strength. The challenge lies in transforming antiques into cash. If we can cater to a beautiful young lady well, our sales channels will open. After some idle chatter, the beautiful young lady approached briskly, curiously without the box in her hands. Once in the car, she started the engine without even turning on the lights and sped away. Where are the items? I inquired in astonishment. Wait for news, she replied. Is it consignment? An auction. If it can be auctioned, we will be notified in due time. What do you mean? The beautiful young lady remained silent, driving for over 10 minutes before finally switching on the headlights. It was only upon reaching the city that she began to speak. Where do you plan to go? We have no money. We cannot go anywhere, I replied. This was a candid truth, a precautionary measure. If the beautiful young lady were to abandon us in the vast expanse of Beijing, amidst the throngs of people, where would I find someone? Although I knew where her shop was located, if she were to deny it vehemently, we would have no recourse to report her. At this moment, our predicament paralleled that of the illegal taxi driver. The terms were dictated by her. How much do you have left? Less than 10 yuan. We plan to sell our phones to buy a meal. Nonsense, I retorted. If we could afford a night at an internet CAF, we would not be sleeping next to a bank ATM. The beautiful young lady cast a surprised glance at me, and seeing my sincere expression, she said, I will give you 30,000 yuan first. It should be sufficient for your expenses over the next few days. My surname is Bai. You can call me Sister Bai from now on. I paid no heed to her subsequent words, my thoughts consumed solely by the prospect of the 30,000 yuan she promised me. This woman truly exhibited unparalleled generosity, discussing the sum as if it were mere trifles. As we arrived at Panjiayuan, the dawn was breaking. She retrieved 3 bundles of crisp, red bills from her bag and handed them to me. also providing her phone number with the request that I call her in a couple of days. The beautiful lady mentioned an auction at the end of April, stating that if our items were selected, we could auction them directly. If not, she would help us find a market, taking a 20% commission. Before departing, she earnestly cautioned us, do not underestimate the intelligence of those who operate shops in Panjiayuan. They are astute individuals. Your little tricks will be of no consequence here. To be frank, with your attire and demeanor, any shop owner would immediately recognize you as tomb raiders. After leaving us, Sister Bai drove away with an air of nonchalance. What's that woman's name? Baijia? As in the Baijia? One of my companions queried. It seems to be Sister Bai, Zhao Yukong replied. Who cares what her name is, Brother Donkey? Brother Monkey, why are we in Beijing? For the money, of course. Have we secured the funds? They both nodded affirmatively. Then let's make haste. Are we not waiting for the auction? The fourth companion asked, astonished. What else is there to wait for? The longer we linger, the more dreams we may have. 30,000 yuan is a sufficient sum. When the auction occurs, let that woman handle it. As long as we receive our payment, we have nothing to lose. The main prize is the bronze sheep lamp. All right, let's go then. We've got money in our pockets. What is there to fear? While others order lamb by the plate, we opt for it by the kilogram. Each of us indulges in 2 kilograms of tender lamb. The 6 kilograms of lamb rolls arranged on the table resembling a towering mountain. It's the first time I, Sue, have been so extravagant. I cannot resist the urge to scoop up 10 slices of lamb rolls with a single chopstick. There is no need for side dishes. It is simply a matter of savoring the lamb in hearty bites, relishing every moment of indulgence. After satiating our appetites, we promptly hail a cab to Beijing Station. Making our swift exit, my companions and I leave 1,000 yuan each, entrusting the remaining funds to Zhao Yukong, who is responsible for procuring our equipment. With newfound money, my companions have become quite reckless, embarking on a spree of excessive indulgence. I am uncertain of where he has made these connections. Yet Zhao Yukong and I have cleared out our rooms for him on several occasions. It seems prudent to abandon our pursuits. Panjiayuan is teeming with shrewd individuals, and we, mere novices, would find ourselves at a loss. Henceforth, we shall explore alternative avenues. The path through Panjiayuan has proven perilous. Zhao Yukong, astonished, remarked, aside from Panjiayuan and Beijing, other locales lack such appetite. I have a Western Zhou noble tomb. However, disposing of the artifacts poses a challenge. Perhaps we could venture to Shenyang Road in Tianjin? I declined, asserting that the place is even more absurd than Panjiayuan, filled with a crowd merely engaging in comedic storytelling. They would claim that even a second-hand motorcycle was once ridden by Qianlong, and sanitary napkins were said to have been used by Cixi during her first menstruation. Zhao Yukong inhaled deeply and mused. I feel somewhat indebted to Sister Bai. She did provide us with funds. I retorted with a hiss. What? You foolish lad. We did not offer her anything in return. She is the true victor. We are merely fleeing without honor. I have investigated, and those items are worth at least 500,000. She exchanged 30,000 for 500,000, a profit of several times over. Is there such an opportunity in this world? Alas, envy and resentment abound. By the way, it is said that we cannot visit Panjiayuan. We must choose another location and acquire more experience. Otherwise, we might be deceived and end up counting someone else's money. The waters at Panjiayuan run too deep. Currently, the issue lies with the bronze lamp. There is no avenue for its sale. Without selling it, we lack the funds to explore the Western Zhou tombs. We need specialized equipment such as probes, climbing ropes, and floodlights, and we must also reserve a few thousand for expenses. The funds at hand are barely sufficient. And once we excavate the Western Zhou tomb, we will have nowhere to sell our findings. Suddenly, I recalled the ancestral grave of Zhao Wukong and inquired, Monkey brother, what is contained within that jar at your family tomb? A dismembered woman, presumably a concubine purchased by my ancestor for burial purposes. There is also another jar tightly packed with burlap, resembling a handwritten copy of a book, but my ancestor confiscated it, so I am unaware of its contents. Goodness. Even in death, your ancestor desired 2 women. Why are you so intrigued? Aren't you as well? It must have been at least half an hour by now. Let us go knock on the door and frighten him. Rolling my eyes, I replied, act like a human being. As we spoke, hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway. By the sound of it, there were quite a few people. I was on the 17th floor, and this group must have climbed at least 8 or 9 flights. I thought to myself, this is not good. If they climbed such a high building without using the elevator, their intentions cannot be benign. I whispered, damn it. They might be here to check the water meter. Gather the 4 donkeys. We must flee swiftly. Chapter 18. The height of skill as I pounded on the door with my foot while attempting to unlock it. The 4 companions were drenched in sweat. The young girl screamed in terror, and before I could explain, I bellowed, "The thunder is coming. Quick, let us make our escape." Without hesitation, the 4 dashed out, hastily donning their undergarments and leaving their shoes behind. We could not take the elevator, so we sprinted up the alternate fire escape. For I was certain that there were adversaries lurking below. The bronze lamp remained in the room. Breathless, one of my companions exclaimed, "What time is it? Our lives are at stake." "No, what I mean is, we need to catch them in the act and seize the evidence. That is indeed contraband. Stop with the nonsense. You've taken both the contraband and the evidence. Without proof, how can they confront us?" We reached the rooftop in one breathless rush. The combination of anxiety and the relentless climb tightened my throat, nearly leaving me gasping for air. Peering over the edge, I noted the absence of police vehicles at the entrance of the community, leaving me bewildered. Could it be that they were not after us? This was all a transient rental? Could they be pursuing infidelity? No, that was implausible. An ordinary person wouldn't think to take the stairs in such a scenario. Suddenly, one of my companion's phones rang. "It's the young lady," he said. "Answer it," I urged. "Hello, where have you been?" I could discern that the girl was feigning calmness, her voice trembling slightly. Without a moment's hesitation, my companion hung up, teeth clenched, and declared, "This is bad. They are indeed after us. There must be someone down below. What should we do?" My mind raced. With adversaries below and no means of escape from the rooftop, we were trapped. And soon this group would undoubtedly discover our hiding place. "Hurry, throw away your phone and follow me," I urged, dashing out of the building. This establishment was filled with short-term rentals, and many left their doors ajar for convenience after cleaning. If we could find an open door, we might gain a moment's respite. As I stepped into the stairwell, chaos erupted below, with the sounds of fire door alarms echoing through various floors. How many people have arrived? We decided to ascend to the top floor, knocking on the first door we encountered. No answer. We proceeded to the next. Upon reaching the third door, a bespectacled young man cautiously opened it, and we surged inside, our entrance resembling a heist. With my companions restraining the young man, I whispered, "Stay silent. We seek neither riches nor bloodshed. If you understand, blink." The young man, paralyzed with fear, blinked frantically. I continued my intimidation. "If you dare make a sound, I will end you." Gradually, my companions relaxed their grip, and Zhao Wukong confiscated the young man's phone. I noticed a game still running on his computer, and I instructed him to continue playing without any tricks. We would merely hide for a moment before departing. The young man, on the verge of tears, pleaded, "Hero, I am not gay. I have some money. Taking a little is fine. Just don't call the police." Indeed. Given our attire, just underwear, anyone would assume we were after something more nefarious. We desired nothing but to evade the situation and would leave shortly. I glanced outside, and the scene remained unremarkable. No police in sight, nor any suspicious vehicles. Listening to the corridor, it was a cacophony of footsteps, likely 5 or 6 individuals. I contemplated peering through the peephole but hesitated, fearful of uncovering a group staring back at me. Zhao Wukong silently mouthed, "What should we do?" How could I possibly know? We had to wait for them to exit the building. Only then could I ascertain their true nature. Be they gods or demons, a mere glimpse would suffice. Countless scenarios flitted through my mind. The first was the police, though their likelihood of using the stairs seemed slim. The second was an infidelity sting, for rascals rendezvousing with college students hardly warranted such a spectacle. Beyond that, I was at a loss. One thing was certain, this group was intent on finding us. The footsteps continued in the corridor, and I sensed someone inching from door to door, listening for sounds within. I gestured to the 4 rascals to indicate the computer. He immediately grasped my intent, launching a film on the small device, the volume perfectly calibrated. I then turned on the shower in the bathroom. At times, I marveled at my own counter-surveillance skills. Yet, the adversary was cunning. They triggered the fire alarm in the corridor. Darn it, my cleverness had backfired. Should I dash out amidst the chaos? No, that seemed ill-advised. They were no ordinary forces, and regular troops would not resort to such tactics. A chill ran through me. Could it be that someone aimed to seize our bronze lamp? What is more terrifying than a regular army is the presence of those who lurk in the shadows, at least in a brothel. One might find a glimmer of hope for survival, but if caught by the underworld, one might not only face death but also endure severe injuries. Our endeavor of tomb raiding has remained a secret known solely to Sister Bai, and I suspect that this group may very well have been summoned by her. The corridor was alive with chaos, panic-stricken voices, curses, disputes, and the faint crackle of static from the walkie-talkies. I could vaguely hear someone shout that a fight had broken out and assistance was needed on the 17th floor. A surge of delight surged within me. This was the Northeast, a place where the people were fiercely resilient. In such tumult, even the most stubborn would yield. I pressed my ear against the security door, eavesdropping on the conversations outside, which hinted that someone had gone down. With so many people gathered, they likely lacked the courage to act against us. I opened the security door, feigning the demeanor of someone just awakened, and poked my head out to inquire, "What is going on with all these people?" A burly man replied, "Damn it, who knows where that fool came from to trigger the fire alarm? What a wretched day. Where is everyone? Off to the police station, I suppose. A brawl has broken out downstairs. Everyone has gone down. Hell, I must go over there. This is sheer bullying." Another man added, "I truly don't know where they came from, dressed in their suits, acting all high and mighty. When I emerged, they told me to keep quiet. I gave one of them a good smack, and he settled down." I closed the door, allowing myself a sigh of relief. The bespectacled young man looked at us with palpable anxiety. I whispered, "It's all right. We'll leave shortly. Just keep your mouth shut." "Absolutely, absolutely," he assured. "Brother Monkey will toss some money our way." Zhao Yukong placed 500 yuan on the computer desk, yet the young man dared not accept it. Soon, the sound of police sirens echoed from downstairs. I leaned over the balcony to observe the scene below, where 7 or 8 men in suits had their garments torn asunder. The atmosphere was charged with indignation as the police struggled to maintain order. I scanned the crowd, yet failed to recognize anyone, uncertain of their affiliations or whom they followed. In that fleeting moment as I lifted my gaze, I was taken aback. On the rooftop across from me stood a woman clad in a leather trench coat, her sunglasses reflecting the light, a smirk playing upon her lips. Her flowing hair danced in the wind. It was Sister Bai. A chill ran down my spine. I was in deep trouble, for she had seen me. Chapter 19. A confrontation. Since our eyes had met, there was no longer any need for subterfuge. I gestured towards the ground below, signaling her to come over for a discussion. For donkeys, visibly anxious, remarked, "Brother Dog, I don't think this woman is benevolent. We should keep our distance." There was no escape. She had been watching us from across the way, and surely had devised a meticulous plan. What a predicament. I was merely clad in my undergarments, and if we were to meet, her flirtatious demeanor would be glaringly obvious. For Donkey's words served as a reminder. I had an unsettling intuition that Sister Bai and this group were not allies. Given her cunning intellect, had they been in cahoots, we would have already been apprehended. Moreover, I had seen Sister Bai only after the fact. Had she been with those men, she would have undoubtedly directed them to trap us as soon as I took refuge in the young man's home. Thus, the enemy of my enemy could indeed be my friend. Very well. My focus is not on this. Upon opening the cabinet, I was relieved to find the bronze lamp still hanging. The hearts of the 4 donkeys longed to converse with the lady, yet my presence rendered them hesitant to speak. At that moment, we couldn't retreat to the hallway. The couple next door continued their serenade of love, while the 3 bald young men, accompanied by a half-clad lady, exchanged silent glances. I nudged Zhao Yukong, signaling him to produce some money. The 4 donkeys accepted the 2,000 yuan awkwardly, saying, "Sister, something unexpected occurred today. Let us postpone our plans for another day." To hell with that. The lady disregarded all modesty, emerging from the bed completely unclad, dressing right before our eyes. Just then, the sound of high heels echoed in the corridor, crisp and unhurried. I could discern confidence in each click. As the footsteps approached, I anticipated Sister Bai's knock, only for the door to swing open unexpectedly. She had somehow acquired a key. Upon witnessing the scene within, Sister Bai transformed into a dramatic figure, feigning fragility while deliberately adopting a northeastern accent. "Oh dear, what has to be done? 3 gentlemen and no one else. How can we manage?" The bespectacled lady huffed, grabbed her bag, and stormed out. Sister Bai laughed heartily. "You're quite the swift one. Had you lingered a mere 10 seconds longer, you would have been trapped inside." With that, she discarded her trench coat and reclined on the bed, embodying the essence of a hostess. "Sister Bai, did you come for something specific?" I inquired. She lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke as she replied, "Is it not permissible to visit without a reason? Each of us could surely benefit from a share of 10,000 yuan. 3 individuals seek the attention of a maiden, and you dare to show your faces. Let us speak of matters at hand. Who were those people we encountered earlier? They are the ones pursuing you. Their intentions are clear." Noticing the woman's reluctance to engage in meaningful conversation, I resorted to intimidation. "Sister Bai, the number of people outside is irrelevant. You are the sole woman in this room." "Ah, You truly frighten me. What are your intentions? With that, Sister Bai proceeded to remove her leather skirt, leaving only her black lace-trimmed safety shorts, which rendered us somewhat flustered. Will you approach me together, or one at a time? The moment those words escaped her lips, the initiative was entirely in her grasp. I realized that the remarks made by the four donkeys held a grain of truth. The character of the young woman, Bai Jie, was indeed reflective of her persona. Sister Bai continued, "It is not that I look down upon you, but collectively you do not amount to even half an hour of my time, yet you wish to engage in games with me. I entertain men according to the 100 surnames." I inhaled deeply, Sister Bai. Your willingness to seek us out and refrain from taking advantage indicates you must have a matter of significance to discuss. That is a reasonable statement. Tell me, why did you not call when I requested it? In Beijing, you have treated us with kindness. Although we may be impoverished, we cannot allow you to toil in vain. Therefore, consider those items as sold to you for 30,000 yuan. When we next acquire something of value, we shall revisit the matter of profit sharing. Zhao Yukong added, Indeed. We aspire to cling to your esteemed leg. While such a statement may hold merit in ordinary circumstances, faced with Sister Bai clad only in her safety shorts, I could not shake the sense of dissonance it evoked. Sister Bai deliberately traced her long, fair, and smooth thigh with her nails, as if teasing. She remarked, Little monkey, you seem quite astute, fearing the flames may reach you. I nodded in acknowledgement, replying, A child from the mountains must exercise caution on their first venture into commerce. Moments ago, you inquired about those pursuing us. What do you believe their identity to be? Surely, they are not government officials. Nor could they possibly be from an auction house. At most, they might be a band of ruffians seeking to unearth our secrets. However, no matter how we speculate, they are still brought forth by you. Otherwise, how would the people of the capital be aware of us, mere country bumpkins? Sister Bai smiled enchantingly, her gaze lingering upon us, her eyes seemingly hungry to devour us. Or perhaps, I should take the initiative and surrender willingly? Ah, indeed, heroes emerge in youth. Knowing you few brings me more joy than receiving any prized possession. When she spoke, her tone was always laced with a hint of sarcasm, leaving me uncertain whether her words were sincere or a deliberate mockery. Thus, I chuckled and said, Since you have graced us with your presence, we would be grateful for your guidance. There is little to impart. You have offended someone, and your lives are forfeit. I stared in bewilderment, asking, Whom have we offended? How could we have upset anyone? You have disturbed their ancestral graves, disrupting their feng shui. The descendants shall surely seek vengeance upon you. Oh dear, my young gentlemen. Do you still fancy yourselves justified? That was the Yang family's ancestral resting place, a site of great feng shui, and they awaited prosperity from their descendants. Which Yang family? The Yang family from the western outskirts of the capital. I cast a glance at Si Lunzi and Zhao Wukong, and from their expressions, I discerned that they too had never heard of the Yang family of Jingxi. Thus, I continued to inquire, which Yang family from Jingxi? It hardly matters which one. Suffice it to say that the wealth and status of the Yang family are akin to deities in the celestial realm, commanding the wind and the rain at will. Are they truly wealthy? I mused. I have yet to encounter them on any list of billionaires. What is their trade? Do they engage in real estate? In my recollection, those in real estate are the wealthiest of all. Sister Bai erupted into laughter, tears nearly streaming down her face, and for a moment, I questioned whether she might be of unsound mind. Suddenly, her laughter ceased, and her expression shifted to one of cold detachment as she remarked, You truly have never experienced the world, have you? Would a genuinely wealthy individual make an appearance on a billionaire list? I cannot speak for other nations, but here, those who rank highly are merely employees. The true magnates, the ones who can remove all obstacles for those laboring for them, possess immeasurable power. Do you not understand? Perplexed, I replied, Sister Bai, after all this discussion, I still fail to grasp your meaning. What exactly are you trying to convey? With a smile that did not reach her eyes, Sister Bai looked at me and said, You are an intelligent person. Do you truly not comprehend my meaning? Chapter 20. Inviting you into the trap. I certainly understood Sister Bai's implication. Her journey from the capital to the northeast could not merely be for the sake of our amusement, yet there were still aspects I found difficult to fathom. Residing in the capital, a nexus of power and wealth, her ability to open a shop in Panjiuan suggested that her resources and connections, while not fathomless, were at least substantial. Then came Sister Bai to seek us out, her intention shrouded in mystery, regardless of whether the individuals outside were brought by her. One thing is certain, she is aware that this group is here to find us. If Sister Bai intended to rescue us, she would have surely given us a heads up to make our escape. Yet, She said nothing, nor did she warn those individuals, choosing instead to observe the situation as an outsider. The reasoning behind this is quite intriguing. Given Sister Bai's status, her social standing, and her profession, coupled with her demeanor in this matter, I surmise that she wishes to recruit us or bring us under her command. I, however, have no desire to join forces. When we initially decided to engage in tomb raiding, we had discussed the formation of a team, firmly agreeing that no women should be included in our inner circle. This is not a matter of gender discrimination. Rather, it is a fundamental measure to avert numerous complications. We are rugged men, unrefined in our speech. Our dynamic resembles that of a snake and an elephant, one with a face upon its member, the other with its member upon its face. Though our personalities differ, we share a consensus on essential matters. Including women in tomb raiding would undeniably complicate matters. For instance, bringing women along would require us to carefully consider how to relieve ourselves. Additionally, Zhao Yukong, a person who harbors a certain aversion to women, is not merely expressing sour grapes over unattainable fruit. The stark reality is that there are too many bloody examples before our eyes. Sometimes, even a mere glance at a girl in a crowd could lead to her reporting us for misconduct. Certainly, while it is true that the majority of women possess commendable qualities, the personalities of the three of us are unalterable. As for Zhao Yukong, let us not dwell on him. Seduzi is one who embraces a transient approach to life. His comprehension of love is confined solely to fleeting encounters. A gallant steed requires the discerning eye of a true master, yet the three of us merely aspire to earn quick riches as mere mortals. Initially, our trio entered the realm of tomb raiding precisely to evade the constraints of traditional employment and the shackles of control. Joining the ranks would subject us to the stringent regulations imposed by Sister Bai, which is not the life I envision, one of joyless earnings. Moreover, there lies the matter of our ambitions. I have always maintained the belief that slaves revolt against their masters not for the sake of freedom, but rather to ascend to the position of masters themselves. Who would not desire to have their own following, working alongside Sister Bai, only to reach the pinnacle and find oneself as merely a second in command? Should one wish to learn a skill and depart, the risk of being silenced looms large, along with the inevitable stigma of betrayal. Furthermore, within the profession of tomb raiding, where lies the virtue of righteousness? Once one is involved, with a gun to one's head, one is compelled to act as cannon fodder or serve as a mind-sweeping guinea pig. Whether to comply or not, it remains an illegal affair. Where, then, does one seek legal recourse? Please provide clarity, Sister Bai urged. I inhaled deeply and replied, let us three brothers step outside to deliberate. We proceeded to open the fire door and ventured into the hallway for a smoke. Zhao Yukong, looking bewildered, inquired, what does this woman intend to do? She seeks to recruit us, Seduzi responded. What are your thoughts? I asked. The four donkeys chimed in, remarking that the camaraderie among the 108 heroes of Liangshan is largely attributable to the presence of 105 men. During my time at the medical school, the goddess's dormitory housed 8 individuals, capable of forming over 20 groups. Women's sentiments are intricate, and we, being rather coarse individuals, find it unnecessary to delve into such complexities. I turned to Zhao Yukong, for the opinions of the 4 donkeys and myself held little significance. What truly mattered was Zhao Yukong's perspective on the matter, as he possessed greater insight into the realm of tomb raiding. Zhao Yukong stated, I oppose joining forces. Yet it would be prudent to sell the bronze sheep lamp to her, exchange it for some funds, and procure equipment to continue our endeavors. Do not heed her bluster. It is likely a mere intimidation tactic to coerce us into collaboration. If the Yang family were indeed as formidable as she claims, could they truly dispatch such a motley crew to ensnare us? That would reflect a lack of capability. Zhao Yukong added, you, dog, seem to have gained an advantage while pretending to be innocent. Were it not for our chance encounter while smoking in the corridor, we would have been cornered in our room. You ought to express gratitude for my impeccable timing. Perhaps next time, allocate a greater budget for me. The 4 donkeys were a shameless expression. I rolled my eyes and remarked, let us not digress. I have just come to understand this situation. If they truly wished to take our lives, would they dispatch so many individuals? 1 or 2 would suffice. After all, the art of murder lies in secrecy. The 4 donkeys cursed. Indeed, dog speaks wisely. There are no cameras in the elevator, but there are at the entrance of the community, with so many individuals entering. Should a homicide occur, they would undoubtedly be the primary suspects. Zhao Yukong responded, precisely, that is the rationale. Yet, what could possibly motivate that woman to involve us? Disregarding her disdain, crooned the raspy voice of the man known as 4 donkeys, extinguishing his cigarette beneath his heel. She looks down on us, claiming the three of us combined barely measure up to half a man. I alone could curl those fleshy edges of hers. As he wrenched open the stairwell's safety door, I recoiled, startled by the presence of the bespectacled young man from before, now standing in the doorway. Trying to scare someone to death? For donkeys, exclaimed. The young man with glasses remained silent, instead offering a strange, unsettling smile that sent shivers down one's spine. What do you want? I inquired. Receiving no response, I rephrased my query. What did you overhear? How much do you want? Why waste words on him? Get out of the way, for donkeys retorted, attempting to shove past the young man. Unexpectedly, the young man produced a handgun from behind his back, pressing it against For Donkey's forehead, paralyzing us with fear. My voice trembling, I asked, what do you intend to do? In that instant, the realization dawned upon me. Damn it, we've been ensnared. The hunter laid his trap, and we willingly walked into it. The young man with glasses once again offered that eerie smile, remaining silent. A lighter flickered from behind the wall of the corridor, followed by the rhythmic clicking of high heels. Within moments, Sister Bai materialized before us. That woman was eavesdropping on our conversation, I thought. Well, shall we parley? Sister Bai inquired, her left hand supporting the elbow of her right arm, fingers delicately cradling a lady's cigarette. She exuded an air of imperiousness as she exhaled a plume of smoke. If we must, we must, but why such a grand display? I jested. Sister Bai ignored my flippant demeanor, turning away with a cold expression, the clicking of her heels resonating once more, striking a chord within our hearts. Our home now resembles a den of sorcery, with Sister Bai embodying the role of the sorceress. Chapter 21. Incomprehensible upon entering the room. The bespectacled gentleman promptly secured the anti-theft door behind him. Sister Bai reclined on the sofa, her posture reminiscent of an interrogator scrutinizing a suspect. At this moment, I found myself devoid of alternatives. Armed, the gentleman stood sentinel at the door, leaving us with no option to escape. What prompted you to summon that group? Creating such a commotion? I inquired. Sister Bai smirked. Your greatest flaw is your excessive cunning. If you were less astute, your path ahead might be smoother. And the Yang family from Jingxi, is that also a fabrication of yours? With a serious demeanor, Sister Bai replied, I prefer not to elaborate on this matter. Even if I did, you would not believe me. Glancing at her phone, she continued, patience. In 2 hours, everything will be made clear to you. I harbored a deep-seated disdain for the way she spoke, akin to squeezing toothpaste. Thus, I shifted the topic. What is it that you wish for us to do? Sister Bai, with a glint of desire in her eyes, remarked, you three possess commendable physiques. I retorted, that is not an issue, Sister Bai. We are merely your tonic. Let us proceed. Sister Bai chuckled softly, a smile that sent chills down my spine, reminiscent of the female drug lords depicted on television. Do not be alarmed. As long as you comply, I shall not make things difficult for you. I am in need of capable individuals, and you three seem quite astute. Join me in a venture, and it will suffice to sustain you for a decade. The four donkeys remarked, why not just say it outright? Whether it's a heist or merely a minor affair, what is the need for such a grand display? A true gentleman would be frightened into submission by your theatrics. With a huff, they added, I shan't divulge anything just yet. In 2 hours, you shall bow and express your gratitude. My frustration was palpable as I sighed deeply. Sister Bai continued, now that we are in this together, let us introduce ourselves. Many, she replied coldly. Zhao Lukong, Sister Bai scoffed slightly. Kong Qian. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Sister Bai's eyes. My resentment towards this four-donkey was mounting. Even now, they were bestowing themselves with an artistic moniker. What does Kong mean? Sister Bai inquired. It refers to an unlit earth Kong. Such a surname is rather uncommon and not widely recognized. Sister Bai pondered for a moment, then stated, I am Bai Xiaotsue. You may continue to call me Sister Bai. We nodded in acknowledgement, Sister Bai. She truly emanated the aura of a powerful elder sister commanding her younger brothers. You two may step outside. Kong Qian shall remain. What do you intend to do? I asked anxiously. The four donkeys gritted their teeth and insisted, you two should leave. I am fine. But, having come to a resolution, I firmly grasped Zhao Wukong and pulled him out. Though reluctant, he offered no resistance as I exerted my strength. The bespectacled lad had vanished. And Zhao Wukong and I hastened towards the corridor, where he queried, wait, dog, why would that woman leave the four donkeys alone? Surely, nothing bad could happen to him? There is no significance in this matter. As long as our minds function half as well as those of four donkeys, it suffices. Bai Jie remarked that she engages with men according to the 100 family surnames. So why does the donkey insist on the surname Kong? You see the absurdity, don't you? Damn it. I discarded my phone, and with Zhao Wukong at a loss for activities, we resorted to chain smoking, engaging in aimless banter. Suddenly, I found myself loathing the quality of the fire doors, which offered no soundproofing whatsoever. Having resided near the university town for so long, I had always believed the melodious singing of young female students to be the pinnacle of sound. However, after encountering married women, I realized the vastness of the universe and the existence of realms beyond our own. Zhao Wukong grew increasingly agitated, pounding his fist against the wall, exclaiming, "Damn it. Do you call this human noise? What is that donkey whining about?" I gestured for him to sit down and smoke, saying, Come, let us sit and smoke." Those morons, instead of contemplating their escape, are fixated on trivial matters. There is no escaping now. Let us just smoke. I truly cannot fathom what appeals to the donkey. We've encountered so many types these past few days, adorably naive schoolmates, the contrast of glasses, even a robust female Neza. Now he has taken to emulating Chow Chow. There is a saying, isn't there? The poor play with cars, the wealthy with watches, and fools with computers. While the donkey revels in his pursuits, Zhao Wukong unleashed a torrent of curses. I sensed his words were a distraction, regardless of how unusable the golden staff may be. It remains a weapon. So I shifted the conversation, saying, Monkey King, I need your insight on a matter. What do you think is her intention? Gathering the 100 surnames. Are we? That is not the matter at hand. I am curious as to why she insists on involving us. She operates an antique business in Beijing's Panjiayuan, a veritable hub for antiques from across the realm. The individuals she encounters span every profession, and those skilled in tomb raiding are plentiful and adept. So why, I ponder? Does she specifically choose us? Indeed. Zhao Wukong wears an expression of feigned innocence. I am asking you, after all. Zhao Wukong pondered for a considerable time without arriving at a conclusion. I continued. Allow me to pose another query. If she has arranged for individuals to test our vigilance and adaptability, why then does she mention the Yang family of the western suburbs? It does not strike me as mere fabrication. Zhao Wukong nodded, albeit with a certain dullness. Brother Monkey, I remarked, considering her financial resources and armed capabilities. She could easily recruit more seasoned individuals than us inexperienced youths. Moreover, if her intent were to monopolize the tomb, she has yet to inquire about its location. What is her true aim? Zhao Wukong, visibly irritated, retorted, Dog brother, you ought to pay attention and refrain from rambling. In this situation, can I think clearly? I swallowed hard, left to silently analyze the situation in my mind. What could her ulterior motive be? An hour later, for donkeys. Clutching his waist with one hand and supporting himself against the wall with the other, staggered toward the staircase, gritting his teeth. Neither Zhao Wukong nor I acknowledged him, each of us expressing our frustration with a curse. Panting heavily, for donkeys exclaimed, It's one thing for Brother Monkey to scold me, but why should you, dog? What is the matter? Have you been with a woman? How dare you insult me, you wretched cur, with your blackened head and flowered spots? I have no desire to engage with him at all. The four donkeys continued. Hurry up and give me a cigarette. This is driving me mad. Zhao Wukong thrust the cigarette he was smoking into four donkeys' mouth. Cursing, did you learn anything? What? What should I ask? You never told me what to inquire about. Zhao Wukong, in a fit of anger, snatched the cigarette from four donkey and crushed it underfoot. Taking another step forward, I noticed the ground littered with used tissues. And I scolded, for donkey, gather your son's mess. Suddenly, Sister Bai spoke up. No need to clean up. It's time for us to leave. Where to? Chapter 22, The Cause and Effect. As Sister Bai turned, I grasped the essence of the blood flow reversal depicted in martial arts novels. Follow me. Sister Bai was not wearing anything underneath her coat. She simply wrapped herself in a trench coat. Upon opening the door, we were met by a man clad in a mask and a cap, dressed in property management attire, with white gloves on his hands, carrying a toolbox that hinted at the presence of an axe and a saw. He entered the room with an air of nonchalance. Who are you? I inquired. He ignored me, but I already knew the answer. Judging by his build, this property worker was the bespectacled young man. Sister Bai said little and led us up the stairs to the top floor, to the room of the bespectacled young man. Once inside, she went to take a shower, leaving us bewildered. For Donkey whispered, What is she planning? We are not at home. Does that imply we must take the lives of others? Who might those others be? Could it possibly be those who seek to harm us? The more I ponder this, the colder my back becomes. Through the glass door of the restroom, I inquired, Sister Bai, is someone coming to kill us? Why would that be? She responded, You disturbed their ancestral grave. And you still question me? With that, Sister Bai opened the glass door and stepped out, her body glistening with droplets of water, her skin fair and delicate, reminiscent of youthful flesh, particularly accentuated by her striking features. No, at this moment, my attention was not captivated by Sister Bai's physique. I pressed on. Who are the Yang family from the western outskirts of Beijing? Their ancestral grave lies in a desolate wilderness, unvisited by anyone. How can disturbing it summon them to claim their lineage and provoke such trouble? In my recollection, forsaken graves only attract a multitude of dutiful descendants during relocations. Sister Bai retorted coldly, would they harbor murderous intent over a mere grievance? You nearly disrupted their feng shui. Do you truly believe they would allow you to survive and spread the word? Elaborate further, I urged. Sister Bai raised an eyebrow and remarked, aren't you the skeptic? Why are you so invested now? Taking a deep breath, I offered a respectful apology to Sister Bai, who then recounted the events leading up to this predicament. It all began when we entered Beijing's Panjiayuan. On our journey from Happy Valley to Panjiayuan, we found ourselves under scrutiny. Sister Bai mentioned that on that particular morning, someone had shared a photo of us walking on the road in the Panjiayuan shopkeeper group, captioned, "Gentlemen, 3 young laborers are approaching us. Please keep an eye out." The origin of antique brokers can be traced back to the role of facilitators during the Republican era. Foreigners, drawn to China by their fascination with antiques, would encounter individuals in antique streets who would initiate conversations, inquiring about their preferences and desires. These facilitators would then guide the visitors to appropriate antique shops based on their interests. In that period, many members of the royal family and nobility faced downfall and were compelled to sell ancestral treasures to sustain their livelihoods. However, despite their diminished circumstances, these individuals maintained a certain dignity and could not approach the market directly. Thus, they resorted to these intermediaries for the sale of their items, offering them a commission for their services. Some of these facilitators managed to profit from both the sellers and buyers. As time progressed, the status of foreigners in China rose, and the antique trade became more regulated, discouraging deceitful practices. The common populace found themselves with fewer antiques to sell, leading to the eventual decline of the facilitator's role. Within a few years following this decline, the profession of antique brokers emerged, whose primary function was to mediate the buying and selling of antiques, also known as agents. Certain individuals found it inconvenient to appear in person for transactions, while others inherited antiques among their gifts but were reluctant to sell them directly. Consequently, they would engage multiple brokers, often enlisting 7 or 8 to ensure discretion before finalizing a sale. Additionally, some individuals, possessing excessive cash, sought to convert their funds into antiques, thus laundering their money under the guise of familial heritage. Brokers would pursue business opportunities as they arose, in the absence of clients. They would linger around the subway and bus stations near Panjiayuan. In recent years, many individuals have come to Panjiayuan to sell inherited items. The authenticity of these items is often unquestionable, making it easy to persuade the sellers to part with them at lower prices. If the owners are hesitant to sell, brokers may coax them into obtaining appraisals, ultimately leading to auction opportunities. The auction may indeed be unattainable, yet the appraisal fee is no less than a substantial sum. The broker certainly profits from this fee as well. How the unsuspecting are exploited is a tale as old as time. Through the dissemination of information via television and the internet, Panjiayuan has come to be regarded as an antique haven in the eyes of outsiders, particularly those from remote mountainous regions who, upon possessing a valued item, aspire to sell it at a premium. Little do they know, they become mere prey for brokers. Once a transaction is finalized, the broker takes a cut, while other shopkeepers merely accrue favors, hoping to receive tips for future dealings, which often devolve into mutual undercutting, each vying for the first opportunity to welcome the seller into their establishment. Sister Bai had no desire to engage in such machinations, yet she was equally disinclined to accept our possessions. Thus, on that day, she urged us to vacate Panjiayuan. Later that evening, she drove to the subway station, coincidentally arriving as we were being ushered out by security, and she discreetly followed us to the bank. Sister Bai initially asserted that her sole intention was to assist us in selling our items. The location she guided us to was an underground auction venue, where numerous shopkeepers send their prized possessions. Auctions occur monthly in a video format, with participants remaining anonymous brokers, thereby safeguarding the sellers' identities to the utmost extent. Antiques that have been laundered can enter legitimate auctions or be sold openly, while items of a more common provenance are typically handled through underground auctions, circulating within a select circle. Consequently, the volume of transactions in underground auctions surpasses that of conventional auction houses significantly. Everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly until Sister Bai was taken aback by my failure to contact her, and more alarmingly, complications arose concerning the items we had unearthed. Chapter 23. Young family of Jingxi. 2 days after our departure from Beijing, the auction house contacted Sister Bai, indicating that someone wished to meet with her. Sister Bai was momentarily taken aback, yet the other party mentioned the matter concerning the jade Bai she had sent. The auction house representative acted as an intermediary, arranging a meeting between the two parties in a unique sihiyuan. This courtyard was situated in an unusual locale, reminiscent of a golf course, surrounded by walls, with verdant grass inside. At the center lay a serene lake, upon which an island was nestled, and the sihiyuan itself occupied that very island. From the outside, the sihiyuan appeared no different from an ordinary residence, save for a few discreet surveillance cameras. Upon entering the courtyard, Sister Bai was astonished to find at its heart a three-legged beast head cauldron adorned with cloud and thunder patterns. The cauldron stood approximately 1 meter tall, with a diameter of 70 to 80 centimeters, featuring a round mouth and bulging belly. Its rim was embellished with a band of Taotai motifs, while the two side ears resembled serpents, slightly flared outward. The 3 legs were fashioned as beast heads with elongated tongues, resting on the ground for support, and the cauldron's surface displayed an interplay of bronze rust and deep crimson oxidation. With a mere glance, Sister Bai could ascertain that this cauldron hailed from the Shang dynasty. A treasure worthy of any museum, yet its owner had repurposed such a priceless artifact as a fish tank. Within it swam a few plump goldfish amidst a tranquil expanse of water adorned with a cluster of water lilies. As she surveyed the other structures within the sihiyuan, the slender rosewood pillars exuded an air of opulence befitting the master of the house. The furnishings in the reception room were distinctively unique, showcasing a Shang dynasty bronze zone, a Western Zhou dragon patterned jade Bai, a spring and autumn period bronze chime, a Warring States bird script sword, and a Qin Han dragon and phoenix motif bronze mirror. The owner of the sihiyuan had amassed a collection of representative antiques from various eras, and it was no exaggeration to assert that the treasures within surpassed those found in local museums. Bai Jia was soon awed by the imposing atmosphere of the courtyard. She was greeted by a young man, clad in a tailored suit, who appeared to be around 27 or 28 years of age. Bai Jia was unaware of his identity. The young man did not inquire further. He merely stated that the owner of the residence had taken a liking to the Han Dynasty jade disc she had delivered and asked its origin. The ability to amass such a collection of national treasures suggested that the owner's status and wealth were formidable, likely of noble lineage. Bai Jia recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. The young man, astute and perceptive, nodded frequently as he listened, presenting a facade of congeniality, and afterward meticulously examined Bai Jia's dashcam footage and the surveillance from her shop. Once he ascertained that her account was truthful, he ceased to press her further. It appeared that the underground road was constructed specifically for this courtyard. Though Bai Jia felt reluctant about the ordeal she had endured, she was intrigued by the residence, which resembled a museum. She yearned to uncover the identity of its owner, yet after several attempts to locate this area on satellite maps, she found nothing within the expanse of Beijing. Bai Jia expressed her confusion over the absence of this location on satellite imagery, explaining that in proximity to certain military bases, official satellite images are often altered to obscure the bases, replacing them with images of other areas. However, she could not ascertain whether the courtyard had undergone such modifications. After all, how many individuals in the entire nation hold the power to alter official satellite images? Despite her inability to locate it on the satellite map, Bai Jia remained undeterred, determined to discover the identity of the person she encountered. Given the owner's stature, it was improbable that they would lack access to any Han Dynasty jade disc. There was no compelling reason for them to be particularly interested in the jade disc she had presented. The jade Bai that we sent, while indeed authentic, is unremarkable and lacks any extraordinary features. It would not stand out among its contemporaries, and its value is rather modest. Sister Bai deduced that since the issue was not one of worth, it must pertain to the jade Bai itself. Drawing upon her memory, she sketched the jade Bai, yet struggled to discern anything significant. One day, while inadvertently folding the paper, she suddenly noticed that what appeared to be patterns were, when combined, actual characters. The inscription on the jade Bai was in small seal script, comprising 6 characters, Han Wang Ci Do Wei Shi. Historically, a total of 28 individuals were conferred the title of Han Wang, yet there was only one true Han Wang during the Han Dynasty, namely Liu Bang, the founding emperor of the Western Han. With the identity of Han Wang established, locating Do Wei Shi became considerably easier, leading her to the figure of Yang Shi. In the second year after Liu Bang was bestowed the title of Han Wang, Yang Shi sought refuge with Liu Bang in Duxian and was appointed as Lang Zhongqi, which sounds prestigious, but essentially refers to cavalry, a term denoting the elite forces under the command of Han Wang. In the final battle of the Chu-Han contention, Han Wang's army cornered Xiang Yu's Chu forces at the banks of the Wu River. Liu Bang issued a decree. Whoever kills Xiang Yu shall be granted the title of Marquis with 10,000 households. This promise incited countless Han soldiers to strive for the glory of slaying Xiang Yu. Yet Xiang Yu was no ordinary foe. He was the formidable overlord of Western Chu, renowned for his unparalleled strength, and he was accompanied by numerous loyal warriors of the Chu army. The battle raged from daybreak until nightfall, and then continued from night until the next day. The corpses of the Chu and Han soldiers were piled as high as mountains. In the end, the Chu army was entirely annihilated, leaving only King Xiang. He fought valiantly against hundreds of enemies for a long time until he was utterly exhausted. Given his proud nature, Xiang Yu, the overlord of Western Chu, would never allow himself to be killed by a common soldier. Therefore, he drew his sword and committed suicide by slitting his own throat. As blood gushed forth, countless Han soldiers rushed forward to seize his body. It is said that many Han soldiers even turned on each other in a frenzy to claim the corpse. The scene was utterly chaotic, with numerous individuals vying for the still warm body of Xiang Yu. Amidst the tug-of-war, someone initiated the dismemberment of Xiang Yu. Yang Shi managed to seize one of Xiang Yu's legs. Despite it being only a leg, it was enough for him to be infeft as the Marquis of Chiquan by King Han, Liu Bang. Upon hearing this, I comprehended the entire sequence of events. The ancestor of the Yang family of Jingxi was none other than Yang Shi. While many may not recognize the name Yang Shi, another figure associated with the Yang family is Yang Jian. Yang Jian was the founding emperor of the Sui dynasty. Yang Jian's 14th generation ancestor was Yang Zhen, the Grand Commandant of the Eastern Han dynasty. The Grand Commandant was the highest-ranking military official in the ancient court, responsible for all military affairs in the country. During the Han dynasty, the prime minister was the head of civil officials, while the Grand Commandant was the most prominent military general. Yang Zhen's 8th generation ancestor was Yang Shi, who was infeft as the Marquis of Chiquan for obtaining one of King Xiang's legs. In addition to Yang Zhen and Yang Jian, another member of the Yang family is well known to later generations, Yang Yinzhao, the prototype for the character in the Yang family general's opera, who was known as Yang Lulang. Who could have imagined that a single thigh would elevate future generations to the status of sovereigns, allowing the Yang family to flourish for over a millennium? The ancestral tomb of Yang Shi is beyond the mere description of good feng shui. It must be regarded as exceptional. Bai Jie, possessing an astute intellect, immediately discerned the intricacies involved. She speculated that we had excavated the tomb of Yang Shi, the Marquis of Chiquan, and that the only prominent family still connected to the Yang name is the Yang family of Jingxi. In the 14th year of the Dai era during the Sui dynasty, Emperor Yang Guang was assassinated in Yangzhou, while Empress Xiao fled north with the Sui emperor's grandson, Yang Zhengdao, in the imperial seal. Along the journey, the princess of Qi gave birth to the Sui emperor's grandson, Yang Zhengdao, indicating that he was born posthumously to Yang Jian. As the landscape transformed, a branch of Yang Zhengdao's descendants ascended to high office in the Liao dynasty and conducted rituals honoring their ancestor, Yang Shi. The tomb of Yang Shi in Xinyang was thus renovated during this period, resulting in the exquisite artifacts from the Liao dynasty. Bai Jie spoke at length, leaving me somewhat bewildered and overwhelmed. I inquired, Bai Jie, are you suggesting that the current Yang family of Jingxi is a descendant of Yang Zhengdao? She affirmed, indeed. During the Qin dynasty, Emperor Qin Shi Huang employed numerous alchemists. With the fall of the Qin, these alchemists sought refuge with various feudal lords. Yang Shi discovered a treasure-laden grave, bestowing blessings upon his descendants for nearly 2,000 years. Now, having disturbed the spiritual essence of Yang Shi's tomb, do you think the descendants of the Yang family would not seek retribution? I replied, surely not. Yang Shi was at least a marquis. The tomb is far too modest, consisting of merely 2 stone coffins and scant burial goods, aside from the few items we unearthed. The remaining artifacts are of lesser value than a meal from the Liao dynasty. Sister Bai chuckled softly and inquired, how can you be so certain that it is Yang Shi's tomb and not a burial site for accompanying interments, or perhaps a dubious grave associated with Yang Shi? I smote my forehead, cursing my own folly. It was evident that during the Liao dynasty, Yang Shi's tomb had been reconstructed, with a suspicious grave built using Han dynasty bricks, and on the surface, some Han bricks were laid down. A typical grave robber would undoubtedly assume that this tomb had already been plundered. although we had unearthed the burial chamber. Who could have anticipated that Yangshi's tomb lay hidden beneath? Truly, it is remarkable. The descendants of the Yang family, once emperors, possess an exceptional intellect. So, have you come to a realization? Sister Bai raised an eyebrow and asked. I shared my thoughts. Sister Bai burst into laughter. Do you not consider the possibility that the tomb above Yang Shi belongs to Yang Jingdao, or perhaps a descendant of the Yang family? I pondered. That would indeed be rather shabby, wouldn't it? To be interred above one's ancestors. Can the scale or accompanying treasures ever surpass those of the forebears? I was momentarily struck dumb, a chill creeping over me. Someone I knew fancied himself clever. After studying Taoist arts under Master Ma for many years, and even dabbling in the practices of the spirit medium, he had perused countless historical texts, boasting of being a half-Taoist and half-fated spirit medium. Yet, upon emerging from the mountains, he found himself imprisoned, and after his release. In his quest to rob graves, he encountered Sister Bai. Engaging with Sister Bai made me feel utterly foolish. Sister Bai remarked, when I deduced these matters in Beijing, I surmised that the Yang family from the western part of the city would take action against you. To put it bluntly, to silence you. The fourth donkey retorted. Then why didn't you warn us? By what right? Moreover, did you even call me? How could I inform you? I swallowed hard and asked. Then why did you summon those impeccably dressed individuals to apprehend us? I would indeed like to rescue you, but I must first ascertain whether you are worth saving. Although your intellect may be lacking, you are not entirely devoid of value. I continued, Sister Bai, I suspect orchestrating the arrival of those people was far from simple. Indeed, such a commotion would not only be remembered by this building, but by the entire community, and the police have also taken note. Who are they? They were hired hands. Meticulously sourced, under the pretense of debt collection. That bespectacled fellow intended to commit murder, did he not? Sister Bai chuckled coldly and replied, that depends on whether the assassin hired by the Yang family shows up. For a moment, my mind was overwhelmed, and I struggled to grasp many things, prompting me to inquire, why save us? Just moments ago, that fellow with the surname Kong questioned why didn't he notify you in advance. Do you truly desire my assistance or not? I stated earnestly, Sister Bai, we are all adults here. Is it worth offending the Yang family of Jingxi for the sake of a few of us? Sister Bai replied icily, that will depend on your capabilities. Do not make me regret this. Until this moment, I had yet to comprehend the true intentions behind her actions. Sister Bai, you mentioned that we would know the outcome in 2 hours. How did you know when the assassin would arrive? In the capital, the individuals engaged in such dealings are merely a select few. Through subtle inquiries, one can glean all the information necessary. You see, the capital is a web of connections, intricately entwined with whispers of news. After expending so much effort to rescue us, what is your true intention? Sister Bai burst into laughter, declaring, I have gathered a group to create a ruckus. No matter how thorough the investigation, it shall not trace back to me. Moreover, I have provided cover for my assassin. While you, on the other hand, cannot escape. A life was extinguished in the very house you rented. Do you comprehend? Internally, I cursed this woman for her cunning strategy. She extends a hand to us while leading us into the inferno. Zhao Wukong murmured, let us hope no lives are lost. Sister Bai shot a sidelong glance at Zhao Wukong and said, they have come to kill you, yet you feign compassion. It is either your demise or theirs. Make your choice. Is it not possible for us all to survive? I questioned, are you doubting the capabilities of the Yang family from the west of the capital? I am merely cleaning up after you, you naive fool. I inquired, Sister Bai, what do you wish for us to do? Naturally, we shall embark on a tomb raiding expedition tonight. Whose tomb? The tomb of Yang Shi. Upon hearing those words, I felt a tightness in my chest. What on earth does this woman intend? Is she toying with us? Why rescue us only to place us in such peril? Falling into the hands of an assassin might offer a swift end, but desecrating Yang Shi's tomb would surely invite the wrath of the Yang family, leading to our gruesome demise. The 4 donkeys expressed their confusion. Sister Bai, I did not quite catch that. Whose tomb did you say we were to raid? Ah, yes. That's Yang Shi's tomb, the one you fellows excavated. We simply need to return and breach the vault. I exclaimed in astonishment, surely, Miss Bai. You're not suggesting we walk to our deaths, unless you prefer to meet your demise here and now. With that, Miss Bai activated a video on her phone, revealing the bespectacled fellow in our rented room, vigorously cleaving meat with a cleaver 2 figures, by the looks of it. A wave of nausea washed over me as I watched. Miss Bai continued, had I not summoned you, it would be your flesh being minced at this very moment. I swallowed hard. A tingling sensation coursing from the crown of my head to my heels, leaving me in a state of ethereal numbness. After a prolonged period of paralysis on the sofa, I finally regained my composure and inquired, Ms. Bai, aren't you concerned about offending the Yang family of Jingxi? Indeed, I am apprehensive, but my benefactors are not. Who are these benefactors of yours? Ms. Bai chuckled coldly. We women are not endowed with the physical prowess of you men. Aside from the formidable women, those like us must seek patronage. Either the man who beds my mother must be powerful, or the man who beds me must be formidable. It's as simple as that. At this juncture, we find ourselves in dire straits, caught between a rock and a hard place. Should we retreat, our demise would occur in our rented quarters, leaving us in an untenable position, especially with Ms. Bai present, who would undoubtedly place the blame squarely upon us. Should we advance, we would accompany Ms. Bai on a venture to plunder Yangshi's tomb, facing not only the wrath of the Yang family but also the formidable Ms. Bai, whom we could scarcely hope to control. Even if Ms. Bai did not betray us, we would still be unable to evade the clutches of the Yang family. Both paths lead to certain death. What are we to do? After a moment of contemplation, I said, Sister Bai, only the three of us know the location of Yangshi's grave. Perhaps we can collaborate. The Three Gorges? I felt a chill run down my spine. How could this woman know everything? Sister Bai perceived my thoughts and replied, have you ever wondered how I obtained your address, how I possessed the keys to your home, how I arranged for someone to wait here for the assassin, or how I know where you've been and what you've seen? I clenched my teeth and asked, how do you know all this? For a price, I can acquire your ID numbers, internet records, even the types of films you've watched. I truly don't understand how you manage tomb raiding. Is it merely by luck? That seems improbable. Heh, Navi fool, take a look at the dark web trading platforms. Forget about this information. Even membership details for high-end cosmetics are for sale. You youngsters should abandon tomb raiding. Instead, spend a bit of money to buy the most expensive cosmetics memberships. Those are all wealthy women, far more rewarding than grave robbing. Sister Bai's words pierced my heart, leaving me breathless. Zhao Wukong, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Sister Bai, I don't believe you are short of money. What treasures could possibly lie within Yangshi's grave that would warrant such elaborate schemes? Sister Bai laughed heartily. What treasures? To be frank, someone wishes to switch the remains, exhuming Yangshi's corpse and replacing it with that of an ancestor. Do you understand? I expressed my confusion. Isn't it odd? You claim the Yang family is so powerful. Why would anyone dare to disturb them? Some questions are best left unasked. Asking too many can lead to one's demise. I believe in the truth of what Sister Bai has said. In this land, far too many have perished under obscure circumstances. At this moment, it seems we have no choice but to follow her lead. Sister Bai then shifted the conversation, instructing us not to overthink matters, stating that before we excavate Yangshi's tomb, we must first attend to some business in Shaanxi. What business? Do not inquire. Sister Bai is quite the assertive driver. Once we hit the highway, her speed never dipped below 160. The journey from Xinyang to Datong spans 1,000 kilometers. Yet she managed to cover it in merely 7 hours. Upon our arrival in Datong, it was already the late hours of the night. Sister Bai guided us to a newly constructed residential complex, claiming it to be her abode, and suggested we rest for the night, promising to introduce us to an important individual the following evening. Whether it was intentional or not, she allocated a room for each of us in the 3-bedroom apartment while opting to sleep on the sofa herself. That night, my mind was awash with thoughts. I found myself grappling with the notion of whether or not to eliminate Sister Bai. However, committing murder is no trivial endeavor. And given our tender age of just over 20, we are not inherently ruthless. Even if we possessed such intentions, we lack the courage to wield a weapon. Moreover, to kill Sister Bai would not only require evasion from her associates but also from law enforcement. The surveillance cameras at the entrance of the complex and within the elevator had captured our entry together. Alas, it is indeed a daunting predicament. After a restless night, I finally endured until the following evening. Around 8 o'clock, Sister Bai donned a revealing black low-cut mini dress with her entire back exposed. To be candid, even the uniforms worn at typical establishments are not as revealing as Sister Bai's attire. Her figure, unencumbered by a brassiere, remained statuesque. I was seized by a desire to inquire of Ford Donkey whether her endowments were natural or augmented by artifice. Her countenance was adorned with a more ravishing mane, so captivating that a mere glance incited one to contemplate the legal ramifications of carnal assault. I had anticipated that she would impart some instructions, yet she remained taciturn, instead escorting us to an opulent cabaret. The first 2 floors were unremarkable, but after a security screening on the 3rd floor, the spectacle that unfolded would have astonished even an emperor. The third to sixth floors were seamlessly integrated, adorned with lavish embellishments. A solitary chandelier cascaded from the sixth floor to the zenith of the third, while spiral staircases encircled the space. The third floor alone was decorated like an ethereal paradise, complete with artificial mountains, stone sculptures, and cascading streams. The attendants were uniformly beautiful, each exceeding 7 meters in height, clad in form-fitting women's suits, with microphones affixed to their ears and walkie-talkies at their waists. To us yokels, this place was akin to a palace. She informed an attendant that she had an appointment with General Huang. After confirming via walkie-talkie, the attendant led us to a private room. Within the room were 7 or 8 women, some singing, some drinking, and others attending to a corpulent, bare-chested man with a gleaming pate marked by 2 ridges. Among the women, I recognized a familiar face from television dramas. Upon entering, she adopted a fawning tone, exclaiming, "Oh, Brother Huang, have you missed me?" A wave of gooseflesh cascaded over me. With a mere gesture, Boss Huang signaled, and the beauties flanking him promptly rose, relinquishing their spots. Sister Bai gracefully settled beside Boss Huang, instinctively looping his arm around her neck. "Little Bai, it's been quite a while since you've graced Shangxi with your presence. It's become a challenge to catch a glimpse of you. Now, Boss Huang, with a single call from you, I'd be here in a flash. It's not that I'm unwilling. Rather, I'm apprehensive." Boss Huang paused, his expression turning grave. With old Huang here, who would dare lay a hand on you, Little Bai? What do you fear?" "Why? I fear being devoured by Boss Huang, of course." Boss Huang erupted in laughter, his corpulent hand casually meandering over Sister Bai. "And who might these young lads be?" Boss Huang inquired, only remembering our presence after his hand had traversed Sister Bai's form several times. Sister Bai readjusted her fallen shoulder strap, replying with a smile. 3 newly joined brothers. They possess some skill. With proper guidance, they could achieve great things. I wonder if they'll catch Boss Huang's discerning eye? Haha. I trust Little Bai's judgment. By the way, you must expedite that matter we discussed. Oh, Boss Huang, you wound me so. I've barely found these 3 brothers and already brought them to you to acknowledge you as their master. And yet, you suggest I'm not diligent enough. In truth, both Sister Bai's words and her tone sent shivers down my spine. With another wave from Boss Huang, the other women in the room swarmed around, leaving me somewhat bewildered. The 4 donkeys were quite indifferent, feigning engagement while their gazes remained vacant, clearly lost in thought, perhaps recovering from the exhaustion inflicted by Sister Bai. Female actresses possess an undeniable charm that captivates men. When she whispers in one's ear, her warm breath inadvertently entices, rendering one helplessly enthralled. Sister Bai, even more adept in her allure, oscillates between eager compliance and coy resistance, feigning modesty at times, which delights Boss Huang immensely. Zhao Yukong, appearing rather disheartened, paid no heed to the women, instead fixating on the wine glass before him. His demeanor quickly caught Boss Huang's attention, prompting him to silence the music. Seizing the microphone, he inquired, "What seems to be the matter? Are these lovely ladies not to your liking, young man? Get another batch in here." Zhao Yukong replied candidly, "I do not patronize prostitutes." Boss Huang paused for a few seconds before erupting into exaggerated laughter, nearly brought to tears with mirth as he slapped the sofa in delight. Others joined in the laughter, reveling in the moment. Zhao Wukong rose, questioning, "What is so amusing? I simply do not engage in such activities." Boss Huang's laughter grew even more raucous as he stammered, "Still, you claim not to indulge? Pray tell, who is stopping you? Prostitution is illegal." "Ha ha, illegal, illegal. You truly are one of a kind, my friend. Have you never been online? Those who would prevent your indulgence are often far more indulgent themselves." A few years back, that official who fell from grace had a staggering 146 mistresses, including a mother-daughter pair. Now that is truly provocative, far beyond our little gathering here. The madam winced and cautioned, "You all better behave yourselves. Mr. Huang is hosting tonight. You should be enjoying yourselves. If you spoil his mood, you'll face my wrath." Mr. Huang, still beaming, gestured for one of the actresses to sit beside him, embracing her as he said, See, this is the spirit of youth. My latest TV investment aims to promote positive energy, a good influence on these youngsters." Just then, a knock echoed from the doorway. A girl near the entrance opened the door to reveal 6 strikingly beautiful women, their attire resembling a mosaic of shattered mirror shards, reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors under the spotlights. Astonishingly, they were 3 sets of twins. One moment, she appeared unsteady with intoxication, but the next, she donned a chillingly cold expression, akin to that of a stunning assassin. She addressed us with a sardonic tone, You three must be well behaved, or someone will have to punish you for me. That evening, I realized that money is a ladder. With it, one can ascend higher and witness more breathtaking vistas. Damn it, for Donkey blurted. We barely get a chance to be alone. Without our phones, it's impossible to discuss anything with you two. Why do you think Madame Bai brought us here? It's definitely related to tomb raiding, I replied. The question is, what does she want us three to do? I pondered for a moment. Unable to conjure a plausible answer, let's make a run for it, Zhao Yukong suggested. And where would we flee to? I was suddenly startled. For those words did not originate from my conversation with the four donkeys, but rather emanated from a camera concealed in the corner, the voice distinctly belonging to Sister Bai. Damn it, this woman is truly insidious. Anger surged within me as I grasped a chair in one hand and seized the ashtray from the coffee table in the other, shattering the camera on the ceiling into a myriad of pieces. The four donkeys remarked, "Dog, if we do this, will that woman not report us? She wouldn't dare call the authorities before extracting all she can from us. But if you destroy the camera, might she assume we have fled?" It was utterly implausible. Given her cunning nature, there must be cameras installed throughout this room, even in the restroom. Who knows how many hidden pinhole cameras are scattered about this house? Damn. The four donkeys cursed as he lit a cigarette. I struggled to fathom Sister Bai's true intentions for summoning us. Boss Huang had mentioned in passing that their affairs had drawn Sister Bai's scrutiny. What could it possibly be? Surely, our presence was tied to tomb raiding. The people of Shaanxi have long been known for their business acumen, and during the Qing dynasty, the Shaanxi merchants gained worldwide renown. Even today, numerous grand courtyards remain as remnants of their legacy. Could it be that Boss Huang intends to excavate the tombs of these merchants? That seems unlikely, as he is a coal magnate. And would someone who frequents such extravagant venues truly be captivated by tomb raiding? Certainly not. There is little of value to be gained from such endeavors, perhaps a few million at most. Would he truly care? The more I pondered, the more uneasy I felt. The four donkeys inquired, "What shall we do next?" Yukong suggests we flee, but even if we were Sun Wukong himself, that woman is akin to the Buddha. Escape seems impossible. I share your sentiments. I too am disinterested in the motives of that woman. My sole desire is for the three of us to emerge unscathed. By the way, is what she mentioned about Yangshi true? Indeed, Yangshi had one leg of the overlord and was thus conferred a title. Yangjian is also a descendant of Yangshi, all duly recorded in historical texts. This is quite perplexing. How has the Yang family maintained such prominence to this day? I offered a wry smile and suggested, perhaps you should investigate the Hongnong Yang clan in the encyclopedia. Observe who the last two members are. Chapter 26. A shift to Hebei. We spent the night in silence, seeking to catch up on sleep. It wasn't that we were unwilling to discuss strategies. Rather, we found ourselves utterly cornered. Sister Bai, with a cigarette in her mouth, was removing her makeup, appearing somewhat pitiful. I was uncertain whether to feel disdain or sympathy. Her eyes bored dark circles, suggesting a sleepless night. Si Luzi's countenance was equally grim, as though a cake, once his alone, was now to be shared with many. While Sister Bai was freshening up, I inquired, "Is there anything else we should do?" "Wait for the opportune moment," she replied. "What moment?" Sister Bai sighed heavily. "Do not press me. My soul wishes to rescue you. As for the rest, it is not that I do not wish to divulge, but rather that I cannot. You witnessed yesterday the extent of Boss Huang's influence. He could effortlessly render us invisible. Do you understand?" I retorted with displeasure. "What does any of this have to do with us? We were quite comfortable in Shenyang. Why must we be brought to Shaanxi?" Sister Bai cast a cold glance at me and remarked, "Boss Huang can shelter us, but in Shenyang, who will provide you with protection?" I inhaled sharply, unable to fathom Sister Bai's true intentions. After a couple of days spent in a daze, alternating between eating and sleeping, she finally revealed her next plan. She said, "Boss Huang has a penchant for antiques, which is why he feels a kinship with me." I responded with an understanding, "Ah, I see. I had thought it was for another reason." Sister Bai playfully struck me, stating, "Currently, there is an ancient tomb in Hebei. We should seize this opportunity." "From which era?" I inquired. "The early Tang dynasty." My heart sank. If it were from the Tang era, I could accept that. But to pinpoint it to the early Tang dynasty seemed improbable. The tomb must have either been plundered or transformed into a tourist site. Surely, a tombstone wouldn't be placed beside the grave bearing the exact dates of birth and death. If it were, it would have been either protected or looted. So, I asked, "Whose tomb is it?" "Li Yuanji's." Without a moment's hesitation, I retorted, "Nonsense." During the Xuanwu Gate incident, Li Yuanji was slain by the General Yu Qigong under Prince Qin Li Shimin's command. How could he be buried in Hebei? Why not? Sister Bai countered. The Tang dynasty's capital was Chang'an, and the Xuanwu Gate is located in the northwest of the Taiji Palace. Li Yuanji died in Chang'an. How could he possibly be buried in Hebei? Sister Bai paused for a few moments before replying. Why is it impossible? Li Yuanji and Crown Prince Li Jianxing were allies. After Li Shimin killed them, he would not want them in the ancestral tomb, hence they were buried in Hebei. This was utter nonsense. I felt a surge of anger. It was evident that she was treating us like mere pawns. Where, may I ask, was Li Yuanji interred? I found myself at a loss for words. During the Xuanwu Gate incident, not only did Li Shimin eliminate Li Yuanji, but he also ordered the execution of Li Yuanji's 5 offspring, effectively extinguishing that lineage. It was not until the second year of Li Shimin's reign, when he had firmly established his authority, that he commanded a ceremonial burial for both Li Yuanji and Li Jianxing. However, historical records fail to specify the location of Li Yuanji's grave. Sister Bai inquired, so, where do you believe Li Yuanji was laid to rest? I remained uncertain, yet questioned how one could assert that the tomb in Hebei belonged to Li Yuanji. One must not overlook the fact that at the time of Li Yuanji's demise, his father, Li Yuan, was still the emperor. And even after Li Shimin ascended to the throne, Li Yuan continued to live. Indeed, you are correct. Li Yuan survived nearly a decade into Li Shimin's reign. But what does this have to do with Li Yuanji? Might it not be possible that a grieving father secretly arranged for Li Yuanji's remains to be transported to Hebei for burial? A sense of doubt arose within me. Just moments ago, Sister Bai had asserted that Li Yuanji was taken to Hebei for interment on Li Shimin's orders, yet now she introduced Li Yuan into the discussion. I found it hard to believe that Li Yuanji would rest in Hebei. After all, Li Shimin did not spare even Li Yuanji's children. How could he possibly allow Li Yuanji's remains to be transported from Shaanxi to Hebei? At most, it would be a mere facade, a ceremonial reburial of Li Yuanji to appease public sentiment, a gesture to reassure the populace. Such a display, ultimately, is meant for the eyes of others. Therefore, it stands to reason that Li Yuanji's remains would undoubtedly find their final resting place in the imperial capital of Chang'an, surrounded by nobility, rather than being sent to Hebei for interment. The words of Sister Bai were disjointed and contradictory, clearly indicating a nonsensical discourse. However, upon hearing the prospect of tomb raiding, Zhao Yukong's face illuminated with delight. He exclaimed, "Who cares whose tomb it is, as long as we can excavate?" The 4 donkeys echoed in agreement. Precisely. Our goal is to earn money, irrespective of whose tomb it may be. I bit my lip, suppressing the doubts that hovered at the tip of my tongue. Deep down, I remained perplexed by this endeavor. Why should the task of excavating Li Yuanji's tomb fall upon the 3 of us? Was it due to our inexperience? That evening, we set off on the highway, with Sister Bai stating that Boss Huang would fly over to meet us in Hebei. Li Gu, around 50 years of age, was a figure one could hardly address as brother. Even calling him uncle would not be amiss. With a round face and a balding crown, the flesh around his abdomen sagged almost to his prostate. I held little affection for Li Gu, and it was evident that he looked down upon us as well. A day later, Boss Huang arrived alone. During our encounter at the modest inn, he immediately soured upon noticing another man besides Sister Bai. With a mix of charm and flattery, she spent considerable time softening his demeanor from stormy to merely overcast, though he still regarded Li Gu with disdain. I interjected. Sister Bai, was it not agreed that it would just be the few of us? Sister Bai responded coyly, "Oh, Brother Huang. I feared you might find the small tomb unworthy, so I sought some leads, and they too wished to see what lies within the ancient tomb." Boss Huang asked in a low tone, "How much did you spend?" Sister Bai replied with a charming smile, "Oh, let us not speak of money. What matters is making you happy, Boss Huang. Money is but a trivial matter." Boss Huang waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No way. I, old Huang, cannot let a woman pay." "How much did you, Fat Li, contribute?" Li Gu, undeterred, gestured grandly, 8 million. Boss Huang scoffed. 8 million is nothing. I'll add another 2 million. And you need not go on this job. In a fit of anger, he exclaimed, "Kid, do you think old Huang has no one in Hebei?" Sister Bai swiftly intervened. "Oh, come now. Brother Huang, my dear Brother Huang, you are not like Li Gu. He is in it for the money, while you seek nothing but a bit of amusement. Even if there were treasures worth tens of millions in that ancient tomb, you would hardly bat an eye. Wouldn't you?" Chapter 27. Unequal division of spoils. Sister Bai's words flattered Boss Huang, and he fell silent. Under the cover of night, we boarded a van, with Sister Bai at the wheel, while Boss Huang and Li Gu sat in the back, the atmosphere laden with tension. An unsettling feeling gnawed at me. After all, Boss Huang was a coal magnate, and the rise of such moguls is often entwined with tales of violence and rivalry. hardly a trivial matter. As those in his circle often carry submachine guns, how could someone of his stature venture out without a bodyguard? Was he courting death? Yet, Boss Huang appeared remarkably composed, leaving me perplexed. I sensed a trap was being laid, though I remained oblivious to its target. Our destination was a long-abandoned village, an oddity in the landscape. Isolated for miles around, surrounded by dense poplar trees. According to Li Gu, this village experienced an outbreak of leprosy in the 1970s, resulting in the afflicted being taken away, while those unaffected also relocated, leaving the place desolate for decades. The village is not particularly large, or rather, it appears diminutive now, overgrown with weeds, with scattered remnants of walls that vaguely outline its former shape. Li Gu leads the way, stating, "Do not underestimate this small rural village during the Tang dynasty. It was home to royal relatives. After all, Li Shimin did take Li Yuanji's wife, Yang, into his harem. Yang bore him a son, ranked 14th, known as Li Ming, the Prince of Chao, who was later adopted by Li Yuanji. Li Ming's descendants may indeed be here, guarding the tomb of Li Yuanji. I find myself haunted by these historical echoes, while the tale holds a semblance of truth. It is also known that Li Ming met his demise at the hands of Wu Zetian. During the era of the Wu Zhou, many of the older members of the Li Tang royal family were executed, while the younger ones were reduced to servitude or concealed among the common folk. Blending in with the masses, it is plausible that among Li Ming's descendants, someone could have come here to safeguard Li Yuanji's tomb, yet it feels rather contrived. Li Shimin married Li Yuanji's legitimate wife, Yang, and cherished her deeply. Following the death of Empress Changsun, he even contemplated elevating Yang to empress, a prospect that likely would have materialized had it not been for Wei Zheng's counsel. Furthermore, even during the Wu Zhou era, Li Ming's descendants would have sought to distance themselves from the court to survive. It is improbable that they would come to tend to Li Yuanji's grave. They would have wished to escape as far as possible from the Li Tang, yearning to sever any ties, as if fleeing to the ends of the earth. Such is the reality. Li's abrupt interjection shattered my reverie. With a raised eyebrow, I instructed, "We've arrived. You three, get to work immediately." I inwardly sighed, realizing this was purely manual labor. Surveying the surroundings, I noted the location was in the southwest quadrant of the village. Devoid of any discernible structures and overgrown with waist-high weeds, the area was essentially a barren expanse. Li had brought a plethora of tools, and we began by clearing the vegetation with sickles. I even inspected the uncleared patches, but found no evidence of any plundered tunnels. This was perplexing. Tombs during the Tang dynasty were typically constructed by excavating mountains. Although this was a plain, there should still be some form of above-ground structure. If this were indeed the tomb of Li Yuanji, as Bai claimed, there would undoubtedly be temples for ceremonial purposes. Even if the temples had collapsed, there should at least be remnants of bricks or tiles. Furthermore, the absence of any plundered tunnels made it all the more enigmatic. How could Bai and the others ascertain this was Li Yuanji's tomb based solely on a desolate field? Was there guidance from an expert? Or perhaps historical anecdotes to corroborate this? What are you pondering? Get back to work, Bai urged. Huang remained seated in the van, smoking with the door ajar. While he paced around, Bai provided illumination with a lamp as the three of us took turns excavating and removing soil. Upon reaching a depth of over a meter, Zhao unearthed a terracotta figure approximately 20 centimeters in height. Beneath the figure was a black horse, and atop it was a female figure in green attire, poised in a polo-playing stance. Bai exclaimed with elation, "Huang, we found something." A painted terracotta female polo player. Huang swiftly discarded his cigarette and approached. Though he refrained from touching the artifact, Li stepped forward, retrieved a toothbrush from his pocket, and meticulously brushed the surface of the terracotta figure. Li remarked, "We have struck gold. This terracotta figurine must be worth several million." Splendid. Excited, Sister Bai embraced Boss Huang, who inquired, "What is the current market value of this item?" Li immediately interjected, "Hold on. Let us be clear from the outset. I have financed this venture and acquired the lead. Thus, I shall claim half of whatever we unearth. The remainder will be shared among you." Boss Huang retorted, "Who do you think you are? You demand half? You contributed a mere fraction, yet aspire to seize assets worth over 100 million? Li, equally incensed, responded, "No, this is how it works. I have invested the money, and I am entitled to half of the treasures within this tomb." I found it amusing that before they had even excavated the ancient tomb, they were already debating the distribution of the spoils, akin to discussing how to spend a lottery prize before winning. Sister Bai and Li were clearly conspiring against Boss Huang, who, despite his dim-wittedness, should have recognized the trap. To my astonishment, not only did he fail to see it, but he also feigned superiority. After a prolonged exchange of heated words, Li insisted, "We will divide it as I propose. I take 50%, and you both shall receive 20% each." With the remaining 10% allocated to the three younger brothers. Boss Huang scoffed, "Impossible. 50% for you? Don't even think about it." Li shot back, "If that's the case, I am withdrawing. I will sell this lead to you for 20 million. Pay me the 20 million, and I will leave immediately." Sister Bai intervened. "All right, everyone, let us not ruin our camaraderie. Li shall take half, and Huang shall take the other half. We will work for free and hope that when we uncover the next tomb, we may receive a taste of the spoils." Li laughed and said, "If you can't come up with 20 million, let's go with what Xiaobai suggested." Boss Huang, who had never endured such indignation, took a drag from his cigarette and retorted, "Damn, I thought it was a larger sum. 20 million, is it? Just wait." Sister Bai interjected, "What are you doing, Huang? We're here to make money. Let us keep things amicable." Boss Huang continued, "Xiaobai, I will transfer 2 million to your account. But you must wait until this tomb is excavated before you can give it to that Li fellow." "Oh, Huang, calm down. We're here to earn, not to spend," Sister Bai urged. Ignoring her, Boss Huang stepped aside to make a phone call, and within 10 minutes, Sister Bai received a notification from the bank. Sister Bai, rather mischievous, raised her phone towards Li and proclaimed, "Li, this tomb now belongs to Boss Huang. He decides how to divide it." Li spat in frustration, "Damn it. I haven't even seen the money yet, and I deserve a share of this tomb." Sister Bai sneered, "Whether you have a share or not is up to Boss Huang." With a smug expression, Boss Huang declared, "I, Lao Huang, am not heartless. If we uncover something valuable, I'll share some with you." Li wanted to retort, but Sister Bai's clearing of her throat drowned him out. I was bewildered. How could Boss Huang not see through such a straightforward scheme? Had he grown up in ignorance? Yet, I couldn't bring it to his attention. We were all harboring ulterior motives, and the atmosphere was thick with tension. Our lives were precariously balanced, and we could not afford to act overly confident. Sister Bai directed us to continue digging. Surprisingly, after just about 1.5 meters, we encountered the tomb bricks below. A wave of doubt washed over me. The depths of noble tombs from the Tang dynasty typically exceed 10 meters. With those less than 10 meters being a rarity, a burial depth of less than 2 meters is indeed an extraordinary anomaly. Zhao Wukong pried open the brick of the tomb, revealing an inky darkness below. Li Gu approached with wires and a camera, and as he opened his notebook, the scenes beneath the tomb path came into view. Directly beneath the excavation was the tomb's antechamber, surrounded by brick walls, with only an arched entrance at the front, devoid of a door. The surrounding walls were adorned with murals depicting scenes of merchants leading camel trains, plump maidens accompanying outings, women playing the chain, and soldiers leading horses, among others. The style and color of the figures aligned with the characteristics of tombs from the Tang dynasty. Could it be that I was mistaken? Was this not a trap? Chapter 28. Opening the stone coffin. Further down, a layer of dust, nearly an inch thick, lay within the antechamber, allowing only a vague glimpse of the accompanying burial goods, vivid pottery of tall horses, jars and vessels, tricolored artifacts rich in culture, and various stone-carved beast statues. Among these, the most captivating was a jade Buddha crafted from emerald, positioned at the archway's entrance, illuminated by the camera's light, revealing a hint of translucence. At this moment, I felt certain this was not a trap, for the emerald Buddha was indeed genuine. Sister Bai was even more exhilarated. She embraced Boss Huang and planted a kiss on his angular head, exclaiming, "We struck gold." With a Tang tomb of this caliber, just the emerald Buddha alone could fetch tens of millions. "Oh, Huang Gu, is your fortune a legacy passed down through generations?" Boss Huang laughed heartily. "My luck is simply extraordinary. While others struggle to find mining sites, I, Huang, effortlessly uncover vast deposits of several tons." Sister Bai flattered. "In this lifetime, I have chosen to follow Brother Huang. I hope you will generously guide me." Of course, he replied. However, we faced a disagreement regarding who should ascend to retrieve items, as we could not all enter the tunnel. It was not just us, it was them. The three of us were certain we had to descend to work, and Boss Huang also wished to join. Yet, Brother Li insisted on remaining above. A decision Boss Huang opposed, fearing he might abscond with the goods. Boss Huang suggested Sister Bai stay above, but she too disagreed, expressing her desire to explore the ancient tomb. "Oh, Brother Huang, it's not just about the vehicle. I genuinely wish to see what's down there. I will transfer you the funds right now. Would 2 million suffice? If not, I can manage 3 million. I held a deep admiration for Boss Huang's generosity. After receiving 3 million, Sister Bai reluctantly remained above. The order of descent was straightforward. The three of us would lead the way, followed by Boss Huang. And finally, Brotherly. Brotherly, being quite rotund, resembled a hefty pig as he descended the rope. Initially, I harbored suspicions that this might be a scheme devised by Sister Bai, but upon sighting the Jade Buddha, my perspective shifted. Even if this were not the tomb of Li Yuanji, the occupant must surely have been a person of considerable status, not one of low rank. The height of the Jade Buddha stands at approximately 30 centimeters, resting upon a tray crafted from small leaf-red sandalwood. This statue depicts the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara in a standing posture, with the left hand gracefully holding a precious vase and the right hand delicately pinching an orchid. The visage is full and serene, characterized by dignified brows and exquisite features. The lips are painted a soft red, with the corners subtly curved, while the cheeks are gently rounded. The elongated and arched brows frame eyes that are slightly opened, adorned with a tranquil smile, casting a downward gaze that evokes a sense of salvation and the Bodhisattva's compassion for all beings. Examining the quality. The Jade Buddha is of the glass type. When illuminated, it exhibits a flawless, unblemished surface, epitomizing the quintessence of jade, resplendent and translucent. Mr. Huang, a devout Buddhist, humbly kneels before the statue, bowing his head in reverence and imploring Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, who has long dwelled in the ancient tomb, hidden from the light of day. I beseech you, please relocate. I shall, without fail, offer my morning and evening prostrations, accompanied by incense offerings. To demonstrate his sincerity, Mr. Huang removes his garment to wrap the Jade Buddha, thereafter carefully placing it into a bag for Sister Bai to carry. Mr. Li, a man of action, exhibits little concern for the items at hand. He simply grasps whatever he can and deposits it into the bag, assisting Sister Bai in her task as it nears completion. Naturally, the three of us cannot remain idle, swiftly collecting the burial items. In the antechamber alone, there are over 30 burial artifacts, primarily comprising Tang Sankai pottery figurines, each uniquely shaped, including 3 color maidens who people joyfully riding camels, 3 color horses, and who figures leading camels, among others. My heart swells with excitement. These Sankai figurines are remarkably well preserved and vividly colored, with each piece worth over 100,000. In just the antechamber, we have amassed treasures valued at 30 million. Once we complete the collection in the main burial chamber, it would indeed be akin to ascending to enlightenment. Having completed the anteroom, we stepped through the archway, and the sight before us was nothing short of breathtaking. A stone sarcophagus, measuring over 2 meters in length, lay majestically at the center. In front of the sarcophagus was a sculpture of a crane poised for flight, while the sides featured intricate depictions of a soaring dragon amidst auspicious clouds. Above, a celestial tableau illustrated souls ascending to the heavens, with a man, supported by a throng of maidens, treading upon clouds towards the sun and moon. Beside the sarcophagus, exquisite artifacts adorned the space: a white porcelain teapot, a 3-legged water basin, a gilded silver tea tray, a tricolored grave guardian beast, and a square bronze mirror depicting twin eagles hunting a fox, each an exquisite treasure, yet few in number. I pondered that, even if we were to receive just one of these items, it would suffice for a lifetime, and considering that the sarcophagus had yet to be opened, one could only imagine the wealth contained within, for the affluent of ancient times were known to inter their finest possessions alongside them. Li, ever pragmatic, urged us to hasten our efforts. Let us pack quickly and depart. The night is long and fraught with uncertainty. Awakened from our reverie, we began to fill our bags with items, while Boss Huang exhibited particular fascination with the sarcophagus, pacing around it in circles. Once we had gathered a sufficient number of treasures, Boss Huang commanded, "You 3, come over and help me open the sarcophagus." I acknowledged his request and approached the stone coffin. It was evident that brute force would not suffice. We needed to pry it open with a crowbar to create a gap, then insert small steel balls. Together with the 4 donkeys, I strained to leverage the crowbar, while Zhao Wukong assisted by inserting the steel balls. The weight of the sarcophagus made the balls clatter ominously within. After much exertion, we managed to pry open a small portion of the coffin. With more hands, we could have shifted the lid aside with greater ease, but for now, we could only insert the balls incrementally. During our brief respite, Boss Huang activated the flashlight on his phone, bending low to peer inside the sarcophagus. I thought to myself that Boss Huang was exceedingly impatient. In just an hour, when the coffin lid was opened, everything would be revealed. "Come quickly," Boss Huang suddenly shouted. Instinctively, I discarded my cigarette as he repeated his command, gesturing towards the coffin's seam. Look inside and see what lies within. He then handed me his phone. And through the crevice, I discerned something white within the coffin. Indeed, it was a porcelain object adorned with red and gold patterns. What do you see? Asked Siluzu. I rose silently, my mind a blank canvas, expressionless as I passed the phone to him. Boss Huang inquired, what did you see? There are no bones, I replied. What did you see? A porcelain cat, Siluzu exclaimed, cursing vehemently. Damn it all, there's a fortune cat inside. Ah? Zhao Lukong gasped as he snatched the flashlight. Rage bubbled within me. I had accurately guessed the truth. As I surveyed my surroundings, I noticed that Li Gu had vanished without a trace. Damn it. I had been deceived. It was indeed a trap. I hurriedly rushed to the entrance of the tunnel, but darkness enveloped it. When I shone the flashlight, I discovered that a cement slab had sealed the entrance. This was a disaster. Chapter 29. The urgency of flames. Suddenly, Boss Huang struck Zhao Wukong across the face. Zhao stood in shock, exclaiming, Are you out of your mind? Without further thought, I swung the crowbar at Boss Huang, cursing, I care not who you are. If you dare lay a hand on us again, we shall pry your eyes from their sockets. Boss Huang had never faced such a predicament before. He instinctively reached out to strike me. The 4 donkeys, too, were as fierce as young tigers. And one delivered a flying kick that sent Boss Huang crashing against the tomb wall. I interjected, Boss Huang, calm down for a moment. We have all been deceived. What do you mean? He retorted. Is it not clear enough? That scheming woman, orchestrated this trap. Boss Huang attempted to make a phone call, but alas, there was no signal. I continued, right now, our only option is to devise a way to escape. Are you not in cahoots with Xiaobai? He questioned. If we were, would we be left here to await our demise in this forsaken tomb? Boss Huang spoke earnestly. Young brother, if you can ensure my survival, I will reward each of you with 10 million. I, Lao Huang, am a man of my word. This is not merely a matter of money. We cannot escape. Without a rope, we cannot ascend the theft tunnel. If we dismantle the tomb bricks to use as a cushion, it will surely collapse upon us, burying us alive. Damn it, I truly regret not having dealt with that woman. From Boss Huang's lips, I heard the most venomous words imaginable. I recounted to him the entirety of our acquaintance with Sister Bai and our journey to Shanxi. Boss Huang revealed that he had met Sister Bai during a drinking session, and finding her rather alluring, he had engaged in deeper conversation to see if they might complement each other and share their innermost thoughts. One of the 4 donkeys shouted angrily, Dog, did you not notice that something was amiss within the tomb? Damn it, I recognized the Jade Buddha was genuine. But I failed to pay attention to anything else, just eager to finish the job and leave. At this moment, examining the items within the tomb reveals a myriad of flaws. The ancient sepulchre, cloaked in a layer of dust, surprisingly displays vibrant wall paintings. And the stone sarcophagus bears unmistakable traces of intricate carvings that I had previously overlooked. Moreover, the presence of those terracotta figurines depicting foreign figures from the early Tang dynasty raises questions. What a fool I was to engage in hindsight analysis. It serves little purpose now. I surveyed the surroundings, and apart from the sarcophagus, there seemed to be nothing else to manipulate, and even with our combined strength, moving the sarcophagus appeared impossible. At present, our sole recourse seemed to be a human pyramid, allowing the individual at the apex to extend their upper body into the burial passage, then brace against the walls of the looted entrance to ascend and ascertain whether the concrete slab above could be shifted. I articulated my plan. With only myself and Boss Huang supporting from below, while the 4 donkeys hoisted Zhao Wukong up, this endeavor might indeed succeed. Boss Huang, left with no alternative, intertwined with me in a supportive embrace, and then the 4 donkeys began their ascent. I instructed him to step directly upon our heads, with Zhao Wukong following, using his teeth to grip a spade as he painstakingly climbed upward. At that moment, I pondered whether, if I were to escape, I would still feel compelled to rescue Boss Huang. Should I choose not to save him, and he perished within, it would surely weigh heavily on my conscience. For this predicament stemmed from our actions. Conversely, if I did save him, with his wealth, status, and connections, he could easily dispose of us without a second thought. Yet, there were benefits to saving him. The coal magnate was not lacking in resources and could effortlessly reward us with substantial sums. It was akin to playing the lottery, fully aware of the deceit, yet unable to resist the allure of greed. Alas, I was overthinking. Our current situation mirrored that of a clay Buddha crossing a river, unable to secure our own safety, let alone rescue Boss Huang. Fortunately, Zhao Wukong possessed agile skills, and with great success, he entered the tunnel. He then attempted to shift the cement slab, but found it impossible to lift. Faced with this predicament, I instructed Zhao Yukong to initially carve the tunnel horizontally and subsequently to ascend vertically, thereby creating an L-shaped passage that would circumvent the cement slab above. Boss Wang. While we too are victims, deceived by the surname Bai, this matter remains pertinent to us. If we manage to survive, we shall continue our pursuits in tomb raiding. For the sum exceeds 20 million, I stated. Boss Wang glanced at me and then at the 4 donkeys, saying, grievances have their origins and debts their owners. This affair does not concern you. If you help me escape, I shall reward each of you with 10 million. A bitter smile curled upon my lips as I reflected on our situation. The 3 of us were like participants at a masquerade ball, outwardly jovial, yet inwardly tumultuous, presenting a facade of unity while concealing treachery. Zhao Yukong continued to bore through the earth, the entrance to the tunnel cascading with falling soil, leaving us in a state of anxious impotence. As the beam of the flashlight grew dimmer, our anxiety intensified. Working overhead proved arduous, especially in such confined quarters. Doggedly, it is pouring heavily outside. What shall we do? A muffled voice resonated from within the tunnel. What is the condition of the soil? If water seeps through, we cannot proceed upwards. What then? I inhaled sharply, realizing that Zhao Yukong must be nearing the surface. If a torrential downpour occurred outside, upon breaching the tunnel, torrents of rainwater and mud would cascade in, leaving us with no chance of escape. However, if we do not dig, the collapse of the earth layers is merely a matter of time. The mud will inevitably descend, and that wretched substance lacks any point of support, leaving us at risk of drowning in it. I glanced at the 4 donkeys, then at Boss Wang, who appeared somewhat bewildered. Continue digging. What are we waiting for? He urged. I paused and said, Brother Monkey, just dig and run. Don't worry about us. What the hell are you talking about? Boss Wang retorted angrily. We cannot escape. The 4 donkeys clicked their tongues, and then one lit a cigarette, the flicker of the lighter casting shadows across his face, revealing a profound weariness. He silently inhaled, exhaling clouds of smoke that seemed to echo his longing for the world. I too feared death, yet when the king of hell calls, who can truly evade? Boss Huang incessantly pressed Zhao Wukong for answers, but received no response from above, which only fueled his rage as he kicked the tomb wall in frustration. At that moment, the best course of action I could conceive was to enable Zhao Wukong to escape. Once the tunnel was breached, within mere seconds, rainwater and mud would pour in. And if he did not act swiftly, his chances of survival would be exceedingly slim. The 4 donkeys and I continued to smoke one cigarette after another, while Boss Huang raged on, cursing our ancestors to the 8th generation, though none paid him any mind. I listened with a strange sense of acceptance, for soon we would all meet our ancestors. Suddenly, Zhao Wukong shouted from above, take off all your clothes and tie them together. I understood that Zhao Yukong was taking a perilous risk. Between death and adventure, I chose the latter. We tethered our garments together, while Zhao Wukong dangled from the cave's opening, deftly lowering his attire. After securing a knot, Boss Huang contemplated ascending. The 4 donkeys delivered a resounding slap to the back of his head, admonishing, damn it, you're the last to go up. I have money, even with wealth. Am I to be trampled upon? With that, one of the donkeys turned to me, saying, dog, you ascend first. I am stout, you should go ahead, and I shall follow. Without hesitation, the donkey recognized that further reluctance would be mere pretense. Utilizing both hands and feet, he climbed while Zhao Wukong pulled, the fabric hissing as it was tugged. Once the donkey reached the top, my ascent became significantly easier as he and Zhao Wukong exerted their strength, and I swiftly crawled into the thieving hole. Ultimately, it was Boss Huang's turn. His indulgent lifestyle of excess had rendered his physique exceedingly frail, his arms devoid of strength. At one point, I contemplated abandoning him, yet my conscience prevailed. Reluctantly, I instructed old Huang to secure the clothing beneath his armpits. As water began to flow in through the soil's crevices, cascading downward, the visibility of his white skin had vanished entirely. We hoisted him up as if he were a lifeless pig. At this juncture, every moment lingered with increasing peril as we huddled within the thieving hole, awaiting Zhao Wukong's signal. Chapter 30, Escaping to Freedom. Prepare, 3, 2, 1, charge. No sooner had the words left his lips than torrents of rain mixed with mud cascaded down, transforming the thieving hole into a quagmire, akin to cotton candy dissolving in water. In an instant, the cavern morphed into a watery abyss, catching me off guard, as my airways and nasal passages were assaulted by a sharp stinging sensation. At this moment, my body was entirely beyond the control of my mind, driven solely by the instinct to survive. I floundered upward as if swimming through sludge. The upper layers of soil were insufficiently solid, Twice, I nearly reached the surface, only for the ground to crumble away beneath me, unable to withstand the pressure. My eyes remained shut against the muck, and I could only struggle with all my might, while the downward current possessed an overwhelming force, pulling me further into the abyss. Amidst the chaos, I could not discern whose arms or legs were entangled with mine. We merely collided in our frantic efforts. In the midst of this turmoil, I grasped a crowbar, and in an instant, I was yanked upward. Zhao Wukong exerted every ounce of strength he had, and without a moment's hesitation, we hastily pulled up the 4 donkeys, yet Boss Huang was nowhere to be seen. For a fleeting moment, the thought of abandoning everything crossed my mind, but my conscience would not allow it. Not only for the sake of rescuing others, but also for the sake of our monetary investment. Thus, I seized the entrenching tool and began to stir the murky water in a frenzy. It seemed that fate had spared Boss Huang. His ample physique had inadvertently blocked the tunnel of thieves. He then grasped the entrenching tool, and together, we managed to haul him back to safety. The 4 of us lay on the ground, allowing the torrential rain to wash over us, greedily inhaling the long-forgotten air. Cold, weary, exhausted, hungry, disheartened, and helpless. At that moment, I truly experienced a whirlwind of emotions. We lay there for what felt like an eternity. Long enough for me to feel that I could no longer remain prone. Otherwise, we would not perish from the mire, but rather succumb to hypothermia. I strained to rise, pulling Zhao Wukong and the 4 donkeys up with me, while Boss Huang gritted his teeth and got to his feet. The rain intensified, and the narrow hole that once accommodated a single person had now collapsed into a pit resembling a cauldron with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters. Water, swirling with clumps of grass, formed a vortex within the pit, yet the flow was not overwhelming. It seemed the entire tomb chamber had been filled with muddy water. 4 men, 4 bare-skinned fellows, devoid of even a pair of undergarments, stood there. Our clothing had been repurposed into makeshift ropes, and our shorts had been washed away by the flood. Gasping for breath, Boss Huang remarked, "You have saved me. I shall not treat you poorly." He coughed, struggling for words. I weakly replied, "Let us not dwell on that now. We must find a way to reach safety." I sensed that Huang's words stemmed from a fear of our potential to silence him. Among the 4 of us, 3 belonged to one faction, and regardless of Huang's desire for vengeance, he needed to first temper our emotions. In my mind, a sum of 10 million was insignificant. The mere fact that Huang had not yet decided to eliminate us was a blessing. How could we possibly demand money from him? Given his character, it was improbable that he would part with any funds. I had concocted several justifications for why he might wish to eliminate us. First, he had been deceived by someone named Bai, and this debt would inevitably fall upon us. Second, as a man of stature, he surely wished to conceal the fact that he had been swindled, thus leaving us with no choice but to remain silent. At that moment, I felt a twinge of regret. Was it truly worth saving a man who intended to kill us? Was it wise to risk our lives for the mere prospect of a 10 million reward? Perhaps it was worth it. Without money, merely existing felt like a futile struggle for survival. Advancing a few dozen meters, Li Ji's lifeless body came into view. It was apparent that Li Gu had been ambushed. The back of his head was shattered, with rainwater, blood, and white brain matter mingling in a macabre pool. Without a second thought, the culprit was undoubtedly the one surnamed Bai. "Strip his garments," I stated frigidly. Aside from his undergarments, Li Gu had nothing else on him. To avert discovery, we cast Li Gu into the excavation shaft. His clothes became our meager shield against the elements. In the pitch-black, rain-soaked night, we trembled as we navigated into the abyss. During this ordeal, Boss Huang persistently vowed various advantages, but we disregarded them, only desiring that he not seek retribution against us. As for any benefits, those were merely fortuitous conditions, uncertain to materialize. Before long, daybreak gradually emerged, yet we remained encircled by an endless forest. There wasn't even a path to be found, let alone any inhabitants. I can't go on," Boss Huang lamented. I inhaled deeply and declared, "It's still drizzling. If we cease our movement, we'll certainly succumb to the cold. We can proceed at a more languid pace, but we mustn't cease our activity." Boss Huang concurred with the logic of my words and nodded, resuming his pace behind us. After trekking for the better part of the day, likely covering 20 kilometers, we finally encountered a small, smoke-emitting shack. Adjacent to the shack were approximately 100 or so black-faced sheep, of indeterminate breed. At that moment, I experienced a state of near delirium, akin to the elation of discovering an oasis in the desert, yet simultaneously fearing it to be a mere mirage, destined to bring about disillusionment. I stood in a daze for what felt like half a minute when an elderly man, around 70 years of age, emerged from the shack. The sight of us startled him, for indeed, Our appearance was quite terrifying. Our vests and coats were tattered. Even our trousers had been torn into 2 pieces, leaving us in a state that would lead anyone to believe we were nefarious characters. Trembling, the old man inquired, who are you? What brings you to this place? Boss Huang replied, we came out seeking work, but were deceived and brought here. Not even a shred of clothing left to us. Perhaps due to the man's simplicity, or perhaps his wisdom in refraining from probing further, he said nothing more. A chill crept into my heart. Boss Huang spoke his lies with an unsettling calmness, devoid of any twitch or unease. This man possessed profound depths. Gathered around the stove, we sipped some warm water, gradually restoring our body temperature. The old man had little to offer in terms of sustenance. A few black sesame pancakes quickly vanished into our stomachs. Yet they provided no nourishment, barely sufficient to serve as a foundation. Boss Huang and the old man discussed purchasing a sheep for a meal, but payment would have to wait until later. The old man said nothing, allowing us to take matters into our own hands. I surmised that the sheep had never envisioned its life ending by hanging. A large pot of mutton soup was stewed, and once we were satiated, we would need to devise a way to leave. The old man mentioned that the nearest village was a good 7 or 8 miles away, and he tended to his sheep with provisions delivered regularly by his second son. When we inquired about a telephone, the old man could only shake his head in resignation. Boss Huang declared that his strength had reached its limit. He could walk no further, and the 4 donkeys seemed content to lean against the shack's wall and doze off. I believe this is the opportune moment to distance ourselves from Boss Huang, regardless of whether his promises hold any weight. Our primary concern must be the safety of the 3 of us. Should Boss Huang manage to contact someone outside to aid him, we would undoubtedly find ourselves at a disadvantage. Therefore, I spoke up. Boss Huang, the old man's son will certainly return, and you can follow him out. We need to seek vengeance against the one surnamed Bai. We may need to take the initiative. You can count on me to ensure you are well taken care of. I assured them. No, we have our own matters to attend to. Boss Huang said nothing further, and we exchanged contact information before braving the light rain to depart from the shelter. In truth, even if I suggested leaving first, Boss Huang would not have accompanied us. The comparison between 3 robust young men and a septuagenarian is quite telling regarding who poses the lesser threat to him. Due to the rain, the village streets were devoid of pedestrians. Given our appearance, the villagers would likely assume we were either kidnappers or dog thieves. Thus, we proceeded cautiously, edging along the walls to avoid any encounters that might lead to our undoing. My goal was clear, to locate a yard overrun with weeds. No matter how lazy a rural dweller may be, they would still tidy their yard, as it reflects the face of their home. It would be unthinkable for it to be completely overgrown. In the western part of the village, we discovered such a household. We scaled the wall and forced open the door, only to find the interior deserted. This residence likely belonged to a young couple, aside from the decor. The mere presence of a drawer filled with condoms and intimate items suggested they were not of modest means, indicating that both individuals were likely in the prime of their lives. First, find the clothing, then seek the blankets. Regardless of the circumstances, we must rest for a while. Chapter 31. Carving out a living. Awaking past 5 in the afternoon, we rummaged through our possessions like thieves. Indeed, we were thieves. Initially, we aspired to be tomb raiders. Yet we had transformed into indisputable bandits. Our home held little cash, only 3 jars filled with coins, predominantly 1-cent pieces, alongside a handful of 5-dime and 1 yuan coins. Gazing at the meager coins before us, a wave of discontent surged within. Zhao Wukong inquired, "Where do we go from here?" "You must be mad. The Yang family of Western Beijing is still searching for us," I retorted. The individual named by speaks with a mix of truth and deceit. I wager that her mention of the Yang family is merely a ploy to draw us in, a ruse to swindle Huang's money. For donkeys interjected, "So, the ancient tombs are all fabricated? They are constructed of tang bricks, adorned with burial items, and likely sealed for several years. Bai is an expert at orchestrating schemes. How could I have been so blind?" For donkeys offered consolation. "Well, we learned from our misfortunes. We started with nothing, and now we remain with nothing." I sighed. "The bronze lamp has also been swindled by Bai. We are truly left with nothing." Zhao Wukong remarked, "I believe we should maintain our distance from that woman. She has already killed Brotherly and might very well turn against us. Let us head to Panjiayuan. She might evade us, but she cannot escape the temple. This is the capital, and under the broad daylight. Would she dare act? Without money, we too face a dead end. Are we to wait and perish from hunger?" For donkeys asked, "When shall we depart? Let us rest for a night to rejuvenate our spirits. At around 4 or 5 in the morning. While the dawn has yet to break, We shall seek out a breakfast stall to exchange our coins and depart directly. Whether we can rise at such an early hour hinges solely on fortune. We are devoid of mobile phones or alarms, and the electronic clock on the wall merely rotates its hands. To awaken early, we must rely on an early bedtime to allow nature to take its course. This time, Lady Luck favored us, as the sound of drums and music from a funeral procession in the village served as our unwitting alarm. I altered my strategy, reasoning that with a wake held, the attendees would surely be numerous, making our trio inconspicuous. We followed the sound to the grieving family's home, casually hailing a taxi. The driver, a middle-aged man, paid us little mind, treating his task simply as another fare, unable to discern whether we were related to the bereaved. I inquired, "Driver, which funeral home are we headed to?" He yawned and replied, "Isn't at the one in Lishui County? What's the matter? Are we changing locations?" No. I'm merely asking. And who was the deceased to you?" "Ah, a relative from my mother's side." In that moment, I spun my tale with effortless ease. What thrilled me further was that Lishui County borders the Fangzhou district of Beijing. From this place, we could surely reach Panjiayuan. Upon arriving at the funeral home, we seized the opportunity amidst the commotion to slip away. A local informed us that a bus could take us directly to Fangzhou in Beijing. It was then that I learned for the first time that buses could traverse the expressway. Once we arrived in Beijing, everything became manageable. After transferring buses, we found ourselves once again at Panjiayuan. However, this time, my mood was entirely different from the last visit. Previously, I had approached with a sense of confidence and determination. But now I felt akin to a stray dog seeking a confrontation, ready for a desperate struggle. To my surprise, the shop owned by the Bai family was still in operation. I took a deep breath and entered the store, where I encountered a portly man in his 50s. Speaking in a distinct Beijing dialect, he greeted us, asking, "What are you gentlemen looking to acquire?" An angry voice interjected, "Where is Bai Xiaocui?" The stout man paused for a few seconds, bewildered, and replied, "What on earth? Where is Bai Xiaocui? Isn't this her shop?" He scrutinized us for a moment before exclaiming, "How peculiar. You are the second group to inquire about Bai Xiaocui today. Who are you?" I explained, "We were deceived when purchasing items here. At that time, a woman was running the shop, claiming to be Bai Xiaocui. The man regarded me with skepticism, saying, 'There is no such person.' I rented this shop to someone named Li Ditsai, and we agreed on a year-long lease. Just a few days ago, he called to inform me he was no longer renting, and that I needn't expect a refund for the rent. He asked me to come and take back the shop, which struck me as suspicious. Tell me, what did they deceive you about?" I hastily concocted a reason to deflect his inquiry. I refrained from contesting his words, but casually described Li Ji's appearance from our time in Baoding. The stout man nodded vigorously, saying, Yes. Li Ditsai is indeed quite portly." I then inquired, "Have you seen a strikingly beautiful young woman managing this shop?" He replied, "No, I haven't. They rented my shop, and I've visited several times. It's always that portly man running things. Have they left without taking anything? Ah, whatever is here is all counterfeit. Not even a pile could be sold. How long have they been in this business?" The portly proprietor pondered for a moment and replied, "It will be exactly 7 months by the 10th of next month. They paid for a year and simply decided to quit. I suspect they were never cut out for business. Otherwise, they wouldn't have failed so miserably. In our line of work, claiming that one can thrive for 3 years after opening is sheer exaggeration. However, selling even a single item means one can afford to be idle for a month." I offered the proprietor a cigarette, likely a rarity for him, and he chuckled, saying, "I only smoke Zong Non Hai. I can't get accustomed to anything else." I inquired whether we were part of the second wave of people, to which he affirmed, "Indeed, the first wave were the ones speaking with a Shanxi accent." Right. Those were Shanxi folks. Tell me, what caught your eye? How much did you spend?" I finally grasped the essence of a Beijing raconteur as this rotund owner engaged us in conversation for quite some time. Fearing that my fabricated tale might unravel, I contemplated leaving several times, only to be ensnared by his words. Ultimately, it was Zhao Wukong's cleverness that provided our escape. He feigned a need to use the restroom, allowing us to slip away. Damn it, it was all a ruse, a complete charade. I initially intended to confront Bai and bring about a reckoning, but little did I know, he had cleansed himself of all evidence. How foolish I was. Concerning myself with a false monk and the temple, despair and anger made my heart race uncontrollably. Yet what could I do? With neither money nor influence, where could I seek assistance? Without funds, how could I afford a ticket? What I meant was to find a part-time job in Beijing, perhaps distributing flyers. to earn some initial capital. The four of us felt it was reasonable, so we began to contemplate avenues for making money, considering the possibility of finding bargains at Panjiayuan. Unfortunately, there were no genuine items. Even the plastic amber was priced at several hundred yuan per piece, and we lacked the capital. Ultimately, we had no choice but to head to Beijing Station. At that time, the subway fare in Beijing was still a mere 2 yuan for a ticket, allowing unlimited rides. Each of us purchased 20 subway tickets. The ticket seller looked at us with a puzzled expression, yet refrained from commenting. Given that there were numerous vendors selling subway tickets at Beijing Station, acquiring a 2 yuan ticket typically required a queue of at least half an hour. We capitalized on the waiting crowd, selling tickets for 5 yuan each, bypassing the line, as everyone was merely out for leisure. None were particularly concerned about the additional 3 yuan, resulting in impressive sales. That day, we earned over 800 yuan. I'm mused that ticket scalping was more lucrative than tomb raiding. By day, we sold tickets, and by night, we reveled in internet CAFS, cheerfully selling for 3 consecutive days, until the inevitable occurred. Chapter 32, The Grand Banquet that afternoon. We were busily hawking our subway tickets when a man clad in dress pants and a white shirt, wearing dark sunglasses, seized my shoulder with a determined expression. My first instinct was to think I was being apprehended by an undercover officer. After all, whether at Tiananmen or Beijing Station, there were numerous young men in dress attire. Stammering, I asked, "Fellow villager, would you like a subway ticket?" "Quite a few, perhaps." "No, you've mistaken me," he replied. "Boss Huang wishes to meet you." My heart raced with apprehension. I would rather encounter an undercover officer than meet Boss Huang. I called out to my companions, "Let's go." Intentionally raising my voice, I asked, "Where are we headed?" "Speak softly. The proprietor, Mr. Huang, awaits you in a vehicle across the thoroughfare." What could he possibly want from us? The gentleman in slacks, paying me no heed, attempted to forcibly pull me along. I murmured, "Refrain from causing a disturbance here. Should you attempt any coercion, I shall immediately raise an alarm. Do you observe the armed police yonder? They are equipped with Type 95 rifles. Young man, Mr. Huang spared your lives, and yet you speak thus?" I offered a wry smile, stating, "Sir, who precisely rescued whom?" The gentleman in slacks remained silent, producing identification from his pocket, merely glimpsing the cover. I knew we were in dire straits. The national emblem was emblazoned upon it. I intended to prolong the entanglement, but, alas, for Donkey and Zhao Gukong. Sensing the gravity of the situation, approached. We were done for, apprehended en masse. Upon crossing the street, a Mercedes-Benz with an upright hood ornament was parked. From the passenger seat, a corpulent hand emerged, clutching a thick cigar. I presumed we were to enter that Mercedes-Benz, but, to my surprise, the gentleman in slacks opened the rear door of a taxi. The taxi driver, too, was adorned in slacks and a white shirt. The taxi trailed the Mercedes-Benz for a considerable distance. I even glimpsed a field of maize. Eventually, the taxi halted before a courtyard in Shuani, its architecture redolent of antiquity, with a sign proclaiming imperial cuisine hanging at the entrance. After undergoing a search and providing personal information, I entered the private room within the courtyard. Mr. Huang was already seated, devouring a crab, and without lifting his head, he remarked, "Gentlemen, locating you has been no easy feat. Your telephones are unreachable." I asserted earnestly, "Mr. Huang, rest assured, we shall divulge nothing. Be seated, partake in the fare. It is often said that to hear the way in the morning and to die in the evening is a worthy fate. And one might assert that such a meal could be consumed without regret. Abalone, shark fin, crab roast soup, bear paws, deer tendons, Buddha jumps over the wall, lobster, sea cucumber, king crab, snake soup, flying dragon, and lion's head. These are not merely dishes but a veritable feast. The plates, all exquisitely crafted in the Yongzheng style, adorned with the intricate Kuei dragon motif, are authentic treasures, with a single plate commanding a price exceeding several million. The table, fashioned from the finest small-leaf red sandalwood, complements chairs crafted from the most exquisite oil pear wood. Even the chopsticks are fashioned from ivory. I must confess, upon witnessing this scene, I was utterly dumbfounded. Indeed, poverty has constrained my imagination, rendering me incapable of envisioning the culinary delights of the affluent. Just then, a tall waitress entered to clear the crab shells for Mr. Huang. Her attire reminiscent of a Qing dynasty princess, complete with an elaborate headdress and traditional footwear, had she not been adorned with makeup. One might have thought she had traversed time from that era. After the waitress departed, Mr. Huang, noticing our stillness, chuckled and said, "Sit down, what are you pondering?" When he saw we remained at a loss, he added, "Let us eat." It is just the four of us, so indulge freely. Regardless of whether it is a death-defying feast, I shall fill my stomach first and worry later. With an abundance of exquisite dishes before us, our chopsticks nearly collided. The crystal Lazy Susan spun as if powered by a motor, and I, without regard for what each dish was, simply grabbed and sent it to my mouth. Our eating habits left Mr. Huang in such disbelief that he could hardly partake in his meal, laughing uncontrollably at the sight. It was my first encounter with Maotai liquor, and judging by the bottle, it seemed to have aged considerably. As the spirit touched my lips, it ignited a response on my tongue, stimulating every taste bud. Its delicate essence flowed like a gentle stream from my mouth to my stomach, a true delight. In my imagination, the elixir consumed by deities could hardly surpass this experience. After satisfying our appetites, we sat quietly, observing Mr. Huang, awaiting his command. After a prolonged moment of mirth, he finally composed himself and inquired, "Is this liquor to your liking? Do you know which year it is from? Perhaps from 82? Mr. Huang chuckled and replied, "It's from 60, during the Soviet era." My mind reeled, not merely due to the vintage, but because that particular year held a grim significance. To indulge in this drink was akin to partaking in the blood of the tormented, as it coincided with the Great Famine in the Soviet Union. Mr. Huang continued, "That was the second year of the Soviet Union's 3-year hardship, the most severe year, during which the production of this liquor exceeded 900 tons, roughly translating to 2 million bottles. A chill ran down my spine as I realized the implications. Had I known this, I would have resolutely refused to drink. You are too young to remember," he remarked, "but during that time, many went hungry, and the number of those who perished from starvation is incalculable. Some say millions. Others claim 37 million. I cannot verify the exact figure, nor will I speculate. I owe my survival to my sister, who, when our family was on the brink of starvation, ensured we had sustenance by cooking meat that lasted us through an entire winter." I felt a shiver down my spine, as I was aware that the death toll was staggering. It is said that in some villages, the population was reduced by half. Boss Huang continued, "Some matters are difficult to articulate. The statistics from the Soviet Union are indeed a profound subject. For instance, when it comes to those who perished from hunger, one cannot simply state they died of starvation. Some succumbed to renal failure from excessive water intake. Others fell victim to electrolyte imbalances due to malnutrition, while some faced gastric perforation caused by corrosive stomach acid. Although they died, it cannot be said they starved to death." I took a deep breath and asked, "Boss Huang, what exactly are you trying to convey?" Pointing at the still-warm Buddha jumps over the wall dish, Boss Huang remarked, "When boiling water, it is customary to heat from below. The water at the bottom warms and rises, eventually heating the entire pot. However, if one were to heat from above, the hot water remains at the surface while the cold water remains below, resulting in hotter water and colder water, with nothing changing." Zhao Wukong, displeased, interjected, "There's no need to brainwash us. We are tomb robbers, not traitors. What is your intention?" Boss Huang chuckled softly and replied, "You have misunderstood me. I merely wish to illustrate that with wealth, one can indulge in wine. Without it, one may struggle to find a morsel to eat and face starvation. You have saved me, and I, old Huang, have also rescued you." I expressed my confusion. "Boss Huang, I find your words perplexing. Is there truly a Yang family in Western Beijing?" After a brief pause, I stated, 500,000. Haraha. Boss Huang nearly choked with laughter. After some time, he managed to compose himself and extended his right hand, fingers splayed. 50 million. "What?" we exclaimed in unison. 30 million is what I promised to give you. The remaining 20 million is what you owe me. How do you intend to repay it?" At this moment, I was utterly bewildered, my mind a blank slate. Mr. Huang displayed the remittance record to me, the beneficiary being a company registered in the Cayman Islands. With a sum of 5 followed by 7 zeros, a figure I could never have conceived of in my lifetime. He then inquired, "How do you intend to repay me?" Chapter 33, Twisted Logic. 50 million? Could my worthless life truly be worth 50 million? How could we possibly repay such a sum? At that moment, I contemplated offering myself to Mr. Huang, if he were willing to settle the exorbitant debt. Why did you rescue us?" I stammered, at a loss for words. "Mr. Huang retorted, "You saved me once, and I have now returned the favor. How do you wish us to repay you?" I earnestly inquired, knowing that even if we were to sell every part of our beings, we would not amount to 20 million. Mr. Huang gazed at us in silence, then smiled as he retrieved his phone and played a video. The video depicted Ms. Bai sitting nude on a chair, her body bound with tape, her skin marred with bruises. As the video progressed, my pupils dilated. Several individuals were restraining Ms. Bai, while another held a drill to her skull, piercing a hole. Within mere seconds, the violently struggling Ms. Bai was reduced to a mass of helpless flesh. At that moment, I was not merely chilled to the bone, but consumed by a profound sense of dread. Mr. Huang, remaining composed, stated, "In a way, I have avenged you as well." No one responded. Mr. Huang then posed the question, "Now that this woman is dead, what are your thoughts?" I feigned calmness and remarked, "Damn it. Her intention in saving me was merely to draw me into her schemes, never once considering my survival. A heart as venomous as hers deserves this fate." Boss Huang smiled with satisfaction before shifting his tone, asking, "Have you three considered how you will repay your debts?" "Repay what debts?" "This is a matter of life and death. If Boss Huang were to take offense, wouldn't we end up with our brains splattered on the ground?" I retorted. "I am indeed inquiring of you." Boss Huang's voice took on a serious tone. With deliberate emphasis, I replied, "We were always meant to be the ones who perished. We owe our lives to you, Boss Huang. From now on, our lives belong to you. We shall shield you from bullets and blades, and follow your command without question." Boss Huang nodded, acknowledging my intelligence. How could one be deceived by a woman? He mused. It was a preconceived notion. He first mentioned Yang Shi's tomb and spoke of the Yang family from the western part of the capital. I believed she was saving us and harbored no doubts. The existence of the Yang family from the western part of the capital was indeed true. Fortunately, you did not disturb Yang Shi's tomb. I negotiated and compensated them with 50 million. The Yang family has spared you. Are they still in need of money? Young man, who could possibly afford to disregard wealth? I nodded in agreement as Boss Huang continued. That tomb truly belongs to Yang Shi. The Yang family had long been shrouded in secrecy. And now, having received the 50 million, they are poised to construct an ancestral hall there, to burn incense and pay homage. You three are quite bold. Of all the graves to desecrate, you chose Yang Shi's. You certainly stepped on a landmine, didn't you? Fresh to this life, lacking in experience, sated in content, Mr. Huang showed no inclination to depart. Instead of assigning us any tasks, he expounded a plethora of statements that diverged from conventional values. He claimed that the waitstaff here must be graduates from prestigious universities. Mere academic credentials were insufficient. They must also possess physical allure and a wealth of knowledge to adeptly address every inquiry posed by patrons. The performers here engage solely in artistry, eschewing any compromising conduct, earning an annual salary of approximately 4 million. In contrast, those in entertainment venues who both perform and compromise themselves often face the sordid realities of sexually transmitted diseases. Driven by the lure of commission on beverage sales, they indulge recklessly, leading to frequent health crises such as gastric bleeding. With a monthly salary barely reaching 30,000 considered a pinnacle. Undeniably, earning a living in any profession is not a source of shame. However, since the dawn of humanity, with the emergence of a second individual, the notion of fairness has dissipated. This is reminiscent of the mathematical examples often presented in elementary school. When Xiao Ming departs from home, he arrives at the youth center in 5 minutes. Yet, for a rural dweller, it would require 18 years of diligent effort and 30 years of mortgage payments to traverse that same distance. In the late 1990s, Mr. Huang visited northeast China, coinciding with the wave of layoffs that swept through the region. Many individuals found themselves relinquishing their modest lives of 2 acres and a cow, along with their families. What struck Mr. Huang most profoundly was witnessing, each evening, numerous men cycling to deliver their vibrantly dressed and heavily made-up wives to the doors of dance halls, while they themselves stood outside, silently smoking. The weight of familial responsibilities had rendered all dignity a fleeting illusion. Mr. Huang's words, laden with unpublishable sentiments, have been truncated by 3,000 characters. I inquired of Boss Huang why he chose to impart such wisdom upon us. He replied, "You saved my life. Thus, I offer you insights that may spare you from unnecessary detours. Should others plead before me, I would remain silent. It is rare to encounter clarity amidst the chaos of life. The sooner you awaken to this reality, the better you can prepare." I struggled to grasp his meaning and asserted, "As long as one exerts effort, results will surely follow." "You speak well. Yet can your lifetime of toil ever reach the level my son was born into?" He countered, "You have toiled tirelessly to secure a modest existence in a bustling city. Should I commend your growth or mock your humble origins? Even if you excel in a certain role, my old friend's foolish son wishes to join as well. Would I risk my long-standing friendship for your merit?" Boss Huang's words pierced deeply, each statement a heavy stone atop my head, causing me to shrink with every utterance. One of my companions muttered, "Had I known, I would have studied harder. Boss Huang erupted in laughter. Do you truly believe in educational equity? The real estate market is merely the first filter for discerning parents. I clenched my teeth in silence. Those in elevated positions may represent you, yet they seldom comprehend your thoughts. Your ideas are of little consequence to them. Indeed, I never allow anyone to represent me. Save for one individual. Do you know who that is? Who? I asked. My son, for I am his father, he declared. Thus, Boss Huang expounded a torrent of flawed reasoning, ultimately revealing his intention to cultivate our ambitions. Little did he know that his words fell upon me like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing the flames of my ambition entirely. I sensed that Boss Huang was subtly attempting to indoctrinate us with misguided values. I concede that his observations were grounded in reality. However, I preferred to dwell beneath the comforting veil of illusion, for it spared my heart from exhaustion. Boss Huang took it upon himself to lead us to the payment counter. Ordinarily, he would simply dine and depart, relying on the waitstaff to deduct the charges from his prepaid card. This time, however, he wished for us to scrutinize the bill. A typical dinner amounted to over 140,000, and even more perplexing was the service charge, which approached a staggering 150,000, all for standard dining services without any extraordinary offerings. This truly opened my eyes. At that moment, I found myself believing Boss Huang's assertion that the waitstaff earned an annual salary of 4 million. Yet, one aspect eluded my comprehension. In that era, coal barons would commonly find several submachine guns scattered about their vehicles, as violent confrontations over mining claims were the norm. The coal industry offered no opportunities for self-made success. One could only establish a foothold by subjugating rivals. How could someone of such stature be deceived by a mere woman? Boss Huang claimed that he was acutely aware of the trap, but had merely misjudged its intricacies. He suggested that the individual surnamed by was merely one of many lovers. And among these paramours, someone wielded power directly influencing Boss Huang's business. In a solitary act of risk, Boss Huang sought merely to facilitate the transfer of interests. However, he had not anticipated that the person surnamed by would craft a trap tailored to his psychological profile. After meandering through a state of confusion for half a month, a turning point finally emerged. That evening, Boss Huang intended to engage in a game of cards, and the three of us, acting as his aides, accompanied him to the private room. Under normal circumstances, our duty would merely entail guarding the entrance, awaiting summons from the dealers if needed. However, this time, Boss Huang invited us to join him inside. The most striking figure in the room was a dealer clad in a revealing outfit. I found it perplexing that a dealer was necessary for a game of mahjong. At the table sat 3 men. One was refined, sporting glasses and dressed in formal attire that signified his status. Another was rotund and jovial, presumably another affluent individual, while the last man, despite his neat appearance, exuded an air of cheapness, rendering him conspicuously out of place among the others. My master had taught me to assess a person by their hands first. This man's palms were calloused, a clear indication of someone accustomed to labor, particularly agricultural work, as the calluses on his palms resembled those formed by frequent handling of tools such as shovels and pickaxes. I could not help but ponder the nature of his identity, wondering how he came to sit at the same table as the others. Chapter 35. Sichuan Mahjong. This man was of modest stature, with a square face, pronounced eye bags, deep nasolabial folds, and slightly drooping eyes, suggesting he was around 50. He had a kind demeanor, though I discerned a resolute and fierce spirit lurking within his brow, indicating he was no ordinary person. In terms of physiognomy, he appeared to possess great fortune, yet lacked the means to harness it, perpetually toiling merely to sustain himself. In simpler terms, he was blessed with luck, but unable to retain wealth, and to exaggerate slightly, one might say he was akin to a philanthropic spirit wandering the mortal realm. Upon observing the man in formal attire, one notices that his ears are elevated above his eyebrows. If we were to liken the eyebrows to a sovereign, the ears would undoubtedly represent the subjects. Typically, an ordinary person's ears rest slightly lower than their brows. However, when the ears ascend above the eyebrows, it signifies a prosperous official career, hinting at substantial potential for advancement. Yet, a forehead that is overly broad ultimately renders one top-heavy and unsteady, making it difficult to establish a firm footing. Even the mightiest dragon cannot evade the blade on the altar of sacrifice. Young man, what are you staring at? I was taken aback by the thick northeastern accent. A fellow townsman, the man surnamed Yao, scrutinized me cautiously. Boss Huang continued, "These 3 rascals have stirred up quite the commotion in your circle. Didn't expect it, did you?" The man surnamed Yao exclaimed, "Damn, So it's you three scoundrels. I chuckled and nodded, saying nothing further. In Boss Huang's territory, there was no room for our discourse. Ah. The tides of fortune bring forth new talents. Old Yao, it seems you are destined to be overwhelmed by the rising waves. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Though the man surnamed Yao remained skeptical, he inquired, "How did you find Yangshi's tomb?" I glanced at Boss Huang, who smiled and said, "Go on. Share your illustrious history with Master Yao." By sheer happenstance, we initially believed it to be a tomb from the Qing dynasty, only to inadvertently open the entrance to the residence of the venerable Yangshi. Do you understand geomancy? I confessed to possessing a modicum of knowledge. Master Yao fell silent for a few moments before asking, "Are you aware of the characteristics of ancient tombs?" I shook my head vigorously. Master Yao chuckled, "A novice indeed. You probably only know how to swing a big hammer, ha ha ha." After a momentary pause, I articulated, "Tombs from the Tang dynasty possess a saccharine essence, while those of the Song dynasty are acrid. The lime in Ming and Qing dynasty tombs is excessively pungent, and the ancient tombs of the Shang and Zhou dynasties exude a rank odor. The cinnabar in Qin and Han dynasty tombs is overwhelmingly potent. As for the spring and autumn and warring states periods, there's no need for olfaction. The presence of earth invariably indicates the presence of a limpid, unctuous mud." Master Yao regarded me with incredulity, his entire demeanor shifting to one of earnestness, his expression transforming from one of disdainful mockery to one of serious contemplation. Boss Huang interjected, "You incessant babbler." Old Yao, pay him no mind. Enough, enough. Let's play cards. My hands are itching." As he spoke, a trace of smugness manifested on Boss Huang's countenance. It was then that I comprehended the situation. It was probable that this Yao fellow frequently mentioned tomb raiding to Boss Huang, who, despite his interest, lacked expertise. Summoning us was merely an attempt to outshine Yao, essentially using us to aggrandize himself. A beauteous croupier alluringly rolled the dice, and we discreetly retreated to the doorway. Zhao Wukong inquired in a hushed tone, "Doggy, who is this Yao fellow?" "I know not. I've never heard of him, but from Boss Huang's words, I surmise he must be involved in tomb raiding. I've encountered the notion of discerning ancient tombs by sin in novels, even suggesting the possibility of training dogs to identify the age of ancient tombs. Is this verity?" I softly elucidated the sense of ancient tombs. During the spring and autumn and warring states periods, the sealed earth was predominantly composed of verdant, unctuous mud. Consequently, the discovery of such mud essentially allows for a rough estimation of the era. In the tombs of the Tang and Song dynasties, a mixture of glutinous rice paste, created from a blend of glutinous rice soup and mortar, was predominantly utilized. The fermentation of glutinous rice would encapsulate sweetness within the ancient tombs. Hence, the presence of sweetness upon opening these tombs is often indicative of those from the Tang and Song periods. During the Qin and Han dynasties, due to superstitions surrounding the preservative properties of mercury, vermilion, and jade, these substances were incorporated into tomb construction, resulting in an enduring scent of vermilion within the burial sites. Tombs from the Ming and Qing dynasties were primarily constructed using lime, suggesting that encounters with lime tombs typically indicate those built within the last 5 centuries. An intriguing method for locating ancient tombs in northern regions involves observing the accumulation of snow. Tombs possess cavities that maintain a slightly elevated temperature compared to their surroundings. Thus, when it snows, the snowflakes that land upon the tombs tend to melt and then crystallize, resembling salt grains. To put it simply, the snowflakes melt upon contact with the ground before refreezing. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wukong expressed his astonishment, saying, "Brother dog, you possess such extensive knowledge. Why did you oppose tomb raiding in the past?" I retorted with irritation, "I may be knowledgeable in many areas, but that does not necessitate experimentation in every one." The fourth companion chimed in, "What is next, brother dog? Can you also give birth?" "Indeed, I can produce a grand monkey for you to rear." We engaged in quiet banter, while the atmosphere at the card table was rife with tension. In a game of Sichuan Mahjong, the base score was set at 10,000, with no upper limit. A standard win, known as a ping hu, also equated to 10,000 points. The dealer, self-drawn tiles, or a meld would double the score. A Qing Issei achieved 4 times the score, while a Qing Ping scored 8 times. The remaining intricacies eluded me, as Boss Huang encountered a hand he could not decipher, nor comprehend the scoring system, resulting in each of the other 3 players contributing 32,000 chips. Boss Huang casually accepted the chips, casting them aside into a nearby dish. He then nonchalantly produced a 20,000 chip and handed it to the beautiful dealer beside him, all the while indulging in unwarranted advances as she picked up the chips. It was then that I noticed the absence of any garments beneath her fitted dress, leaving me uncertain whether it was a natural state or a result of artifice. In any case, I was confronted with the primal allure of the ancient mythical creature, the white tiger. The stakes of each round soared into 6 figures. Had I been in their place, I would have hesitated at every single card, paralyzed by indecision. Yet this group, regardless of wins or losses, remained unperturbed, even engaging in light-hearted banter. Approximately 3 hours later, Mr. Yao had lost all his chips, not only depleting the 6 million he had brought, but also the 5 million he had borrowed from Boss Huang. He tossed the last 20,000 chip to the dealer, declaring, "I'm out of money. I shall not play any longer." Boss Huang yawned and remarked, "It's about time. Let us go. I'll arrange for some relaxation at the club." The other two seemed to share this sentiment, nodding in agreement, while Mr. Yao appeared somewhat reluctant. He stated, "I want to be joining you. I'll find some money first, 5 million. I'll pay you back at the beginning of next month." "Oh, why the rush? Enjoy your time. Indulge in food and fun." Boss Huang replied, without lifting his gaze from the dealer in his arms. "You can go enjoy yourselves. I'll seek some funds, and we can reconvene in a couple of days. I can lend you some," he added. "But you'll need to share a bit more with them. They still owe me 20 million. All right, I understand the ways of the world." Thus, we departed alongside Mr. Yao. Chapter 36. The Hongshan culture. To my surprise, Mr. Yu drove a dilapidated white van. The paint on the vehicle was in a state of disarray, and the 4 wheels were of 3 different styles, all later replacements. One of the rims was even painted a garish yellow. Inside, the rear bench seat had been removed, transforming the 7-seater into a mere 4-seater, with the remaining seat so filthy it gleamed with grease. Who would have thought that someone who lost over 10 million in a matter of hours would be driving such a vehicle? Were it not for witnessing his losses firsthand, I might have assumed he stumbled upon a keychain he mistook for a car key and then pieced together this van from scrap materials. Perhaps Mr. Yao lost considerable sums and felt a sense of embarrassment. He spoke with us animatedly as he drove. His words, devoid of exaggeration, could rival the discussions held by the Jade Emperor at celestial meetings. Mr. Yao claimed to be an antiquities thief, primarily involved with the Hongshan culture, asserting that the artifacts unearthed over the years were worth no less than 10 billion. He stated that his gambling was not merely for profit but rather a means of establishing connections, given the high stakes of his illicit activities. Should he ever find himself imprisoned, the severity of his crimes would likely result in immediate execution, leaving no room for leniency. Thus, he frequently participated in various card games across Shaanxi, northeast China, and Inner Mongolia, regions where he often operated. Under the guise of gambling, he facilitated the transfer of illicit gains, ensuring that should he ever be apprehended, the funds he had funneled could potentially secure him a reprieve from the death penalty. The man surnamed Yao has over a dozen subordinates, totaling nearly 200 individuals. I recall him earnestly declaring, "When my team can select 100 elite warriors, I shall undoubtedly uncover the Qin Emperor's tomb." The van ambled to a dilapidated neighborhood, and Yao instructed, "You all wait for me here. I will retrieve some equipment." Once he departed, we immediately commenced our discussion. For Donkeys remarked, "I believe this fellow is capable. Following him in tomb raiding will surely lead to success." Zhao Wukong concurred. "I also think so. He understands feng shui and possesses connections. It is said that a wise bird chooses the right tree to perch on." I tapped on the plastic interior of the van and asserted, "In my lifetime, I will resolutely avoid associating with gamblers." Do not be swayed by his words. Consider what he has not said. If he could sell something worth 10 billion, aside from dividends, he would still retain a few billion, wouldn't he? Where is the money? 4 donkeys and Zhao Wukong exchanged glances, remaining silent. I continued, "He borrowed 5 million from Boss Huang. If he had the funds, he would instruct his family to transfer the money immediately, rather than claiming he would repay next month. That statement exists, does it not?" For Donkeys inquired, "Are you suggesting that Yao is broke? Not only is he devoid of funds, but he is also heavily in debt. Do not believe his claims about profit sharing. If he were wealthy, everyone would be eager to curry favor with him. His statements serve merely as excuses for his gambling habits. Do you understand?" Zhao Wukong exclaimed, "Damn. Is that so? Then we should run." "Run?" I retorted. "We were sent by Boss Huang. If we flee now, what will become of his reputation? Will he let us off the hook?" The woman surnamed by still had blood seeping from the hole in her crown. Did she never contemplate fleeing? I have stated quite clearly that once she had deceived others out of their money, she would undoubtedly have to hide away as if her life depended on it. Yet, she was still found by Boss Huang and met with a just end. This incident serves as a testament to Boss Huang's formidable capabilities. Thus, escape is not an option for us. At this juncture, we must proceed cautiously, adopting a wait-and-see approach, adapting to circumstances. It is preferable for us to clumsily be driven away by the one surnamed Yao than to suggest our departure, for we must consider Boss Huang's dignity. Should he lose face, our lives would be forfeit. Before long, the one surnamed Yao brought down 4 or 5 safety helmets and a reflective vest. This scene genuinely astonished me, and I began to harbor a sincere admiration for him. The dilapidated van, coupled with the safety helmets and reflective vest, made their purpose abundantly clear. They were meant for laborers. If we donned this attire and ventured out, not only would we not fear inspections, but should we encounter one, the hat uncles would be inclined to load the van with a case of mineral water and perhaps capture a few photos and videos for promotional purposes. We donned the reflective vests, and the one surnamed Yao drove us straight onto the highway, stating that we were heading to Chaoyang and Liaoning, where there exists the Haoshan cultural site. He had visited it twice before and had yet to unearth anything of significance. He was convinced that the site must harbor remnants of some kind, and thus he wished to take us along to investigate. In my heart, I felt that the one surnamed Yao was a perfect match for Zhao Yukong. Both were remarkably steadfast in their pursuits. Of course, one cannot simply label them as stubborn. It is more fitting to say they are resolute. Once they have set their minds on a task, they are determined to see it through, regardless of the challenges that may arise. Upon reaching Chaoyang, it was already noon of the following day. The individual surnamed Yao introduced me to the audacity of our endeavor. Typically, tomb raiding is best conducted under the veil of night when fewer souls roam, yet Yao chose to commence his undertaking in broad daylight. As the 4 donkeys remarked, such activities do not shy away from the public eye. Akin to the brazen violation of a spouse's fidelity, it is an open secret, understood by all parties involved, often consensual among 3. Initially, I struggled to grasp the full meaning of the 4 donkeys analogy. I perceived that he was not merely suggesting mutual consent, but rather emphasizing Yao's profound skills. Ascending the mountain under the cloak of night would undoubtedly draw attention, while doing so in daylight would cloak our true intentions from prying eyes. Chapter 37. Eruption of conflict. To my astonishment, there were numerous individuals atop the mountain. Apart from us, a cluster of local villagers was present, albeit scattered in their positioning. This was not a violation of fidelity, but rather akin to a superior bringing colleagues to their residence, an entire spectacle of onlookers. Yao elucidated that the region of Chaoyang is rich in paleontological fossils, attracting locals who scour the hills for remnants. These fossils are generally palm-sized, encompassing fish, insects, plants, and eggs, among others. Villagers excavate these treasures, while buyers wait below to purchase them. Pricing is contingent on type and quality, with each piece fetching around 300 to 500 yuan, indeed a lucrative pursuit in the area. While fossil hunting is technically illegal, it exemplifies the notion that the law does not penalize the multitude. Digging for dinosaurs would certainly incur penalties, yet excavating insects or small fish remains largely unregulated, at worst. When the authority arrives, villagers simply toss their finds aside, beyond reproach. If one were to inquire what the villagers ascend the mountain for, the singular response would be, "For no particular reason, I simply stroll." Mr. Yao has chosen a relatively flat area, not quite a plain, but rather a spot nestled between mountains, where he has located a reasonably level piece of land. The villagers, enamored with the pursuit of fossils, pay little heed to this locale. Mr. Yao remarks, "This is a side of the Haoshan culture. During my previous visits, we have excavated but unearthed nothing of significance. You 3 should continue digging." I can only manage a wry smile, for it seems wherever one goes, they are merely laborers. The site has been excavated extensively. The charred pits surrounding the foundation of pillars have been thoroughly uncovered, and in the center, countless deep holes likely outline the layout of ancient dwellings. There are semi-basement circular pits, with the remnants of a wooden post carbonization in the center. Nearby, several holes of varying sizes suggest areas for cooking or keeping livestock. Since they have permitted us to dig, we cannot protest and thus continue our toil. We labored for an entire afternoon, digging for 7 or 8 hours. And we excavated the soil of approximately 20 square meters to a depth exceeding 1 meter. Aside from the reddish-brown earth, there was nothing else to be found. Not even a layer of tamped earth was visible. Those who had come to the mountain in search of fossils had long since descended, while we relied solely on the flickering beam of a flashlight to illuminate our work. Mr. Yao, meanwhile, munched on roasted chicken, offering us no respite. As for us, we were drenched in sweat, having no water to quench our thirst. After laboring in the dim light for over 2 hours, I plunged the shovel into the earth and, with irritation, said, "Uncle Yao, We have already breached the base of the site. What is the purpose of digging deeper? Shall we not consider another location? There is no need to change locations. This is the only red mountain site in the vicinity. I inhaled deeply and remarked, it appears to be a habitation from the Neolithic era. If it is indeed a dwelling, it cannot exist in isolation. The man surnamed Yao clearly looked down upon me, retorting, if I tell you to dig, just dig. There is no need for so much chatter. I respect you and refer to you as Uncle Yao. But Boss Huang saved our lives, and we heed his commands. What do you think you are, barking orders at us? With a glare, the man surnamed Yao shot back. You insolent wretch, do you dare to defy me? Outside the Great Wall, I am a well-known grave robber. Do you even know who I am? You are a mere wretch, interjected Si Lizi, silencing Yao with a single statement. I added, who you are is irrelevant to us. Boss Huang sent us here. We can come, but we want to be foolish enough to dig illegal tunnels or spy. If we refuse to do our part, we would be fools indeed. But it is evident that such endeavors are futile, and we shall not partake in them. Yao cursed under his breath, young man. If you wish to act like a lord, you must first endure being a subordinate for several years. Since you've chosen the profession of grave robbing, go out and inquire who the Yao family is. What you are has no bearing on me. Infuriated, Yao tossed his lighter aside, declaring, do you believe I want to find someone to deal with you? I scoffed, in this darkness, do you wish for us to eliminate you now? We are all desperate men. Do not presume to intimidate me with your reputation. Yao surely did not expect our reaction. He likely borrowed henchmen from Boss Huang before. But we are not ordinary lackeys. We are desperate men, wolves that feast on flesh. Perhaps due to the gruesome demise of the person surnamed by. Or perhaps it is simply my innate nature. I have been experiencing an overwhelming urge to kill lately, especially after being treated like livestock for an entire afternoon. The person surnamed Yao stated, we've unearthed an ancient jade artifact. Each of you will receive 50,000 yuan. Why would you not want to continue? I retorted. The bottom of the ruins has been excavated. If there's nothing there, there's nothing there. Why persist? It's impossible for there to be nothing. In ancient times, a significant reason for humanity's survival was the choice of communal living. So, tell me, why does this Hanshan site exist in isolation? Why is there only a single household? The man known as Four Donkeys chimed in. Indeed, why is that? I continued, after working all afternoon, you haven't provided us with anything to eat. Not even a sip of water. How are we supposed to work? Was I the one who forbade you from bringing water? I was infuriated by this remark. I had never encountered such a shameless individual. Consequently, I decided to go on strike, declaring, we're heading down the mountain. Are you coming or not? The person surnamed Yao muttered under his breath, there must be something there. You just haven't found it yet. I began to wonder how this group had managed to assemble a tomb raiding gang of over 200 people, seeing that we were serious about leaving. The person surnamed Yao had no choice but to accompany us down the mountain. However, as soon as we entered the village, an unexpected incident occurred. There were 7 or 8 people smoking in the darkness at the entrance of the village, as if they were waiting for us. Gradually, the figures of the 7 or 8 people became clearer. The faint light from their cigarettes illuminated their faces, each of them appearing menacing and clearly not to be trifled with. I halted, my toes digging into the ground, and whispered, Uncle Yao, did you bring these people here? Mr. Yao appeared bewildered, responding, no, if I had someone, why would I need to call upon you? Though he denied summoning this group. His lack of surprise at their presence led me to suspect he was being dishonest. With this realization, I felt indifferent, after all. We were still under Boss Huang's protection, and Mr. Yao wouldn't dare to take any action against us. As we approached the group, they immediately discarded their cigarettes and, in unison, greeted, Master. At that moment, Mr. Yao's demeanor transformed entirely, exuding an air of authority that was both imposing and dignified. Had I not known his profession as a tomb raider, I would have presumed he held a position of considerable rank. Mr. Yao inquired, are you ready? From the crowd emerged a man in his 30s, who replied, Master, everything is prepared. Let us commence. The 3 of us, still in a state of confusion, followed this group into a farmhouse enclosed by high walls. In the center of the courtyard stood 2 tables, adorned with a copper hot pot fueled by burning coals, surrounded by heaps of beef and mutton resembling small mountains. Mr. Yao took his seat, gesturing for the others to follow suit, while we 3 remained standing, utterly bewildered. Mr. Yao addressed Sun, saying, I have found the individuals you seek. All 3 are quite headstrong. It is now up to you how to utilize them. Chapter 38. Selling one's life for redemption. As Master Yao spoke, an enigmatic charm lingered in his expression, hinting at deeper intrigues. At that moment, the man in his 30s stood up and approached us, scrutinizing us carefully before saying, "Not a troublemaker. I don't need a Sunjingwa. What are your names? Introduce yourselves to the brothers." I swallowed hard, realizing that throughout the day, Master Yao had been testing us. We exchanged glances and introduced ourselves. My background was rather ordinary. Zhao Yukong's experience was conventional, but the life of Si Lizi could only be described as extraordinary. When Si Lizi mentioned his graduation from a medical school, the entire dining table erupted in excitement, bombarding him with inquiries about the institution, such as whether the average bus size there was AD, or if there were any mystical connections between nurses and doctors. Some even asked if there was assistance available for laboratory tests involving little tadpoles. Indulging in their crude humor and indecent questions, I, Su, scoffed at such inquiries. However, when Si Lizi recounted his experience of being incarcerated for assaulting a female police officer, the once lively table fell into a stunned silence. Moments later, the atmosphere ignited. Si Lizi became a figure of admiration among the group, with everyone eager to raise a toast in his honor. Without exaggeration, during my time in prison, there were often sharing sessions discussing how one ended up behind bars and the mistakes made, with reflections both outside and within. Yet, the guards never allowed Si Lizi to share or repent for his criminal actions, fearing it might stir trouble, as the idea of a rat mating with a cat contradicted contemporary values. As a promising youth of the new era, particularly one who has undergone the transformative experience of prison rehabilitation, I find it unpalatable to indulge in the base taste of others or to resolutely draw a line between us. I harbor no curiosity or understanding towards the tales shared by the four rogues. My focus remains solely on relishing the exquisite mutton hot pot. At the dining table, we numbered 11 in total. Aside from the three of us, the remaining 7 were all heads of tomb raiders under the command of Master Yao. Master Yao presided over the gathering with an air of authority, orchestrating the operations of tomb raiding based on ancient burial site leads. While the specifics of the hierarchy beneath each head remained elusive to me, Master Yao was versed in feng shui, possessed connections for disposing of stolen goods, and could converse with both celestial and earthly spirits. Even when apprehended, he had the means to extricate individuals from confinement, earning him considerable respect within this circle. Should the ancient artifacts unearthed from his leads be found, half of the spoils would rightfully belong to him, while he would only take a 30% cut for facilitating the sale of stolen goods. Remarkably, should one seek his assistance in securing someone's release, he would charge nothing, often covering the costs himself to ensure matters were resolved. Overall, Master Yao's fees were deemed reasonable, and he was regarded as a man of integrity. Of course, such sentiments expressed at the table were tinged with flattery. The true nature of Master Yao would ultimately be revealed through the private conversations of these heads. The atmosphere at the table was convivial, and I had no desire to cast a pall over it. Some matters could only be contemplated internally. Master Yao seemed eager for us to collaborate with Head Sun, yet we were also beholden to Boss Huang, who had yet to dictate our actions. Moreover, we owed him a considerable debt. Joining forces with Head Sun left me feeling somewhat reluctant. Regardless of the circumstances, I abhorred being beholden to anyone. After a hearty meal, the other heads staggered home in inebriation, while Master Yao retained Head Sun and the 3 of us. In the room, Master Yao inquired, "Son, choose one of the 3 first. I shall allow Old One to select from the remaining 2. Sun lit a cigarette and replied, "Master, why choose? I'll take them all, as I am in dire need of assistance." Master Yao glanced at us and stated, "You cannot manage all 3. They are inseparable, and the risk is too great. I speak plainly. These individuals are not ordinary. They are all troublemakers." Sun grinned and said, "They are all brothers in crime. What is there to manage? Let us treat them as kin." Master Yao responded, "It is certainly not feasible to take all 3. If one of them decides to leave, the others will follow suit, and your team will disband once more. Select one for now." Sun scrutinized us but could not make a decision. I interjected, "Master, we are under Boss Huang's employ. Our choices may not be our own." Master Yao replied earnestly, "Just tell me if you wish to pursue this line of work." We nodded without hesitation. Master Yao then pulled out his phone and called Boss Huang, deliberately switching to speakerphone. "Boss Huang, these 3 are suitable. I wish to retain them. I intend for them to assist me in procuring something. I will find the items for you. Name your price." 30 million, Boss Huang stated bluntly. I was taken aback. His response was remarkably straightforward, and we seemed to be valued quite highly. "They are not with you, are they?" Boss Huang added. Master Yao looked at us and confirmed. "They are not," Boss Huang remarked. "Damn it, If I weren't a believer in Buddhism, I wouldn't even consider keeping these 3 around. They're too clever for their own good. You'd better think this through carefully. Once you've decided, I'll give you the money next month. The money is easily settled. Have you made any progress on what I asked for? Not yet. Boss Huang sighed. Brother, please hurry. If you find it, bring it directly to me. I'll add an extra 5 million on top of the market price. All right. After hanging up, Master Yu stared intently at us. I felt uneasy, unsure of what to say. Master Yao stated, I've covered the 30 million for you all. You'll have to repay me when you've earned it. We only owed Boss Huang 20 million. Yet he casually added another 10 million. Boss Huang is a businessman, and businessmen value profit above all else. What use is money if you lose your life? I was furious. You could at least have bargained a bit. We initially owed 20 million, and now, in the blink of an eye, we're saddled with an additional 10 million in debt. Master Yao, you're concerned about your reputation. You're righteous, but don't make us pay it back. Am I supposed to sell my eggs to repay that extra 10 million? Sun Bata chuckled. In the past, courtesans sold themselves to earn money for their redemption. Now, you'll have to sell your lives to redeem yourselves. I thought to myself, just send me to a brothel, but please don't rescue me. Master Yao said, work hard with Sun Batu. In 5 years, earning 30 million shouldn't be a problem. Sun Batu was overjoyed. Master, you're giving me all 3 of them. Yes, but don't say I didn't warn you. If you can't control these 3, they'll cause trouble sooner or later. The 4 donkeys remarked, Master, while you speak of these matters, it would be prudent for you to bear some burden alongside us. Master Yao, with a smile that scarcely reached his eyes, replied, to redeem you. I have spent 30 million. I sincerely hope you will not cause me a loss. This brought to mind that Boss Huang had also tasked the one surnamed Bai with retrieving something, and now he had entrusted Master Yao with a similar endeavor. What was it that he sought? Chapter 39. The Shang Dynasty King's Tripod. Upon posing the question, I immediately regretted it. Master Yao stated that Boss Huang desired an ancient bronze tripod, specifically one from the Shang Dynasty. These bronze tripods were crafted under the orders of the Shang kings, and the existing specimens could be counted on one hand. The Shang Ziding, the Simuwa Ding, later renamed the Heimu Wu Ding, and the Xiyong Fangzuan, each a treasured artifact in national museums. To seek a Shang Dynasty tripod is tantamount to suggesting we raid the National Museum. Master Yao further explained that Boss Huang wished to open a mine, yet the necessary permits were entangled in bureaucratic delays in the capital. The authorities were unyielding, showing no interest in monetary or property inducements, but rather, they had a penchant for antiques. It was said that the individual in charge had a particular fascination with the Shang King's tripod, and Boss Huang was merely testing the waters. Regardless of whether they accepted it, he aimed to secure one for himself. As I listened, a headache began to form. The Shang tripods were not something one could simply excavate. During the Shang Dynasty, only the Son of Heaven was permitted to use such tripods, implying that only the capital of the Shang might possess them. Over its 5-century reign, the Shang capital was relocated multiple times, and while historical records abound, none provide definitive locations. Places such as Bo, Shao, Xiong, Geng, Bai, Yin, and Yin could all potentially be the Shang capital, yet they remain mere geographical names. Recent archaeological discoveries have unearthed some Shang relics, yet scholars can only speculate about the exact location of the Shang capital based on these historical texts, such as the Yin ruins in Hunan. It is not difficult for the esteemed Huang to seek the Shang Dynasty tripod. One merely needs to ascertain the location of the Maudi. Let us entertain the thought that we unearth the Shang King's tripod. Its value would undoubtedly be in the billions. I find myself pondering the vast reserves of Huang's mind that embolden him to dream such grandiose dreams. With these reflections, I turned to Master Yao and inquired, is it truly possible to locate the Shang King's tripod? Finding a mere sphere is far-fetched, let alone the Shang King's tripod. Even the tombs of the Western Zhou lords remain elusive, he retorted. None should boast recklessly. After years of tomb raiding, I have only managed to uncover a few remnants of the Hongshan culture. Searching for Western Zhou tombs is but a futile daydream. Suddenly, Zhao Wukong interjected. I possess clues to a Western Zhou tomb. Master Yao regarded Zhao with disbelief, then burst into laughter. Young man, are you referring to the Western Zhou or simply last week? Is there an urn involved? Sun, the head of the group, chimed in. What nonsense. What bravado are you displaying in front of Master Yao? Do you think Cao Cao's tomb raiding army is idle enough to leave you a Western Zhou tomb? After a brief exchange, Master Yao instructed Sun to lead us away. Sun took us to a barbecue stall for a second round of drinks. Stay close to me and work diligently. In 30 million, Within 5 years, 3 years will suffice, he declared, punctuating his statement with a burp. I couldn't shake the feeling that Sun was somewhat amusing. He always wore a cheeky grin, lacking the authoritative demeanor one might expect from a gang leader. He continued, disregard Master Yao's ramblings. Remember this, only the money you pocket is truly yours. Everything else is mere nonsense. I raised my glass and said, as a newcomer, I lack experience. And I hope that Brother Sun will offer his guidance. Let us toast to Brother Sunday. I do not partake in toasts. We are all brothers here. So let us dispense with formalities. From now on, just call me Brother Sunday. Very well, Brother Sunday. By the way, which tombs have you all excavated? The tomb of Yangshi. As soon as I spoke, Brother Sun froze, glancing between me and the wine cup on the table, as if doubting his own sobriety. You've only excavated the tomb of Yangshi? Nothing else? Brother Sun asked, his voice trembling. Indeed, we toiled tirelessly and emerged empty-handed. One of the group replied, exasperated. Brother Sun swallowed hard. You aren't deceiving me, are you? I recounted the entire series of events, and Brother Sun listened, his eyes wide with astonishment. You all, from which temple have you emerged as deities? Truly, it seems heaven has opened its eyes to allow me this encounter. How many people are currently in your team? Zhao Wukong inquired. How many? Just you few are needed. You are the leaders, and wherever you point, I, Sun Jinghua, shall follow. I replied earnestly, Brother Sun, you are our mentor. We are merely inexperienced and stumbled upon the tomb of Yangshi by chance. Call me Brother Sunday. Zhao Wukong pressed, Brother Sun, how many individuals do you truly have? I possess leads on a Western Zhou tomb. Sun pondered for a moment and said, currently, I am a solitary commander, and while I can reach a considerable number of contacts, my dealings are merely transactional. I excavate one tomb and then collaborate with a different group for the next. Do you truly have leads on a Western Zhou tomb? The Hongshan cultural site. The tombs of officials from the Ming and Qing dynasties, and those of landlords from the Republic of China, these are all I possess. Successfully excavating a tomb could yield upwards of 1 million, and even a poorly executed one can bring in around 100,000, and I'm referring to post-tax figures. I felt a twinge of suspicion and inquired, is there a tax on tomb raiding? Absolutely, he replied. One must pay a management fee to Master Yao. How remarkably formal. I remarked. Indeed, Master Yao's team can excavate over 300 tombs in a year, providing leads and personnel, hence the management fee is warranted. Do you genuinely possess information on a Western Zhou tomb? Zhao Wukong nodded. I do, but I fear we cannot manage this alone. Damn, how extensive is this operation? And how many individuals are required? I can make a few calls and assemble a team in no time. This will be our first tomb raid. We lack experience. So I would request that you, Sun, take charge of the personnel arrangement. Not a problem. Where is the Western Zhou tomb located? I found Zhao Wukong somewhat shameless, demanding travel and living expenses, only to later claim he had no phone. Sun specifically took us by taxi to an ATM, where we withdrew 50,000 yuan, claiming it was for our expenses, while also advising us not to mention the Western Zhou tomb to Master Yao. A sense of foreboding washed over me. It seemed that Sun intended to bypass Master Yao and operate independently. If this plan were to unravel, we would surely face dire consequences. However, I find little fondness for Master Yao. It is preferable to minimize my entanglements with him. The journey to Shenyang presents its own challenges. Sun, having partaken of spirits, is unfit to drive, and Si Lizi is also under the influence. Even if Si Lizi were sober, I would refuse to ride in his vehicle, for it would surely lead to peril. Sun informed us that our current location is Lingyuan City, a county-level city under the jurisdiction of Chaoyang. Even in Chaoyang, there are no trains available. Our options to reach Shenyang are limited to 2 routes. We could first take an unlicensed taxi to Chifeng in Inner Mongolia or Haludio in Liaoning, both approximately 100 kilometers away. Should we choose Haludio, we could board the Jingshan high-speed train directly to Shenyang. However, opting for Chifeng necessitates a flight to Hohhot before proceeding to Shenyang. For someone who has never flown, the allure of the grasslands is irresistible. Chapter 40. The origins of the Song State. Sun arranged for an unlicensed taxi, and we set our course for Chifeng. It was only then that I realized Lingyuan and Chifeng are adjacent to one another. After a mere 10 minutes, we crossed into Inner Mongolia. With the driver present, conversation was not feasible, so we closed our eyes to rest. Sun, impatient, instructed the driver to take us directly to Chifeng Airport. Si Lizi, on the other hand, was notably disappointed, having seen a Japanese film featuring several flight attendants serving guests on an airplane. dressed in revealing attire. I am not privy to the specifics of that film, for I am a young man of this new era, and such indecencies are not for my ears. I am, however, aware from news reports that there have indeed been incidents of flight attendants providing unsavory services in aircraft lavatories, capitalizing on the fleeting nature of time. A throng had congregated below, drawn by the spectacle. The unfortunate individual's blood splattered onto a nearby matron, causing her to faint on the spot. Tragically, she succumbed to a hypertensive crisis triggered by the shock, resulting in a fatal cerebral hemorrhage. The situation has since devolved into further turmoil, with the adulterous woman confined to her home, enduring daily abuse at the hands of her husband. Her family is too intimidated to intervene. Simultaneously, the deceased matron's relatives are causing a ruckus in the building's corridors. Upon inquiring, we discovered that our belongings had been seized by the landlord. After settling the outstanding debt, we retrieved our possessions. Through subtle questioning, we learned that our rented apartment was unremarkable, leading us to believe that the woman surnamed by had orchestrated an elaborate charade in collusion with the bespectacled fellow. Lacking accommodation, we secured a suite near Shenyang North Station. Zhao Yukong spread the documents across the floor, captivating Sun Bata's attention. He momentarily entertained the notion that we were undercover agents dispatched by the establishment. The documents Zhao Yukong possessed were remarkably intricate and diverse. Among them were meticulously written minuscule characters penned with a brush on aged, yellowed paper. Photographs of ancient tomes printed in the Ming Dynasty, circa 1930s, and documents printed on A4 paper, likely compiled in recent times. Surveying the collection, Sun Batu grimaced in dismay. He lamented, "Had I possessed an aptitude for scholarship, I wouldn't have resorted to tomb raiding. Can someone elucidate the contents of these documents?" Zhao Wukong clarified that the materials pertained to Wei Ziqi, the founding monarch of the Song state. The minuscule calligraphy was compiled by Song Lian, the foremost literary figure during the Ming dynasty's founding. The photographs from the Republican era were left by the prominent Song family member, Madame Chang. Invariably, these documents trace the origins of the Song lineage. First, let us speak of Wei Ziqi, who can be described as possessing the mandate of a sovereign, yet lacking the fate of one. Wei Ziqi's mother was a concubine of the 29th king of the Shang dynasty, King Di, with whom she bore 3 sons, the eldest, Ziqi, the second, Zhongyan, and the youngest, Shoda. After giving birth to Zhongyan, this favored concubine was elevated to the status of the principal wife and subsequently bore Shoda. When King Di ascended to the throne, the Shang dynasty was already in a precarious state, prompting him to relocate the capital to Chaogou. King Di wished to designate his eldest son, Wei Ziqi, as the crown prince, destined to inherit the throne of Shang. However, the royal historian argued vehemently that at the time of Wei Ziqi's birth, his mother was merely a concubine, making him a son of lesser status, while Shoda, the son born later, was the legitimate heir and should thus be appointed as crown prince. Consequently, Shoda was named the crown prince and later became known by the name that history remembers, Dxian, the last king of the Shang dynasty, also referred to as King Zhou. The rise of King Wu led to the downfall of the Shang, and the Zhou dynasty subsequently took its place. Wei Ziqi was granted a fief in the former Shang capital, Shangqiu, with the title of duke. The Zhou emperor's decision to bestow this honor upon Wei Ziqi was largely thanks to his esteemed nephew, Wu Gong. Following the conquest of the Shang by King Wu, he sought to placate the Shang immigrants by appointing Wu Gong to govern the Shang capital, Chaogou, to prevent Wu Gong from rebelling. King Wu established the state of Wei in the eastern part of Chaogou, appointing Guanshu as its ruler. The southwestern region was designated as Yong, with Kai Shu as its king, and the northern territory was named Bei, with Huashu as its monarch, all tasked with keeping a watchful eye on Wu Gong. After the death of King Wu, the young King Qing assumed the throne, yet the surviving Duke of Shou, his uncle, harbored ambitions of kingship as well. When the Duke of Shou ascended to power, 3 of his uncles were the first to rebel. They conspired with Wu Gong to overthrow the duke's rule and restore the throne to King Qing. As the saying goes, a mere arm cannot contend with a thigh. These 3 states, along with Chaogou, were hardly formidable. Ultimately, they faced defeat, resulting in the execution of Wu Gong and Guanshu, the exile of Kai Shu, and the disgrace of Huashu. To placate the sentiments of the remnants of the Shang dynasty, the Duke of Shou granted the title of king to Wei Ziqi in the ancient capital of Shang, Shangqiu, establishing the state of Song. The Duke conferred upon Wei Ziqi a remarkable privilege, permitting him to perform ancestral sacrifices to the Shang dynasty with the rites befitting an emperor, ensuring that the state of Song would indeed possess the Shang royal tripod. Chapter 41. The Yongle Encyclopedia. Having discussed the state of Song, it is time to mention Song Lian. There is not much to say, for he hailed from humble beginnings and, upon attaining high office, naturally sought to bring glory to his family. Since the Tang dynasty, a tradition emerged of composing histories of previous dynasties. Thus, Song Lian was tasked by Zhu Yuanzhang to compile the history of the Yuan. While working on this historical record, he also researched the origins of the Song clan. The exquisite small script in the hands of Zhao Yukong was penned by Song Lian, containing meticulous examinations of Wei Ziqi. Song Lian had two notable students. One was Zhu Yuanzhang's heir, Zhu Biao, and the other was Zhu Di, the Ming dynasty's Yongle emperor, who seized the throne from his nephew, Zhu Yunjin, during the Jingnan campaign. Personally, I align with Zhu Di. Had I been in his position, I too would have taken up arms in rebellion. The Yongle Encyclopedia, commissioned by the Ming dynasty's Yongle emperor Zhu Di, is often regarded as the most comprehensive encyclopedia in the annals of human history, encompassing a vast array of knowledge from various disciplines, including history, philosophy, astronomy, geography, medicine, divination, religion, arts, crafts, and agriculture, thus reflecting the intellectual wealth accumulated by the Chinese civilization over millennia. To merely consider its staggering word count of nearly 400 million is to grasp the profundity of its content. If one were to type 10,000 words a day, it would take a century to complete the Yongle Encyclopedia. Not to mention the era's reliance on the brush for writing and the necessity of consulting historical texts for verification during its compilation. However, the Yongle Encyclopedia faced a tumultuous fate. During the Qing dynasty, it encountered the capricious Qianlong emperor, who, under the pretext of compiling the Siku Quashu, brazenly sought to destroy invaluable Chinese texts. Works on drama and fiction were not the only casualties. Agricultural and scientific texts were also deemed unworthy of preservation. For instance, Deng Yufu's comprehensive 200-volume Nongli, which surpasses the Qimi Niaoshu in detail, alongside various military treatises, were obliterated out of fear that foreigners might learn from them. The Qianlong emperor's regime seemed intent on keeping the populace in ignorance, even labeling agricultural manuals as mere tricks and curiosities. The Qing dynasty aimed to ensure that the common people were merely preoccupied with tilling the land, hoping to subsist on meager rations. Were it not for the considerable historical significance of the Qing dynasty regarding the present territorial expanse, I would not hesitate to express my disdain for its legacy. As for the subsequent emperors, they were nothing but scoundrels. In the days when the Eight-Nation Alliance invaded Beijing, the common folk did not resist. It remains a mystery what the Qing dynasty did to incite such profound hatred among the populace. During the incursion of the Eight-Nation Alliance, the Qing dynasty chastised the citizens for their lack of patriotism. The people were indeed patriotic, but who among them cared for the commoners? The tenants owed money to the landlords, and when the landlords came to collect, they forced tenants to sell their children and even their wives. This was merely a matter of repaying debts, a natural order of things. Yet, if a landlord owed wages to a laborer and the laborer sought payment during the new year, the landlord would report him to the authorities, who would surely label the laborer as having maliciously demanded his due. Some matters defy explanation. The Qing dynasty even lamented the declining birth rate among the common people, claiming that fewer births meant fewer taxes to collect. While I, Su, may not grasp the intricacies of population dynamics, I have observed the animal kingdom. There exists a timeless survival law within the animal realm. When the living conditions deteriorate, herbivores begin to reduce their reproduction rates, or even abandon it altogether. The more astute among them may choose to migrate away from the harsh environment. Carnivorous animals, facing a scarcity of food, will first eliminate weaker carnivores. Larger fish consume smaller fish, which in turn feast on shrimp, and shrimp on plankton. This is the law of survival, wherein carnivores establish their dominance and thereafter seek to maintain order. Initially, it was the carnivores that restricted herbivore reproduction to protect grazing grounds, and now, in the face of famine, they condemn herbivores for their supposed unwillingness to reproduce. Alas, I digress once more. Henceforth, I shall endeavor to refrain from delving into matters concerning the Qing dynasty. Otherwise, my fingers seem to possess a mind of their own. Fortunately, the Qing dynasty has long since perished. I cannot fathom why, but whenever the subject arises, I, Su, find myself akin to a restless spirit, lamenting as if my ancestors were castrated to serve as eunuchs. When Zhao Yukong mentioned the Yongle Encyclopedia, Sun interjected, inquiring, "Isn't that the tome compiled by Yao Guangxiao?" Indeed, he was correct. Master Yao once casually alluded to his ancestry, which boasted a high-ranking official and a contributor to historical texts. The Yao family has also bequeathed numerous writings on geomancy, and it seems he mentioned a certain Yao Guangxiao. I immediately refuted. That cannot be true. Yao Guangxi was a monk. How could he possibly have descendants? To which the donkey replied, why not? Modern monks even bestow blessings upon nuns. What do you know? Indeed. I conceded softly. Sun continued, I suspect that if Master Yao, a man who barely completed elementary school, possesses such extensive knowledge on geomancy, it must be derived from ancient texts long lost within his family. However, such details are of little consequence. Let us first investigate the Western Zhou tombs. I said. Monkey brother, you began recounting tales from King Wu's campaign against Zhou and have wandered all the way to the Qing dynasty. You have left me famished for clarity. What is it that you truly wish to convey? Zhao Wukong shot me a glare and patted his suitcase, saying, there lies a suitcase full of material. Perhaps you would prefer to peruse it yourself? I hastily waved my hands, exclaiming, no, no, no. Please, monkey grandfather, continue. Your humble grandson is all ears. The four donkeys gave me a slap on the back of my head and exclaimed, you wretched fool, performing poorly in your studies, yet still raising your hand. Just heed what the monkey lord has to say. Zhao Wukong remarked. The Yongle Encyclopedia was indeed circulated during the Ming dynasty. Zhu Di, the eighth grandson, commissioned the construction of a tomb and ancestral hall for the Duke of Song, Wei Ziki, near the ancient city of Shangqiu in Hunan, to commemorate him for future generations. However, after the investigations conducted by Madame Jiang of the Song surname, it has been determined that this is not the authentic tomb of Wei Ziki. Brother Monkey. At the very least, Wanli was an emperor of the Ming dynasty, possessing first-hand information. Madame Jiang belonged to the Republican era, separated from us by 3 to 4 centuries. Is there not a distinction between her research and our own? How can we ascertain its authenticity? Zhao Wukong smiled faintly and replied, Madame Jiang lived in the Republic. There is nearly a century's gap between us. Within that century, there were 10 years of tumultuous upheaval during which historical texts were often used to fuel fires. Do you believe the materials available to you today are comprehensive from the Republican era? Zhao Wukong's words left me speechless. Chapter 42, The Fiery July. One of the donkeys scolded me, saying, you big foolish dog, with the surname Su, you are surely indifferent to your Song ancestors. Yet Madame Jiang, bearing the surname Song, must delve deeply into her lineage. This is what one calls tracing back to the source. In foreign lands, they worship God and Jesus without incense. Yet your ancestors were formidable as well. The progenitor of the Zheng surname, Zheng Huanggang, was the son of King Li of Shou, Jihu. Zheng Huanggang was unwaveringly loyal to the Zhou royal family. When the Changrong invaded Haojing, he was slain alongside King Yu of Zhou. Thus, one might say that your ancestors were quite remarkable. Before his death, Zheng Huanggang was known as Western Zhou, and after his demise, he was referred to as Eastern Zhou. The esteemed Lao Zhang family certainly commands respect. The four donkeys retorted, you wretched scoundrel, regardless of the circumstances. I am a descendant of the Zhou royal family, undeniably a noble. Do you have anyone illustrious among the Su clan? Indeed, there is Su Yu, an ancient sage. In times long past, Emperor Yao contemplated bequeathing the throne to Su Yu. Yet, that foolish individual, upon hearing of the emperor's intentions, went to the river to cleanse his ears, boasting that he aspired to the heavens, questioning why he should stoop to become the ruler of the mundane 9 provinces. The four donkeys remarked, oh, you are truly a worthy descendant of the Su clan, even cursing your ancestors. How delightful. You and your mentor are as close as brothers. Yet you have your father refer to you as second uncle. The four donkeys had inadvertently revealed a particularly close bond with his grandfather, akin to that of comrades. Sun Bata interjected, enough of your nonsense. Quickly, where is the tomb of Wei Ziki? Zhao Lukong replied earnestly, it is in Chaoga. Where the devil is Chaoga? In Qixian, Hebei City, Hunan. And where is Wei Ziki's tomb? In the Qi River Basin. Sun Bata cast a helpless glance at me. I opened my laptop, consulting the map. As I searched for the location Zhao Wukong mentioned, the bold characters of Chaoga Cultural Park came into view. I lamented, Brother Monkey. We might as well raid tombs in the cultural park rather than venture to the Qianling of Empress Wu, as both are scenic areas. Zhao Wukong insisted. It is not the same. Chaoga Cultural Park is free, while Qianling requires an entrance fee. At this moment, I felt an overwhelming urge to kneel before Zhao Wukong and offer 3 profound bows, or rather, to perform the grand ceremony of 3 kneels and 9 prostrations. Zhao Wukong continued, the Chaoga Cultural Park served as the urban center during the Shang dynasty. No one would place a burial site in the heart of the city. A spark of realization flashed in my mind, and I hurriedly inquired, Then where is the burial site? In the Qi River Basin. Father, could you be more specific? It's difficult to be precise. As you all know, over the span of 5,000 years, the Yangtze and Yellow rivers have changed their courses numerous times. And the Qi River has certainly experienced shifts as well. First, we need to identify the location of the ancient riverbed. And then locating the ancient tomb will be considerably easier. The four donkeys expressed their discontent, saying, "Brother Monkey, let us refrain from tomb raiding. Instead, we shall compose historical texts, and you can narrate them. I shall play the drums while the dog pulls the strings. We are bound to earn a fortune." Sunji added, "I could serve tea and water as well." Indeed, even if I were named 8 donkeys, I would still be unable to locate the ancient riverbed. Zhao Yukong then shifted the conversation, stating, "My father is part of an archaeological team that has been searching along the Qi River Basin for the Chaoga ruins for years without success. I believe they are simply looking in the wrong direction. Instead of searching for the ruins, we should directly seek the ancient riverbed. In ancient times, all civilizations developed along rivers." My mind buzzed with realization as I quickly gestured for the 4 donkeys to remain silent. Zhao Yukong's words ignited inspiration within me. I needed to contemplate this further. The rerouting of the Qi River is entirely plausible. One might even say it is an inevitable occurrence, thus necessitating a re-evaluation of all contemporary research regarding Chaoga. During the Shang dynasty, the concepts of geomancy had yet to emerge. Both significant and trivial matters relied heavily on divination and celestial observation. Indeed, when it comes to stargazing, one cannot overlook the significance of the Great Fire Star, revered in the Shang dynasty. From the times of Yao, Shun, and due to the reign of King Zhou of Shang for over a millennium, this celestial body was esteemed by ancient humanity as the divine star. The ancestors of the Shang were known as Qi, a descendant of Emperor Ku and the consort Jiandi, thus a brother of Yao, who had a shared parentage with him. When Emperor Yao ascended as the sovereign of the realm, Qi was bestowed with lands in Shang, overseeing the rites of fire, and was later honored as the god of fire. During the reign of Yao, Qi presided over the worship of the Great Fire Star. Reflecting on the Shang lands and the Great Fire Star, I was suddenly struck by a peculiar notion. Might there be a connection between the locations of the Shang lands and the Great Fire Star? Given that Qi presided over the Great Fire Star, it stands to reason that his domain would possess a unique relationship with it. I clapped my hands in realization and voiced my thoughts. Sun appeared somewhat bewildered and inquired, "Isn't it just the Fire Star? Why call it the Great Fire Star?" The donkey chimed in, "My dog brother is quite profound. He undoubtedly speaks in a language beyond mere human comprehension." Zhao Wukong surely grasped the essence of my words. Yet I took the liberty to elucidate for my companions. The Great Fire Star is not to be confused with Mars among the 8 planets of our solar system. Rather, it is a distinct celestial entity. The Great Fire Star belongs to the 5th star of the 2nd asterism in the Eastern Dragon of the 28 Lodges, now known in contemporary astronomy as Antares. At dusk, the Great Fire Star first emerges in the east during the 3rd month of the lunar calendar, occupies the southern sky at dusk in the 5th month, and descends towards the west in the 7th month. The legendary flowing fire of July also refers to the Great Fire Star, which sets in the west at twilight, marking the transition from summer to autumn and heralding the onset of cooler weather. In the Book of Songs, under the section Feng Feng, it is recorded that in July, fire flows, and in September, garments are bestowed. Here, the lunar calendar is referenced with regard to the Great Fire Star. Our ancestors held ceremonies in reverence of this celestial body, and the people of the Shang dynasty naturally placed greater significance upon it, referring to it as the Shang Star. Thus, when the Shang dynasty relocated its capital, it was imperative to consider the spatial relationship between the new capital and the Great Fire Star. Sun, intrigued, straightened his posture and expressed his astonishment. "Tell me, brother, what is your background? You possess such profound knowledge." For donkeys eagerly interjected, "What do you think? My dog brother is truly remarkable. He is, after all, a spirit medium. While we indulge in earthly pleasures, he communes with the fox spirit, boldly treading a path less traveled." Spirit medium? You have indeed engaged in such practices? For donkeys continued, "Not a spirit medium, but a fox spirit." I rolled my eyes, unwilling to engage in further debate. My analysis received validation from Zhao Wukong, leading us to ascertain the location of the ancient Qi River in relation to the Great Fire Star. Chapter 43, The Wandering Star Guards the Heart. I postulated that the relationship between the ancient Qi River and the Great Fire Star was one of overlap. In other words, either the Great Fire Star ascended from the Qi River, or it descended into it. Through the process of elimination, it became evident that the Great Fire Star, known in antiquity as the Emperor Star, could not be obscured and certainly could not align in a straight line with Mars and Earth. Mars, referred to in ancient times as the wandering star, symbolized calamity. If the wandering star were to linger close to the Great Fire Star, this would herald the dire celestial phenomenon known as the wandering star guarding the heart. It is said that such an occurrence portends the demise of either the emperor or the prime minister. During the reign of Emperor Cheng of the Western Han Dynasty, an ominous celestial phenomenon, known as the comet Huanghua, appeared in the sky. Alarmed by this portent, the emperor feared for his mortality. In a bid to avert the impending disaster associated with the comet, he urgently summoned the chancellor, Zhai Fangjin. In a selfless act of loyalty, Zhai Fangjin volunteered to absorb the calamity on behalf of the emperor, ultimately consuming a lethal potion, thus extinguishing the life of a prominent chancellor. We then meticulously traced lines on a star chart while referencing geological conditions, and eventually identified a narrow corridor approximately 1 kilometer in width. Without further ado, we procured train tickets and set off for Qixin County in Hunan. Notably, it is the birthplace of Jing Ku, the famed assassin who attempted to slay the king of Qin. One cannot help but imagine the peculiar scene of Jing Ku presenting the Yin state map while conversing in the dialect of Hunan. By the end of May, Qixin already bore the essence of summer, with temperatures reaching 30 degrees Celsius, making short sleeves quite appropriate. Disguised as tourists, we meandered through the county and its surroundings, surveying the local topography. The terrain of Qixin descends from the northwest to the southeast, with mountainous regions to the west and northwest, while the east and southeast are characterized by plains and marshlands. The county is encircled by water on 3 sides, north, east, and south. It is not an exaggeration to state that, in the plains, apart from houses, one encounters only farmland, which is largely contiguous. Villages are situated adjacent to these fields, leaving no cover for potential tomb raiding. Sun, the leader of our group, expressed a desire to enlist someone to use a trowel to probe the soil layers. However, considering the associated risks, I suggested that we hire a drilling team to bore wells at intervals and examine the soil strata. While drilling is safer, it proved to be a strain on Sun's finances. After consulting several drilling teams, we discovered that a 20-meter deep well would cost no less than 6,000 yuan. We planned to drill 7 wells, knowing that if we failed to uncover the desired layers, it would indicate a miscalculation on our part. The drilling team operates on a straightforward transactional basis, inquiring little, as we strive to identify unclaimed corners of land, thereby minimizing potential disputes with the villagers. However, when the drilling team unexpectedly arrived, the villagers, intrigued, gathered to observe. Among them, a village chief in his 50s approached me and inquired, "Which organization do you represent?" I feigned hesitation and replied, "It is not convenient to disclose that. The funding is allocated from above for the purpose of drilling wells, primarily to aid your community in irrigation. As for further details, I'm afraid I cannot divulge." It is no wonder he was elected as the village chief. He had a perceptive nature and even extended an invitation for us to share a modest meal at his home. Throughout our interaction, the chief endeavored to extract information from us, while I skillfully evaded his inquiries, redirecting the conversation. Should he press too hard, I resorted to the excuse of confidentiality imposed from above. The chief, ever optimistic, recalled the substantial compensation received during past projects such as the Beijing-Hong Kong-Macau Expressway and the south-to-north water diversion project. Consequently, he surmised that we were surveyors assessing the terrain. I neither confirmed nor denied his assumption, engaging in a playful ambiguity. I had also prepared a contingency plan, should we attract the attention of Uncle Hat. We would assert that our noble endeavor was to ensure the establishment of 99 water wells, a lifelong commitment of mine. On the 3rd day of drilling, the team unearthed the coveted gravel. By the time we reached the 4th well, at approximately 13 meters deep, we encountered a layer of gravel extending about a meter below. Until this moment, Sun had yet to grasp the situation. He remarked, "It is difficult to form a line from solitary points. Now that we have located the pebbles, should we consider altering the position of the well? At the very least, we must identify 3 or 4 wells with pebbles to delineate the contours of the ancient riverbed." I explained, "There is no need. Finding one more point will suffice. While 2 points can indeed connect to form a line, the accuracy may be somewhat lacking." "No. It actually requires 3 points. Have you considered the plains? With their rich black soil, where would the pebbles come from?" Sun remained in a daze for several seconds before a realization dawned on him. "Oh, the mountainous region northwest of Qixin. Indeed. Qixin is less than 100 kilometers from the Yellow River, A single breach of the river could elevate the soil layer by several meters. During the anti-Japanese war, Chiang Kai-shek even ordered the destruction of Huayuankou, resulting in the drowning and starvation of over 1 million citizens. Sun exclaimed with delight, "You are no ordinary dog. You are the celestial canine of Erlang Shun, the king of dogs across the 3 realms." If Sun were not a decade my senior, I would have had the urge to deliver a military boxing set to him. With a general area now established, it was time to gather a team. Sun, being the professional, did not regard us as equals. While we could serve as technicians during the grave search, we would not be able to fulfill even the role of laborers when it came to entering the tomb. Sun stated, "I plan to call 7 individuals. Do you have any objections?" I, feeling utterly bewildered, replied, "We are not knowledgeable in this regard. You decide." He continued, "That would make 11 of us in total, including myself and you 3. When it comes time to divide the spoils, it will need to be split into 11 shares. Is that feasible? You are the leader, and we are your disciples. You may decide as you see fit." Sun gritted his teeth and said, "According to the rules of the underworld, you will receive half. I will take 15%, and the remaining 35 will be divided among the other 7. Is that acceptable?" I replied earnestly, "That is certainly unacceptable. You are the leader. You should take the larger share, and we will be treated like the others. Just oversee the distribution." "That cannot be," he countered, "for it is you who discovered the clues to the ancient tomb." "Brother Sun, I feel this matter has yet to take shape. To put it plainly, it is merely a figment of our collective imagination regarding the tomb of Wei. Whether it truly exists remains uncertain. You need not worry about that. There are rules among us. Regardless of the tomb's existence, we must first investigate. Even if there is none, consider it an opportunity for me to entertain my brothers." I inhaled deeply and whispered, "Brother Sun, think carefully. Do we truly need to bypass Master Yao?" Sun paused in surprise and asked, "How did you know? When discussing the division, you did not mention a 3% management fee for Master Yao. Do you have a means to dispose of the goods?" After a moment of hesitation, Sun replied, "I do have a channel, but if it turns out to be a Western Zhou tomb, I fear they may not be able to swallow it all at once." I, being young and somewhat indiscreet, suggested, "It would be wiser to go through Master Yao for the disposal. You need not worry about the 3 of us, but there are still 7 others involved. In this profession, connections are paramount, and the buyers of antiques belong to the same circle. Who can guarantee that no one will leak information? This affair will inevitably come to light, and it will be even more difficult to explain to Master Yao at that time." Sun stared at me for a few seconds, his face turning a shade of iron. He said, "You make a valid point. I will follow your advice and directly consult Master Yao for assistance in finding someone. However, let me be clear, Master Yao takes a significant cut, and I will strive to secure as much for you as possible. As for us, it is best to rely on Master Yao. Money in our pockets is genuine wealth. Otherwise, it is merely numbers." Sun nodded and stepped aside to make a phone call, presumably discussing this matter with Master Yao. For Donkeys whispered, "Brother Dog, we'll end up with considerably less money through Master Yao." I chuckled. We have only just met Sun, and it was Master Yao who introduced us to him. Does Sun truly trust us so readily? After just 2 days, he wants to bypass Master Yao to get to work? Goodness, are you suggesting that Master Yao is still testing us? What else could it be? For Donkeys replied, "Even if Sun is formidable, he wouldn't dare speak so freely to someone introduced by Master Yao." Chapter 44. The temporary team. We sketched out the approximate location of the ancient riverbed and, in conjunction with the celestial alignments, identified 3 potential sites for the ancient tomb. Sun promptly reported this to Master Yao. Master Yao's response was swift. He likely gathered a team overnight. The next morning, 2 individuals arrived in succession. The first was Chuanhua, a 25-year-old with a modest stature but a vibrant demeanor. He bore a naturally cheerful countenance and brought an array of Sichuan delicacies as gifts: zhangfei beef, cold rabbit, spicy pig's trotters, and local liquor, all of which were quite enticing. The young girl, whom I have affectionately nicknamed Little Sister, has not disclosed her age. Yet her appearance suggests she is around 16 or 17. However, I am certain her actual age exceeds that. If she were to stand at the school gates, most onlookers would undoubtedly perceive her as a delinquent. She is clad in provocative attire, characterized by short shorts paired with fishnet stockings, and a crop top that reveals her midriff, adorned with a steel circular ring piercing her navel. Strangely, the hem of her top sits a couple of fists above her abdomen. Her hairstyle is equally distinctive, resembling the standard shortcut of a junior high student, albeit dyed a striking blue. Her complexion is notably fair, and her right cheek is embellished with 3 colorful 5-pointed stars. Describing her appearance is quite challenging. Her face could be deemed sweet and demure, reminiscent of the Japanese actress Yui Satome, although her bust is certainly not a B-cup. However, when considering her attire, it becomes increasingly difficult to encapsulate her essence. Amongst friends, it has been whispered that she hails from a noble lineage, perhaps even a high-ranking duke within the Shamate community. As a personal aside, I must express my disapproval of the aesthetic of youthful appearances. I firmly reject the notion of cherubic faces paired with ample bosoms. Let us start with ourselves. After some idle chatter, the atmosphere remained lukewarm and somewhat awkward until Sun proposed that we indulge in a drink. It was early in the morning, and as we savored the beef brought by Chuanwazi, accompanied by potent liquor, the mood gradually warmed. Sun remarked, after we finished drinking, let us take a short rest. We may need our strength for tonight. To which little sister retorted, damn, is there no respite? I drove all night to get here. Sun feigned a troubled expression and remarked, I do not wish for this either, but Master Yao has already dispatched someone to inspect the geological radar. Who knows when we will receive any news? Let us prepare ourselves. Chuanhua, in a bold gesture, downed a cup of liquor and declared, we cannot make a move tonight. I have brought no equipment and intended to procure some here. Just say I've had too much to drink. The equipment arrived in the latter half of the night, personally arranged by Master Yao for delivery. I inquired, brother Sun, is Master Yao coming? Of course. But he must first confirm the existence of an ancient tomb before he can set out. Having feasted and quenched our thirst, Chuanhua and the young lady remained in our room for the night, while Sun led us to stroll through the village. Upon stepping outside, Sun halted abruptly and asked earnestly, Early, have you had too much to drink? Not at all. This little bit of liquor is insufficient to even wet my throat. During dinner, your chopsticks fell to the ground at least 10 times. Sun's question prompted my recollection. Indeed, Early's chopsticks had been clumsily slipping from his grip. I chimed in. Brother Donkey, are you feeling frightened? After a moment of contemplation, Early replied earnestly, I am a bit nervous, but I can overcome it. Sun patted his back reassuringly. It's all right. What is there to fear? Once inside, we dig, and whatever we unearth can be exchanged for money. No need to be anxious. What are you looking at? Early shot me a glare and retorted, looking at 3270D. Sun scolded him, bemused, while Zhao Yukong added, what can that woman possibly have in D? Your ignorance is astounding. A size 3270D corresponds to a C cup. How could you lack such basic life experience? What does it matter to you whether it is a C or D cup? If I were to provide you with a woman, would you even know how to engage? Your academic performance is lacking, yet you still raise your hand incessantly. I must commend the cleverness of the 4 donkeys. This fellow cleverly takes advantage of the opportunity to glance upwards from the gap between the short-sleeved shirt of the young girl and her midriff. It is indeed impressive. Upon our arrival in the village, the well-drilling team was still diligently at work. We added a few more wells, not for any particular reason, but in hopes that the drilling crew would attract the villagers' attention. The village appeared unremarkable, and it was unlikely that the villagers would ever suspect us of tomb raiding. In the rice fields, a young couple was taking wedding photos, while 3 photography staff busily flitted about. I found myself puzzled and inquired, is it currently fashionable to take pastoral-themed wedding photos? Sun, with a peculiar smile, responded, do you truly believe they are taking wedding photos? Of course, it is so obvious. Did you notice the luggage they brought? I did. What of it? The ground is equipped with geological radar. A sweep of this area will provide a clear understanding of the geological conditions. I could not help but admire Master Yao in my heart. He truly possessed wisdom. I had assumed that group of people was merely taking wedding photos and would never have considered the direction of tomb raiding. Sun remarked, as soon as we identify a void, we shall proceed under cover of night. Brother Sun, will that woman be involved as well? Of course. Do not underestimate her. Her digging skills surpass those of many men. What, do you have any reservations? I hesitated briefly, and 4 donkeys remarked, the dog is allergic to women. He dislikes having them in the team? Sun tilted his head in confusion. What does that mean? Is having women considered unlucky? I sighed. No. I think it might just be inconvenient. Regarding that, rest assured about Dielu. She is quite carefree, possessing a boyish demeanor. I shall discreetly share with you that she has given birth and still does not know who the father is. She had too much to drink one night and ended up being sown by someone on the roadside. 4 donkeys exclaimed in astonishment. What? She has a child? Goodness. How old is she? Why does her age matter? Shouldn't people be allowed to have children? I could clearly see the disappointment on 4 donkeys' face, to be honest. I also hadn't expected her to have a child. Sun continued, It's not easy for her to earn money for the child's milk powder. Please be understanding. With her figure. Does she even need to buy milk powder? What? Did she give birth to triplets? That should be sufficient, for donkeys retorted stubbornly. Sun chuckled softly, saying nothing further. I, too, found it hard to believe that a young girl like her could face a shortage of breast milk. The narrative grows brief. Around 3 in the afternoon, Master Yao relayed news that an expansive cavity shaped like the character had been discovered within our designated area. It was quite large, and with the current manpower, it could not be handled. He instructed us to remain calm while he arranged for additional personnel and equipment. Upon hearing this news, Sun was somewhat reluctant. I reassured him. Brother Sun, more people make tasks easier. Don't be preoccupied with divisions. With an extra person, we'll share less profit. Can we avoid feeling troubled by that? This predicament is unavoidable. Master Yao is the leader, and we are merely subordinates who follow orders, as long as there is profit to be made. How frustrating it is that he is so pleased. The tomb in the shape of the character requires at least 2 teams to excavate simultaneously, along with exploration, logistics, smuggling, classification, cleaning, and appraisal. At least 30 individuals must be involved. Even if this tomb yields treasures worth 100 million, our individual share would barely amount to several 100,000, which is considered substantial. I was somewhat taken aback and hurriedly inquired, but, Brother Sun, aren't items from the Shang dynasty worth tens of millions each? Just how much are Shang dynasty bronzes truly worth? Chapter 45. The antique market. Sun lit a cigarette and began to analyze the market for bronzes. He started with the ordinary items, such as the weapons used by soldiers during the Shang and Zhou dynasties, bronze Ji and bronze Yu. These bronzes, from the Shang and Zhou periods down to the pre-Qin era, can be found in large ancient tombs and terracotta warrior pits. And their abundance keeps their prices generally under 100,000. Slightly more valuable than weapons are coins, whose worth primarily depends on their scarcity. For instance, the Yinming Dao coins from the Warring States period, over 2,000 years ago, are plentiful, with each valued at merely a few hundred. In contrast, the Qixiang Zhongbao coins from the late Qing dynasty, produced over a century ago, can fetch 4 million each due to their limited availability. Few are acquainted with the era of the Qixiang reign. In 1861, the Xianfeng Emperor passed away at the Rihe Palace amidst the turmoil of the Second Opium War. As the Anglo-French forces encroached upon Beijing, prompting him to seek refuge with his consort. On his deathbed, he appointed his only son, Zai Chun, to ascend the throne. The Grand Council proposed to change the reign title to Qixiang the following year. However, shortly after the demise of the Xianfeng Emperor, Empress Dowager Cixi, in collusion with Yisun, orchestrated the Xinyo coup, leading to the abolition of the Qixiang title. With the 2 empresses ruling behind a curtain, they established the Tongji era, resulting in Qixiang's precious currency rarely circulating in the market. Subsequently, various bronze artifacts emerged, including vessels such as the Xi, Yin, Gui, Gong, Piyu, Now, and Jia, names that may seem unfamiliar to many. The individual prices of these items range from 50 to 1 million. The most valuable among them is the ding. Square ding can command prices of 5 to 6 million, while round ding may reach 2 to 3 million. Naturally, these figures represent the base price. Inscriptions can quintuple the value, and if the owner of the bronze artifact is recorded in historical texts, the price becomes incalculable. For instance, a bronze sword may seem insignificant, but if it had been wielded by a renowned figure, its worth skyrockets. The sword of King Gojian of Yu, unearthed in the 1960s and inscribed with the bird-shaped seal of King Gojian as personal use, is striking among bronze swords but not the pinnacle. Yet, the legacy of its owner is remarkable. Compared to the state of Yu, people are more familiar with the historical anecdotes tied to King Gojian, such as lying on firewood and tasting bitterness and hiding the bow after the game is gone. Let us not concern ourselves with the monetary value of this sword. In the late 1970s, it was imperative to seek special permission from Premier Shou Enlai for its exhibition in Japan. Thus, its worth is self-evident. Upon hearing this, the 4 donkeys expressed their discontent, exclaiming, "What? If this single item is worth so little, one would need to unearth 300 or 400 pieces to reach 1 billion. Sun, with a wry smile, replied, "My dear donkey brother, 1 billion? A single tomb might yield treasures worth 10 million, and that would be considered a lucrative find. Typically, a tomb might only bring in around 1 to 1.5 million. What are you envisioning?" The 4 donkeys retorted. "But I read online that a feudal lord's tomb could yield treasures worth several billion." "Nonsense," Sun countered. "In the early 2000s, A group of tomb raiders in Hubei unearthed a set of Han Dynasty gold-threaded jade garments and sold them for 170,000, which is regarded as the pinnacle in the world of tomb raiding. Do not be swayed by the exaggerated claims online. They are merely attempts to capture attention. The four donkeys, perplexed, inquired, what if one were to discover a set of chime bells from the Warring States period? What would that be worth? Sun fixed his gaze on the four donkeys for several seconds before responding earnestly, Dear four donkeys, may I give you a kick? Have you had too much to drink? A set of Warring States chime bells? If we were living in the 1930s, such items would surely exist. But now, where would you even excavate them? Who would dare purchase such a thing, even if it were found? With a palpable sense of unease, C. Lucy audibly swallowed. I interjected, elder brother's son. I possess some familiarity with bronzes as well. The intrinsic value of such artifacts far exceeds the quoted sum, wouldn't you concur? I hesitated to explicitly accuse Master Yao of misappropriating funds from the antiquities sale. However, Sun Badu comprehended my implicit meaning, replying, Your assessment is accurate. The prevailing market rates are considerably higher than my valuation. Nevertheless, you must bear in mind the provenance of our finds. These are, in essence, illicit goods. In the clandestine world of tomb raiding, the seller invariably lacks the acumen of the buyer. The purchaser, too, assumes a degree of peril. Consequently, acquisitions typically occur at 50% or even 30% of the market value. Should a comprehensive, all-encompassing transaction transpire, the price is further diminished. Then, why do we not independently seek a buyer? To whom would we offer these treasures? Can you procure a suitable purchaser? Would any buyer dare to transact with you directly? They would prefer to expend an additional 50% to engage the services of a broker rather than obtain the same items from you at a reduced price. Why is this so? Would any official dare to procure artifacts from you? Affluent merchants have reputations to uphold and businesses to manage. Is it judicious for them to jeopardize their standing for mere financial gain? I murmured, at this rate, when shall we ever repay our 30 million debt? At a rate of 20 to 30 tombs per annum, with each tomb yielding 300,000 to 400,000 for each of you. The cumulative annual earnings approximate 10 million. Within 3 years, or at most 4, you shall have amassed the requisite 30 million. I experienced a twinge of disappointment. This endeavor diverged significantly from my preconceived notions of tomb raiding. I had envisioned earning several million from a single excavation. Alas, the devaluation of the spoils during the disposal process was far more substantial than I had anticipated. I muttered under my breath, we risk our lives to unearth these treasures, only for the brokers to reap the lion's share of the profits. Sun shook his head in denial, stating, No, you're mistaken. The profits we earn are precisely this. And the brokers also take their commission. For instance, if we unearth a bronze vessel from the Western Zhou dynasty, the broker might receive 2 million, selling it to an antique dealer for 220,000, who could then market it for 8 million. Thus, it is the antique dealer who reaps the substantial rewards. This can be understood, albeit not in the manner you suggested. The antique dealer must first launder the bronze vessel. The simplest method involves sending it via fishing boats to the South China Sea, where it is transferred to Vietnamese vessels and subsequently transported to the United States. Only then does the first step conclude. What comes next? I inquired eagerly, nodding in anticipation. Sun continued, this entire process could take nearly a year, possibly 10 months. Just imagine how many individuals must be involved in such illicit activities. High prices attract participants, necessitating substantial capital reserves while also bearing unexpected risks. Brother Sun, does this imply that antique dealers do not profit significantly? The wealthier the antique dealer, the greater their gain, as they need not concern themselves with capital costs. They can afford to hold on to treasures for extended periods, manipulating the market and auctions to achieve profits of 3 to 4 times the original value without issue. If only we had such avenues available to us. So how do antique dealers sell their wares? They sell to those who are financially unencumbered, placing items in their homes as ornamental pieces, later reselling them after several decades. This method invariably yields greater returns than merely depositing money in a bank. Alternatively, they may appeal to individuals like Boss Huang, who purchase antiques to indulge their preferences or as gifts to facilitate business dealings. In circumstances where direct monetary exchanges are inappropriate, offering an antique serves as a medium, allowing both parties to maintain their dignity. Chapter 46. Opening the tomb passage 2 days later, Master Yao arrived with 6 individuals, and the meeting place was designated at the county mortuary. The group of 7 traveled in 2 vans, the black one prominently displaying a large black floral arrangement, rendering any further explanation of the vehicle's purpose unnecessary. Inside the van lay two stainless steel coffins. Through the glass, one could discern the yellow cotton blankets within, used to wrap the bodies before cremation. This sight left me utterly astonished. Master Yao truly possessed wisdom, concealing the tools of tomb raiding within the coffins, thus avoiding scrutiny should there be a need to open them for inspection. In the parking lot of the mortuary, the two teams exchanged glances and nodded, acknowledging one another. Master Yao preferred to minimize our interactions. He succinctly outlined our mission. He stated, "The individuals I have summoned for this task are highly skilled. You must understand the significance of this tomb. It is shaped like the character shin. We will split into two teams for the excavation. My team will approach from the north, while Sun and his team will commence from the south. The burial depth is 21 meters, and given the intricate water systems in Qixian, we can expect some water intrusion through the tunnels. We have only one night. The faster we breach the tomb, the more time we will have to collect our findings." We all nodded in agreement. Master Yao continued, "As for the timeline, it is currently 9:17 in the morning. We must convene at the ancient tomb by 8:30 this evening, and we must exit the tomb by 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. Do not linger in combat. After we depart from here, the two teams are not to cross paths. Verify your equipment, and if anything further is required, address it directly to me." With that, Master Yao instructed us to depart in our vans. To be candid, this marks my inaugural experience of sitting atop a coffin while indulging in a smoke. Upon returning to the inn, the young girl abruptly turned hostile, exclaiming, "A 21-meter deep tunnel, the height of 7 stories, and merely 8 hours allocated? Even if Chuan and I were to excavate with our lives, it would be an insurmountable task." "Son," the leader interjected, "it is not 8 hours. We gather at the ancient tomb at 8:30 in the evening. Actual digging will commence at 9, leaving us a total of 7 hours, subtracting an hour for descending to retrieve artifacts. Thus we are left with 6 hours. Is it feasible to excavate 21 meters?" Chuan added, "There is a likelihood of rain in the latter part of the night, with the intricate water systems at 21 meters. How on earth are we to accomplish this?" The young girl retorted, "If it drizzles, I might as well have the heavens pour down their wrath upon me. Let it be my demise." Sun hastily attempted to bolster morale. "Cease your grumbling. It may be arduous, but it is not impossible. We shall ensure you both receive a greater share of the rewards." The young girl flared up, insisting, "What share? If the drill bit of the pile driver falls, it will cost upwards of 100,000 for the water ghost to retrieve it. Digging in a rice field is entirely submerged. One must don diving suits and carry oxygen tanks. Is there truly any distinction from the water ghost retrieving the drill bit? If the tunnel collapses, we would undoubtedly be trapped." Following her outburst, Sun continued, "As Yulu rightly stated, the value of money is secondary. Life is paramount. We shall first observe how the other team proceeds with their excavation, and if it proves unfeasible, we ought to relinquish this tomb. Why should we allow them to reap the benefits?" Chuan retorted angrily, "With the silt deposits of the Yellow River at 21 meters, a collapse could occur without a moment's notice." At that moment, Sun picked up the phone. He gestured for silence and then answered, "Hello, Master Yao." Yes. I'm at the hotel." "All right, I'll come down to meet you." After hanging up, Sun announced, "Master Yao has arrived downstairs. I'll go greet him. Please be discreet and refrain from speaking too freely." Shortly thereafter, Sun returned with Master Yao, and the room, which held 7 individuals, felt somewhat cramped. Before Master Yao could utter a word, a young girl interjected, "Master, how do we dig the tunnel?" Master Yao replied solemnly, "You need not concern yourselves with the tunnel. I have hired a drilling team who will utilize their machinery for the excavation." "What? A drilling team?" someone exclaimed. "Indeed, my own crew is reliable. 2 drilling machines will operate simultaneously, and they will commence work this afternoon. In 3 hours, they will breach the tomb passage, allowing you to retrieve what you seek." Sun expressed his apprehension, saying, "Master, this seems rather perilous." Master Yao responded earnestly, "I have assessed the situation. Should we attempt to dig the tunnel ourselves, we would not only face danger, but also draw unwanted attention from the villagers. Recently, there has been a drilling team working near the village, and the addition of another team will go unnoticed. Would the villagers really object to drilling in their fields? As long as the payment is satisfactory, everything can be arranged. We will be swift. By tomorrow morning, the drilling team will inform the villagers that the well has collapsed, thus granting us only 1 night." The young girl's demeanor shifted to one of relief as she remarked, "1 night is ample time. We can go in, retrieve what we need, and leave." Master Yao instilled in me a sense of audacity, as I had never before heard of such brazen tomb raiding. What was clearly the work of a grave robber was orchestrated by him, as if it were a well-organized archaeological expedition. I have brought you the walkie-talkie. Do you require any additional equipment? We exchanged glances, yet none spoke a word. Master Yao continued, I merely came to check on you. If all is well, I shall take my leave. If there are any issues, consult with Head Sunday. Before departing, Master Yao cast a significant glance in my direction and patted my shoulder twice. I was left pondering his intent. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the paddy field was ablaze with light, with 2 drilling machines positioned about 3 acres apart, nearly 90 meters in distance. I did not see Master Yao, yet his voice resonated through the walkie-talkie. Everyone is assembled. We may now penetrate the tomb passage. At his command, the drill blades whirred into action, and within half a minute, the well was drained of water, presumably flowing into the tomb passage. Subsequently, the drilling team hoisted the drill bit, first lowering a submersible pump, followed by a tube from the air compressor's tank into the tomb. Prepare for water extraction and air exchange. We shall descend in half an hour. Lao San, instruct your team to lower the equipment, Master Yao conveyed through the walkie-talkie. The third man is likely the owner of the drilling team. I have not seen him personally. He instructs the workers via walkie-talkie to arrange the electrical lighting and suspend the equipment. The drillers operate with remarkable skill, sending a haphazard assortment of items into the burial passage: enormous Oxford cloth bags, inflatable packaging bags, canvas lifting straps, thick rolls of sponge, shovels, pry bars, and pickaxes. Meanwhile, we don safety harnesses meant for high-altitude work on the site. Once all is prepared, we are successively hoisted into the burial passage by the drilling machine. Sun, the first to descend, has already set up a searchlight, and the sight before me fills me with disappointment. The passage is devoid of bluestone. It is merely rammed earth, with a layer of mud approximately 5 centimeters thick that oozes water upon being stepped on, leading into darkness deeper within. What are you dawdling for? Hurry in and search for treasures. Sun urges me. I express my confusion, questioning whether we have indeed excavated the wrong site. Is this grave of Weiziki so rudimentary? Stop watching so much science fiction. Ancient tombs are often like this. There are no bronze doors. Even King Wu of Zhou's tomb would only have a stone door. Where would one find a bronze door? Come on, follow me to locate the burial chamber. Chapter 47. The bronze door. After proceeding a few steps forward, an eerie phenomenon manifests. The passage slopes downward. Logically, the water on the ground should be increasing. Yet, the opposite is true. The accumulated water has vanished, and it appears not to have been pumped out, but rather seems to have seeped underground. Looking back, I notice the mud is also slowly infiltrating the earth. At that moment, a voice crackles through the walkie-talkie. It's Master Yao, inquiring, Son, have you located the burial chamber? Sun furrowed his brow in confusion. Not yet, Master Yao. This tomb is peculiar. Not only has there been no water emergence, but the water from the thief's tunnel has also vanished. The ground feels like a sponge, absorbing moisture with extraordinary intensity. For now, let's disregard other matters and proceed forward to locate the main burial chamber. I have lost contact with the other group. In the walkie-talkie, Master Yao's voice sounded somewhat anxious. Lost contact? Sun sensed something amiss and switched the walkie-talkie to channel 17. A harsh, crackling sound immediately assaulted his ears, as if someone had been continuously pressing the call button. Dog, inform Master Yao that we cannot reach him. I replied with a nod. The walkie-talkie was filled with static, punctuated by faint murmurs of conversation, indistinguishable and chaotic, akin to a cacophony from the depths of hell, filled with ghostly wails. At that moment, the mud on the ground had completely disappeared, and the water pump, idly turning to the side, indicated that it was not the source of the anomaly. This tomb is rather strange. You all need to be vigilant. If the situation deteriorates, retreat immediately, Master Yao advised through the walkie-talkie. I paused for a moment and replied, Let us adjust the walkie-talkie. The dissonance is unbearable. Has the other team triggered some mechanism? I pondered aloud. An ancient tomb from the early Western Zhou dynasty, what kind of mechanism could exist here? Yet, the disappearance of the water and mud puzzled me further. Perhaps the ground is laid with a material similar to clay pellets, which are known for their water-absorbing properties. This notion was a last-minute thought, and to be honest, even I found it hard to believe. However, given our current predicament in the tomb, it was ill-advised to delve into supernatural explanations. I compel myself to believe that this is the technology of ancient sages. After all, the despicable Qianlong emperor has obliterated the treasures of China. The 4 donkeys inquired, Shall we proceed? I glanced at Sun Baotou, who returned my gaze, and Zhao Wukong remarked, What is there to fear? Let us advance. What about you, dog? Sun Baotou asked. Let us go. Now that we have descended, we ought to assess the situation. The tomb passage lacked murals, Its walls comprised solely of deep yellow rammed earth, and each step elicited a sense of oppression, rendering the atmosphere eerily foreboding. Strangely, the passage was merely a passage, devoid of any burial goods, not even a clay pot. An unease gripped my heart. In a typical Western Zhou tomb, even in the absence of grave goods, one would expect some human sacrifice, as that was an era where human entombment was prevalent, not to mention the practice of burying the craftsmen who constructed the tombs. Why then, was there nothing? It was implausible that it had been robbed. Could tomb raiders have carried away the bones? Lost in thought, I collided with Sun Baotou, who stood frozen, his gaze fixed. Following his line of sight, I too was rendered speechless. Before us stood the bronze door that Sun Baotou had described an impossibility. Sun. Brother Sun, that is indeed a bronze door, is it not? Sun Baotou's complexion turned pale as he responded, yes, it is. The four donkeys interjected. Surely there are no spectral soldiers behind that bronze door, those riding ghostly steeds? What difference does it make? Whether cavalry or infantry, either could claim our lives, Zhao Wukong retorted. There is a distinction. Cavalry have codes, whereas infantry do not. I deliberately steered the conversation towards a lighter tone. A group of individuals turned their gaze towards me, and the fourth donkey gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "You truly resemble a straw hat-wearing fool, unable to distinguish the nuances between heights and depths. Is this even a matter of codes?" Sun, the leader, remarked, "There are many. You possess considerable knowledge. Shall we continue onward?" "Let us proceed," replied Chuan. "I sense something amiss. Though I have excavated nearly 800 holes, this time, despite not digging, I observed peculiarities in the soil layer as I descended. It consists entirely of clay, with an exceptionally high moisture content. I cannot fathom why surface water has not seeped through. What do you think, Delu?" The young girl bit her lip, expressing, "I too find it strange. To be honest, I am reluctant to venture further. This place has an unsettling aura." Sun encouraged, "Delu is a practitioner of the spirit world, protected by celestial beings. If he suggests proceeding, there is surely no danger." Chuan and the young girl simultaneously turned their attention to me, while Sun cast me a knowing glance. Thus, I felt compelled to nod in agreement. For reasons unknown, the bronze door seemed to exert a powerful allure over me. As we drew nearer, illuminated by a convergence of flashlight beams, I beheld the bronze door before me, standing approximately 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide. Its surface was not the typical verdigris hue of oxidized copper, but rather a meticulously polished dark green, reflecting the flashlight's glow with a lustrous sheen. To illustrate inadequately, certain tourist sites feature bronze sculptures that acquire a glossy patina from frequent touching. The exterior of the bronze door exuded a similar sheen, as if it had been caressed by countless hands. Upon closer examination of the style, the apex of the bronze door is adorned with a statue in the form of an owl. The owl squints slightly, and within its hollow eyes, a glimmering orb is faintly discernible, possibly a crystal sphere representing its gaze. The imposing figure of the owl exudes a sense of guardianship, and as I met its gaze, an involuntary shiver coursed through me. Beneath the owl lies a bronze plaque, upon which 3 raised characters in ancient bronze script are inscribed, characters I do not recognize. Below this is the grand bronze door, which is flanked by 2 panels. The left panel is segmented into several compartments, each featuring exaggerated reliefs of celestial beings and spirits, making it difficult to distinguish which are deities and which are phantoms, or perhaps they are all phantoms. The right panel consists of a large bronze slab, densely populated with protruding inscriptions the size of fists. We stood transfixed by the scene before us. Had it not been for Master Yao's voice crackling through the intercom, we might have remained in a daze. "Have we entered the tomb?" "Not yet. There is a bronze door," Sun replied. "A bronze door?" "Yes, I'll take a photograph." "Master, I have never witnessed such a scene before." I felt a tightening in my chest and cautiously pressed the intercom. What does nothing left mean? Has someone died or what? Alive. No sight of people. Dead. No sight of corpses. What lies at the end of the tomb passage? A wall. A rammed earth wall. There isn't even a door. I inhaled sharply. Sun inquired, "Master, what shall we do next?" Master Yao replied, "This situation has exceeded my comprehension. You must assess the circumstances and act accordingly. Whether to advance or retreat is up to you, but do not overestimate your strength. If the situation turns unfavorable, withdraw immediately." Chapter 48. The vessels of wine and rituals. Another team vanished within the confines of the sealed tomb passage, and no matter how I strained my brain, I could not conjure a plausible explanation. It surely could not be a ghost. Specters lack such capability, nor could it be any other supernatural entity. The most likely scenario is that they fell victim to a trap, Yet what sort of mechanism could be so formidable as to render a person silent and invisible? Son. The leader inquired, brothers, shall we proceed? We exchanged glances, none willing to voice our opinions first. I sensed that the three of us were inclined to venture forth. Awaiting the decision of Chuan and the young girl. Hurry up, are we going in or not? Sun pressed again. The young girl replied, you are the leader. The decision rests with you. With a swift motion, Chuan connected the power source and tested the impact drill, which emitted a resonant thud akin to that of a sturdy tool. The young girl was equally resolute as Chuan drilled the hole. She deftly used a specially designed rake to clear away the earth. I contemplated joining their efforts, but Sun halted me, saying, they are professionals. Your assistance would be futile. Do you comprehend the angle required for a semicircular tunnel? How to excavate without causing a collapse? You cannot fathom it. His words held merit. I inquired. Has Chuan studied civil engineering? Can he calculate soil mechanics? I know next to nothing, Chuan responded nonchalantly. What has the need for education to dig a simple hole? If it collapses, so be it. I want to be the one crawling through. Sun lit a cigarette and placed it between Chuan's lips, saying, speak sensibly, will you? Chuan chuckled sheepishly, rest assured about the hole I'm digging. I'm not boasting. I'll spend a night inside the tunnel first, and then you can all follow. The foreman, Sun, castigated the young laborer from Sichuan, urging him to expedite the process. Subsequently, he distributed cigarettes to each of us, remarking that the bronze door, if successfully smuggled out, would fetch no less than 10 million. I concurred, adding that the inscriptions would undoubtedly increase its value, with hundreds of gold-lettered characters potentially commanding a price of several million. Alas, extracting it was an insurmountable challenge. The young tattooed girl proposed that they excavate a small tunnel, allowing us to crawl through initially. She would then enlarge the aperture while we were inside, searching for artifacts, assuring us that we need not concern ourselves with the tunnel's construction. With the aid of power tools, the tunnel was completed in under half an hour. Sun reported the progress to the strategist, Yao, via radio. The Sichuanese youth and the tattooed girl remained outside to widen the tunnel's entrance, while Sun led the three of us through the passage. It must be said that Sun was indeed chivalrous, taking the initiative to crawl through first and assess the situation before allowing us to enter. The tunnel itself was impeccably crafted, if not as smooth as jade, then certainly round and even. Bypassing the bronze door, we encountered a cruciform passage that divided the ancient tomb into 4 chambers. A square cauldron at the intersection immediately captured our attention. Sun exclaimed with elation that they had struck gold, declaring that regardless of the market price, the benefactor, Boss Huang, would add an additional 5 million. He urged us to hasten and collect the artifacts, beginning first with the left chamber and then proceeding to the right, working in unison. The chamber on the left proved to be a chariot burial pit, containing 2 clay chariots and the skeletal remains of 4 horses arranged in a sequential manner, presumably slaughtered and positioned within the tomb during the interment ceremony. Sun spat disdainfully, remarking, our expedition begins unfavorably, without auspicious signs. Let us proceed to the right. The right chamber exuded a chilling atmosphere, filled solely with white bones. Some rested against the wall in a seated position, others lay flat, while a few were sprawled on the ground. A cursory glance revealed more than 20 skeletons, undoubtedly the remnants of a burial sacrifice. Sun stepped upon the bones, producing a crunching sound, and casually picked up a leg bone, rummaging through the human remains for bronze artifacts. What are you all pondering? Weapons can fetch a good price. Gather them. To be candid, my composure faltered at the sight of the scattered bones, leaving me lightheaded. Yet, at this moment, I had to muster the courage to press on. Among the bones lay bronze swords, with some skeletal hands clutching the blades, which pierced the pelvis. It seemed these individuals had entered the tomb alive, with some opting for a swift demise rather than lingering in despair. Bronze halberds, bronze poles, bronze swords, jade fish, jade rings, 46 items were retrieved from this sacrificial pit, and the local lad transported them away using a cart. As we reached the center of the cross-shaped tomb passage, my gaze was irresistibly drawn to the square ding. It was breathtakingly magnificent. Standing a meter tall, the ding's body exceeded 10 centimeters in thickness, with a rectangular, slightly flattened mouth. Its heavy, raised ears resembled the arched body of a carp, while its abdomen retained a rectangular shape with a smooth base, supported by 4 legs adorned with intricate dragon motifs. A band encircled the lower part of the ding, approximately 10 centimeters wide, embellished with a relief of the gluttonous beast, while the remaining sections were adorned with a pattern of raised spikes. I was profoundly moved by this spectacle, overwhelmed with emotion. This was the exquisite craftsmanship of our ancestors over 5,000 years ago, stirring within me an inexplicable urge to weep. Sun said, "This must weigh around 15 to 1,600 pounds. It's truly a remarkable find." After speaking, he activated the intercom, instructing Chuanhua to bring in the jack and the support frame. "Come in quickly, Master Yao. There are treasures aplenty here." Following a series of crackling sounds from the other end of the intercom, Master Yao replied, "Be cautious. I have also descended into the burial passage from the other side, and those individuals have indeed vanished." Sun acknowledged with a nod, and then led me toward the third burial chamber. Inside the third chamber, the remains were still skeletal, but this time only 7 bodies lay there, all arranged in a uniform posture, prostrate on the ground, with their arm bones meticulously positioned. I whispered, "Burial in a prone position, 7 female corpses, the concubines of the tomb's master." Sun inquired, "How can you discern their genders when they are merely bones?" I explained, "The male pelvis is narrow and elongated, with a smaller upper opening resembling a heart shape, while the female pelvis is broader and shorter, with a larger upper opening akin to a circle." Sun gazed at me in astonishment, prompting me to elaborate. Prone burial was a prevalent funerary practice during the Shang dynasty. Even if this tomb does not belong to Wei Ziqi, it is undoubtedly a Shang dynasty burial site. Erlisi interjected, "Enough with the nonsense. Let us hurry up and collect these artifacts. Look at those bronze vessels on the wall. If we don't take them, what will we leave for future generations?" The chamber floor was strewn with the skeletal remains of the prone burials, and the surrounding walls had been excavated to form niches, uneven hollows arranged in an interspersed manner, reminiscent of a traditional Chinese medicine cabinet. This architectural feature is known as a yaoqin in tombs. The bronze artifacts within the niches were impressively comprehensive, including bronze gui, bronze furnaces, bronze yu, bronze zun, bronze ju, bronze yi, bronze lei, and various ceremonial vessels, essentially encompassing the entirety of ritualistic bronzeware. As he surveyed the surroundings, Sun felt a slight unsteadiness in his stance. Trembling, he activated the intercom, exclaiming, "Master, Master, come quickly. This tomb could yield treasures worth 100 million. Very well. Let us proceed together to the main burial chamber." Chapter 49. The 6 jade ornaments. The seasoned Master Yao, upon witnessing the plethora of burial goods adorning the walls, gaped in astonishment. He pressed the intercom and instructed, "Old San, the situation has changed. We need to arrange at least 5 vehicles for transport." Understood. I had always been curious about the individual behind the intercom, Old San, whose voice exuded a calmness that suggested an air of detachment from worldly concerns. He remained unruffled in any circumstance. "Master Yu commanded, let us begin loading. There is an abundance of items, and the sooner we finish, the better." I, along with the 4th donkey, was tasked with retrieving the bronze artifacts from the niches, while Master Yao and Sun managed the packing with inflatable bags. Meanwhile, Zhao Yukong stood nearby, tears of excitement streaming down his face, perhaps overwhelmed by the realization of a long-held youthful dream. Master Yao remarked, "Boss Huang was right. Talent emerges in every generation. You have opened my eyes." Sun inquired, "Master, can these items truly fetch 100 million? At least 200 million, this time. The 3 newcomers will take the lion's share." Sun eagerly agreed, while I hesitated, saying, "Master, we should adhere to the rules. We mustn't disrupt the established order." Master Yao responded, "Trust my judgment. The portion you receive will nearly cover the 30 million owed to Boss Huang. Any future tomb raiding will be for your own benefit." I nodded in acquiescence, deciding not to press the matter further. This was sufficient. Once the packing was completed, we would leave it here for Chuanhua and the others to transport. "All right, I shall arrange it," Sun replied. As I took a deep breath before entering the main burial chamber, I was utterly astonished to discover that there lay only a single stone coffin, devoid of any outer casket. This seemed most peculiar. According to the Li Ji, Tangong Shang, the coffin of a sovereign is traditionally composed of 4 layers, with a 3-inch thick leather covering, a wooden coffin beneath, and 2 additional wooden coffins, all meticulously crafted in a circular design. Wei Ziqi, a duke conferred by the Duke of Zhou, was permitted to observe the ceremonial rites of the Zhou dynasty due to the duke's establishment of Zhou Li. Hence, Wei Ziqi's coffin ought to possess at least 3 layers, akin to that of a feudal lord, rather than a solitary stone coffin. Furthermore, during the Western Zhou period, the most significant symbol of status was the ding. The sovereign possessed 9 ding, the feudal lord 7, and the ministers 5, with each rank corresponding to a specific number of ding. How could it be that not a single ding graced the main burial chamber? This could not possibly be Wei Ziqi's tomb, for the abundance of burial items, particularly the complete set of ritual vessels and wine vessels, suggested a status far beyond that of an ordinary lord. "Give me a hand," Mr. Yao suddenly interjected, pulling me from my reverie. I noticed Mr. Yao was placing a cushion board into the stone coffin, while Sun cautiously aligned a jack. I nodded in agreement and assisted Sun in operating the jack. In less than 10 minutes, the lid of the stone coffin had been raised by more than 20 centimeters. "Be careful not to damage the coffin lid. It could fetch a decent price in times of need," Mr. Yao cautioned. Through the gap, I could discern 3 skeletal remains within the coffin. The central skeleton towering over 2 meters, while the 2 flanking remains were approximately 1.40 meters, certainly not reaching 1.50 meters. A discerning eye can immediately discern that the figure in the center is the grave owner, flanked by concubines interred alongside. The sarcophagus contains a plethora of jade artifacts. In addition to jade swords and halberds, there lies a complete set of 6 jade ornaments. The 6 jade ornaments refer to the jade gui, jade song, jade huang, jade bai, jade hu, and jade zhang. The Book of Rites records that these 6 jade items are to honor heaven and earth in all 4 directions, the black bai to venerate heaven, the yellow song to honor the earth, the green gui for the east, the red zhang for the south, the white hu for the west, and the black huang for the north. The only individuals capable of possessing a complete set of these 6 jade ornaments during the Western Zhou period, apart from the Son of Heaven, would be the likes of Wei Ziqi, a notion that leaves little room for alternatives. Sun, swift of hand, promptly gathered all the jade ornaments. Just as he was about to inspect whether there was a mouthpiece among them, Master Yao interjected, "Best not to take the mouthpiece. Let the grave owner keep something. What use would it serve him?" "It could very well be a luminous pearl," retorted Sunday. Master Yao chuckled. "If you wish to take it, then go ahead." "Very well," Sun replied. Master Yao continued. "Make sure to wear an extra pair of gloves and pry it open. Quickly dispose of it, and ensure it's disinfected." Sun dismissed the concern. "It's nothing. I merely grazed my hand on a tooth. Trust me, go disinfect it." "Oh, it's fine. A tooth just fell out suddenly. And I thought the ghost was back to bite me." Master Yu sighed in resignation as Sun plunged both hands into the sarcophagus, retrieving an item resembling a jade cicada. "Hurry and disinfect. Handling antiques with bare hands. Who taught you such practices?" "I have a strong constitution. It's of no consequence." Master Yao surveyed his surroundings and, finding nothing else of interest, declared, "Very well, let us proceed. We shall leave the jack here, for it may serve us again should we return." I hesitated for a moment and inquired, "Master Yao, shall we not excavate the waste pit?" "No need," he replied. "These items are certainly sufficient. We shall revisit this when the season is lean." Sun, perplexed, asked, "What is the waste pit? Where is it located?" Master Yao shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, "How can you ask such a question in front of the newcomers? Have you no shame?" Sun scratched his head and replied, "What is there to be ashamed of? I genuinely do not know." I refrained from elaborating, mindful not to exhibit bravado before Master Yao. He explained, "The waste pit is a small excavation at the waist of the tomb's central figure, where some burial items are placed. In essence, it is a pit beneath the stone coffin." "Then let us continue our excavation," I proposed. Master Yao continued, "The waste pit typically contains human or animal sacrifices. There will not be an abundance of burial goods. This stone coffin weighs several tons, and moving it would consume considerable time." With that, Master Yu grasped the walkie-talkie and inquired, "How much longer until we finish loading?" 20 minutes, came the response from the young assistant. "Very well. Let us make our way there," he instructed. The other burial items had already been hoisted out, leaving only a heavy 4-legged tripod, which was too cumbersome to be extracted from the tunnel due to its excessive packaging. Master Yao took charge, removing all the inflatable packaging and placing sponges at the lifting position. He advised, "You all go up first. If the tripod becomes lodged in the tunnel, none of us will be able to escape." "Then who will lift the tripod?" Sun inquired. One by one, the excavation of the theft hole commenced, and the fresh air was intoxicating. The smaller bronze artifacts had already been transported away, and another drilling machine had departed. Just moments later, the intercom crackled to life with the voice of Master Yao. "Lao San, take your time hoisting up." A shiver ran through me at the sound, as it emanated from a worker behind me, an individual likely in his 50s or 60s, adorned with a yellow safety helmet. His camouflage attire was caked in mud, and his gaunt face shone with a deep, dark hue, devoid of any excess flesh. With such an appearance, one would naturally assume he was a laborer. Yet his voice resonated with a steadiness that belied the ordinary. I took a deep breath, sensing that this man, referred to as Lao San, possessed a certain gravitas. Chapter 50. Master Yao's arrival. After Master Yao ascended, he surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "The dawn is approaching. Son, you should take your team and leave first. I will contact you later." Before boarding the vehicle, I hesitated briefly and approached Master Yao with a question. "What about the other team?" Without a flicker of emotion, Master Yao replied, "If they cannot be found, there is nothing to be done. Just take care of yourself. If there comes a day when I also vanish in the theft hole, I hope you make the same choice." A chill ran down my spine. Master Yao continued, "Every trade has its rules. It is not about being ruthless. There are dozens involved in this tomb raiding. We cannot place the majority at risk waiting for the few. Do you understand?" To be honest, I did not fully comprehend, yet I nodded in agreement. Sun then interjected, "What about the casing? If the locals look into the well, won't they see it? The well drilling team has deepened the illicit pit, transforming it into a water well, complete with a submerged pump and a sealed cover. For a decade or more, it will remain unnoticed. It is indeed peculiar. 6 robust individuals descended, yet none emerged alive, nor were any remains found. How astonishing. Son." The leader chuckled and said, "Master, why must I always be the one to clean up?" To which he awkwardly added, "If I must remain, then so be it. I rather enjoy this line of work." He continued with a forced smile, "For the next few days, you should refrain from showing yourself in the village. Rent a vehicle and take leisurely drives, but do not linger outside. Should anything arise, reach out to me." I held a deep-seated admiration for Master Yao's prudence. He drove an SUV, escorting us away from the hotel. Although we may be tomb raiders, we adhere to a certain code. Each person has their designated role. Refraining from communication. Should an incident occur, only a single thread would be severed. Even if the tomb raiders are apprehended, the transporters would remain elusive, and capturing them would not lead to the cellars. As we entered the vehicle, Master Yao made a remark that left us bewildered. He continued, "Upon reflection, it is inevitable that the 3 of you will eventually seek independence. Should you continue in this profession, you will inevitably rise to leadership. I wish to enlighten you on the entire operation." "Why?" I inquired. Master Yao glanced at me, smiled faintly, and said nothing further. "These past 2 months since my release have been fraught with entrapment and testing. I find myself reluctant to trust anyone easily. Therefore, I replied earnestly, our only desire is to follow Sun and earn some money alongside Master Yao. We have not contemplated establishing our own venture." The 4 donkeys and Zhao Yukong echoed from the back row. Master Yao chuckled. "Sun Baotou is indeed a good leader and a decent person. However, his abilities are somewhat lacking. He can certainly be relied upon to feed others, but if left to fend for himself, he would surely starve. With so many under my command, I cannot continuously provide for Sun Baotou. If you follow him, you too would face starvation." I grasped Master Yao's intention. He sought to extract us for the specific task of locating the tomb. The 4 donkeys inquired, "Master, is it true that the items in this tomb can fetch 200 million? The worth of the items undoubtedly exceeds 200 million. Yet those willing to pay that amount would not offer a higher price. However, it would not be too low either. It would certainly exceed 100 million. I inhaled deeply and said, "Master, you ought to refrain from gambling in the future. Gambling is a venture where one loses 9 out of 10 times. Master Yao smiled and replied, "While others may lose 9 times out of 10, I lose 10 out of 10. Then why do you continue to gamble?" I asked, "Are you familiar with the 80-20 rule? This principle applies universally. 2 out of 10 individuals make a profit, while the remaining 8 struggle to break even. I adhere to this rule as well. If I gamble, I might retain 2 out of 10. If I refrain from gambling, I would lose it all." I found myself perplexed. How did we veer into the realm of the 80-20 rule? What connection did this have with gambling? Thus, I curiously asked, "Master, I do not quite understand." Master Yao chuckled softly. "Those in the industry are aware of my penchant for gambling. Whether they are officials or business people, they all enjoy betting with me. I simply allow them to win. Why is that? Is it for the sake of mutual benefit?" Balderdash, with the ranks swelling. The intricacies of human nature become ever more pronounced. I command over 200 souls, with more than a dozen lieutenants, each harboring their own clandestine designs. The company has become ungovernable, and with an organization of this magnitude, an incident is merely a matter of time. You comprehend, do you not? My heart sank. The venerable Mr. Yao was indeed astute. He was correct. By relinquishing 80% of the spoils to another, one could retain a mere 20%. However, to abstain from such a gamble would be to risk losing everything. Should the authorities ever uncover our misdeeds, Mr. Yao could claim to have squandered all ill-gotten gains on gambling. An investigation would corroborate this account. To forego this strategy would mean that, upon discovery, the authorities would leave no stone unturned in their quest to recover every last penny, leaving Mr. Yao with nothing. A stroke of genius, truly. 2 days hence, we arrived at a village in southern Liaoning. Upon entering, one was immediately assaulted by an overwhelming stench of musk and urine. The village was sparsely populated, yet half the households were engaged in the breeding of foxes. The malodor defied description. Mr. Yao steered the vehicle into the grounds of a derelict primary school, seemingly of considerable age. To the left of the main entrance stood 5 rows of elongated, single-story buildings. To the right lay a courtyard, canopied with colored steel, beneath which rows upon rows of fox cages were arranged, numbering perhaps 40 or 50. As we entered the courtyard, countless black and white foxes paced restlessly, emitting squealing cries. More than the cacophony, I dreaded the pungent, offensive odor that assailed one's very core. Mr. Yao drove directly to the last row of buildings, whose imposing iron gates were secured with double padlocks. These structures, once a kindergarten and preschool, now served as the fox farm's warehouse, housing feed and supplies. To my surprise, the individual overseeing the warehouse was none other than the person referred to as Old 3 by Master Yao on the day of the well drilling. Master Yao honked the horn twice, prompting Old 3 to emerge from a room, glance around, and then secure the heavy door with a robust lock. Master Yao introduced him, saying, "This is Wan Baotou. Very few are aware of his true identity. You may call him Sanyi." "Sanyi," we echoed in unison. With a smile, Wan Baotou puffed on his cigarette and remarked, "Why call me Sanyu? You can simply refer to me as Old 3 or even Old Wan." Master Yao continued, "Sanyi is the linchpin of our operation, responsible for the excavation, cleaning, and restoration of antiques." Wan Baotou beckoned, Come, step inside." Chapter 51. Rust removal from bronze artifacts. To be candid, if I remained outside any longer, I would nearly suffocate, or perhaps faint outright. The atmosphere was excessively suffocating. The 4 donkeys did not miss the chance to tease me. One of them whispered, "Hey, dog brother, how did you manage to sleep with the fox spirit? Is she equally as alluring?" I retorted with annoyance, "Alluring she may be, but it does not imply the same thing." The room, repurposed from a classroom, was spacious. One side featured a large earthen Kong, while the other housed a round table adorned with leftover food, covered by a fly net. Master Yao inquired, "Have all the goods arrived?" "Yes, everything is accounted for," I replied. "Come, let me show you." Wanba lifted the heavy curtain of the back door, revealing a backyard that was merely 3 meters from the wall, transformed into a small storage space by Wanba himself. As soon as the door opened, a potent chemical odor assaulted the senses, causing tears to well up in my eyes. At that moment, I suddenly found the fox less intriguing. What truly astonished me was the sight within the storage room, filled with the bronze artifacts we had unearthed, with only the bronze ding conspicuously absent. Yet, every single bronze item was inexplicably adorned with sanitary pads. Just a glance left me bewildered. Could Wan Ba possess some peculiar penchant? Master Yao surveyed the room before recalling an explanation. He said, "Recently excavated bronze artifacts require treatment for copper rust, and some necessitate partial restoration. I cannot articulate it well. So Old 3, please elaborate." Wan Ba interjected, "I am but an amateur myself. The patina on bronze artifacts vary significantly, encompassing malachite, azurite, cuprite, and cerussite, among others. For instance, those unearthed from sacrificial pits are often encrusted with soil, which mingles with the copper rust. We must delicately separate the rust using thin bamboo strips. This process is crucial to avoid metal contact, lest the restoration become more complicated. When the terracotta army was first excavated, the colors were vibrant, but exposure to air caused them to fade. Each type of patina requires specific treatment." Master Yao interrupted, "Old 3, there's no need for such intricate details. Just cover the basics, as these 3 cannot manage this task." I mused that the master intended to assign me 2 apprentices. Very well. I shall simplify my explanation. The bronze artifacts we unearthed were arranged in a niche and had not directly contacted the soil. However, they did exhibit signs of rust. This particular copper rust can be treated simply with a solution of disodium ethylenediamine tetrachate. Bronze artifacts require only superficial cleaning. The interiors need not be addressed. Given the minimal rust we excavate, excessive use of specialized solutions is unnecessary. One may utilize sanitary napkins, applying them after moistening, with the thickness of the patina determining the type of napkin selected. day use 240, or night use 420, or even panty liners, depending on the size of the bronze piece. At this juncture, Master Yao interjected, "Third Master, enough with the sanitary napkins. Let us focus on the essentials." Wang Baitu chuckled. "What is there to be embarrassed about? I even use sanitary napkins as insoles during winter. Different bronze artifacts necessitate different models. Do you know which brand of sanitary napkin is the finest?" Truth be told, I had no idea and was disinclined to find out. Master Yao shot him a glare, yet refrained from comment. At that moment, the enigmatic and profound image left by the old third from a few days prior dissipated, replaced by a figure engrossed in the study of sanitary napkins. Wang Baitu further elaborated on electrolytic rust removal and ions, concepts that eluded my comprehension. Even more astonishing was his revelation regarding the advanced application of condoms. Yes, you read that correctly. Bronze artifacts, over 2 millennia old, lie in sealed tombs for centuries, rendering them susceptible to corrosion and deformation upon exposure. By placing a condom within the bronze artifact and inflating it with a pump, one could effectively isolate it from the air, providing structural support to the inner walls while evenly applying a thin layer of oil inside the artifact. The type of oil is inconsequential. What matters is its ability to create a barrier against air and moisture. It does not matter whether it is a lubricant or contains aloe vera essence. The extraordinary skill displayed leaves me astounded. Who could have imagined that condoms and sanitary napkins, two inherently incompatible items, could be utilized together? Master Yao inquired, "Are there any inscriptions?" Indeed. Most do possess them, and by tomorrow evening, the sanitary napkin can be removed, allowing for a clearer view. Master Yao nodded and stated, "Very well. I will contact Old Kong." Following this, he continued to elucidate, explaining that Old Kong is a descendant of Confucius. Aside from sharing the surname Kong, he has no direct connection to the sage, yet he possesses considerable knowledge of bronze inscriptions. While not everyone may know him, he can generally interpret the content with reasonable accuracy. Bronze inscriptions differ from oracle bone script. The latter is the earliest known mature writing system discovered in our country, characterized by its engravings on turtle shells and animal bones, primarily existing during the Shang dynasty, around 1400 BC, shortly after King Pangung moved the capital to Yin. The transmission of bronze inscriptions spans a wide period, from the late Shang dynasty to the Qin dynasty's conquest of the 6 states, enduring for approximately 8 centuries. It encompasses the bronze inscriptions of the Shang dynasty, the Western Zhou, the Eastern Zhou, and the Qin and Han dynasties. Experienced individuals can discern the dynasty or even the state from the Warring States period simply by examining the inscriptions on bronze vessels. Chapter 52. The bronze box. Master Yao expressed his confusion. A bronze box? What does it look like? It is somewhat difficult to describe. It resembles a miniature bronze coffin, though I have never seen one so small. Is there something inside? There are definitely about 10,000 of them, Wang Baitu asserted. I reached in and felt around. There's something inside, and it's quite heavy. Let's take a look. Wang Baitu pierced the condom with his finger, revealing a bronze box about 20 centimeters long inside the bronze lay. It was roughly 10 centimeters thick, rectangular, and at first glance resembled a coffin. However, the mouth of the bronze lay, an ancient wine vessel, was only about 8 centimeters in diameter. How was this bronze box placed inside? And what purpose would a bronze box serve inside a wine vessel? Yao Shiya gestured a few times but didn't remove it. He tentatively suggested, "It seems this object was made in separate castings. It couldn't be made as a single piece." I paused and said, "Certainly. The bronze box was cast first, and the bronze lay was cast around it later. Someone deliberately placed the bronze box inside." Yao Shiya looked at me quizzically and asked, "Couldn't it be cast together? If it were the lost wax method, it could be done." However, the lost wax method only appeared during the spring and autumn period. During the Shang and Western Zhou dynasties, bronzeware was cast using the piece mold casting method, which involves making a clay model, then creating outer and inner molds, assembling the molds, and finally pouring molten bronze to form the shape. Yao Shiya nodded. "Yes, that's right." Lizi asked, puzzled, "What does that mean?" I didn't understand. The bronze box piqued my curiosity, and I didn't want to over-explain. I stated simply, using the piece mold casting method, the clay model inside the box couldn't be removed. It would be sealed inside. Master Yao scrutinized the bronze vessel, murmuring to himself, "This artifact could fetch around 3 million. If it were to break, the price would be halved. Yet, if it remains intact, the copper container within is beyond my grasp." After a moment, he turned to Wang Baitu and inquired, "Is this the only one with a copper container inside?" Indeed, just this one, came the reply. Yao pondered for a while before quietly suggesting, when old Kong arrives, let us have him examine the inscriptions on the bronze vessel. He continued, I propose we seek an expert to open it directly. Afterward, we can restore it. The selling price would likely be reduced to 80%. Are you capable of the restoration? Came the question. I am merely an amateur. I wouldn't dare attempt it. If I were to repair it, would you trust it? Yao inquired about the time and cost for such restoration. Juan Bata scrutinized the vessel for a moment before responding. To restore it would likely cost around 500,000, and it shouldn't take too long. We could simply detach the bottom of the bronze vessel, at most. It would take a month. I calculated in my mind. For an item valued at 3 million, an 80% reduction brings it to 2,400,000. After deducting the restoration cost of 500,000, we would be left with 1,900,000. This implies we would need to invest 1,100,000 for a blind box. Master Yao mused, allow me to consider this. After all, it is no trifling sum, a difference of over 1 million. Juan Bata countered, averaged out. That is merely 18,000 per person for one. We could consider it a form of entertainment. Let us await old Kong's arrival to examine the inscriptions before proceeding, he concluded. I felt a sense of being overlooked. As Master Yao had not once sought the opinions of the three of us. Indeed, in his eyes, we were merely inexperienced youths of little consequence. Old Kong is in Shandong and will arrive tomorrow evening. We can only wait. Eating the remnants of a meal, flavored with the scent of fox, presents a peculiar delight. Master Yao mentioned that so far, around 70 individuals have participated in this venture, and there may be more to join later, regardless of how the proceeds are divided. The three of us are guaranteed at least 30 million, sufficient to cover the ransom that Master Yao promised to pay on my behalf to Boss Huang. The remaining sum will be apportioned accordingly. If I were indebted by 100,000, I might lose sleep over it, but with amounts in the millions. I acknowledge my inability to repay, thus it requires no further contemplation. Master Yao instructed Juan Bata to expedite the organization of the bronze artifacts. As the broker will arrive next week, the sooner we sell, the sooner we can realize the profits. This transaction is of considerable magnitude. A quick sale would likely yield a lower price, so Master Yao wishes to experiment with smaller, scattered items. The bronze ding has already been sold to Boss Huang, while the remaining smaller pieces may fetch a higher price. I inquired about the price Boss Huang offered for the bronze ding. Master Yao, visibly displeased, remarked that old Huang is quite the trickster. He initially claimed he would provide an additional 5 million upon discovering the Shang dynasty ding. But now he proposes exchanging it for shares in a new mine, offering us a mere 5%. What? How much did he offer for the bronze ding? I asked. Take a guess. 50 million? Master Yao scoffed. Not 50 million. He initially offered 6 million, and when I showed reluctance, he raised it to 8.5 million. For donkeys expressed astonishment. Ah, is that all? Juan Bata remarked, it's nearly concluded. Aside from Boss Huang, no one would desire this item. It's a national treasure, and collecting it is tantamount to a capital offense. Moreover, a ding is not like a bronze sword or a bronze pot, which can be casually placed anywhere. This substantial piece must be hidden away at the bottom of a trunk. Just a couple of years ago, the auction's sacrificial ding fetched over 10 million. For donkeys muttered. Offering just 5% equity is rather meager. Master Yao patted 4 donkeys on the shoulder, saying, young man, 5% is not insignificant. Boss Huang only receives 20%. What? Isn't he the one who operates the mine? By the heavens and the earth, who doesn't require connections? Is it feasible to proceed without offering a share? Boss Huang is merely an employee as well. Master Yao chuckled. All right, this is how we earn our keep. If it sells, it sells. The money in hand is what truly counts. Upon hearing the money in hand is what truly counts, I felt a sudden tightening in my chest. I was uncertain if Master Yao had deliberately uttered this phrase, as I had previously advised Sun not to circumvent Master Yao, using the same words as a reminder. Suddenly, Master Yao's expression shifted, and he spoke mysteriously. Wait a moment. The bronze door of the tomb passage is inscribed with many characters, and the large ding also bears inscriptions. Inside the bronze vessel, there exists a box. This is peculiar. Lao San, did you photograph the inscriptions on the large ding? No, I didn't. Oh dear. How could you not take a picture? What a shame. Juan Bata glared, saying, Master, wasn't it you who established the rule prohibiting photographs of any bronze artifacts? Can't we let Boss Huang take a picture and send it over? Yao Shirya sighed in resignation, stating, if anything enters his possession, he will certainly not photograph it properly. Therefore, you three shall set off shortly for Datong. Boss Huang will undoubtedly allow you to view the tripod, and you can take some photographs. Wan Badu interjected. What if Boss Huang has already sent the tripod away? Impossible, he replied. That fellow has a penchant for antiques and will certainly relish it for a few days first. Chapter 53. September endeavors. I harbored reluctance regarding the meeting with Boss Huang, particularly since he had sold us to Yao Shiye for 30 million. We had rescued him, and he had aided us in return, profiting $1 million from our efforts, which left me feeling somewhat uneasy. However, visiting Boss Huang was an order from Yao Shiye, leaving us no room for dissent. While I could reluctantly accept the idea of meeting Boss Huang, the thought of letting crazily drive was utterly unacceptable. Persuading myself to do so felt like a death sentence. After much debate, we resolved to take the high-speed train, although crazily expressed some displeasure. His discomfort paled in comparison to the value of my own life. Upon transferring in Beijing, I stood at the train station entrance, surrounded by towering buildings and the clear sound of bells chiming behind me. Countless travelers hurried by, dragging their suitcases, while vendors loudly peddled subway tickets, evoking a sense of nostalgia within me. Having been released from prison for 2 months, it all felt like a dream. Compared to my current life, I would rather relinquish my freedom, even prefer to toil at a sewing machine. I had visited Beijing thrice, the first time meeting Sister Bai, the second time mourning her untimely demise, and now, I found myself uncertain of what else I might lose. In truth, there is little left to lose. Zhao Yukong's Western Zhou tomb has already been surrendered, and one might say we have given away everything, even our undergarments. As for the path ahead, how shall we proceed? Dog, have you come in to heat? The 4 donkeys remarked, holding a cigarette askew. Why light a cigarette if you aren't going to smoke it? Are you just offering it to the wind? You might as well smoke the wind and save some money. I'll smoke your grandpa, you scoundrel of a 4 donkey. The 4 donkey retorted disdainfully. Soon we shall be affluent. You cannot continue to call me 4 donkey. We need a new name. How about Brother Horse? After all, we are all of the same family. The 4 donkey snorted, glanced at his phone, and slyly remarked, Oh dog, if only time permitted, I would take you to Tianjin for a grand feast, so you could savor the essence of the earthly realm. Those foxes are quite alluring. As soon as he finished speaking, my phone rang. It was Sun, the leader. For reasons unknown, my heart tightened at the sight of his call. Hello, Brother Sunday. Where are you? At Beijing Station, heading to Shaanxi to see Boss Huang. What for? I recounted the entire situation. Why is that? Did Master Yao not mention anything to you? No, he did not. That is certainly the case. Brother Sun is equally bored. The drilling team has withdrawn, and he is left alone there, making morning and afternoon trips, entering the village twice. Yet with the remaining day devoid of tasks, he is nearly going moldy from idleness. I inquired if those few individuals had emerged yet. Suddenly, Brother Sun shifted the topic, saying, to be frank, I still cannot fathom why 6 living souls have vanished. Could it be the master at play? Sun continued, you mentioned that there is a waste pit beneath the stone coffin. Given the specifications of this tomb, even a single bronze artifact would be worth at least 100,000. How can we possibly excavate it? This doesn't seem appropriate. Consider this. The tomb passage leads directly to the bronze door, and there are no other exits in the entire ancient tomb. What purpose does the passage at the other end serve? Surely, it must contain something of significance. Yet, if there is something within, we cannot enter, after all. Those 6 individuals have vanished without a trace. If we descend, wouldn't we also meet the same fate? After hanging up the call, I pondered, what exactly does Sun mean? Zhao Wukong replied, he is likely suggesting we undertake some private venture. The items beneath the waste pit could be divided among us. Even the smallest fly is still meat. The 4th donkey interjected, I can't shake the feeling that Sun is concealing something. It is indeed strange how those 6 individuals disappeared without a single clue. The walkie-talkie can still function. Did they take it to the underworld? I extinguished my cigarette and exclaimed, damn it, let's not dwell on this. If Sun contacts you, don't agree to anything, but don't outright refuse either. The waters run too deep. We should first decipher the inscriptions on the bronze ding and the bronze door. They might hold great importance. Surely, Master Yao would need to return to that ancient tomb. The theft tunnel has transformed into a well. Can we still descend? I suspect Master Yao is not digging the well to wait for those 6 individuals to emerge, but rather to descend once more. His experience surely allows him to discern details we might overlook. In any case, we will heed whatever Sun instructs us. And we will also listen to whatever Master Yao has to say. Upon arriving in Datong, Boss Huang warmly welcomed us with fine food and drink. I candidly conveyed the purpose of our visit, and he responded with great enthusiasm, expressing that we had alleviated his long-standing concerns. To my astonishment, Boss Huang presented 3 property titles, announcing that he had purchased apartments for us in Shenyang. While not exactly a home, it certainly provided a place to settle. Of course, the funds for these purchases were derived from the profits he earned from Master Yao. Nevertheless, I was deeply moved to the point of tears. Boss Huang remarked, 7 million for the properties, and the remaining 3 million for renovations. You can confidently pursue your ventures, as the value of these homes is bound to appreciate. Zhao Yukong interjected with a chuckle, but aren't property prices expected to decline? Didn't the authorities announce policies to control the rise in housing prices? In some areas, the deed tax has even been halved. I queried, what do you mean by that? He elaborated, you see, the high cost of housing primarily hinges on land prices. If it were mandated that the land for a community could only be sold for 10 million, even the most unscrupulous developers wouldn't be able to inflate prices excessively after deducting costs. Yet, the reality is that land can sell for a minimum of several hundred million, and at times even 3 to 4 billion. If we truly wish to regulate housing prices, shouldn't we start by controlling land costs? Pray tell, who sells the land? If housing prices fall, wouldn't land prices also need to decrease? Consequently, who would be losing revenue? I gritted my teeth, realizing I lacked Boss Huang's bravery, and understood I could not speak as freely. Boss Huang continued, your mention of having the deed tax is quite intriguing. Once one has purchased a home, does that small tax truly matter? Allow me to present an example. The proprietor of a large supermarket, faced with dwindling sales, resorts to promotional activities. Instead of slashing prices, he offers plastic bags at half price. One might wonder if we ought to express gratitude for such benevolence. Chapter 54. Happy Return to School. Boss Huang is a veritable embodiment of 500,000. I dared not delve deeply into these matters with him, so I recounted the incident of 6 individuals who vanished during a tomb raiding expedition. Strangely, Boss Huang exhibited no signs of astonishment. I further mentioned Master Yao's intention to cultivate us into leaders. Boss Huang posed a question. Suppose you were a farmer, and the chickens complained of the exhaustion from laying eggs daily. The donkeys lamented their excessive labor, and the cows despised the daily milking. What would you do? After a moment's contemplation, I replied, simply reduce their workload and grant them time off. He interjected, warning that the animals should be informed of the lurking wolves outside. Venturing out would be fatal. His sudden remark sent a chill down my spine, as if I were grasping something profound. Boss Huang continued, with your intellect, how could you ever lead? One must adopt a certain detachment. Such coldness can circumvent 80% of life's troubles, and money can resolve all the challenges you may encounter. Zhao Yukong, with his steadfast principles, surely found Boss Huang's twisted reasoning unpalatable. He retorted, money is not omnipotent. What if one falls ill? What good is wealth then? Boss Huang sneered, what illness? Speaking of ailments reminds me, my son is studying abroad, and I have never permitted him to undergo blood tests lightly. Not even during the school's organized health checkups. Do you know why? We shook our heads in unison. I have a friend abroad who is suffering from renal failure and in dire need of a kidney transplant, yet he is unable to find a suitable donor. Consequently, he resorted to hiring a hacker to infiltrate the database and identify a compatible donor from the list of organ donors. Tragically, that individual met with a fatal accident just days later. Isn't it a peculiar twist of fate? We remained silent, absorbing the weight of his words. Mr. Huang continued, if my son were to fall ill and require an organ, I would exhaust every resource and employ every means necessary to secure a donor for him. Even if I were reluctant to engage in morally questionable actions, those who seek to curry favor with me would undoubtedly assist in making it happen. For all I possess is wealth. How many individuals go missing abroad each year? Not to mention the societal outcasts. But even among students, high school and university alike, countless individuals vanish without a trace. Tell me, where do they go? Zhao Lukeng interjected. Why don't they report it to the authorities? Mr. Huang chuckled derisively, as if mocking our naivety. I was disinclined to hear any further about the chaos abroad. So I interjected, Mr. Huang, the 3 of us have experienced the rigors of prison education. We abide by the law and have no desire to venture overseas. Mr. Huang clapped his hands in approval. Well said. I could no longer endure Mr. Huang's incessant rambling. While I concede that his accounts may hold some truth, certain matters ought not to be discussed openly. Thus, after we took our photographs, we hastily departed. Before leaving, Mr. Huang posed a significant question to me. Have you seen the waveforms produced by Master Yao's geological radar? At this moment, I longed to depart from Boss Huang as swiftly as possible, for his words perpetually instilled a sense of oppression within me. Thus, I spoke candidly and made my exit. While queuing to disembark, a sudden jolt of realization struck my heart, for I observed a child engrossed in a puzzle. In that instant, it dawned upon me why Boss Huang had inquired about our familiarity with the geological radar's waveform before our departure. During the Western Zhou period, what on earth could have possessed them to construct tombs in the shape of Asian? The tombs we plundered were likely formed by the amalgamation of two tombs shaped like Jia. Or perhaps one tomb faced north while the other faced south, separated only by a mere wall. So many uncertainties abound. How could one so readily accept the authority of Master Yao? One ought to ponder more deeply upon Qin Shi Huang, following his ascension to the throne. Aside from standardizing scripts and transportation, one of his most notable contributions was the incineration of books in the persecution of scholars, silencing those who spoke frivolously. What good are so-called experts? Yet, that does not align with the truth. Why would Master Yao act in such a manner? To hoard the antiques for himself? That seems implausible. The other team also comprised 6 individuals, partaking in well digging, and thus shared the burden of initial investments. To Master Yao, both sides were essentially equivalent. I recall during our encounter at the crematorium, Master Yao had distinctly emphasized that the two teams should not communicate. Indeed, this was surely the case. In a typical tomb robbery, teams ought to familiarize themselves with one another. Even if they were to work independently, they are all members of the same profession, sharing meals, engaging in conversation, and boasting about their exploits. Why then were we discouraged from engaging in deeper discourse? Were they fearful of revealing their intentions? Following this line of thought, a chilling notion emerged. Master Yao's brazen act of grave robbing may not solely stem from his audacity born of skill, but perhaps other motives lurk beneath the surface, such as his awareness that no one would dare investigate that locale. Consequently, the actual team descending into the tomb may not be those few individuals we encountered at the crematorium. This revelation could elucidate why Master Yao forbade communication between the two groups, for the latter may not be grave robbers at all. Or perhaps they are simply in the employ of the state. The static on the walkie-talkies could arise from 2 possibilities. 1. Someone might have been incessantly pressing the talk button to monopolize the channel, or it could be that the button was inadvertently secured in place, perhaps by a case or similar object. Alternatively, if the walkie-talkie, perpetually pressed, was left in the vehicle while the radio was activated, even in silence, the interference would resemble a cacophony of otherworldly wails. Sacrificing one tomb's antiquities in exchange for the tranquility of another is a trade well worth making. Truly, Master Yao is deserving of his title. His wisdom commands my utmost respect. To prevent the 4 donkeys and Zhao Yukong from becoming suspicious, I refrained from voicing my thoughts. Save for our trio, Teacher Kong embodies the quintessential southern appearance. Large eyes, a prominent forehead, a low nose, a protruding mouth, and a receding chin, with a slight frame and a lean physique. If memory serves, Confucius himself hailed from Shandong. Disregarding appearance, one would expect a stature akin to the valiant heroes of Liangshan, robust and imposing. How, then, have his descendants transformed so? Even more astonishing is Teacher Kong's thick Lingnan accent. With every utterance, Master Yao stands by to translate for us. However, when conducting research, Professor Kong requires a tranquil environment, at least devoid of any other individuals within the room. Chapter 55, Deciphering Bronze Inscriptions. To create a conducive atmosphere for Professor Kong, Master Yao took us outside for a smoke, inquiring about the meeting with Boss Huang. I initially wished to validate the theory of sacrificing one tomb in exchange for another, yet I restrained myself. No leader appreciates subordinates outshining them, particularly among us tomb raiders. The pungent scent of fox musk outside rendered all the smoke tasteless. Master Yao asked, "Do you know which bronze vessel has the most inscriptions?" I was aware of the answer, but seeing Master Yao's intent to impart knowledge, I merely shook my head. It is the Xinghui chime bells, which contain a total of 755 characters, followed by the Maogong Ding housed in the National Palace Museum in Taiwan with 497 characters, and the Dayu Ding with 291 characters. The Qinggong Gui comes in 4th with 104 characters. I counted. The Ding we unearthed has a total of 547 characters, while the inscriptions on the bronze door amount to 973 characters. These 2 artifacts rank among the top 3 in terms of character count. The more Master Yao elaborated, the more I felt we had undervalued the bronze Ding. Influenced by Boss Huang's dubious reasoning, I began to perceive myself somewhat like a merchant. If we merely calculated the worth by character count, the Ding we excavated would exceed 15 million. I could not fathom the clandestine relationship between Boss Huang and Master Yao that could lead Master Yao to sell the ding at half price. For the bronze ding. Boss Huang is merely a transient figure. I truly wonder to whom he has offered such a bargain. I personally have a profound appreciation for bronze artifacts. Once I am financially able, I am determined to acquire some as decorative pieces. Master Yao continued to inquire. Do you know why bronze is referred to as such? Amused internally, I nodded in agreement, prompting a hearty laugh from Master Yao as he elaborated on the subject of bronze. The term bronze does not derive from the green hue of copper oxide. Rather, it is rooted in the fact that the copper ores mined by ancient peoples were of a dark red color, hence the designation red copper. Bronze is an alloy. A harmonious blend of red copper and tin mixed in precise proportions. Tin is malleable, as is copper. The ancients believed that the combination of two soft metals would yield strength, and thus the addition of tin significantly enhanced the hardness of bronze. However, one must be cautious. For excessive hardness can be detrimental, rigidity is prone to fracture. By the Eastern Zhou period, artisans began incorporating lead into the copper-tin alloy to mitigate the hardness of bronze artifacts. This could also have been for other purposes, such as in the crafting of bronze chimes, where varying degrees of hardness correspond to different tonal qualities. Consequently, the alloy composition of a set of chimes is meticulously adjusted. Higher hardness for bright tones, lower hardness for bass notes, and so forth. Thus, the ancients who could create such chimes deserve admiration beyond mere superlatives. For those interested, I encourage you to search for the short video titled 1997 Symphony of Heaven and Earth on video platforms to experience sounds from 2 millennia ago. Teacher Kong's ancestors hailed from Beijing, and his grandfather was a neighbor to the esteemed cultural figure Yi Gongchua. During his leisure, Yi Gongchua frequently tutored Teacher Kong's father in reading and writing, making Teacher Kong's father the esteemed disciple of Yi Gongchua in his later years. Professor Kong's father achieved modest academic success and later served as a history professor at Lingnan University, eventually settling in Hong Kong. There, he met Professor Kong's mother, and together they welcomed the birth of their son, Kong. However, Kong did not meet the expectations set by his esteemed lineage. Despite having a father who was a professor and a mother who held a government position, he found himself entrapped in a fervent obsession with ancient scripts, ultimately relegating himself to the role of a street vendor in the antique district. Is this not reminiscent of Zhao Yukong's plight? Master Yao initially had us waiting at the entrance, then we moved to the car, eventually lying in different rooms, until I succumbed to slumber. When I awoke, dawn had broken, and Master Yao sat nearby, lost in thought. I inquired, "Have you deciphered it?" Master Yao shook his head, replying, "Old Kong hasn't slept a wink and is still at it. With over 1,000 characters, does he not recognize them? Why toil through the night? Who can say?" I dared not enter. We simply waited. No one had the courage to intrude, and thus we waited from morning until noon, and from noon until night, stretching into the late hours. Finally, Professor Kong burst forth like a madman, shouting in Lingnan dialect, causing the fox to whirl in panic, clawing at its cage. I asked Master Yao, "What is Professor Kong saying?" With a look of astonishment, Master Yao listened intently for a moment before responding, "Gui Fong." Chapter 56, The Location of Gui Fong. Gui Fong? My understanding of Gui Fong is limited. I know it to be a tribe, or perhaps a state from the Shang and Zhou dynasties in the northwestern region. The I Ching, Gigi notes that King Gaozong waged war against Gui Fong, conquering them after 3 years. The I Ching, Weiji states, Jin used to attack Gui Fong. In the account of the great King Wu Ding of the Shang dynasty's campaign against the Gui Fong, the historical records are sparse regarding the latter. However, it is certain that the Gui Fong were perennial enemies of the Shang, who frequently engaged in hostilities against them. Professor Kong, in an exuberant display, began to shed his garments, leaving himself entirely unclad, and subsequently ran barefoot around the rows of fox cages. The 4 donkeys present were utterly taken aback by this spectacle. One of them murmured, "I wonder if Professor Kong is about to follow the path of the dog, perhaps seeking a fox for a consort?" I retorted, "Get lost, you scoundrel." He is a cultured individual, an intellectual, whose thought processes are undoubtedly distinct from ours. Indeed, who among the virtuous would indulge in such a brazen display? After some time, Professor Kong's fervor began to wane, and he approached us, shaking hands with an enthusiasm that made me feel as though I were being received by an esteemed official. He spoke in rapid Lingnan dialect, which left us bewildered, prompting us to turn our gaze towards Master Yao for clarification. Master Yao explained, "He says it has all been overthrown, entirely overthrown." Professor Kong then excitedly pulled Master Yao into a room, speaking at a pace so swift that it left Master Yao in a daze. I wished to inquire about the nature of Professor Kong's utterances, yet their exchange was so dynamic that I hesitated to interject. One of the onlookers, puffing on a cigarette, remarked, "Even if these southern ruffians insult me, I am still at a loss as to what they are saying." I chuckled. The Lingyan dialect is quite melodious. Aside from its incomprehensibility, it has no flaws. Melodious, my foot. I would to even watch a Lingyan softcore film. I chuckled, figuring that when watching adult films, no one really pays attention to the dialogue or plot. At that moment, Wanba too, and the three of us were identical expressions of utter bewilderment. After about half an hour, Master Yao finally noticed our dazed looks. He said, "Professor Kong was saying, well, it's a bit intricate." "Professor Kong, why don't you explain it? Take your time." Professor Kong, still visibly excited, spoke in his patchwork Mandarin. No, the ancients were mistaken. The Guifang were actually close allies of the Shang dynasty, not enemies. I inquired, didn't the Shang kings frequently campaign against the Guifang? No, that's incorrect. That's a misinterpretation by the Zhou people about the Shang. Lizi whispered into my ear, "I can't take it anymore, pal. Listening to him talk is giving me the heebie-jeebies. Just listen and explain it to me later. Knock it off and pay attention." I didn't find it particularly odd, as I've always been fond of girls who speak Cantonese, Sichuanese, Northeastern dialects, Hunan dialects, and, damn it, I'm digressing. Professor Kong explained that the Guifang were not the perpetual enemies of the Shang dynasty as depicted in historical records. The oracle bone inscriptions on the Bronze Gate indicated that the Guifang were a vassal state of the Shang, and a closely affiliated one at that. The Shang dynasty cared deeply for the Guifang, and the Guifang frequently offered Shang people as tribute to the Shang for sacrificial purposes. When the Zhou dynasty attacked the Shang king, facing defeat, ordered the national treasures to be transported to the Guifang, who then took them westward. I questioned, "Does the entire inscription of over 1,000 characters on the Bronze Gate only discuss this one matter?" No. What has been previously discussed pertains to the amicable relations between the Shang kings and the Guifang over generations. What is inscribed on the Shang king's tripod? It is a treaty stating that the Guifang shall take charge of the national artifacts on behalf of the Shang king, transporting these treasures westward to establish a new kingdom. When the opportune moment arises, the Guifang will assist the successors of the Shang king to reclaim the throne, with the tripod serving as a testament. A few hundred characters, and it all boils down to this one sentence? Indeed. The preceding text consists largely of reverent invocations to the heavens and spirits alongside odes of allegiance. While Professor Kong revels in the joy of overturning history, our focus remains fixated on the term national artifacts. Master Yao inquires, "What do you believe the national artifacts to be?" I pondered, responding with uncertainty, "I am not certain." Did Professor Kong not clarify? He did not. He could only translate the bronze inscriptions, which merely mentioned national artifacts. I surmised it refers to the nation's esteemed treasures, perhaps signifying national relics. I whispered, it could also denote the state treasury. Prior to their defeat, the Shang king may have transported the national treasures to the Guifang. If that is the case, those would indeed be precious items. What do you think? Shall we undertake a venture? I chuckled bitterly to myself. Undertake a venture? I would barely manage a pot of stew. The Shang merchant sites are already elusive, let alone the princely Guifang in the northwest. Moreover, there is scant documentation regarding the Guifang. According to Professor Kong, much of the information about them has been fabricated by merchants or has been distorted over time, leading the Zhou people to accept it as truth. So, what do you think? Shall we embark on a venture? Master Yao inquired once more. I hesitated, replying, "It is not feasible. Where would we find the Guifang?" "I know," Professor Kong exclaimed with excitement. "Where?" During the Shang dynasty, various tribes coexisted, including the Shirong, Guifang, and Shifang. Among these, the Guifang had the closest ties to the Shang dynasty. According to Professor Kong, the interpretation of the character Gui and Guifad is distinct, suggesting a meaning beyond mere specters. In essence, the appearance of the Guifang people diverged from that of the Shang, possibly featuring golden hair and blue eyes, prominent noses and deep-set eyes, or even red hair and fair skin. They could be understood as a minority ethnic group or foreign individuals. Professor Kong further supported his assertions with evidence, noting that the Guifang captured Chang people to present as tributes to the Shang king for sacrificial purposes. At the Inchu archaeological site, thousands of human bones were uncovered, and DNA analysis of the skulls revealed Caucasian, Buryat, Incan, and other ethnicities. These sacrificial individuals did not originate from the Han territories. indicating a strong likelihood that they were captured by the Guifang. It is known that the Guifang tribe resided in the northwest of the Shang dynasty. Considering the captured populations and the designation Gui, Professor Kong speculated that the Guifang might have been a tribe from Central Asia. The term Fang can denote either a geographical location or a tribal affiliation, aside from Guifang. The oracle bones from Inshu reference other tribes such as Shifang, Erfang, Refang, Banfang, Linfang, and Minfang. However, the Guifang tribe seems to have vanished from history, with only sporadic mentions during the Zhou dynasty, and subsequent dynasties merely expanded upon Zhou's records. Upon hearing this, I pondered, could the Guifang be related to the later Xiongnu? One could argue both affirmatively and negatively. To be candid, I found myself wishing to silence this old fellow, as his words seemed rather redundant. Teacher Kong stated that no ethnic group appears abruptly, nor do they vanish without a trace. Our very essence is a tapestry woven from the amalgamation of various ancient peoples, achieving consensus in culture, language, history, and beliefs, while simultaneously forming distinct identities in relation to those around us. This is what constitutes a nation. It is well acknowledged that Yunnan is home to a plethora of ethnicities, a phenomenon largely attributable to its diverse topography. In ancient times, human migrations predominantly occurred along latitudinal lines, primarily moving east and west, due to the relatively stable climatic conditions found at similar latitudes. However, the region of Yunnan is characterized by formidable north-south mountain ranges such as the Qianglai Mountains, the Great Snow Mountain, the Shaluo Mountains, the Mongkong Mountains, the New Mountains, the New River, and the Jialigong Mountains. These towering peaks and deep valleys hindered communication among different groups, resulting in the emergence of unique lifestyles and belief systems in each area, thus giving rise to distinct ethnic identities. Regardless of the ethnicity, we are all descendants of the Yin and Huang emperors, inheritors of the dragon's legacy, and we must strive for self-improvement. Acknowledging the significance of various ethnicities, I hold deep respect for them and harbor no malicious intent. Any mention of ethnic groups in the following text is purely for the sake of historical documentation. I am devoted to my country and its party, wholeheartedly supporting the call for all peoples to unite as closely as pomegranate seeds. Had I pursued academic studies, I would undoubtedly have taken the civil service examination to serve the people. A segment of the Guifang people evolved into the Xiongnu, while another faction of the Guifang migrated westward, bringing with them the national artifacts of the Shang dynasty to establish a new state. As for the identity of this nation, Teacher Kong elucidated it through the phonetics of ancient Chinese. The phonetics of ancient peoples differ markedly from those of the present day. In many time travel dramas, it is often claimed that we could navigate the Qing dynasty's dialect. However, if one were to traverse back to the Ming dynasty, we would likely struggle to comprehend their speech, let alone the 2 millennia that have elapsed since then. The pronunciation of characters from the Ming era can be referenced in Hanwu Zhengyun, though deciphering its intricacies would require extensive exposition, which I wish to avoid. During the Shang dynasty, the spoken language featured retroflex consonants, akin to the trilled sounds of certain Slavic tongues. The phonetics of ancient characters diverged significantly from contemporary pronunciations. For example, the character I just mentioned might have been articulated as Nuola during the Shang era. This is, of course, speculative, as current research merely simulates the phonetics of ancient speakers. Those with an interest may wish to explore the Central Academy of Drama's efforts to reconstruct the ancient pronunciations, tones, and rhythms in their rendition of King Wu's oath before the campaign against the Shang, as found in Shanshu, Mushi, and see how many sounds they can discern. Following a series of phonetic analyses by Professor Kong, the conclusion reached was that a significant portion of the Guifang tribes migrated westward to establish the Yuezhi kingdom. I am profoundly grateful to Professor Kong for his elucidation, which spanned an entire evening, as he transformed the Guifang of over 3,000 years ago into the Yuezhi of more than 2 millennia past. The origins of the Yuezhi may be traced back to the ancient Lulan people. Thus, it could be inferred that the Guifang established Lulan, which was subsequently defeated by the Xiongnu, leading to the westward establishment of the Yuezhi kingdom. In essence, Professor Kong posits that the national artifacts of the Shang dynasty are rooted in the ancient Lulan kingdom. Upon hearing this, a rather boisterous individual with a thick northeastern accent exclaimed, "What's next? Are we going to excavate graves at tourist sites?" I felt a twinge of discontent. After all, not only is the precise location of the North Court ruins from 5 centuries ago still shrouded in mystery, but the search for the ancient cities of the Yuezhi and Lulan seems equally elusive. It would be better to purchase 2 chickens and a jar of local liquor to pay homage to the earth deity, seeking guidance on the whereabouts of the ancient city of the Yuezhi. Chapter 57. The 4-ram square Zune teacher Kong is a man of rapid emotional fluctuations. After a bout of excitement, he promptly falls into slumber. Were it not for the knowledge that he had been awake for an entire day and night, I would surely have assumed that the venerable gentleman had fallen ill. While teacher Kong is able to find sleep, we, on the other hand, are restless, particularly Master Yao. Master Yao remarked, "I feel a bit like an old cat resting on salted fish." It's all well and good until old Kong mentions the national vessel of the Shang dynasty, which stirs my curiosity. I candidly replied, "Master Yao, we ought to merely listen to what teacher Kong has to say. The national vessel of the Shang dynasty could be anything, and the current ruins of Lulan merely represent the capital of the Lulan kingdom. As for the specific city, its name and location remain unverified." The fourth donkey interjected, "Regardless of what the national vessel of the Shang dynasty is, it must be of considerable value. If unearthed, it would surely be a prized possession." Master Yao pondered for a moment before suggesting, "There is a bronze Zune and a copper box. Why not take a gamble and open it? I believe the ancients would not have placed a copper box without reason." "Then let us see," I mused. "What could the national vessel entail? Perhaps it is indeed a bronze artifact, as during that era, bronze items were as prevalent as jade." Master Yao hissed, "Old Kong claims that the history of the Styx is fabricated. Do you think the historical texts we study could also be abridged versions?" I comprehended the underlying sentiment of Master Yao's words, yet I found myself at a loss for further comment. If his suspicions were indeed accurate, it would upend all our existing beliefs. The book states briefly that the next morning, the cacophony of voices from thousands of heads rendered the fox den eerily silent. The noise emanated from the small warehouse behind my room. I sprang up abruptly, fearing the worst. Something must have gone awry with the bronze artifacts. Upon reaching the small warehouse, a mere glance revealed the situation. A multitude of voices incessantly berated teacher Kong, who sat silently on the ground. Scattered around him were shards of a bronze vessel. One of the voices lamented, "You wanted to take the box. Why did you have to smash it? Now it's worthless." Teacher Kong remained mute, while the complaints continued. The commotion attracted Master Yao, who remarked, "If it's broken, it's broken. It matters not. Old one, please contact someone for repairs, and we shall deduct the losses from my share." "Master, this is not merely a matter of profit. A precious artifact has been desecrated." "Very well, you go and find the restorer." Old one sighed and turned to leave. Teacher Kong gazed intently at the remnants of the bronze box, observing in silence, refraining from touching it. Master Yao inquired, "Old Kong, have you discerned anything? What is wrong with you?" Teacher Kong's fingers trembled violently as he pointed at the bronze box, struggling to articulate, "A mechanism, a mechanism." "Have you triggered the mechanism?" "No, this is a mechanism box from the Shang dynasty. It can only be opened through a specific combination of keys." I crouched down to examine the palm-sized bronze box closely. It bore no patterns, its surface astonishingly smooth, offering no indication of any mechanism whatsoever. Teacher Kong explained that this box was meticulously assembled by ancient craftsmen, piece by piece, somewhat akin to the mortise and tenon joint structure, with numerous small bronze components intricately connected. I inquired why the surface displayed no visible seams. Teacher Kong attributed this to the advanced craftsmanship of the ancients, comparable to modern exquisite carving, where the minuscule gaps render the seams virtually invisible. Master Yao expressed skepticism, questioning the existence of fine carving techniques in ancient times. Teacher Kong replied that contemporary precision carving emphasizes time. This box may have required hundreds of artisans dedicating their lives to its creation. I recalled having read in ancient texts that this was a set of 108 bronze boxes, constructed from 108 interlocking bronze pieces, where the sequence of disassembly must be executed flawlessly. I jested, suggesting that rather than such complexity, one could simply use a corner grinder to gradually remove the box's exterior. Teacher Kong swiftly cradled the bronze box, declaring, "No, this is evidence of ancient advanced civilization and must not be destroyed. Moreover, there may be mechanisms inside. If opened incorrectly, the contents could be compromised." The donkey remarked, "What, could there be poison inside?" "It is possible that it contains substances like white phosphorus that ignite spontaneously upon exposure to air." Master Yu swallowed hard, turning to me and asking, "Do you have a solution?" I considered Teacher Kong's reasoning. The ancients likely devised measures to prevent unauthorized access to the box, as it could indeed result in an unintended conflagration. I inquired if anyone had a method to open it. I solemnly shook my head, admitting that despite my few insights, I could not decipher the ancient assembly sequence. Once again, the situation fell into a stalemate. Yashirye found himself at a loss, and we, a group of individuals, could only stare blankly at the bronze box. Except for Wan Baotou, who was particularly distressed over the shattered bronze vessel. We could only hope that the master restorer Wan Baotou had sought could unlock the secrets of the bronze box. In truth, once bronze artifacts are repaired, their exterior remains indistinguishable from the original. Take, for instance, the national treasure, the 4-ram square zone. Upon beholding the 4-ram square zone today, one cannot help but marvel at the exquisite craftsmanship of our ancestors. Yet, who could fathom that such a flawless national treasure was assembled from over 20 fragments of bronze? Thus, the restoration of bronze artifacts is a rare and exceptionally lucrative profession. 2 days later, the individual summoned by Wan Baotou arrived. Chapter 58. A Done Deal. The newcomer appeared to be no younger than 90, perhaps just past the age of 88. Stooped in stature, his skin bore the marks of age spots on both his face and hands. This man, known by the surname Wang, is reverently addressed as Wang Yi in the circles of the underworld. Wang Yi's mode of transport was an MPV, accompanied by 3 others, a man in his 50s, rumored to be Wang Yi's disciple, and a young woman, no more than 18 or 19, who was Wang Yi's granddaughter. Wang Yi's granddaughter was strikingly beautiful, exuding a sense of innocence. Tall and slender, with long black hair, she possessed a figure that evoked the image of a blossoming flower, reminiscent of the girl next door. Thus, I found myself glancing at her a few times. However, I was soon confronted with a sight I would regret for a lifetime. As she bent down to assist Wang Yi, I caught a glimpse of something I should not have seen, peeking from her neckline. Damn it. Wang Yi's granddaughter is nothing short of a deceiver, a bona fide con artist. To put it bluntly, the view was as undeniable as a nailed-down board. In a game of do di zhu, her hand was decidedly inferior to mine. In a fit of exasperation, I named the prince's granddaughter Hua Mulan. For Mulan had no elder brother, and the princess lacked a bosom. The prince merely cast a fleeting glance at the bronze vessel and remarked nonchalantly, 800,000. 3 months. While the sum was certainly manageable, I harbored grave concerns for the prince's health, fearing he might not endure 3 months. Master Yao readily acquiesced and produced the bronze box, inquiring if the prince might permit its opening. The prince stood in stunned silence for a moment, before his weary voice inquired, "Where did this come from?" Master Yao gestured towards the fragments, and the prince's astonishment swiftly transformed into a sigh, an unending lamentation. "What troubles you, your highness?" I asked. "You are mistaken. You have misinterpreted this. This is a mother and son box. The mother is the vessel, and the son is the box. The vessel cradles the box, and the box aids the vessel." I was tempted to exclaim, "Old man, what are you saying? Could you speak in plain terms?" Master Yao interjected, "I do not quite comprehend. Might you elaborate, your highness?" With a heavy sigh, the prince lamented, "It cannot be opened. The secret of the box lies within the patterns of the vessel. Once the vessel is shattered, the box remains sealed, and I cannot earn this money." With that, the prince turned to depart, prompting Master Yao to inquire, "Is it not possible to reassemble the vessel?" "No," the prince replied, "the vessel contains movable parts. It cannot be restored to its original form." "No matter, you may merely assemble it," a man in his 50s interjected. "A master does not piece together imperfect things." "I beg your pardon, esteemed guests." With that, the man assisted the prince, and amidst our bewilderment, they slowly made their way to the carriage. Just as they were about to enter, the prince intoned gravely, "Perhaps you should stay and give it a try, practice your skills." "Very well," Hua Mulan readily agreed. I cannot ascertain whether all craftsmen share this peculiar trait. My intention was to cultivate a closer relationship with Hua Mulan, as I find her modesty somewhat alluring. However, she has sequestered herself within her abode, emerging solely for the necessities of nature, with meals being delivered to her door. By the 3rd day, we were met not with favorable tidings from Mulan, but rather with the disheartening news concerning Sun Baotou. He called to inform us of his ailment. One so peculiar that the hospital could offer no remedy. It appeared that teeth were inexplicably growing from his finger. A chill ran down my spine, evoking memories of the time his hand had been lacerated by the skeletal teeth during the coffin's opening. Sun Baotou sought medical attention, but the doctors had never encountered such a phenomenon before and hesitated to intervene, recommending he visit a larger hospital. To be candid, I harbored reservations about traveling to the capital. Chapter 59. The Capital Hospital. Without further ado, we made our way to Beijing. Sun Baotou drove, and would arrive half a day later than us, granting us some leisure time. The vast city of Beijing was uncharted territory for us. For Donkey suggested, "Why not visit Tiananmen Square and pay homage at the gate?" I replied, "If we go there, we must not only evade those wearing hats, but also dodge the clean-cut gentlemen. With our appearances, we could easily be mistaken for bandits." and a visit there would amount to surrender. What's the matter? Did your ancestors serve as eunuchs? After a brief moment of contemplation, 4 donkeys responded. While they may not have been eunuchs, our forebears were craftsmen, inheritors of a family trade, skilled in a craft that ensures one never grows facial hair. In an instant, the meaning dawned upon me, and the foolish Zhao Wukong remarked, "What craft is that? Hair removal?" The 4 donkeys laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Hair removal is of no consequence." My ancestor was known in the martial circles as Zhang Yidao, a master of egg extraction unparalleled in the world. Brother Monkey. Perhaps our families are bound by a long-standing friendship. Your ancestors' eggs might have been launched into the air by my forebear. Zhao Wukong's face turned pale as he coldly responded, "My mother is a university professor, an educated person." I had thought that Zhao Wukong's retort would pierce the heart of the 4 donkeys, but to my surprise, they countered, "My second uncle is a castrator of pigs. A craftsman who never requires a second cut for egg extraction." The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, prompting me to interject, "We don't have much money. Let's find a place to eat noodles and then wait for Sun to arrive." The 4 donkeys suggested, "If we're short on funds, let us visit the Forbidden City. We can have a conversation there." After all, the vast empire of the Qing dynasty was squandered by Puyi. Even while imprisoned, Puyi could operate a sewing machine to the point of smoke. Our lack of funds is inconsequential. Let us go to the Forbidden City. Upon arrival, I realized that the Forbidden City is located near Tiananmen. The previously jovial atmosphere turned solemn as we approached Tiananmen Square. The monument to the people's heroes inspired a deep sense of reverence. Among the inscriptions, one dating back to 1840 resonated profoundly from that time forth. In the struggle against internal and external enemies, to secure national independence in the freedom and happiness of the people. The heroes who sacrificed their lives in various struggles shall endure forever. The bravery of our military, having vanquished countless foes and achieved remarkable feats, is etched in our hearts and echoed through generations. Here, we shall not delve further. Chiang Kai-shek's army, during the Battle of Shanghai, suffered 250,000 casualties in exchange for 90,000 losses of the enemy. The Battle of Taiyuan resulted in a staggering loss of 100,000 lives on our side, in exchange for the enemy's 30,000 casualties. In the Battle of Wuhan, we eliminated 40,000 adversaries, while the 4 campaigns in Changsha led to the enemy suffering 100,000 fatalities. Throughout the 8 years of resistance, the forces under General Chiang Kai-shek endured over 3 million casualties, including 206 generals and 10 full generals. Though I have not experienced war firsthand, I have observed its portrayal in television dramas, which often depict Chiang's army as foolish and inept. These productions undergo scrutiny, leading me to believe in their authenticity. Nevertheless, even if they were merely utilized as human shields, the sacrifice of more than 3 million individuals effectively depleted the enemy's ammunition and contributed positively to our ultimate victory. They were all descendants of the Yellow Emperor, heirs of the Shang and Zhou dynasties, united by the same blood that flows through our veins, differing only in faith. This, however, does not justify their erasure from memory. They perished in the defense of their homeland, deserving of commemoration and reverence from future generations. In the afternoon, we encountered Sun, known as Sun the Leader, near Yonghe Temple. Our visit to the temple was not for spiritual worship, but rather due to the inaccessibility of the second ring road for vehicles from outside the area. Sun's face was pale, and he wore winter gloves on his right hand. "Is it serious, brother Sun?" I inquired. Silently, he removed the glove. A single glance sent shivers down my spine, triggering my fear of clusters. His right hand was covered with dozens of teeth, piercing through the skin. A grotesque display of fresh wounds intermingled with old scabs, creating a ghastly sight. Taking a deep breath, I urged, "Let us go to the best hospital, Brother Sunday." He replied softly, "It's no use. I can't get an appointment. I know the hospital you mentioned. It's one where even scalpers cannot secure a spot. Let us go to the emergency room then," I suggested. "Our condition isn't one that demands immediate attention. The emergency department will accept us." Sun's demeanor was somewhat melancholic. After pondering for a moment, I suggested, "Let us proceed. I have a few unconventional methods, although it may entail some discomfort for you. As long as I can receive treatment, enduring a bit of hardship is a small price to pay. Do you happen to know anyone at the hospital?" I chuckled lightly, choosing to remain silent. Upon our arrival at the hospital, we did not enter immediately. Instead, I purchased instant coffee at a nearby supermarket and then acquired some antihypertensive medication from a pharmacy. The potent combination of strong coffee and the medication quickly took effect. causing Sun's heart rate to soar to 180 beats per minute. Recognizing that the moment was ripe, I hastily made my way to the hospital, locating the emergency medical personnel. It is indeed one of the finest hospitals, as evidenced by the promptness of both the nurses and doctors who emerged in response to our urgency. Sun's heart rate escalated perilously close to 200, prompting the medical staff to administer oxygen and monitoring equipment without delay. I informed the doctor that Sun was distressed due to emotional turmoil and had consumed an excessive amount of coffee. The doctor did not elaborate further and immediately commenced treatment. At that moment, I felt a twinge of guilt for utilizing medical resources in such a manner. However, my companion Four Donkeys asserted that when it comes to preserving life, no action can be deemed immoral. He recounted a relative of his who, suffering from stomach pain, had to wait nearly a month for a gastroscopy appointment at a large hospital. Ultimately, out of desperation, she slipped a 200 yuan note to a security guard in the imaging department, securing the first appointment the very next morning. The results revealed that a portion of her stomach was reduced to a mere thin layer. Had she delayed a few more days, it could have resulted in perforation. Was 200 yuan a worthwhile investment for a life? In less than an hour, Sun's vital signs returned to normal, achieving the purpose of his hospitalization. The next step was to examine his hand. This was the finest hospital, renowned for addressing various perplexing ailments. Sun's hand could be described as the first in history to sprout teeth. The doctors, upon witnessing it, would likely be compelled to document the treatment, if only to study this rare case. As anticipated, Sun was admitted smoothly. Zhao Wukong accused me of taking advantage of the situation, to which I replied that the world is not merely black and white, but also contains insidious shades of gray. To survive, one should never feel shame in their actions. After Sun was hospitalized, I called Master Yao, hoping he would commend my cunning plan. To my surprise, he remained silent for a long while before finally sighing. Do you know why I suggested Sun go to Beijing? Because it has the best medical facilities. My heart sank, and a sense of oppression filled my chest, making it feel as though I could not breathe. Master Yao continued, his condition is too peculiar. It would attract attention in any hospital. Some might even generate a medical report, which would inevitably create a sensational news story that we cannot afford to delve into. We are in a small town. Suddenly, I recalled Boss Huang's story about the farm, where it sufficed to inform the animals of the wolves outside without needing to reduce their workload. Chapter 60. The broker arrives. I inquired with Master Yao about where to meet the broker. We arrived with high hopes only to leave in disappointment. We could only listen, for we still needed much time to grasp Master Yao's worldview. It is precisely because my Shang dynasty does not defy the mandate of heaven that it has flourished to the era of King Tang, the birth of my ancestor. King Tang coincided perfectly with the celestial timing, and his wisdom and dignity have been ascending day by day. The glory of Shang Tang has long illuminated the heavens, and he has always revered the supreme authority above, entrusted by heaven with the mission to govern the 9 provinces. I inquired of Master Kong whether there were any special patterns above. Master Kong replied that the rings on the ears of the bronze vessel and the lid on top were both movable, and due to the excessive fragmentation at that time, the base was nearly a complete circle, posing a challenge in how to connect it to the body of the vessel. I suggested that it could simply be joined directly. Hua Mulan remarked that the inner wall of the bronze vessel bore intricate designs, and if the angle were slightly off, the patterns would convey entirely different meanings. Ah. Hua Mulan's voice is melodious, resounding like the sweet dew of spring, the gentle rain of summer, the crispness of autumn, and the warmth of winter sun. I digress. In the evening, Master Yao summoned me privately and said, "Tomorrow, after we sell the goods, I plan to head west. Do you have any requests regarding personnel?" I thought to myself, what does that even have to do with me? Personnel matters are solely under Master Yao's dictatorial control. I, a mere insignificant figure, cannot possibly deliberate on personnel issues. No worries, speak boldly, he urged. How do you intend to arrange it? At present, I can only think of bringing the 3 of you along. Sun Baotou will need to be hospitalized and cannot be of use, while one Baotou will be guarding the rear and also cannot accompany us. After pondering for a moment, I replied, we shall adhere to the arrangements. Wherever you point, we shall strike. Master Yao gazed at me and said, there are many considerations. I do not understand your reluctance to include women in the tomb raiding team. Yet it is essential to have at least one woman in the group. Why is that? The intricacies of a woman's mind can sometimes lead to unexpected advantages. For instance, when inquiring about local conditions, a young lady may indeed be more suitable than a trio of gentlemen, as her presence might encourage the villagers to lower their defenses. I nodded in agreement as Master Yao continued. Since Sun cannot emerge for the time being, I propose that the three of you form your own team. Who do you believe would be the best fit for the leader's role? We were all novices, lacking in experience. Initially, I shall support you. Among the three, who do you think should take the lead? Zhao Yukong, I replied. Master Yao smiled gently. Do not feel hesitant. I believe you are capable. Your intellect is sufficient. Your mind is sharp, and you possess a cautious nature. Me? I truly cannot. I lack experience. What if I were to support you? I hesitated for a moment before saying, Master, I am well aware of my own limitations. I cannot undertake the responsibilities of a leader. Suddenly, Master Yao shifted his tone. Then I shall appoint Zhao Yukong as your leader. I was taken aback for several seconds, realizing the peril of the situation. Master Yao was testing me. In his mind, the default leader was indeed Zhao Yukong. This made sense, considering the contrasting personalities of myself and the other two, one resembling Li Yunlong and the other Xie Baoqing. When such characters are combined, there is no task too daunting. Not only would they dare to take on the challenges in Ping'an County, but they would also confront even the most perilous endeavors in the heart of enemy territory. Zhao Yukong embodies the character of Zhao Gang, or perhaps that of Shao Wujing. My companions and I, the four donkeys, are prone to extremes. Driven by impulsiveness, we dare to undertake any endeavor, much like Zhao Gang confronting Li Yunlong. Zhao Yukong stands in opposition to us. Master Yao summoned the three of us to announce this matter. Zhao Yukong displayed neither surprise nor refusal. I am uncertain if Master Yao had forewarned him. The four donkeys exhibited exuberance, stating, Brother Monkey, from now on, I shall follow you. I have but one request. Ensure my 5 social insurances and housing fund are paid. Ah, no, I meant Brother Monkey. I retorted, for donkeys. Do you even regard him as a person? Zhao, having just ascended to his position, and you seek to exploit him? Does Zhao lack funds? What 5 insurances and 1 fund? Do you look down upon him? He ought to provide us with 6 insurances and 2 funds. Even tomb raiding merits a corporate pension. Indeed, my brother speaks wisely, he concurred. Zhao Wukong replied earnestly, this is certainly feasible. However, the company is currently facing challenges. You two will need to contribute a bit first, and once the company improves, you shall be repaid double. I chuckled, I have no money. Zhao Wukong pressed, dog. How long have you had your phone number? Are you suggesting I should take out a loan for you? I can assist with that. Master, you seem to have an inclination toward matchmaking, stating that our team required 5 members. With the 3 of us already present, we needed to add 2 women. Why do women? Master Yao feared that a single woman would be insufficient to alter our collective mindset. With 2, at least there would be an opportunity for dialogue. Delighted with the arrangement, the fellow known as 4 Donkeys remarked that with this setup for a quintet, pairings could be made, leaving one individual to chronicle the events. It remains a mystery by what means Master Yao persuaded Mulan to join our company. As for another woman, Master Yao assured us he would procure one. For donkeys held no particular preferences for women, so long as they possess distinguishable features, lest one be unable to discern one from another during shirtless drinking. The following day, 6 carriages arrived in succession at the Fox Farm. These brokers, upon alighting, presented a uniform figure, each opening their trunks to reveal a pair of 20-inch suitcases, one in each hand. It required little imagination to surmise that these were filled with crimson banknotes, enough to make my mouth water. The arriving brokers treated Master Yao with utmost deference, offering cigarettes, lighting them, and inquiring after his well-being, as if he were their own progenitor. Once all 6 were present, Master Yao employed a stratagem. He arranged the 30-odd bronze artifacts upon the platform and declared, as we are all acquainted, I shall dispense with formalities. 3 million per piece. Inspect them at your leisure. I have collated images of each artifact into a compendium, which I have disseminated within the group. First come, first served. It was at this juncture that it dawned upon me that the broker's primary objective was to authenticate the bronze artifacts, ensuring their genuineness before transmitting images to their patrons. The patrons would then select their desired pieces, instructing the brokers to procure them. The brokers ascended the platform, scrutinizing each bronze artifact with care. It was palpable that the brokers harbored mutual distrust, each requiring personal verification of the authenticity of every item. Master Yao remarked, you all wait here. I shall prepare a table, and we will dine immediately after. A blonde-haired broker interjected, Master, do you offer delivery for this package? Another broker chimed in. Who possesses the audacity to maneuver $1 billion worth of antiques? A shorter, stout broker stated, the items are indeed of high quality and worth the price. Yet you are aware that we are merely errand runners, earning a modest living. Concerning the pricing, might we negotiate to leave some allowance for our expenses? What the stout man truly meant was to manipulate the pricing, such as quoting 3 million, while the broker would inform the next party of the same figure, ultimately collecting 290,000 from the broker while simultaneously pocketing the difference. Master Yao opened the suitcase behind him, revealing ancient jade artifacts, stating, "I shall offer you the smaller pieces. The more you purchase, the more I shall gift. Additionally, I have a set of 6 jade ornaments for 2 million. Whoever sells it, I will share 1 million. You all wait. I will prepare the meal." Chapter 61. Eavesdropping on conversations. As I exited the room, I could distinctly feel the gaze of 6 pairs of eyes fixed upon us. Master Yao strode confidently through the large iron gate, leading us into the front room. Upon entry, he immediately gestured for silence and then produced a mobile phone, activating the speaker. A wave of tension washed over me. Master Yao's skills were indeed formidable. As he had concealed a phone within that chamber, we could hear every word spoken by the 6 brokers with utmost clarity. Presumably, once we departed, the 6 brokers commenced their deliberations. I wonder, one mused, if we might negotiate a lower price? I too wished to negotiate the price. Otherwise, let us refrain from any transactions and leave him in suspense to see if the price can be lowered. Another broker interjected, stating that these are national treasures. We should not pursue them as countless individuals are eager to acquire them, and Master Yao has no concerns about selling. I am uncertain if they are indeed national treasures. I merely wish to engage in some stitching work. Who would ever lament earning too little? You may profit, but I find Master Yao's pricing quite reasonable. My benefactor possesses considerable influence, and I dare not undertake the stitching work. Ah, Xiaolu. It just came to my mind that someone in Hunan recently acquired items worth over 20 million. Was that you? Over 20 million? No. I procured items worth over 50 million. My goodness, who is your benefactor? A deep voice interjected, Now, let us not disrupt the decorum with idle chatter. Lest someone sever your tongue. The items from Master Yao require no verification. They are undoubtedly authentic. What do you all desire? Allow me to state first that I will take this bronze vessel and that set of 6 jade ornaments. The remainder is yours to choose. Hey, Lao Wang. Have you informed the benefactor? You intend to keep it for yourself? Surely, I must. Ah, but that would violate the rules. Brokers do not collect for themselves. If you hoard all the treasures, will your benefactor still rely on you? The man, speaking in a low tone, remarked, Stop pretending. Have you cleaned up your own mess? Have you not collected? Or is it that you have not collected at all? Very well, let us first deliberate on the pricing. 3 million, a fair price. And it would be splendid if I could retain 10% for myself. Such nonsense, it is utterly impossible. Master Yao is one who yields to persuasion rather than coercion. He may willingly concede a profit, but should one attempt to force him into a rebate, he would rather destroy his goods than sell them. To forsake profit is tantamount to madness. By the way, if you are considering a personal collection, allow me to remind you, the bronze zune is valued at 3 million. Without a doubt, while the 6 jade ornaments stand at 2 million, it is prudent to deliberate carefully. The 6 jade ornaments could be sold to a wealthy patron, whose elderly father is nearing his end and is contemplating burial artifacts. Master Yao might still concede 1 million, which effectively allows me to procure the bronze zune for 2 million and sell it for 5 million. Is that too much to ask? Damn, old Wang possesses wisdom indeed. Master Yao's 6 brokers engaged in relentless discussion, and he murmured, Did you hear that? It is solely about profit, devoid of sentiment. Do not be deceived by those who smile in your presence. Their intentions may be quite calculating behind your back. I sighed and remarked, just moments ago, they were so respectful. Now, their conduct is utterly devoid of righteousness. Humph, righteousness? To put it bluntly, I have raised 200 dogs. When I have food, they plead with wagging tails. But should I lack sustenance, those 200 dogs transform into a pack of ravenous wolves, eager to tear me apart. Zhao Yukong lamented. It was far better when there were established factions with the old 9 gates and the moral constraints of the martial world. I find it somewhat tragic that I, too, have been stirred by Master Yao's dilemma. Perhaps it is because I have never known parental affection, but even with a complete family, when faced with 100 million, I would still need to ponder deeply. After all, that is 100 million. I have never even burned such a large denomination during ancestral worship. Master Yao continued. In the past, the status of wandering performers was lowly. What of the 9 gates, or the 4 great and 8 lesser sects? Tell me, were there any officials among them? Certainly not. To put it plainly, it was merely a gathering of vagabond entertainers seeking warmth in their company. Those who begged were often bullied. A group of beggars formed a beggars' gang, yet in the end, they remained beggars. When faced with oppression, their companions might bolster their courage. But it was merely a fleeting bravado. Consider this. Does a bully truly care if there is one beggar or two? I inquired. So, do the sects hold no value whatsoever? Of course they do, he replied. There are traditions to uphold. Performers, storytellers, and magicians among wandering artists require apprentices. Do not underestimate the significance of an apprentice. These masters often lead tragic lives. Many wanderers, not to mention those without children or even wives, take on apprentices to ensure they are cared for in their twilight years. They teach their apprentices in hopes of survival. Yet some masters only pass on their skills on their deathbeds, wary that their apprentices might learn and abandon them. Thus, do not place your faith in righteousness, nor gamble on human nature. For a moment, I pondered if Master Yao had been influenced by Boss Huang, as it seemed he perceived no goodness in humanity. Zhao Wukong nodded thoughtfully, and Master Yao hastily added, Yukong, do not apply your discernment to those two. The four donkeys snickered, saying, if Monkey Brother could engage in some clever tactics with me, I would certainly bow to him and commend him for maturing. Yao Shiye continued, in this bustling world, all are driven by profit. Without benefits, even the bonds of father and son can falter. How many sons neglect their aged fathers? And yet, you still speak of sections. By the way, Sun Baotou has fallen ill. Do not grieve too much. Have you ever pondered why Sun Baotou's team has perpetually lacked personnel? Indeed. Have you considered what other professions are chronically short-staffed? We shook our heads. Yao Shiye remarked, insurance. Insurance companies recruit employees not merely to sell policies, do they? Or is it otherwise? They begin by indoctrinating new hires, convincing them that having insurance is paramount, suggesting they should first acquire a policy for themselves, as their parents desire one too. Each month, there are quotas to fulfill. Who among us is inclined to purchase insurance without reason? To meet these targets, employees first buy for their parents, then persuade relatives, and subsequently coax friends into buying as well. Yet, when the month ends, if quotas remain unmet, they must resign, leading the insurance company to seek fresh recruits, and this cycle continues. So, to whom are these policies sold? Without exaggeration, after a decade of silence, a friend reaching out is often either in need of a loan or seeking to sell you insurance. Ere Lucy interjected, sudden contact might also mean he has taken a liking to your sister-in-law. I sensed that Yao Shiye was alluding to Sun Baotou with his comments on insurance. His implication was that Sun Baotou continuously sought new recruits, firstly to wield control over compliant individuals, and secondly, because newcomers to the field often possess some knowledge of ancient tombs, at least regarding the local landlords. However, I genuinely believe that Sun Baotou was not that type of person, as he was the first to enter the tunnel during our initial excavation at the Bronze Gate. Master Yu waved his hand and said, enough of this nonsense. Let us grant them half an hour to make their selections for the benefactor. If no one desires the items, or if they remain unsold, I shall simply bring in a new batch. In less than half an hour, the brokers could no longer endure the situation, for the benefactor had chosen the same treasure, and some brokers were on the verge of cursing. Master Yao stated, everything has its order. Whoever claims first shall possess the item. His authority was undeniable, and no one dared to contradict him. The bronze artifacts fetched over 12 million. Yet we received merely over 1 million in cash as a deposit. When the delivery arrived, each broker would pay the remaining balance. The thought of over 12 million in cash was exhilarating. After the brokers departed, Master Yao remarked, even if you take the lion's share this time, it will not amount to 30 million. However, this 30 million in external debt shall be settled, and I shall provide each of you with 200,000. I nodded outwardly, yet my heart brimmed with suspicion. I had long wished to inquire about the distribution ratio in this line of work. Were we not promised 30%? The ancient jade had yet to be returned, along with those bronze weapons. Just considering the over 12 million, 30% should amount to 37 million. Why then? Did he claim it was insufficient to reach 30 million? Nevertheless, I restrained my questions, thinking whatever amount I received was acceptable. After all, the debt was cleared, and any future discoveries would mean profits for ourselves. That evening, Master Yao gathered everyone together, and Teacher Kong wore an expression of deep resentment, displaying considerable impatience. I have discerned the reason behind it. It is because Master Yao has sold off all the bronze artifacts, particularly those inscribed with characters, which naturally displeases Teacher Kong. However, our pursuit is wealth, distinct from Teacher Kong's scholarly endeavors. For us, the clinking of genuine gold and silver upon the ground is of utmost importance. Academic research holds no value for us. We are tomb raiders, not aspirants for further studies. Master Yao inquired, can the bronze box be opened? Hua Mulan replied, currently. I can only deduce that the inscription on the bronze vessel resembles a song from the Shang dynasty, and we must decipher the patterns within the vessel to ascertain the melody. Additionally, the pronunciation of ancient Chinese is also a conundrum. What do you mean? Master Yu asked. Teacher Kong responded leisurely, with a hint of disdain. The secret to unlocking the bronze box may very well be concealed within this song. We must analyze the nuances of its melody and seek patterns. I suspect you might not comprehend it. Master Yao scoffed. Leave the bronze box to me. I will find someone to open it. Boasting will not unlock it. Let us give it a try then. Teacher Kong appeared somewhat anxious, saying, You do not intend to cause any damage, do you? It is my possession, and I shall do as I please. I will not let you leave empty-handed. 50,000 will suffice to pack your suitcase. What do you mean by that? Master Yao's expression was fluid. He offered Teacher Kong a cigarette and stated, Time is of the essence. We must take advantage of the summer to work diligently and earn more. We cannot squander a month on a single box. Half a month will suffice. If I cannot open it within that time, do as you wish. Ah, old Kong, our perspectives diverge. A bronze box, no matter how exquisitely crafted, is merely a vessel for containing items. While you marvel at the box's artistry, my curiosity lies within. What treasures does it conceal? I hope you can empathize with my viewpoint. Teacher Kong epitomizes a singular focus, while Master Yao, employing both reason and emotion, persuades him as one might soothe a child. Ultimately, he proposes that once the bronze box is opened, a wealth of secrets regarding the artifacts of the Shang and Zhou dynasties will be unveiled, allowing for unrestricted exploration. This declaration prompts a dramatic shift in Teacher Kong's demeanor, compelling him to urge Master Yao to decipher the box's contents. I find myself genuinely admiring Master Yao's astute understanding of human nature, or perhaps his skillful manipulation of it. That very evening, Master Yao departed with the bronze box. His whereabouts unknown. Together with Wan Baotou, we began the process of packaging the bronze artifacts, and he set off in the early hours of the morning. During the packaging, a female worker who tended to the foxes suddenly knocked on the heavy iron door, nearly causing my heart to stop. Fortunately, Wan Baotou remained unfazed, casually opening the door and allowing her to enter the warehouse. I inquired how Wan Baotou planned to transport the bronze artifacts. He imparted a valuable lesson, explaining that all items would first be sent to Panjiayuan in Beijing, a place notorious for counterfeit goods, where even a few genuine artifacts would not be believed. After all, it was a locale guarded by a shopkeeper employing a terracotta warrior. Furthermore, regarding transportation, the typical route into Beijing involves passing through inspection stations. However, there exists a type of vehicle known as a green channel truck, which faces less stringent checks, since these vehicles are scrutinized sporadically at toll booths. The inspection stations in the capital merely conduct cursory examinations. Mastering the art of evading highway toll inspections is indeed a skill in itself. Refrigerated trucks transporting river crabs. With the crabs placed outside amidst a mound of bronze artifacts and several crab boxes being damaged. This approach serves multiple purposes. Firstly, when the boxes are opened for inspection, the crabs will scuttle away, diverting the inspector's attention. Secondly, it unequivocally informs the inspector that the cargo consists of crabs. Thirdly, there lies a certain cunning. As the crabs make their way to the ground, the inspector may either assist in capturing them or urge a swift departure. Regardless of the outcome, it is beneficial for us. When the inspector lends a hand in catching the crabs, we graciously declare that we no longer require the crabs, citing urgency to continue our journey and simply depart. Conversely, if the inspector refrains from assisting, we can also make our exit. For it is evident that the inspector would prefer not to witness plump crabs scuttling across the floor when they should be sizzling in a pot. The open crab boxes can be perceived as a gift, presented in a manner that preserves dignity for both parties involved. Navigating highway inspections for green passage has its own nuances. Regardless of gender, one may discreetly offer 2 packs of cigarettes, citing urgency from the shipper or impending delays in transport. This tactic has proven consistently effective. Naturally, there are considerations regarding the cigarettes, those priced around 20 are optimal, with a maximum of 2 packs. Offering excessively expensive or numerous cigarettes may instead raise suspicions. Inquiries arise regarding non-smokers or female recipients, however. It is crucial to note that vehicles entering Beijing for deliveries must first obtain an entry permit before their journey, as long as this permit remains valid. Subsequent entries into Beijing are likely to be exempt from inspections. Once off the highway, one can drive with confidence, for no one will scrutinize. Before this, I had always believed that thievery required a clandestine approach. However, through these past few days of learning, I have come to understand that the bolder the endeavor, the more brazenly it can be executed. One crisp morning, While still nestled beneath the covers, I was roused by Master Yao, whose countenance was ashen. He declared, "The box has been opened," revealing a leather map within. Upon receiving the map, I was momentarily taken aback. Its texture and pores evoked a chilling memory of human skin, specifically the back of a female, a young girl, to be precise. The leather map still retained its suppleness, leaving me to ponder the ancient techniques employed to create it. The inscriptions and designs upon it resembled tattoos. A horrifying image formed in my mind, a blossoming girl, forcibly marked with a map on her back, only to be slain after the scabs healed for the purpose of skinning. Aside from this grim realization, there seemed to be nothing else present, or perhaps, not even a path to follow. A wave of disappointment washed over me as I exclaimed, "Where is this?" With the shape of these 3 mountains, we could find a dozen similar ones in our village. Master Yao gritted his teeth and replied, "Wait until Teacher Kong awakens. We shall inquire what the inscriptions mean. My thought is, if there are any clues, you all should set out today, scout ahead, and gauge the situation." I nodded and asked, "How was the box opened?" He responded, "In a vacuum environment, layer by layer with lasers." Master Yao did not specify where the opening occurred, but the presence of these 2 items suggested that it was either a laboratory or a research institution. Chapter 63, An Unexpected Discovery. Teacher Kong, donning glasses thicker than the soles of shoes, scrutinized the map for an extended period before expressing his bewilderment. "A long serpent devours the sun. A ram's horn ascends the moon, consuming phoenix eggs and drinking the blood of myriad beasts." I was utterly bewildered as Professor Kong inquired, "What does this mean? And where does this map originate?" "It is from within the bronze box," Master Yao replied coldly. Professor Kong's expression grew increasingly grim as he remarked, "This appears to be a map. We must decipher the meaning of these 4 phrases to ascertain its location." Without further inquiry, Master Yao stated earnestly, "There is a substantial shipment this time. A multitude departed last night. I shall also head to the capital shortly to sell the remaining jade artifacts. If you decipher the map's location, set off directly, all expenses will be covered by me." With that, Master Yao abandoned us and drove away. Professor Kong grumbled, "What does he mean by that? Where are we supposed to go?" Zhao Yukong interjected, "Once we decode these 4 phrases, we can scout the situation and search for the relics of the Shang dynasty." I felt compelled to commend Monkey Brother. His demeanor had transformed, exuding a sense of leadership. Professor Kong retorted, "Decode? Where is the phoenix? Does the phoenix lay eggs?" I was at a loss for words. Where does the phoenix lay its eggs? How can it drink the blood of 100 beasts? To boast, does a zoo even house 100 species, including chickens, ducks, geese, dogs, and pigs? It barely accounts for half. Like Milan, who remains oblivious to the affairs beyond her window, solely focused on crafting the bronze vessel. I found no opportunity to forge a closer bond with her, to deepen our connection. With nothing to occupy my time, I fell into a stupor, reflecting on my recent experiences, finding them almost ludicrous. The facade of tranquility in Master Yao's team belied the turbulent undercurrents below. I could trust each individual, yet I was compelled to remain vigilant against them all. In other words, I can place my trust, yet not entirely. For Sun warns me to be cautious of Master Yao, while Master Yao advises me to be wary of Sunday. It appears that each individual harbors unspoken secrets. Ultimately, in a fit of boredom, I assisted the female workers in feeding the foxes. Master Yao, in his miserly ways, sought to mask the scent of the bronze artifacts with the pungent aroma of the foxes. One might expect him to nourish them properly. Yet, while other foxes flaunt their lustrous pelts, Master Yao's foxes are far from splendid, with many sporting bald patches. Had I not seen the food meant for the foxes, I would have been led to believe these creatures were preparing for an examination, having lost their fur from sleepless nights. In a normal setting, one would provide foxes with a diet rich in meat, incorporating minced fish and shrimp directly into their feed. However, Master Yao's approach is starkly different, offering solely feed devoid of any meat, a veritable monastery for foxes. I mused that these foxes ought to be grateful to me, for encountering someone like myself might grant them a taste of the savory. Yet, upon entering the room housing the meat grinder, I was taken aback, or rather, a chill ran down my spine, leaving me utterly disoriented. For, near the grinder, I spotted a tuft of hair, the length of a finger. A mere glance was enough to confirm it as human hair. In a state of panic, I sought out the female workers and inquired about how often the foxes were fed meat. She replied that it was uncertain. Sometimes they went 6 months without. Other times they were fed twice in a month, contingent upon whether Boss wanted spare funds. I was left dumbfounded. At that moment, everything around me seemed illogical, riddled with inconsistencies. To obscure the chemical odors from cleaning the bronze artifacts, a modest courtyard with a mere 10 foxes would suffice. Why then? Did they keep nearly 200? Furthermore, if one was transporting goods to Beijing in a refrigerated truck, why did Master Yao feel the need to personally journey there? A shipment was divided into 2 deliveries, ostensibly to heighten risk. Upon this realization, I surmised the true intent of Master Yao's journey to the capital. I promptly dialed the number of Brother Sunday. Hey, my friend, have you undergone the surgery? How did it go? Absolutely no issues. They extracted all the teeth, leaving the doctors quite bewildered. I heard from Master Yao that you have sold out all the goods. I countered, how do you know that? Master Yao mentioned it. He advised me not to communicate with you, but he wished to see me to discuss some matters. After a moment's hesitation, I replied earnestly, you must flee. Do not show your face. There was a brief pause on the line, then Brother Sun jested, flee? Why would I run? The nurses here are exceptionally attractive, all highly educated. Master Yao may intend to silence you. You must escape. The farther the better. Brother Sun's tone shifted to one of anxiety. What do you mean? Why? I recounted my analysis, cautioning that the emergence of news regarding his dental situation would inevitably attract societal attention, rendering us akin to lice on a bald head, with Master Yao likely seeking to ensure Brother Sun's silence. Upon hearing my reasoning, Brother Sun responded gravely, Brother, I am indebted to you beyond words. I shall prioritize my escape. Remember, I, Sun Jinghua, owe you my life. With that, he abruptly ended the call. I was uncertain if my actions were correct. But at the very least, Brother Sun held me in esteem, and I had no desire for his demise. Just after hanging up, For Donkeys approached, stating, Brother Dog, we need to discuss something. For Donkeys rarely took matters seriously, and when he did, it was undoubtedly of great significance. What has happened to you? You seem drained. Your complexion appears unwell. I forced a smile and replied, well, the situation calls for 2 large bowls. What's the matter? Have you spoken with Monkey King? How could I possibly discuss it with him? His mind is solely fixated on tomb raiding. Anything I say would surely fall on deaf ears. It is only you and I who can deliberate on this matter. I do have a penchant for wealth, yet I also value my life. I recounted to the 4 donkeys everything I had seen and heard, and his face transformed from a dark hue to a pale shade, as if he were struggling to maintain his balance. The 4 donkeys exclaimed, then let us flee. What are we waiting for? What should we do? Damn it. Do I know what to do? Do not disclose this to Wukong. He cannot keep secrets. Alas, just as I escaped the jaws of the tiger, I find myself in the den of wolves. I spoke in a low voice. Just keep this matter to yourself. Those who engage in tomb raiding are ruthless individuals, a band of fierce brigands. They are willing to risk their lives and are unafraid of taking lives, especially when it comes to self-preservation. A thief is a thief. They do not embody the heroic ideals of righteousness as portrayed in novels. The 4 donkeys appeared somewhat frightened, gritting his teeth in silence. Zhao Wukong cheerfully analyzed those few statements with Teacher Kong, and I experienced a fleeting illusion, wishing my thoughts were less sensitive and my mind not so astute. It would be splendid if one did not need to overanalyze situations. After much contemplation, I resolved to consult Boss Huang. Although his worldview is skewed, he at least refrains from imposing rigid doctrines upon me, instead simply revealing the sordid truths of the world. The call connected, and I recounted the events to Boss Huang. After a long silence, he murmured, there are many, indeed. You have spent a year committing errors, one particularly foolish. I inquired about the next steps. Some matters pertain to the issue rather than the individual, he explained, while following Master Yao involves a focus on the person rather than the issue. Master Yao is quite principled and a decent fellow, yet some things are not within his desire to handle in such a manner. At that moment, I felt like a frost-bitten eggplant, utterly drained of strength, wishing only to find a quiet place to sleep undisturbed, hoping to awaken refreshed, yet even if I did not, I would consider myself fortunate. I conveyed Boss Huang's words to Si Luzi, who was quite astute. He understood that if we were to escape from Master Yao, it would not only be his approval we needed, but also the relentless pursuit of those above him. Thus, the wisest course of action was to act as if nothing had transpired. As evening approached, Master Yao called me. I have a question for you. Has Sun contacted you? I hesitated for a couple of seconds before replying. I reached out to him. Did he reveal his whereabouts? I let him go. After a silence of several seconds, Master Yao replied indifferently. All right, I understand. I clenched my teeth and muttered, whatever will be, will be. I accept my fate. I am utterly fatigued. Sleep eluded me. And to stave off my wandering thoughts, I sought out Hua Mulan, and together, we endeavored to decipher the information on the human skin map. In truth, Hua Mulan had no understanding of ancient scripts, but while she repaired, I deciphered the information, which was rather poetic, far preferable to being entangled with Teacher Kong. Long serpents devour the sun, ram's horns ascend the moon, consuming phoenix eggs and drinking the blood of myriad beasts. The initial two sentences are quite comprehensible. The first echoes the verses of Wang Wei, depicting a scene where one can witness the sun setting into the vast river. The subsequent line provides a more detailed description of this locale, where one can observe the moon rising amidst mountains resembling the horns of a ram. Admittedly, the identification of these mountains as Ram's horn is merely my conjecture. The third and fourth sentences, however, are utterly nonsensical. Speaking of consuming phoenix eggs and drinking the blood of myriad beasts, does this not resemble the life of the Jade Emperor? Meanwhile, Hua Mulan diligently mends bronze vessels. Not uttering a word, her breathing barely perceptible. Shortly thereafter, Teacher Kong arrives, inebriated and disheveled, spouting a jumble of nonsensical and boundless remarks. While Hua Mulan and I can only listen in silence. How can one not believe in the existence of civilizations in prehistoric times? 6,000 years marks the dawn of human history. How could diverse races evolve simultaneously across the globe? Why have individuals of varying complexions reached the same level of evolution? There must be a creator, undoubtedly a creator who fashioned humanity. Fuxi, half man and half serpent. Besides Fuxi, ancient texts abound with accounts of beings that are half man and half fish, half man and half bird. Do you not ponder if the creator conducted experiments during the creation of humankind? Nuwa's mending of the heavens, was Nuwa human or a distinct species? Did she depart Earth in a flying vessel, leaving merely a ray of light for the ancients, thus giving rise to the myth of the colorful stones repairing the sky? In ancient times, bacteria reproduce through division. Is hermaphroditism not the most advantageous method of propagation? Why must there be both male and female? Should not evolution progress in a manner conducive to survival? Why has sexual reproduction developed? Regardless of what Teacher Kong has said, I must commend him. After a few drinks, his tongue can become remarkably articulate. Had it not been for Mulan's outburst, Teacher Kong could have spoken all night. Mulan, visibly displeased, remarked, "Could you please quiet down? It is permissible for you to enter the room, but must you speak? It is truly bothersome." Teacher Kong, with a naive smile, retorted, "Reading more is inconsequential. If you read less, you would naturally comprehend what I am saying." With a sense of pride, he declared, "Of course. I have read every ancient text spanning 5,000 years, all that is inscribed, I have perused. There is one ancient tome. What was it called? It discusses primordial humanity." Yes, it is titled Orchid and Osmanthus. Have you read it? Indeed, who hasn't read Orchid and Osmanthus? This remark elicited a hearty laugh from Mulan. Or perhaps she wished to laugh, but was too shy to do so openly. She covered her mouth, feigning a cough. Teacher Kong, perhaps feeling embarrassed, collapsed onto the table with a thud. Mulan remarked, "You three are truly amusing. You are delightful." The fourth donkey chimed in, "Indeed. Who among us has not a tale to tell?" Seizing the opportunity, I interjected, "Where are you from? Your voice is truly melodious." "I hail from Guangdong." "Oh, you and Teacher Kong are from the same place, yet how is it that you speak without an accent?" The fourth donkey continued to display his humor, saying, "Old Master Kong is quite interesting. He is always studying the cosmic origins and the creator. But how does the emergence of humanity affect my current poverty?" Mulan remarked, "Your profession is quite lucrative. I heard that for this tomb, each of you earns 10 million. Bring me along for the next tomb. I wish to profit as well. What does a young girl like you need to earn money for? The thrill of tomb raiding is exhilarating. I've accompanied my grandfather in repairing bronze artifacts since childhood. I envy those who delve into tombs." The four donkeys perked up and said, "I am well versed in tomb raiding. I'll teach you hands-on. You can take a break while we stroll, and I'll explain it all to you. So you want to have to listen to old Master Kong's tales of monsters." "Monsters? Those are our ancestors. Half human, half snake. Indeed, they are monsters." I chuckled as I watched the banter between the four donkeys and Mulan, my attention wholly captivated by her beauty. Just as I was about to interject, a jolt of inspiration surged through my mind. Half human, half snake, half human, half fish. Shanhai Jing. Eureka! I finally understood the meaning of the last two phrases on the human skin map. The Shanhai Jing, western regions of the sea states, and the land called Xiao. The Luin bird sings freely, and the Feng bird dances at will. The eggs of the phoenix are consumed by the people. The sweet dew is drunk by the populace, fulfilling all their desires. Various beasts dwell together in harmony. Zhuliao lies to the north of Xianyuan Hill. The inhabitants here cradle the phoenix eggs in their hands, guided by two birds in the front. Indeed, this is a place where one consumes phoenix eggs and drinks the blood of myriad beasts. The land of Yao, as stated in the map, refers precisely to this location. Chapter 65. Analyzing the map, the mention of Yao does not bring me much joy, for this place name originates from the Shanhai Jing, a text revered alongside the I Ching and the Huangdi Neijing as one of the three great ancient classics. The earliest record of the Shanhai Jing was noted by Sima Qian in the records of the Grand Historian, where he referred to the Chronicle of Yu, stating that he dared not speak of the myriad monsters documented within. This implies, regarding the creatures chronicled in the Chronicle of Yu in the Shanhai Jing, I shall remain silent. What could possibly render Sima Qian, a historian of great renown, hesitant to speak? I personally surmise that the Shanhai Jing was composed prior to the establishment of the Western Han dynasty, and with a bolder conjecture, it may have roots in the Western Zhou period. During the Shang and Zhou dynasties, the Central Plains were regarded as the heart of Huaxia, with all other tribes beyond this realm deemed as barbarians, such as the Eastern Yi, Southern Man, Western Rong, and Northern Di. In essence, there were no commendable appellations for those outside the sovereign borders. Subsequent generations have recognized the lineage of Huaxia as stemming from the Shang and Zhou, leading historians to refrain from extensively documenting foreign tribes. Consequently, the whereabouts of this Yao remain unrecorded in historical texts, with only sporadic descriptions found within the Shanhai Jing. The geographical positioning necessitates intricate deductions. For instance, Xiao lies to the north of the Four Serpents, which in turn are situated north of the Xianyuan Hill. Thus, I can ascertain that Xiao is located to the north of the Xianyuan Kingdom. Yet, this raises a question. Where, then, is the Xianyuan Kingdom? The location is indeed of little significance. If we were to speculate broadly, the Xianyuan Kingdom encompasses the entirety of Henan Province. Thus, could the Gui Fang's westward migration truly lead them to Henan? The transfer of the Shang dynasty's national treasures from Qixin in Henan to Zhengzhou cannot simply be deemed a westward migration. Clearly, the records in the Shanhai Jing pertain to more than just the confines of Henan. They extend east to the Eastern Sea, west to the Western Sea at Lopner, south to the Southern Sea, and north to the Northern Sea at Lake Baikal. Consequently, the territory of Gui Fang's westward migration could not possibly be the land of Zhu Yao. Have I misinterpreted this? I roused the seemingly indifferent Professor Kong and shared my thoughts with him. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Indeed, indeed." The westward migration of Gui Fang did not lead to Zhu Yao. Rather, the map suggests the transportation of the Shang dynasty's national treasures to Zhu Yao, which is in close proximity to the Xianyuan Kingdom. The merchants aimed to establish a nation there, akin to their ancestor Xianyuan. I internally affirmed Professor Kong's assertion. Thus, within the four phrases on the map, the first two indicate the location of Gui Fang, while the latter two signify the desired site for the Shang kings to re-establish their capital. Therefore, to uncover the whereabouts of Gui Fang, we must delve into the symbolism of the long snake swallowing the sun and sheep horns rising to the moon. Professor Kong suggested, I believe that after their westward migration, Gui Fang established Lulan, which comprised numerous cities, such as Milan, the ancient city of Washi Gorge, Xia City, and Sun City. Perhaps the Shang dynasty's national treasures lie buried within the ruins of one of those cities. Given the long history of the river and the shifting of its course, we are unlikely to locate them. However, we can begin our search at Sheephorn Mountain, for mountains remain steadfast. Mulan interjected, that sounds great. When shall we set off? I inquired, do you know where Lulan is? Mulan blinked her large eyes and shook her head. It is near Lop Nur, in an uninhabited area. The four donkeys remarked. Indeed, it's impossible to go. If we drive and the car breaks down, it becomes a coffin of iron. Riding camels wouldn't help either, even with polished eggs. We wouldn't reach that destination. Hua Mulan sighed and fell silent, perhaps finding the four donkeys' language too crude. Teacher Kong interjected, the treasures of the Shang dynasty, regardless of their nature, must be of immense value. The items belong to you. I only seek the inscriptions. We remained unmoved, but Teacher Kong's gaze fixed upon Zhao Yukong, stating, you are the leader now. We shall heed your words. Zhao Yukong paused for a few seconds before responding, dog brother, donkey brother. I'm not certain what you both think. To be honest, I truly wish to slap the four donkeys across the face. However, this remark proved effective, as Teacher Kong appeared bewildered and asked, my command of the language is not very good. What do you mean? I chuckled, don't mention your struggles. Even my ancestors spoke the language, and I can hardly comprehend what the leader is rambling about. Zhao Wukong suggested. Is it possible that the ghost clan has already delivered the Shang dynasty treasures to the Xinyuan kingdom? The four donkeys cursed, "You foolish creature. If someone entrusted your great-grandfather with 10,000 taels of silver, and now their descendants come to reclaim it, would you give it back?" Zhao Wukong pondered for a moment and replied, "If it existed, I would certainly return it. Otherwise, what would justify calling you a fool?" The four donkeys, though rough in speech, were not devoid of reason. He was correct. From the perspective of someone like me, I would never return those 10,000 taels, regardless of their existence. If they were entrusted to my great-grandfather, the request should be directed to him. Even the substantial sum of 10,000 taels of silver pales in comparison to the revered artifacts of the Shang dynasty. I concur with Master Kong's assertion, the Gui people, in possession of the sacred relics of the Shang, may have established their own kingdom. Initially, those who pledged fealty to the Shang king might have considered returning the relics to the Shang state, but what of their descendants? Would their progeny relinquish the spoils they have consumed? Setting aside two distinct ethnic groups, even kin of the same lineage often clash fiercely over personal gain. Consider the rebellion of the 7 princes during the reign of Emperor Jing of the Western Han. All 7 princes bore the surname Liu. Likewise, during the rebellion of the 8 princes in the Western Jin, none were without the surname Sima. In the Ming dynasty's Jing'an campaign, Zhu Di waged war against his own nephew. One was the son of Zhu Yuanzhang, and the other his grandson. Even direct relatives engaged in conflict with a certain levity. Therefore, I postulate that the descendants of the Gui people have appropriated the Shang artifacts for their own use. As I stepped outside, a car approached swiftly from the direction of the main gate, startling the fox into frantic cries. In Chapter 66, Dialogue by the Riverbank. Master Yao did not exit the vehicle. Shortly thereafter, my phone rang, and he instructed the 3 of us to get in. My heart raced with apprehension, leaving me momentarily at a loss for action. Master Yao's tone was icy, yet one thing was certain: escape was futile. He drove in silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. After a considerable distance, we arrived at a dam by the river, shrouded in darkness, with only the rustling of poplar trees on either side. To speak plainly, this was an ideal locale for nefarious deeds. Master Yao lit a cigarette and remarked, "Do you know why those 6 individuals vanished?" None of us dared to respond. Master Yao offered no further elucidation and inquired, "Su, you speak." I swallowed hard and said, "It is not a tomb in the shape of the character, but rather 2 ancient tombs resembling the character joined together." Master Yao nodded in agreement. I had considered that as well. It is impossible to hide anything from you. You must have already deduced who the other tomb owner is. The leader, or perhaps the king, of the ghost faction, I replied. Master Yu solemnly confirmed, "You are correct. In the other tomb, apart from various animal skins such as sheepskin, cowhide, fox fur, wolf pelts, and tiger skin, there are no burial items whatsoever, not even a coffin, as the remains of the tomb owner are merely wrapped in sheepskin." I nodded and said, "Master, I allowed Sun Baotou to escape. What punishment do you have in mind for me? This was solely my doing." The 4 donkeys eagerly chimed in. I was involved too. Zhao Wukong looked bewildered and asked, "What do you mean Sun Baotou ran away?" I felt a twinge of confusion. Did Master Yao not feel anger over my letting Sun Baotou go? Master Yao continued, "You 3 must leave tomorrow morning." "Where to?" I inquired. "Go wherever you wish. Just make it clear that you are distancing yourselves from me. I shall handle matters here on my own." In a low voice, I remarked, "Those 6 individuals have not truly disappeared, have they? Indeed, not only have they not vanished, but they have also taken away a significant portion of our belongings." Suddenly, I comprehended why Master Yao claimed our share would not reach 30 million. Half of our possessions must go towards taxes. Zhao Wukong protested. On what grounds? Who are they? The 4 donkeys nudged Zhao Wukong from the back, urging him to remain silent. Who you are is of no concern to us. As long as those who ensure our safety are provided for, that is sufficient. They have afforded us the means to sustain ourselves. While they feast on meat, we must content ourselves with broth. This sentiment evokes a line from Chao Gui on warfare, the carnivore's plot. So what does it matter? I remain uncertain whether the term meat was used by Master Yu casually or with deeper significance, and whether the carnivores refer literally or metaphorically to Master Yao's superiors. Master Yao continued, "The illness of Sun Baotou is indeed peculiar and will undoubtedly attract societal attention. As long as Sun Baotou remains, our safety is compromised. We may be unharmed for now, but do you understand my meaning?" I nodded and recounted my analysis from the evening with Teacher Kong, to Master Yao. He replied, "If you wish to go to Lulan, that is permissible. It is sparsely populated, thereby ensuring your safety. However, exercise caution and refrain from rash actions. I shall not communicate with you, nor should you seek me out." I nodded and inquired, "Master, is the other tomb also shaped like a jiazi?" "It is circular." "Quite peculiar indeed. They must have chosen it for its unusual appearance." A sense of foreboding gripped me. Teacher Kong had accurately predicted that the burial style of the Lulan people was indeed circular, akin to the Sun Tomb. "I will transfer your funding to Zhao Yukong. Seize the opportunity to depart while the dark waters have just receded," he instructed. Zhao Wuking nodded. I asked, "What will become of Sun Baotou?" "As long as he shows himself, he cannot escape death." "What of the waste pit in the Qixin tomb? Shall it not be excavated?" "No more digging. Remember, in the future, whenever encountering a grand tomb, one must leave behind a token as a means of securing an escape route. Should misfortune befall you, the remnants left behind may serve as your last lifeline." The neatly stacked red bills, arranged with precision, caused my heart to race. We assisted Wan Ba with the transfer of funds, each bundle containing 100,000 and 1,000,000 wrapped together. The weight of it all stirred an exhilarating tremor in my hands. I inquired about the total sum, and Wan Ba imparted to me a new unit of measurement, over 2,700 G. Can one truly measure such things by weight? Why not? The heroes of Liaoshan weighed their gold and silver in large scales. You three are indeed fortunate stars. A single venture of yours could sustain the entire team for a year. How much will you receive? Approximately 2 million, I suppose. Tomorrow, I shall treat you to drinks. Allow me to witness the drinking prowess of the youth. I mentioned that I would be leaving the next day and reiterated the matter concerning Sun Ba. Wan Ba pondered for a moment before whispering, "I had anticipated this. Those above will undoubtedly instruct the steward to take action against Sun Ba. You have done well, accomplishing what Steward Yao wished to undertake, but feared. If I were without home or business, I might have acted similarly." "Do you dispose of the bodies by feeding them to foxes?" "Quite so. In addition to feeding foxes, some are cast into the sea." Surprisingly, Wan Ba spoke of this with a nonchalant ease. "Who are these people?" With Master Yao's influence looming, the inexperienced newcomer brazenly gestured at the master. Certainly not to be indulged. Furthermore, the unfortunate brother who met his demise in the tomb could not be left behind. After articulating this, Wan Baotou retorted, "Do you not fear that I might divulge this information?" I replied with a smile, "Fear not. Those who manage the finances are undoubtedly Master Yao's confidants. So it will remain confidential." Wan Baotou scoffed, "You are correct. Those who handle the money are indeed confidants, but to whom they are loyal remains uncertain. It appears that you have been whispering secrets to Sun Baotou." I was momentarily taken aback, a cold sweat beating on my back, utterly unprepared for the revelation that Wan Baotou was a trusted associate of Master Yao. His expression morphed into one of malevolence, akin to that of a vengeful spirit. As his fierce gaze scrutinized us, "Old three, do not frighten them," came the unexpected voice of Master Yao from behind. And I felt as though I had grasped a lifeline, retreating several paces. Wan Baotou erupted into laughter, declaring, I was merely contemplating teaching them a lesson. Such loose tongues are bound to attract misfortune. One ought to think twice before speaking. Master Yao responded with a stern countenance. Indeed, a lesson is warranted. The youth must learn to exercise restraint. You all should retire early. We shall set out at dawn, bringing along that young lady and Mr. Kong. Wan Baotou added, Our circle is exceedingly intricate, with relationships intertwined. You never truly know who is who. Take me, for instance. I was indeed placed here by higher orders. Yet, Master Yao's loyalty compels me to uphold my own. Master Yao scolded, You just advised restraint in speech, and yet you continue to ramble. They were candid with me. Old Wan, could not afford to conceal anything. Chapter 67, A sudden decision. The following morning, we made our way directly to the train station. The ancient city of Lulan is nearly 1,000 kilometers from the nearest city, Turpan. Thus, we resolved to take the high-speed train to Beijing first, then fly directly to Turpan, and finally rent a car to cover the remaining distance to Lulan. After completing the security checks at the capital's airport, I had a change of heart and headed straight to the Zenfati second-hand car market in Beijing. I wished to depart without leaving a trace. As I recalled what Sister Bai had said, for the right price, any of my information could be traced, including which restaurants we frequented and which trains we boarded. The rationale behind purchasing a second-hand vehicle was straightforward. It was not that we could not afford a new car, but rather that a second-hand car would serve our need for disguise more effectively. To put it simply, at that time, acquiring a second-hand car was relatively easy, but transferring ownership was not. It is well known that the more times a family car changes hands, the greater the room for negotiation when purchasing it. In blunt terms, for cars of the same model and condition, a vehicle that has changed hands once is typically sold for a higher price than one that has changed hands 3 or 4 times. To put it in the vernacular, it is akin to how the bride price for a second marriage is higher than that for a fourth marriage. A side note, this is not absolute. For instance, one often encounters videos of women stating that they married a husband who is 8 years their junior, and infuriatingly, he is a first-time wealthy individual from a cultured family, adept in arts and literature, providing her with $50,000 a month. Damn it, I feel embarrassed even typing this. How do those women even find the words to express such things? Typically, car dealers will transfer the vehicle into their own name upon receiving it. However, more often than not, car dealers, upon receiving the vehicle, first remit a portion of the payment to the owner, withholding a part under the pretense of settling during the transfer of ownership. Generally, the vehicle owners acquiesce. Yet, with the funds in the dealer's possession, they exhibit no urgency to finalize the transfer, choosing instead to await the sale of the vehicle. They will then accompany both the buyer and the seller to complete the transfer, thereby circumventing an additional transaction. The original owners, having not received the full payment, often cooperate with the transfer process. It is a rather cunning strategy, one might say. Consequently, for those who purchase second-hand vehicles, the timeline for the transfer may hinge on the dealer's notification, who may delay for various reasons, relieving their financial burdens, the original owner's lack of time, and so forth. Nonetheless, we seek precisely such vehicles that do not require immediate transfer. We are not in a hurry for the ownership change. We simply request that the dealer procure a temporary license plate from Beijing, facilitating our travels. We invested $60,000 in a domestic sedan, and by the time the dealer decides to visit the vehicle registration office, we would likely have reached our destination. Departing from Beijing, traversing Taiyuan, passing through Xi'an, we head straight to Chengdu. Mulan drives with admirable steadiness, instilling in me a sense of calm. Should misfortune befall us, I would consider our fates intertwined, with no loss on my part. As she maneuvers the vehicle, I attend to her needs, offering water or cherries, her lips soft and supple. Unlike others who might be driven by base desires, I find myself simply yearning for a taste of her sweetness. The journey spans several hours, yet fatigue eludes me. Rather, I find a peculiar enjoyment in the experience. Chengdu lies in the southwest, closer to Xinjiang, making our potential journey to that region considerably more convenient. If we were to head directly to Lulan now, upon arrival, we would find ourselves mere observers, with nothing prepared for such an endeavor. Venturing into uninhabited territories would undoubtedly pose its own dangers. Thus, I propose that we take a moment to regroup. Firstly, to relax our minds, and secondly, to allocate more time to delve into the mysteries of Lulan. At this juncture, aside from our small circle, no one is aware of our presence in Chengdu. Not even Master Yao, and I believe this course of action will maximize our safety. We rented a 3-bedroom apartment under a pseudonym from a local homeowner, conveniently located near Chuanxi Road. We resolved to indulge in leisure for a couple of days before attending to our pressing matters. We visited all the well-known attractions, Quanjai Alley, Narrow Alley, Qiqing Mountain, and Wuhou Shrine. Naturally, Professor Kong, being the bookish type, opted to remain in the apartment to conduct research. His absence proved beneficial, as the rest of us youthful companions reveled in our escapades. The culinary delights of Chengdu were simply exquisite, though the food was delectable. It was a double-edged sword, spicy on the palate and, well, let us just say it was an ordeal on the other end. As the saying goes, the 4 donkeys lamented their fiery hot pot experience. Among all the scenic spots, my favorite was Chuanxi Road. Sitting on a bench beneath the dumpling shop, I was surrounded by a sea of legs, fair, shapely legs. The Sichuan women possess a delicate beauty. I am uncertain if all southern ladies share this trait, but they are tall with fair skin, and their limbs are slender. Some young ladies even deliberately expose their toned midriffs, creating a most alluring spectacle, particularly in the evening when a gentle breeze tousles their hair, painting a picture of ethereal beauty. I can only lament that I possess but 2 eyes. The 4 donkeys experienced the exotic charm of Chengdu, even engaging with a lovely Russian lass, intending to showcase their martial prowess. However, the foreign monk proved to be well versed in the scriptures. As the 4 donkeys would say, that woman possessed a tongue as long as a half-foot. One may conjure images without elaboration. Through comparative analysis, it can be posited that Zhao Yukong possesses superior physical qualities to the four donkeys. After indulging in revelry, it is time to attend to serious matters. Professor Kong initially discussed the burial customs of the Lulan people. When the topic of Lulan tombs arises, my immediate association is with the millennia-old desiccated corpse of the Lulan beauty. I find the term beauty somewhat contentious, for that individual was a middle-aged woman of 45 years, rendering the label rather inappropriate. Yet, aside from the Lulan beauty, our explorations within the ancient city of Lulan have unearthed numerous dehydrated remains, including the youthful and lovely little river princess. Turning to the burial customs of Lulan, they exhibit significant divergence from those of the Central Plains, exemplified by the solar burial. The solar burial is a distinctive method, wherein the body is not interred in a coffin but rather placed within a wooden boat, secured and enveloped in animal hides, and subsequently buried beneath the sands. Surrounding the wooden vessel, wooden stakes are driven into the ground at 6-meter intervals, protruding over 2 meters above the surface, arranged in concentric circles, totaling 7 rings of stakes. Viewed from above, the structure resembles a radiant sun embedded atop an elevated terrain, thus earning its designation as the solar burial within archaeological circles. However, Professor Kong proposed an alternative interpretation. The burial site is situated upon a lake, with the stakes driven into the lakebed and the boat anchored atop the stakes. At the center lies the family elder, with descendants interred in concentric circles around them, symbolizing that the waters carry the souls, guided by their ancestors, returning to a realm of bliss. I am uncertain of the veracity of Professor Kong's statements. However, the circular burial structure of Lulan aligns intriguingly with the form of the tomb of the ghostly leader beside our Weiziqi tomb. The Shang dynasty likely met its demise approximately 3,000 years ago. Lulan first emerged in historical records in Sima Qian's records of the Grand Historian, the Xiongnu, roughly 2,300 years ago, by which time Lulan had already blossomed into a prosperous capital. The span of 700 years between the fall of the Shang dynasty and the earliest documentation of Lulan suggests that it is conceivable for a nation to rise from establishment to prosperity within such a time frame. Furthermore, burial customs are often passed down through generations. The correspondence of circular tombs indicates that, even if Lulan is not directly associated with the ghostly faction, there must certainly be some connection. Professor Kong also introduced a novel perspective. The lines from Wang Chongling's poem, In the Yellow Sands, 100 battles were my golden armor. I shall not return until Lulan is conquered, alongside Li Bai's verse, with blade drawn, I slay Lulan, bending my bow to shoot the virtuous king, and Sin Can's lines. The year before last, I vanquished Lulan. Last year, I quelled the moon's branch, as well as Zhang Zhongsu's words. In pursuit of fame, I disdain to capture the living. I shall sever Lulan to repay the nation's grace. All these poets hailed from the Tang dynasty, which was established in 618 AD, while Lulan mysteriously vanished around 350 AD. This implies that by the time of the Tang dynasty's inception, Lulan had been absent for over 3 centuries. Thus, one might ponder why Tang poets sought to vanquish Lulan. What transgressions had Lulan committed? Professor Kong noted that Confucianism has endured in the Huaxiao region for over 2 millennia, with most later literati belonging to the Confucian school. Founded by Confucius, a fervent admirer of the Duke of Zhou, who himself was the cornerstone of Confucian culture. In the future, it seems plausible that the Duke of Zhou harbored a deep resentment towards the ghostly tribe for absconding with the national treasures of the Shang dynasty. Consequently, the followers of the Duke also shared in this animosity, directing their ire towards the establishment of Lulan by the ghostly tribe. Chapter 68, The Forbidden Zone of Life. I find the explanation provided by Teacher Kong somewhat tenuous, so I inquired, is there any historical evidence to substantiate this? Teacher Kong replied, none, it is merely my conjecture. I further asked, as my reading is limited, have modern historians conducted any investigations? The Qianlong Emperor obliterated the precious relics of Huaxia, leaving scant documentation behind. Moreover, consider how few individuals in the Qing dynasty could be regarded as great scholars. Given the prevalence of literary persecution, would any student dare to express their thoughts? Lulan, being a foreign entity, was not regarded as a Han dynasty by traditional standards. To casually write a phrase condemning Lulan could result in a severe backlash from the Qing authorities. Thus, from the Qing dynasty to modern times, there exists a dearth of valuable records. With such scant clues, our endeavors in Lulan are likely futile. Instead, we should seek out Yangjiao Mountain. I chuckled softly, remarking, the ancient kingdom of Lulan vanished overnight, or perhaps the entire nation relocated. Searching for Lulan now seems rather insignificant. Mulan, who had been listening intently, interjected. Do you think we might be misdirected? Our objective is to locate the national treasures of the Shang dynasty, which were taken by the ghostly tribe. If the ghostly tribe established Lulan and it subsequently disappeared, did they perhaps take the treasures with them when they vanished? Additionally, if Lulan was safeguarding the treasures of the Shang, is it not conceivable that they had already sold them for profit? Therefore, our primary goal should be to find the national treasures of the Shang dynasty and only then pursue Lulan, correct? Mulan's words awakened me from my reverie. She spoke wisely. I found myself ensnared in a dilemma, firmly believing that the national treasures of the Shang dynasty must reside in Lulan. I had never entertained the notion that the Lulan people might sell them or, perhaps, take them along during their migration. I gazed at the contemplative Mr. Kong and inquired, given your extensive reading, what do you suppose the national treasures of the Shang dynasty could be? Mr. Kong, momentarily taken aback, replied, I surmise they might pertain to the royal treasury of the Shang, perhaps housing the 9 tripod cauldrons. But the 9 tripod cauldrons still existed during the Qin dynasty. Did they not? And the imperial jade seal made its appearance in the Qing dynasty. Are these not the same? Mr. Kong's assertions held merit. According to legend, after Yu established the Xia dynasty, he cast the 9 tripod cauldrons from bronze contributed by the 9 provinces, symbolizing the unity of the land. Following the fall of the Xia by Shang Tang, the cauldrons were relocated to the Shang capital. Subsequently, when Wu Gong moved the capital, the 9 tripods were transported to Yin. When King Wu of Zhou waged war against the tyrant Zhou, the cauldrons found their way into the ancestral temple of the Zhou royal family. They endured through both Eastern and Western Zhou dynasties. After the passing of King Zhao of Zhou, the 9 tripods ultimately fell into the possession of King Zhao of Qin. 3 decades later, when Qin Shi Huang unified the 6 states, the 9 tripods had mysteriously vanished from Qin. It is said that they sank in the waters of the Xi River near Pengcheng. During his inspection of that region, Qin Shi Huang dispatched divers to retrieve them. Yet their efforts yielded no results. Following the death of King Zhao of Qin, King Xianwen ascended the throne, but he reigned only 3 days before his demise. He was succeeded by King Zhuangxiang, who ruled for less than 3 years. Calculating the timeline, the interval between the death of King Zhao of Qin and the ascension of Qin Shi Huang was merely 3 years. Historical records indicate that King Zhao acquired the 9 tripods of Yu, representing the supremacy of the Huaxia civilization. The Qin undoubtedly would have taken great care to safeguard them. However, the fact that Qin Shi Huang ordered a search for the 9 tripods in the Xi River near Pengcheng suggests that he had never laid eyes upon the 9 tripods of Yu. Thus, the question arises, where exactly did King Zhao of Qin transport the 9 tripods of King Yu? Or did King Zhao of Qin truly obtain the 9 tripods? Contemplating this, a bold thought struck me. When the Western Zhou overthrew the Shang, they may not have acquired the 9 tripods at all, but rather crafted a replica for the feudal lords of the Zhou dynasty to observe. Upon King Zhao's acquisition of the tripods, he might have discovered that they were mere imitations created by the Zhou people, leading him to discard them. It is indeed possible that the true 9 tripods of King Yu were taken away by the ghostly tribes. I shared my musings, to which Professor Kong remarked, in truth, the 9 tripods of King Yu do not represent 9 separate vessels, but rather a singular tripod, forged to establish stability across the 9 provinces of Huaxia. Aptly named the tripod of the 9 provinces, which is, in essence, one vessel. The allure of the 9 tripods captivates me immensely, regardless of their number. Should they be found, even a price of 10 billion would entice buyers. Hua Mulan interjected, I researched the ancient city of Lulan, and to reach it, we must traverse the perilous confines of the Lop Nur. Based on our survival experience, this seems impossible. Professor Kong's eyes lit up. If you wish to go, I have a solution. The old donkey inquired, oh, have you engaged in off-roading? No, I possess a method, as long as we locate the rob people. Entering Lop Nur will be straightforward. Professor Kong spoke with conviction. Really? Indeed. Follow me, and we shall surely find it. Hua Mulan cautiously inquired, I've heard Lop Nur is quite eerie, with phenomena such as the Earth's Ear, and various strange occurrences abound. I chuckled and asked, do you know how the Earth's Ear was formed? How was it formed? I recounted the tale of Lop Nur from the very beginning. In truth, Lop Nur is not as enigmatic as it is often portrayed. Much of the mystique has been embellished by various media personalities. After all, the adage a dog biting a person is not news, but a person biting a dog is sensational holds true, without a touch of the mysterious or the supernatural. Few would find that region captivating. To illustrate, which holds greater allure and mystery for you, Lop Nur or the Muas Desert? In reality, both are desolate areas. One a desert and the other a gobi. Historically, Lop Nur was once the largest lake in the western region, referred to by the ancients as the Northern Sea. Let us first discuss the formation of Lop Nur. Located in the eastern part of Xinjiang, it lies adjacent to the Darim Basin, with the lowest point of the basin being Lop Nur itself. This vast expanse covers over 3,000 square kilometers. Its considerable area and low-lying terrain endow Lop Nur with the capacity to retain water. Surrounding the Darim Basin are three major mountain ranges, the Tian Shan, the Kunlun, and the Pamir Mountains. The varied climate of these mountains, along with their ability to obstruct moisture-laden air, results in precipitation in the form of rain and snow. The meltwater from the snow-capped peaks of these ranges converges into Lop Nur through rivers such as the Darim, the Peacock, the Sherchen, and the Shul, creating a natural lake. In earlier times, Lop Nur was a verdant paradise teeming with lush grasses, herds of livestock, and countless migratory birds. However, around the 1950s, during the era of Western development, over 200 reservoirs were constructed along the banks of the Darim River, and a plethora of artificial oases emerged around the Darim Basin. Regardless of whether it is a reservoir or an oasis, both require an abundant supply of water, leading to the diversion of rivers, which consequently results in a diminishing inflow into the Lop Nur. Ultimately, the water ceased to flow altogether. Without a source of replenishment, the lake's waters evaporated significantly, causing its surface area to shrink, vegetation to wither, and animals to either migrate or perish. Approximately 2 decades later, around 1972, the last drop of water evaporated, leaving behind a barren landscape devoid of flora and fauna, transforming Lop Nur into a desolate zone of lifelessness. It is hard to believe that 50 years ago, it was a vibrant lake, teeming with lush vegetation and abundant wildlife. Furthermore, the phenomenon known as the Ear of Lop Nur is quite explicable. As the lake's waters receded and salinity increased, the drying process left behind concentric gray stripes upon the ground, resembling the shape of an ear. This provides a scientific explanation. I also possess alternative interpretations, such as the area having undergone 26 nuclear test explosions. However, it is evident that this is not the cause of Lop Nur's desolation, as the tests were meticulously calculated and unrelated to the region's barren state. There exists an unscientific explanation regarding the curse of Lop Nur. Before delving into the curse, it is essential to discuss the Rob people. The Rob are a subgroup of the Uyghurs, yet their way of life diverges significantly from that of the Uyghurs. In ancient times, the Rob people neither cultivated grains nor raised livestock. Instead, they relied on small boats for fishing, gathered wild hemp for clothing, smoking, powder, and tea, and hunted the hash bird for its skin, eschewing the study of classical texts and traditional beliefs. In their worldview, they worshipped only the sun, venerating it as their deity. Once upon a time, the life of the Rob people resembled a paradise untouched by modernity. In the national census of 1987, among over 700 centenarians, the Rob people comprised a remarkable quarter, nearly 900 individuals. They abstained from fruits and vegetables, eschewed salt, and lived without medicine, yet they seldom fell ill. These centenarians, with their snowy hair and youthful visages, possessed keen hearing and sight, capable not only of fishing but also of fulfilling the role of a groom engaged in spiritual courtship. However, with the passage of time and societal advancement, the Rob people have gradually abandoned their primitive lifestyle, assimilating into urban life. This is merely my understanding of the Rob people, based solely on existing information. The true essence of the Rob people can only be unveiled if Teacher Kong can guide us to their original tribe. Without further ado, we continued our quest for second-hand vehicles. This time, 5 individuals acquired 4 used cars, including 2 pickup trucks laden with bottled water. Our journey commenced from Chengdu to Lanzhou, then to Jiuquan, heading towards Hami, and finally settling in Turpan. Covering over 500 kilometers, we traveled for 2 days, although I found the pace somewhat too brisk, especially since I was sharing a vehicle with Hua Mulan. As we conversed, I discovered that this young lady was a sweet enigma, seemingly harmless on the surface, yet possessing a fiercely spirited core. The 4 donkeys even messaged me, and I pondered whether it was intentional when one of them wrote, "Is that woman sitting on your whip?" I could not help but disdain the perverse humor of the 4 donkeys. Upon our arrival in Turpan, I was filled with exhilaration. For me, this felt akin to traveling abroad, not to mention the abundance of alluring women embodying the exotic charm of the western regions. but the fact that it remained bright at 10 o'clock in the evening was something I had never encountered in the Northeast. In the presence of exotic beauties and the allure of time differences, I find myself enveloped in the sensation of foreign lands. Speaking of which, I hold a profound admiration for General Zhuozongtong, who reclaimed the northern borders and restored the southern territories, leaving the magnificent Xinjiang as a treasure of our nation. The esteemed Zhuo should be honored at the ancestral temple. Naturally, we cannot linger too long in the city of Turpan. We plan to find a rental room for the night, allowing us to rest before devising our next steps for tomorrow. In the evening, I intended to discuss our plans with them, but fatigue overcame me as I lay in bed, swiftly succumbing to slumber. In the midst of my deep sleep, I was roused by Teacher Kong, and upon lifting my head, I noticed dawn had not yet broken. Impatiently, I inquired, "What is it? What time is it? Get up. Hurry up," Teacher Kong urged, exhibiting signs of considerable anxiety. Startled, I sprang from my bed and asked, "What is the matter?" "Sun Baotou," he replied. My brow furrowed in confusion. "Sun Baotou? Are you certain you are not mistaken? Do you know him?" Teacher Kong nodded earnestly. "Where did you see him?" "I went out looking for my little sister to play, and I spotted a person with a bandaged hand. I took a second glance, and it was definitely Sun Baotou." I pondered, what could he possibly be doing in Turpan? Almost immediately, I arrived at a conclusion. Back when we were before the Bronze Gate, Master Yao had inquired about it, and Sun Baotou had taken a photograph, claiming he would show it to Master Yao. Thus, Sun Baotou possesses a picture of the inscriptions on the Bronze Gate. But could he truly have such influence? Could he find someone to decipher ancient script? Teacher Kong urged. "Quickly, think of a plan. What shall we do?" I paused and inquired, "What was your original plan?" "To venture deep into the Darim Basin in search of a place known as Zucker." "Are the Rob people there?" "There exists a tributary that extends from the Darim River. Though it has long since run dry, remnants of lakes and puddles still linger in the riverbed. The primitive Rob people subsisted by fishing and by tracing the river's path. We are certain to find them." I took a deep breath and roused the 4 donkeys and Zhao Yukong to deliberate on our next course of action. At present, 2 matters require clarification. Sun Baotou certainly did not arrive here on his own accord, which leaves us with 2 possibilities. The first is that he has gathered his original crew to undertake a significant endeavor. The second is that he has sought the assistance of a formidable individual and, under their patronage, has come to Turpan to procure valuable items. Both scenarios hinge upon one crucial premise: the deciphering of the inscriptions upon the Bronze Gate. Was it Sun Baotou's team that unraveled the mystery, or did a sage enlist others to do so? I lean towards the latter. Firstly, Sun Baotou is fleeing for his life. He could escape to the ends of the earth, making Turpan an unnecessary destination for him. Thus, he must have deciphered the inscriptions on the Bronze Gate and acquired information from the specters. Furthermore, Sun Baotou is quite astute. He would undoubtedly anticipate that Master Yao would seek someone to decode the inscriptions, prompting Master Yao's inevitable arrival in Turpan. Sun Baotou's decision to reveal himself here indicates that he has support. His presence in the Lopner suggests he possesses some leads, even in the absence of clues. He would logically think to search for the Rob people. Hence, his objectives align closely with ours. We merely possess an additional, albeit useless, map and the knowledge of our destination, Sheephorn Mountain. Regarding the identity of the eminent individual, the 4 donkeys have formed a hypothesis. One remarked, "There cannot be so many corrupt officials in the Qing dynasty. To put it bluntly, it is merely a power struggle among the officials." I interjected, "Let us not engage in frivolous chatter. Sun, the leader, must have come prepared. We are but a handful, fighting alone without any support. Hence we must locate the Rob people before Sun does." For reasons unknown, I instinctively chose to stand in opposition to Sunday. Among us, only Teacher Kong is of advanced age, so I paid particular attention to his insights, given his decades of life experience. However, Teacher Kong seemed more like a man executing orders, offering no statements of value. Hua Milan stated, "Zucker is situated deep within the Darim Basin. A glance at the map will reveal that the highways and national roads of Xinjiang are constructed alongside rivers. Zucker lies amidst the Gobi Desert, over 100 kilometers from the nearest road." Zhao Yukong replied, 100 kilometers is merely a matter of a single tank of gas." The 4 donkeys retorted, "You fool. Do you think this is like driving on a national road? That is a wasteland. Getting lost, sinking into sandpits, vehicle breakdowns. What about food and fresh water? Each of these could spell your demise. Once inside, there is no signal. Your phone will be useless. Even if you have a phone. The vast emptiness makes rescue exceedingly difficult." Zhao Yukong remained silent, and Hua Milan continued, If we wish to reach Zucker, we must first go to Whaley County, the closest county to Zucker, where we can seek supplies. I inquired earnestly, Teacher Kong, are you truly certain that the Rob people reside in Zucker? Not in Zucker, but along that riverbank. How long is the river you mentioned? Approximately 150 kilometers, I suppose. The 4 donkeys exclaimed in astonishment. Is this worth risking our lives, brothers? Their words hinted at a desire to retreat. Such are the wise, discerning what profits are worth pursuing and what should be avoided. I glanced at Zhao Wukong, and with just one look, I discerned his intention. He wished to proceed. Teacher Kong suggested, shall we raise our hands to vote on whether to enter the uninhabited zone? Hua Mulan expressed her eagerness. I want to go. To witness the vast desert and the setting sun over the long river. Zhao Wukong chimed in. Since we are already here, let us enter. One of the donkeys cursed. Damn it, I'll risk my life alongside noble men. At this juncture, my and Teacher Kong's opinions had become inconsequential. 3 out of the 5 desired to venture forth. And the outcome was evidently clear. Chapter 70. The enigmatic affairs of the Gobi Desert. We set off under the cover of night, heading straight for Whaley County. After 6 hours, we arrived at a village near Whaley County. Indeed, we had no intention of entering the county town. I contemplated that vehicles could easily skid in the Gobi Desert, making a caravan a more reliable option. Moreover, local camel caravans are always accompanied by guides, and most importantly, camels are sentient beings with their own instincts. When faced with danger, they can make judicious decisions to ensure their safety. Although the law forbids entry into the uninhabited zone, there remains a gray area between black and white. Near the county town, there are numerous villages, as well as many camel caravans awaiting customers. In reality, it is not we who seek the caravans, but rather the caravans that seek us. As soon as I alighted from the vehicle, I was surrounded by numerous camel herders, who, with their halting Mandarin, began to introduce their camels to us. Among the 7 or 8 individuals, most possessed only 2 or 3 camels, and none had more than 5. We expressed our intention to visit Jigdasol, stating that with a party of 5, along with our provisions of water and food, we would require at least 10 camels. They suggested combining the camels from several herders, but I was disinclined to do so. The more participants involved, the greater the risk of exposure. Ultimately, one camel herder informed us that we could seek out Old Batter, who owned dozens of camels, certainly a sufficient number for our needs. Under the villager's guidance, we located Batter. He appeared to be in his 60s, with a robust physique and a beard that was white with age, stretching from his cheeks to his throat, seemingly unkempt as if he had not groomed himself for several days. Batter bore a resemblance to the Han people, with a round face, high cheekbones, gentle features, and slanting eyes marked by distinct Mongolian folds. His complexion was a ruddy hue, a blend of red and dark tones. Batter's home was a spacious courtyard, flanked by animal pens for the camels, with earthen walls and yellow clay structures that exuded a sense of antiquity. Upon our entrance into the courtyard, it seemed we startled the camels, and Batter was far from welcoming. With a gruff voice, he commanded, "Leave, leave. I do not rent camels. You must go." I approached him with a smile, offering a cigarette, but Batter did not accept it and continued to wave us away. His temperament decidedly foul. Seeing that we were not leaving, Batter directly picked up a pitchfork, his demeanor suggesting an impending altercation, exuding an intense aura that instilled a palpable sense of oppression. We could only awkwardly retreat from the courtyard. Mulan, with her vibrant voice, declared, "Uncle, we wish to enter the desert for a visit." "Hurry, hurry, the desert does not permit entry, he retorted, with a gleam in her eye. Mulan countered, "We are students, and this is our teacher. We intend to conduct research." A subtle shift appeared on Batter's face, evidently intrigued by her tactic. Mulan pressed on. "The government has allocated funds for us to conduct an investigation. We need to locate the Rob People's tribe. Uncle, could you guide us inside?" I found myself genuinely admiring Mulan's quick wit. Batter, after a brief moment of confusion, asked, "You are working for the government?" We nodded vigorously. Instantly, Batter donned a cheerful expression, saying, I thought you were tourists. Come, please have a seat inside." For young individuals and one elderly man, the most effective disguise being university professors accompanied by students on a scientific expedition, though it felt somewhat dubious to invoke the state's name, we had little choice. For this strategy was indeed effective. Batter's earlier aloofness vanished. Upon entering the house, he poured us some sesame tea. The interior was dishearteningly adorned, to put it bluntly. The house could barely shelter us from the rain, and it might not even shield us from the wind. A row of large earthen cangs lined the room, covered with a patchwork quilt made of sheepskin. Beside the quilt rested an iron box filled with tobacco and prepared rolling paper for making cigarettes. Batter spoke little, yet his face radiated a sense of pride that filled me with guilt. To him, we were messengers sent by the divine. Teacher Kong's Mandarin was of a rather rudimentary quality, and at that moment, I felt it prudent to converse with the elder Batter first. I inquired, "Uncle, we are tasked with locating the robbed people and need to journey to Zikr. Are you familiar with the way?" "Indeed, no problem at all. I shall guide you. Should the robbed people not be there, I can still help you find them," he replied. I was surprised by how effortlessly he agreed. Batter continued, "When do you intend to depart? I can ask my neighbor to tend to the camels for a couple of days, and we can set off at any time." His warm demeanor deepened my sense of remorse, prompting me to respond, "There's no rush. We shall prepare and depart tomorrow." Batter then went out to slaughter a sheep, claiming it was to allow us to savor their local dish of lamb stew. While he was busy with the preparations, I summoned Zhao Wukong and 4 donkeys. I suggested, "Let us leave a bit more money for the elder." For donkeys asked, "How much should we leave?" 50,000. Zhao Wukong chimed in. I tentatively proposed, "How about 100,000? For donkeys agreed, saying, "Very well, this old man appreciates the finer things and has not even discussed money with us. Yet he has killed a sheep. We must also be considerate." I had anticipated that Batter would be moved to tears upon receiving the money. However, he simply glanced away and stated, "No money is needed. This is for the service of the nation." I insisted, "This is from the state for you." Yet he replied, "I have wealth and camels. I do not require it." From his words, I discerned that Batter was not merely feigning politeness. I continued, "Leave it with you. When the nation is in need, you may take it out then." No, I cannot give this to you. You require funds for your research." I inhaled sharply, uncertain of how to respond. The 4 donkeys interjected, "Uncle, the state mandates that you must accept this money." Batter paused for a few seconds before suggesting, "Then why not donate it to the village's primary school, so the children can use it for their studies?" I clenched my teeth, remaining silent. In the evening, Batter prepared a large pot of lamb for me, and the wine he served was undoubtedly brewed from pure grain. Every sip felt like a blade scraping my throat. I inquired about any strange legends surrounding the Lopner. Batter replied that Lopner was alive, just as the earth itself is alive. The ear of Lopner serves as the earth's auditory organ, listening to the world while connecting to the depths of hell. When the waters of Lopner receded, the gates of hell swung open, unleashing a multitude of monsters. In his youth, he had ventured into the desert with his grandfather and had witnessed the skeletal remains of a caravan, over 40 camel carcasses, and the bones of 7 or 8 individuals. The locals held a belief that upon encountering white bones, they must be buried. Thus, he and his grandfather interred the remains in the yellow sands. To their astonishment, the half-buried camel bones began to stir, visibly sprouting red meat and fur at an astonishing pace in the span of a mere cigarette. The camel skeletons transformed into a caravan. Even more bizarrely, the very spot where they had buried the bones began to tremble, and shortly thereafter, 7 or 8 figures emerged from the sands, clad in black robes, wearing black hats, and their faces obscured by black veils. They appeared exceedingly eerie. Batter was utterly terrified, brought to tears, while his grandfather covered his mouth to stifle any sound. A group of 7 or 8 individuals observed them for a moment before digging out a camel's pack covered in black cloth from the sand and loading it onto the camel, departing without a word. The night sky shimmered above the vast Gobi Desert, leaving only the distant tinkling of camel bells. Batter remarked that a nuclear test had unleashed the gates of hell. I, however, speculated that perhaps a shift in energy and magnetic fields had opened a portal to another dimension. Of course, this remains merely conjecture. Batter further recounted that in the early 1990s, cremation had not yet become commonplace in the village. At that time, it was common for families to bury their dead in the desert, and occasionally, those who had long been interred would re-emerge from the sands, appearing as living beings, albeit stripped of their memories. Eventually, the authorities sealed off the area, forbidding anyone from entering. Noticing the change in our expressions, Batter solemnly reassured us, saying, "You need not fear. Since the officials arrived, those entities have not appeared again. Nowadays, with the increase in tourists, they dare not venture into crowded places." I inquired about the cargo carried by that caravan. "I do not know," he replied, "but it emanated a delightful fragrance, particularly enticing. We must be swift. The Lopner is cursed, tainted by unclean forces." Chapter 71. Entering the Gobi at 4 in the morning, I was awakened by the clanging of camel bells. Batter had already harnessed the camels in the courtyard. Including him, there were 6 of us in total, and we had equipped 10 camels, 6 for riding, 1 for water, 1 for carrying felt, and 2 as spares. Entering the Gobi Desert, the risks are unpredictable, and unforeseen events may arise at any moment. For instance, while one sleeps at night, a camel might stray, fall ill, or even become prey to wild beasts. Therefore, it is prudent to bring a spare camel. Selecting the right camels is also of great significance. The ones to be ridden should be young and robust, while the spare should be an older male. Camels are social creatures, and among wild camels, a dominant male often leads the group, guiding them to sources of food and water. Badr's choice of an older camel as a backup is akin to the wisdom of an old horse knowing the way. Among us, apart from Zhao Wukong, who has ridden a thoroughbred, the rest of us lack experience. The 4 donkeys longed to ride the thoroughbred, but its fiery temperament made it difficult to tame. Not only did they fail to mount it, but they also became the subject of its mockery. The 6 camels ridden by our companions lay prostrate on the ground, and Badr spread a sheepskin across the hump. His camels were not meant for commercial use, thus lacking saddles. Huang Milan approached us quietly, asking if we needed sanitary pads. The 4 donkeys retorted, "What for? To cushion our shoes? To sit upon, of course. Riding over 100 kilometers, at least for a day. Wouldn't you want to avoid chafing?" I sniffed and replied, "I don't need any." The 4 donkeys echoed, "Neither do I, even if I end up polished." Soon, I found myself regretting this decision. The sheepskin offered little comfort, and I could distinctly feel the camel's vertebrae grinding beneath me. The experience of riding a camel was far from pleasant. Its gait was unsteady, and at times, a jolt would send a shiver through my skin, leaving a tingling sensation that made my scalp tingle. Badr navigated effortlessly without even glancing at a map, leading the way as we followed behind. From time to time, Milan would cast us a peculiar smile and inquire, "Gentlemen, are you comfortable?" One of the 4 donkeys chuckled, "I feel as though my tadpoles have transformed into frogs. They should leap out any moment now." "How revolting," came the retort. "It's unbearable, a searing pain. Come down, and I shall teach you how to use a sanitary pad." "No need. I wouldn't use it even if it were ground to dust." Teacher Kong interjected, "Do you think Professor Sun will catch up with us?" The term Professor Sun was aptly chosen. Badr would never suspect that we referred to a grave robber. It was clear that Professor Sun would indeed arrive. It was merely a matter of time. Having entered the trade as a teenager, he had spent nearly 2 decades navigating the treacherous world of tomb raiding. What scheme was unknown to him? To understand the kingdom of Lulan, one must consult the indigenous peoples, those who hold the ancestral tales of Lulan's past and present. The indigenous folk have few forms of entertainment, often spending their leisure time listening to the elders recount stories passed down through generations, some lasting for centuries. Just as in northeast China, whose grandmother has recounted the tale of the tiger mother. As night fell, Badr chose to establish our camp in a horseshoe-shaped area, which he referred to as Horseshoe. The terrain was akin to its surroundings, half yellow sand and half yellow earth, yet the topography varied. Other regions were flat, with only small mounds rising like Mulan's bosom, a mere 20 centimeters high. However, the horseshoe formed a crescent-shaped deep pit, which, when viewed from above, truly resembled a gigantic hoofprint, plunging over 2 meters deep. As we settled down for the night, it was merely a matter of finding a place to rest. The camels leaned against the earthen wall, while we rested against the camels, with sheepskin cushions beneath us, marking our campsite. The resting camels chewed their cud, froth accumulating at their mouths, releasing an unpleasant and pungent odor. Badr declared, "You young ones keep watch during the first half of the night. I'll sleep for a couple of hours and take the second half alone." I replied, "Rest easy. We 4 youngsters will take turns, 2 hours each, and dawn will soon break." No, the first half of the night is uneventful, but the second half harbors strange occurrences. I must be the one to guard. A sense of unease gripped me, prompting the question, what sort of strange occurrences? Who knows? What do you seek to rob people for? I paused for several seconds, then responded, to investigate the mystery of Lulan's disappearance. Badr also fell silent for a moment before slowly saying, "This matter can only be elucidated by the robbed people. It is said they are descendants of Lulan. Is that true?" "Yes, it dates back thousands of years. Where can one find clarity on that?" After a moment, Badr countered, "Who among you is the translator?" My heart sank. I had been so focused on locating the robbed people that I had overlooked the translation issue. I glanced at Professor Kong, who shook his head. This was dire. I forced a smile and asked, "Uncle, do you speak the Rob language?" "A little. I haven't interacted with them for many years, so I'm uncertain of my proficiency." "You will certainly manage." Badr said no more and simply leaned against the camel to sleep. With our mobile phones rendered useless by the absence of signal, we found ourselves idly gazing at the sky, engaging in meandering conversation. As our dialogue meandered, Milan remarked, "Do you detect any foul odor?" The camel, having indulged in regurgitation, responded, "Of course it stinks." "No," she insisted, "it resembles the scent of decaying flesh." The playful donkey chimed in. Perhaps the camel bit its own tongue while ruminating. "No, truly, there is a stench. Can you not perceive it? I'm used internally." Acknowledging our status as seasoned smokers, our noses dulled to the subtleties of ordinary scents. Nonetheless, smoking has its perks. On one occasion, I discerned that the donkey was unwell before he even realized it, for one of his nostrils emitted no smoke while he was puffing away. Milan sighed. "How dreadfully boring it is without our phones." The donkey chuckled. "Childbirth is far more entertaining." Milan shot her a disapproving glance and said, "Does anyone have movies downloaded on their phones? We could watch a film. And those who are procreating, would you care to watch?" I held a deep admiration for the donkey. He was always forthright, never one for subtlety. Milan laughed lightly. "Keep it for your own viewing. Just remember to check it out while riding the camel and see if your needlework skills remain intact." After this exchange, Milan frowned and reiterated, "Did none of you catch that odor? Just moments ago, a foul breeze passed by. It was undoubtedly the scent of rotting meat." Her insistence compelled us to investigate. Regardless of whether the smell was genuine, armed with a flashlight, we conducted a thorough inspection, scaling a 2-meter-high earthen wall, only to find that there was not a single trace of animal life, not even a blade of grass. Milan crouched low, walking while rapidly sniffing the air. Finally, she pointed towards the sandbag and said, "It is the scent emanating from beneath." I approached as well, detecting a foul odor. "Surely, there cannot be a corpse buried below," remarked the fourth donkey. "Nonsense. In this day and age, they are cremated. Besides, who would bury someone out here in the desert, dozens of kilometers in? That would require a significant amount of madness. What if they came in on foot and died, left to be buried by their companions?" As the first shovel struck the ground, I unearthed a piece of blackened flesh. "Good heavens, is that a corpse?" I exclaimed. "It doesn't appear so. It resembles a puppy." I replied, intrigued. Milan, in a state of alarm, retorted, "Puppies have no skin. Perhaps we should awaken the guide. This is rather unsettling." Milan went to rouse Batter, and I continued to dig a few more shovels, revealing 3 identical pieces of blackened flesh. My face was a canvas of confusion. What on earth was this? Chapter 72. The robbed people. Batter took one look and immediately grew anxious, scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. "Uncle, what are you looking for?" I inquired. "Skinned desert wolf pups. We must leave quickly," he urged. I inhaled sharply, realizing the peril. Wolves are fiercely protective of their young. If we had disturbed the pups, the adult wolves would undoubtedly come to their defense. Moreover, wolves are social animals. Batter swiftly untied the camel's legs, urging us to mount the camels in haste. Curiously, Batter rode his camel with remarkable speed, and our camels galloped with fervor, requiring no prodding at all. The camel was no match for the neighboring wolves. In mere moments, the pack had closed the distance to within 50 or 60 meters. The wolves seemed to deliberately decelerate their pace, their phosphorescent green eyes leaping up and down like phantoms. With a sudden, forceful tug, Batter halted the camel. He drew his large machete and, in a swift motion, decapitated a spare camel. The blood spurted forth, reaching a height of over 2 meters. The headless camel writhed, its legs flailing wildly on the ground, creating a ghastly spectacle. "Follow me. Run," Batter roared. Fear and anxiety gripped me as the camel bolted forward. It felt as though my posterior was suspended in midair for half the time. After a frantic 20 minutes, Batter gradually released the reins and turned the camel around. The green phosphorescence was no longer visible behind us. The wolves didn't follow. A wave of relief washed over me. Milan's face was flushed and pale, and she was still hiccuping incessantly, clearly traumatized. "Uncle, the wolves didn't follow, did they?" "It's too early to say. No rest for us. We must continue." I truly admire Batter. He had sacrificed a camel to satiate the wolves, reasoning that with food, they would cease their pursuit. It was an ingenious solution. I assured Batter that we would compensate him for the camel. He remained silent, perhaps grieving the loss of the animal. I commended his method of feeding the wolves, but Batter's explanation differed from my understanding. Batter explained that having killed the wolf cubs, the adult wolves were fearless of humans and indifferent to food. Their purpose was singular, revenge. He had not killed the camel to feed the wolves, but rather to use the scent of blood to attract other wolves. In the neighboring area, wildlife is scarce, and the wolf pack is perpetually famished. The scent of blood draws wolves for miles around. After explaining this, Batter inquired earnestly, "Have you offended anyone?" I shook my head vigorously, resembling a rattle drum, and replied, "We have just arrived here for academic research. How could we have angered anyone?" Batter spoke in a grave tone. "Oh, now I understand." "Understand what?" "It is the work of bandits." I felt a twinge of confusion. Are there still bandits in this day and age? Batter explained that numerous individuals from the mainland venture into the Lopner region, engaging in the business of banditry. Entry into Lopner is prohibited, and those who dare to enter are often adventurers seeking off-road experiences. Bandits specifically target such individuals, robbing them of their vehicles and money. Once robbed, there is little recourse for reporting the crime. The vast Gobi Desert lacks signal coverage, and even if one manages to escape, reporting the incident yields no results, as the police have no place to apprehend robbers in the desolate expanse. Some bandits even keep wolves, stealing their pups, skinning them, and burying them in areas suitable for setting up camp. Under the cover of night, they unleash the adult wolves to attack and injure campers, after which the bandits seize the opportunity to rob. To be honest, I would rather believe that such horrors are the work of phantoms, for the nature of humanity is far more terrifying. Mulan also recounted an incident. She mentioned that in the south, there are numerous electronics factories, some of which profit from unscrupulous means. These factories are small, housing only a few machines and a handful of employees. Certain electronics factories refuse to hire individuals with permed hair or tattoos, leaving many young people from society without suitable employment opportunities. The small electronic factory attracts a diverse range of individuals, offering generous wages and manageable workloads, along with favorable conditions. After a few months of employment, the factory owner announced plans to travel abroad to procure equipment and invited the employees to accompany him on this journey to select the machinery. Most of them had never ventured beyond their homeland and regarded this as a fortuitous opportunity bestowed by a benevolent employer, eagerly arranging for visas to join their boss overseas. The owner guided them through Southeast Asia, and within a few days, this group of youthful individuals found themselves dispersed across the globe, mingling with various cultures. Teacher Kong recounted several morally reprehensible methods of making money, sending a chill down my spine. Fortunately, that night unfolded without peril, thanks to Batter's wealth of experience. After several hours of camel trekking, we encountered the Robu people by the riverbank. Batter appeared to be well acquainted with them, greeting them warmly, while we stood by, unable to comprehend their language, offering only naive smiles in return. The tribe consisted of around 20 tents, reminiscent of Mongolian yurts, but significantly smaller. Their structures were circular at the base and triangular at the top, enveloped in patched camel hides. Inhabitants of all ages populated the tribe, with elders and children predominant, numbering approximately 40 to 50 individuals. Their attire was similar. Men wore elongated oval hats with turned-up brims, creating a tail-like effect on their foreheads, while the elders sported thick beards and benevolent expressions. Women donned square headscarves, and the younger ones were graceful, whereas the older women tended to be more robust in stature. The children's innocent smiles radiated joy, some curiously nibbling on their fingers as they gazed at us. The river beside us flowed crystal clear. But even more pristine were the eyes of the Robu people. This truly is a place capable of cleansing the soul. Batter introduced us to the Rob people. Although we could not comprehend their language, their warmth was undeniable. A young man eagerly propelled a boat into the river, seemingly intent on catching more fish to treat us. Batter displayed great generosity, instructing the tribe's members to slaughter one of his camels. He suggested we take the day to rest and refrain from bombarding the Rob people with questions, as such inquiries might displease them. To be frank, we too were hesitant to inquire. The breathtaking scenery filled our hearts with remorse for our past transgressions and tomb raiding. The Rob people's culinary practices were refreshingly simple: fish boiled in clear water, and chunks of camel meat skewered on red willow branches and roasted without excessive seasoning, save for a sprinkle of pollen. A young girl took Mulan by the hand to dance, and despite the language barrier, the joy radiating from both parties was palpable. As night descended, the tribe became increasingly lively. Charcoal was spread across the ground, forming a fire over 3 meters in length, adorned with skewers of red willow and camel meat. The villagers sang and danced around the bonfire, while Batter introduced us to what appeared to be the elder or chief of the tribe. Every word spoken by the chief was translated by Batter. He claimed to be over 100 years old and shared that they worshipped the sun, kneeling by the river each morning to await its ascent. To be honest, I found myself at a loss for words. The chief did not inquire about the outside world, focusing solely on the customs of his tribe. I could only nod and smile, unsure of how to respond. He recounted that they originally lived in the Darim River basin, but as roads were constructed, their sun-worshipping rituals were obstructed, and the constant disturbances from outsiders led the remaining primitive Rob people to relocate near this nearly dwindling river. Near this river, there exist 3 primitive tribes, with 2 additional ones located downstream. The ambience during the evening is delightful, and conversations flow harmoniously. However, issues arise when it comes time for slumber. In Chapter 73, The Art of Hospitality, the chieftain ordered his men to set up 3 makeshift tents across the river for us 3 young men to sleep in. Batter assured us that we simply needed to cross over. I initially assumed there were tribal customs forbidding foreign men from staying overnight, so I refrained from asking further questions. Hua Mulan also intended to join us across the river. I had hoped she might choose one of us to share a tent for the night, but to my surprise, she insisted on having a tent all to herself. Consequently, we 3 gentlemen were left with only 2 tents. It would indeed be awkward for 2 men to share a small tent. No matter who shared with whom, the one left alone would inevitably feel slighted. Thus, we spent the night gazing at the stars together. One might say that we preferred to shatter like jade rather than remain intact like mere pottery. Even with an empty tent, we resolved to sleep together under the vast expanse of the Gobi. The Rob people beautifully embody faith, which is the very essence that awakens them. At dawn, the men and women of the Rob tribe knelt by the riverbank. No one complained about the early hour, nor did anyone utter a word. Children were silent, and the maidens wore expressions of deep reverence, all gazing quietly towards the eastern horizon, awaiting the sun's gradual ascent. The ancient and mysterious faith that anticipates the sunrise resembled a state of existence. When the fiery morning sun bathed the weathered faces of the elderly, my heart felt an unparalleled tranquility. Perhaps our souls were cleansed. Throughout the entire morning, no one mentioned grave robbing, nor did anyone inquire about Lulan. At midday, Batter approached me and inquired, "Will your research lead to confiscation?" I shook my head and replied, "Our endeavor is purely academic. Nothing will be taken." He then asked, "Can you maintain confidentiality?" I was puzzled and asked, "Confidentiality regarding what? The location of the Rob people?" No, he clarified. "The Rob people have guarded a temple for generations, one I have never seen. I fear that should you take something, the chieftain may be displeased. They are simple folk, and to take away their beliefs would be inappropriate. It perplexes me that these individuals, despite being relic thieves, are often hailed as adventurers in later narratives. Figures such as the American Langdon Warner, the Japanese Kichisaburo Oda and Koichiro Kikich, and the Russian Odin Berg, among countless others, all exemplify this irony. To summarize, they are nothing but scoundrels masquerading as noble explorers. How does pilfering artifacts from foreign lands equate to exploration? By this logic, if I were to venture into another country, taking advantage of the absence of the men to tend to their daughters and wives, sampling exotic delights, would that render me a connoisseur? Upon hearing my remarks, the 4 donkeys cast a bewildered glance my way, sending a shiver down my spine. Subsequently, one of them struck me on the back of the head and exclaimed, "Dog, your perspective is misguided. You are what you are, a tomb raider, a thief." "What are you thinking?" I protested, "but isn't it slightly immoral to plunder their temple?" To which he retorted, "When you desecrated their ancestors' graves, did you not consider the immorality of your actions? Can the dead and the living be equated? What difference does it make? It is quite evident. Consider this, son, the leader has already arrived, and finding the robber people is merely a matter of time. Thus, this batch of items is undoubtedly doomed to be lost. If we do not take it, it will surely fall into Sun S's hands." I nodded and replied, "Isn't this akin to deception?" "You ought to perish," he retorted. "There are various kinds of deceit. A benevolent lie is akin to candy. Imagine, if we take the goods, the robber people will think they have been donated to the nation. However, should Sun take them, the robber people would surely believe they have been stolen. Those bearded elders might become agitated, their blood pressure skyrocketing, leading to unforeseen consequences. Wouldn't you agree?" "Indeed," I affirmed with conviction. "The 4th donkey is truly remarkable." With just a few words, he altered my perspective. His worldview is remarkably upright, radiating positive energy. Hua Mulan interjected, "Moreover, if we take the items, we will at most sell them to our fellow countrymen, ensuring that the cultural relics do not flow overseas, unlike what Sun and his cohorts might do." Chapter 74. The Cave of the Temple. I shifted my gaze to Teacher Kong, who paused briefly before suggesting, "Let us first investigate what it is before devising our next course of action." The 4th donkey added, "I must enlighten you, for your thinking is misguided. when offering criticism. How can one fail to recognize their own identity and status? Nonsense. If you continue this way, I might have to teach you a lesson. I bowed and admitted, all right. All right, esteemed gentlemen, I concede my error and will reflect upon it. The chieftain instructed several young men to man the boat, and we drifted downstream for the better part of a day until we arrived at a large pool before the Gobi Mountains. How deep could it be? Perhaps 2 men high, but it would not take long. One of the donkeys cursed, exclaiming, "Damn it, 2 men high. If I can't swim, I certainly won't drown." The chieftain was the first to shed his clothing and plunged into the water with a bold leap. If the old man could brave the depths, what were we afraid of? I inhaled deeply, clutched my flashlight, and followed suit, confident that even without swimming skills, I could manage a dog paddle. However, swimming proved unnecessary. Upon submerging, I discovered a square stone cave approximately 2 meters deep, and the chieftain ventured directly inside. Without hesitation, I trailed behind him. After 7 or 8 strides, the chieftain leapt upward, revealing a U-shaped tunnel. He shook off the water and retrieved wood and camel hair from the nearby rock face, swiftly creating friction until the camel hair ignited. He then lit an oil lamp, which flared to life, illuminating the surroundings. I was astonished. This was a cavern the size of a basketball court, adorned with vibrant murals depicting caravans of merchants, throngs of pilgrims, exotic dancers from the western regions, celestial maidens soaring through the air, and courtiers paying homage to their sovereign. The murals were rich in color, with most figures characterized by robust physiques and round faces. Among the depictions of courtiers before their king, the monarch unmistakably bore a visage reminiscent of the Hu people, or rather, a style typical of the Western territories. Clad in long trousers and bare-chested, his well-defined abdominal muscles were strikingly evident, and his chest was particularly muscular. To put it bluntly, the king's physique could rival that of Mulan herself. The monarch is draped in a magnificent celestial silk, likely a crimson fabric of considerable width and length. His long hair cascades to his shoulders, a chestnut hue complemented by slightly azure eyes. Adorning his right hand are several red rings, while a gemstone embellishes his chest, leading me to believe that he truly hails from the realm of the spectral. As I surveyed the cavern, the only expression that could encapsulate my astonishment was a simple exclamation of disbelief. At that moment, any other language seemed utterly inadequate. The cavern's sides were lined with stone pedestals, each displaying treasures of unparalleled grandeur, bronze artifacts such as swords, birds, and ceremonial vessels, alongside jade pieces, including pigs, cattle, and other livestock larger than a human head, as well as exquisite jade swallows. In the center of the cave stood a stone platform, upon which rested a bronze statue that towered over 1 meter in height and measured approximately 70 to 80 centimeters in width. The statue depicted a canine figure with an elongated snout, its surface entirely dark. The dog-headed figure sat upright with dignity, from behind which sprouted dozens of hands, each grasping a magical implement. Some held bells, others bronze mirrors, alongside an array of weapons including blades and spears. Before the statue lay a stone sarcophagus with a partially open lid, its surface adorned with intricate reliefs. At that moment, I was rendered speechless. After a prolonged pause, Batter translated, the chieftain asks if you can take these items away. I stood in stunned silence, trembling as I stammered, Take them away? Yes. No sooner had he spoken than the chieftain gestured for us to follow him towards the sarcophagus. Chapter 75. Reporting the situation inside the sarcophagus lay a semi-dried female corpse, her face partially veiled by crimson gauze. She was adorned with gold and silver, her form embellished with jade, while her skin resembled that of an apple left to wither, marked by numerous wrinkles. Nevertheless, judging by her physique and facial features, the deceased appeared to be quite young, perhaps no older than 16 or 17 years. I was taken aback and inquired, do they not worship the sun god? Whom does this temple honor? Batter, caught in a dilemma, replied, these are all inherited traditions. Every few years, a maiden must be offered, and once she is turned to bones, another maiden must take her place. The tribe leader wishes for you to carry these relics away. The 4 donkeys eagerly exclaimed, let us take them away at once, to rid the people of this harm. I examined the bronze artifacts, which indeed bore the characteristics of the late Shang dynasty. For instance, the tusks of the bronze elephant were cast in a later period. The process of multiple castings for a single bronze piece aligns with the distinctive features of Shang bronze artifacts. The renowned Yimu Wuding, for instance, was crafted with the body and legs as a single casting, while the ears were added post-casting. In the early Western Zhou period, similar fusion casting techniques were employed. But by the spring and autumn period, the method evolved to lost wax casting, resulting in more exquisite forms. The presence of inscriptions from the Western Zhou period further suggests that the bronze artifacts in the cave date no later than the early Western Zhou. And I would assert with certainty that they indeed belong to the Shang dynasty. They are likely the national treasures of the Shang. Professor Kong surveyed the surroundings but found no trace of the Yu King Ding. He approached me and whispered, "There are many. You should inquire if they possess other locations apart from this cave." "You ask," I replied. Alas, my Mandarin is poor, and I struggle to articulate. I then asked Batter if there were any other temples we could visit to carry away the malevolent deity. The tribe leader stated that this was the sole location, where 3 tribes took turns offering maidens. One of the donkeys remarked, "With so many treasures, how shall we transport them?" Milan whispered, "What are you afraid of?" To vanquish the malevolent deity, all 3 tribes must assist. I remained silent, captivated by the bronze bird before me. The bird, resembling a soaring eagle, possessed a sharp beak and keen eyes, with a stout body and a rounded belly. Its robust legs and distinctly feathered wings were adorned with intricate beast patterns across its abdomen. In my eyes, this bronze artifact seemed to possess life. "Look at this dog-headed statue. What do you think it represents?" I pondered, uncertain. "It somewhat resembles the Egyptian deities portrayed in films, doesn't it?" I shared this sentiment, noting how rare it was in our history to see a canine as a sovereign figure. "Yet, it cannot possibly have originated from Egypt. Perhaps," he suggested. "Egypt has its pyramids, and the Hongshan culture also features pyramid-like structures. Do we have pyramids too?" "That is absurd," I retorted. Professor Kong insisted. "The Hongshan culture indeed has structures akin to pyramids." "What does that even mean?" "The Northeast is leagues away from Egypt, more distant than Tang Sing's pilgrimage for scriptures in ancient times. How could there have been any exchange during primitive society?" "I've told you before. The origins of humanity remain shrouded in mystery. The authorities must be concealing something," I waved dismissively. Enough, Professor Kong. Spare me the discourse on origins. I am merely seeking alms, looking for the deceased." Professor Kong remarked, "Look at the dog statue. It is entirely black, shimmering with a luster that is neither bronze nor akin to iron or lead. It appears to be an alloy. Do you think it could be composed of minerals from a meteorite?" For donkeys approached quietly, saying, "What are you two discussing?" "The clan leader is inquiring if we can take everything in one go." "It must be possible," I affirmed, "due to the nature of our descent into the depths." Devoid of mobile devices or writing materials, Professor Kong was unable to document the inscriptions and had to depart with a heavy heart. Naturally, we could not bring our belongings into the tribe and needed to find a suitable place for storage. A camel trader mentioned that he had come by 2 days prior, but could not locate an appropriate caravan and subsequently left. A sense of unease gripped me. Sun Bata had indeed found his way here. Thus, I dialed Master Yao's number and recounted the situation in detail. Master Yao responded, "Understood. I shall dispatch a team to retrieve the items, and we will convene in the village. Remember, antiques cannot enter the village. They must be stored next door, and the vehicle should proceed there." "All right, how is it on your end?" I inquired. "Difficult to say. A reshuffle is underway, but for now, there are no issues." "Have you located Zhangjiao Mountain?" "Yes, but exercise utmost caution. Sun Bata is ruthless. Be vigilant. If you encounter him, prioritize your life over the possessions." "Understood." At this moment, every passing second contributed to our safety. Who knows what forces lie behind Sun Batu? I do not wish to compare Sun Bata with Master Yao in my thoughts. Both are admirable in their own right. However, I find myself instinctively leaning towards Master Yao, for he bestowed 30 million upon Boss Wang, who in turn utilized that sum to procure a home for us. Overall, Master Yao has been a benefactor to us. In truth, no individual can attain absolute fairness in their emotional judgments. For instance, consider a scenario with 4 individuals, where one must be sacrificed for the survival of the other 3, a border guard, a narcotics officer, a farmer, and an urban law enforcer. Faced with the choice of which one to sacrifice, whom would you choose? I believe that the majority of people's responses are uniform. When certain professions make sacrifices, the public expresses their sorrow, while for others, there is applause. I inquired, "What about the 2 of them? Where are they?" gazing at the bronze artifacts alongside Master Kong. Milan pointed in a direction and said, "Just over there, about 4 or 5 kilometers away." "What was your expression just now? Did something happen?" "Oh, dog brother, you simply lack fortune in romance." You have traveled for 3 days, and 3 tribes have gathered to revel for 2 days, but only this morning did they depart. I scoffed, is that all? I was pondering what the matter was. What else is there? During the day, we transported goods, and at night, we gathered around the bonfire. The latter half of the night was undoubtedly a scene of earthly beauty. We required no thicket, for the sky served as a blanket and the ground as a bed. In the vast expanse, every place could be a resting spot. As you would say in your northeastern dialect, it was quite exhilarating. What, is it making you teary-eyed? You can take a hike. Mulan deliberately mimicked the northeastern accent, which stirred a pang of envy within me, though it was not her accent that caused it. I managed to squeeze out a few words. Did they participate? Mulan, still in her northeastern tone, replied, "Of course, outsiders are always in high demand." Damn, I retorted bitterly. Mulan continued, "Indeed, that is precisely what you meant, but unfortunately, you missed out, my poor dear." I asked, "With Uncle Bachelor gone, who will translate for you? Dog brother, did you not say that it is all merely physical interaction? What need is there for translation?" Mulan wore an innocent expression. Chapter 76, The Ancient Curse. I had no desire to engage in idle chatter with Hua Mulan, so I resolved to seek out the area where the bronze artifacts were stored for some inquiries. Indeed, the chieftain was to lead the Robu people in their migration tonight. Why? Because outsiders had arrived, prompting the Robu to relocate, as they wished to remain undisturbed. I nodded and followed Batter to find the chieftain, eager to glean some information about Lulan. The chieftain appeared to have been waiting for quite some time. He spoke of the origins of their people and the local culture. To summarize, the chieftain refuted the notion that the Robu were descendants of the Lulan. He recounted that during the prosperous days of Lulan, the ancestors of the Robu had ventured forth, bearing river fish for trade. The temple within the cave was not a creation of the Robu. Rather, it had been discovered by one of their ancestors several centuries ago. Subsequently, a divine punishment was visited upon them, resulting in a severe drought in the Lop Nur. In desperation, the ancestors began to conduct rituals at the temple. Gradually, the Robu came to realize the efficacy of the temple. Each time they completed a ritual, the heavens would bestow nourishing rain. However, the nature of their sacrifices became distorted over time. In their struggle for survival, the ancestors escalated the offerings, leading to the establishment of a gruesome tradition wherein young maidens were sacrificed. Once a maiden had perished, another would take her place. Originally, there were numerous Robu tribes, over 100 in total, yet now only 3 tribes remained. The tribes were reluctant to continue the sacrifices, yet they feared the wrath of the deities. The practice of human sacrifice is not unique to our nation. Throughout history, many tribes around the world have engaged in such customs. The Maya, for instance, initially offered young maidens in sacrifice, which later evolved into the offering of infant. Furthermore, in ancient Egypt, even a sneeze from the high priest was deemed an ominous sign, necessitating the sacrifice of several lives. We are all familiar with the tale of the river god's bride, and in fact, as recently as the last century, or during the Republican era, the Mesopotamian region still practiced the custom of offering young women to the river god. A heavy iron chain would be fastened around the maiden's neck, the other end attached to a stone mill. Upon inquiring about Mount Ram's horn, the chieftain of the Loplik tribe stated that he had neither heard of nor seen a mountain resembling ram's horns. The Loplik people provided 2 leads. First, that they were not the people of Lulan, which vanished overnight, and second, that a mysterious people had created the cave temples, though it was uncertain whether they were the Lulan. However, judging by the style and age of the bronzeware, it seemed likely that those who carried the bronzeware had once inhabited this land. Considering the statues in the temple, it is highly probable that they were the Guifang. According to Professor Kong's conjecture, the Guifang were the Lulan. Therefore, the next step is to focus on finding Lulan, regardless of whether they are the Lulan people. In order to confirm, even if by process of elimination, mounting the camels, we headed straight for the bronzeware camp. To be honest, there was a sense of reluctance to leave this place, but no matter how much one's soul is cleansed, I am still a thief. Upon arriving at the camp, Professor Kong appeared extremely anxious. When I asked him what was wrong, he hesitated and did not elaborate. Both CLC and Zhao Wukong wore the same expression, their eyelids drooping, lacking energy. Indeed, selling chicken essence day in and day out would silence even the most virile rooster. Without much conversation, we loaded the bronzeware and jade artifacts and set off immediately. On the way out of the Gobi Desert, Professor Kong approached me, his face tense, and said, "We have been cursed." I was taken aback and inquired, "What on earth? A curse from Lopner?" "No," he replied, "these bronze artifacts bear inscriptions of curses. We are cursed and doomed to perish." The more I listened, the more perplexed I became, and I asked, "What do you mean? What are you talking about? Are you familiar with the curse of the Egyptian pharaohs?" I nodded. Teacher Kong's expression twisted into a grimace as he insisted, "It is the very same curse." I was utterly bewildered. It seemed to me that Teacher Kong's mind was unhinged, as his words tumbled out in disarray, failing to reach a point. I shared this incident with the other two, and crazily remarked that Teacher Kong had never mentioned such a thing. He then asked me what the pharaoh's curse entailed, to which I provided a brief explanation. The curse of the Egyptian pharaohs is indeed rather eerie. In 1922, British archaeologist Howard Carter, who was essentially a tomb raider, ventured into Egypt. Carter discovered several inscriptions of curses within the tomb of Tutankhamun, stating that anyone who entered the tomb with impure intentions would face dire consequences, as if he would grasp their necks like a bird. The following year, Carter succumbed to death from mosquito bites. From the moment of Carter's demise, it seemed as if the pharaoh's curse had manifested. Of the 26 individuals who entered the pharaoh's tomb, 16 met untimely ends, leaving science at a loss for explanations. After recounting the tale of the pharaoh's curse, crazily was left speechless and remarked, "Carter? Isn't he the Midlenu? What does Carter have to fear? With a single E, he can amplify directly. What curse could possibly withstand that?" I chuckled softly and said, "Do take this seriously. Has Teacher Kong exhibited any unusual behavior in the past few days? Indeed, much like yourself, I embody the sage-like demeanor, eschewing the allure of women, fixated instead upon the inscriptions. I refrain from participating in tribal gatherings. Allow me to convey to you, that young lady. I find myself disinterested in idle chatter with the four fools." I earnestly inquired of Zhao Wukong. Yet he too seems to have succumbed to the muddled influence of the four. For these past few days, he has been oblivious to the world outside, singularly focused on the creation of a nation. Neither of them speaks in coherent terms, and Professor Kong remains unable to discern the situation. I hastened my camel to catch up with the ahead Mulan, who remarked, "What do you expect from Professor Kong? He resembles a madman." Upon first encountering the inscriptions, he was positively ecstatic, grinning from ear to ear, and subsequently delved into research, fixating on a single inscription for an entire hour. "Did he share the contents of the inscriptions with you?" I inquired. I asked, but he remained reticent, she replied. Turning to Mulan, I questioned, "Is it true that all individuals from Lingnan are superstitious?" "Most are indeed." "Why do you ask?" "Oh, merely curious. I suspect there may be some unfavorable phrases within the inscriptions that Professor Kong interprets as a curse." Mulan paused for a moment, then earnestly responded, "Wait. You've sparked an idea. Consider this. The Shang king, being of imperial lineage, must have known that the descendants of the ghostly tribe would hardly acquiesce to returning the relics of the Shang dynasty willingly, correct?" I nodded in agreement. "Indeed. And what follows? What else could follow but that the Shang king decreed a curse upon the relics during the sacrifices?" I was taken aback by this notion. It is indeed a possibility. I hold a belief in curses, having once dabbled in the realm of spirit mediums. However, considering that this transgression occurred over 2 millennia ago, do curses still hold sway? Hua Mulan continued, "Dog brother, the curse is likely genuine. We must inquire of Teacher Kong what the curse entails. On second thought, perhaps we should refrain from asking, 'Why? Haven't you seen the ring?' The manner in which curses propagate is shrouded in mystery. Ignorance absolves us, does it not? Sister, must you be so superstitious?" Hua Mulan replied earnestly, "This is not mere superstition. There are phenomena that elude scientific explanation. Let us not pursue this inquiry. If Teacher Kong were to articulate the curse, we too would be ensnared by it. That cannot be allowed." Outwardly, I found Hua Mulan's assertions amusing, yet inwardly, I had already conceded that she was correct. I had indeed overlooked the notion of a curse from the very outset. Reflecting upon it, the eras of the Shang and Zhou dynasties relied heavily on divination and celestial inquiries during times of crisis. The practitioners of those times, the shamans, were undoubtedly masters of their craft. Moreover, considering the disappearance of the kingdom of Lulan overnight, could it truly be the result of a curse? Chapter 77. The dog-headed statue. Certain matters evoke fear through psychological suggestion. We often terrify ourselves. With the thought of a curse in mind, the more I observed Teacher Kong, the more I perceived him as being possessed by malevolent spirits. Teacher Kong appeared dazed, his eyes devoid of life, his expression unchanged. Calling to him elicited no response, as though he were an observer detached from reality, utterly indifferent to his surroundings. As we neared the village, I feigned concern that the bronze artifacts might bring calamity, persuading Batter to leave the antiques in the desert. This would facilitate Master Yao's loading process. During the unloading, Teacher Kong sat vacantly atop the camel, able to consume whatever was offered to him, yet he did not actively seek sustenance. The 4 donkeys remarked, "I fear for old Master Kong. Dog, are you not a fortune teller? Take a look for yourself. What kind of audacity do I possess to delve into ancient curses? What are the ancient sorcerers? They are of no concern to me." I scoffed. Does a young girl possess the skills of a married woman? Can she rival the culinary expertise of one in her 40s? Hua Mulan interjected, "What era are we in? And you two are still indulging in such frivolity." The 4 donkeys paused, bewildered. What frivolity? We were discussing cooking. Surely, a young girl cannot surpass a housewife's culinary prowess. What are you thinking? Zhao Yukong, having accumulated his essence over 2 decades, dispensed it all within a few days, leaving him in a poor state of mind. Hua Mulan inquired, "What are you two aware of? What shall we do about Master Kong? Should we send him to the hospital or consult a skilled practitioner?" I suggested. A dual approach seems prudent. Still, they persisted in their frivolity. I questioned, is it customary in Lingnan to be so open? Has duality become frivolous? Suddenly, Hua Mulan covered her mouth, her face flushed. At that moment, Batter approached, rubbing his hands together. I apologize for the trouble. You encountered the malevolent deity. And now your teacher is ill." I hastily waved my hands. No, my teacher is often like this." Batter's eyes brightened. "So it has occurred before." "Of course. Once a month," he mused. "No need to worry." With a sigh of relief, Batter remarked, "That is good to hear. Very good." I feared he had been possessed. After a deliberation, for Donkey and I remained to safeguard the items while the others departed. Zhao Yukong was tasked with contacting Master Yao upon his exit, and Hua Mulan was to escort Teacher Kong to the hospital. Once they had left, for Donkey began to prattle on, remarking, "My friend, I tell you, exotic maidens possess a certain allure." "What manner of allure?" I inquired. "A lamb-like essence, truly. They exude a lamb-like aroma. Did you not perceive it?" He responded. "I scarcely had the opportunity to discern such a thing." "You, it seems, are ever enamored with the consort Xiang," I retorted. "What is amiss with the consort Xiang?" "I simply appreciate a woman with a milky fragrance," he countered. At that moment, I regretted not having Zhao Yukong remain. I had initially deemed Zhao Yukong too prosaic, thinking that leaving 4 donkey would at least provide some amusing banter. Little did I anticipate that 4 donkeys' loquacity knew no bounds. For Donkey continued, "Regardless of whether it involves the consort Xiang, our journey has not been in vain. You, having traversed the vast desert twice, have rendered your testicles crimson. Others may ride foreign mares, but you prefer to ride camels. I cannot fathom why." "Damn you," I exclaimed. "Ah, my friend. How much do you reckon we can fetch for these items? This time, we procured them ourselves, so surely our share will be substantial, won't it? What say you to venturing out on our own?" He inquired. "Nonsense. Without Zhu Yuanzhang, Liu Bowen is merely a fortune teller. Where would we find an outlet for our goods if we went solo? Sell them to Sister Bai?" I scoffed. For Donkey paused, then said, "Your mention of her reminds me. She and I once shared a night of marital bliss. I must burn some paper money for her when I leave. Were you not husband and wife during the day? What has the night to do with it?" I asked. "Enough. Cease associating with monkey. You are beginning to speak in riddles," he retorted. "Hee," I chuckled. A simple hee left the 4 donkeys bewildered. He stared at me for quite some time, his expression reminiscent of someone suffering from constipation, yet he swallowed the words that hung on the tip of his tongue. The following afternoon, Zhao Yukong arrived with Master Yao, accompanied by Wan Baotou, all driving 3 rugged vehicles. In the few days since we last met, Master Yao appeared significantly aged, likely due to recent misfortunes. Casting a glance at me and the 4 donkeys, Master Yao remarked, "You executed this task splendidly." I inquired, "How is Teacher Kong?" He replied, "He is hospitalized. All examination indicators are normal. However, his mental state is not. The hospital is urging a transfer to a psychiatric facility." Nodding, I asked, "What about the matters outside? Have they been resolved?" He answered, "Almost. You all have performed admirably. Once this batch of goods is dispatched, you shall enjoy an extended holiday, relishing the life of the affluent." The 4 donkeys eagerly exclaimed, "Fantastic. I want to go to Hainan and sail on a yacht." Master Yao surveyed the antiques we had unearthed, his expression notably relaxed. He stated, "There is surely 40 million here. Take it easy with your performance. We might just be headed for an IPO." We burst into hearty laughter, except for Wan Baotou, who gazed intently at the dog statue with a solemn expression. Master Yao inquired, "Old 3, is this piece easy to sell?" Juan Baotou, puzzled, replied, "Master, can't you discern what this is?" I interjected, "It looks like a deity statue." "No, it is a tomb guardian beast." I chuckled, "Surely not. Tomb guardian beasts are not this large. The largest would only measure about a foot, and besides, they do not resemble this." "No, it is indeed a tomb guardian beast." Juan Baotou spoke with conviction. The guardian beasts appeared during the Warring States period, primarily in the form of stone carvings, ranging from 3 inches to a foot in height, with faces that were fierce, grotesque, and distinctly terrifying. The purpose of these guardian beasts was to be placed within graves to ward off evil spirits, thus safeguarding the souls of the deceased from the disturbances of wandering ghosts and ensuring their eternal peace. Master Yao remarked, "This dog statue is over a meter tall. While its appearance is fearsome, it is not exaggerated. Can a guardian beast truly be this large?" "Undoubtedly, it is a guardian beast," Juan Baotou asserted earnestly. "During my tenure at the archives, I came across a historical text written by a disciple of Wang Mang from the Western Han Dynasty, which documented the lineage of Wang Mang's ancestors. The text mentioned that Wang Mang was a descendant of the Shang Dynasty kings. I paused for a moment and inquired, "Are you referring to the usurper Wang Mang?" "Indeed," he continued. "In the account of Shang Tang, it is stated that he was referred to as the Dog King. When Shang Tang vanquished the Xia, a segment of his army was specifically tasked with raising dogs, which were a hybrid of local canines and wolves known for their ferocity. Shang Tang ordered that these dogs be fed human flesh, and just days before battle, they were deprived of food and water. During the conflict with the Xia army, the Shang forces unleashed these fierce hounds, which savagely attacked the Xia soldiers." Juan Baotou lit a cigarette and continued, "King Du cast the 9 tripod cauldrons to stabilize the 9 provinces, while King Shang Tang sculpted the Dog King statue to protect the realm of Huaxia. Subsequently, the Dog King statue was interred alongside Shang Tang." Master Yao interjected, "That seems implausible, as the Dog King should reside within the tomb of Shang Tang, likely situated in the regions of Shandong or Hunan. What if, before the fall of the Shang dynasty, the king commanded that the burial items be excavated and taken away by the ghostly tribes?" Master Yao grinned and remarked, "You present a compelling argument. Besides this historical text, is there any other corroborative evidence?" Juan Baotou shook his head and said, "It is gone. The book states that the dog-headed sculpture is made of black gold, which is of extraterrestrial origin. Once we manage to transport it out, I will gather some fragments to have them tested for composition." His words sparked a new line of thought in me. Could it be that when the Shang King entrusted the national artifact to the ghostly tribe, he also relocated the tombs of our ancestors? If so, the cave would no longer be a temple, but rather the mausoleum of a certain Shang King. Chapter 78. Creating an accident, let us transport it first, suggested Master Yao. He mentioned a location I would never have considered in my lifetime, Alas Han League. Master Yao elucidated his choice, stating, "We are currently in Xinjiang. Heading south takes us to Tibet, while east leads us to Ningxia, both of which are regions predominantly inhabited by ethnic minorities. The number of armed police and special forces there exceeds that of Han areas. The wheels in Gansu province are strip-shaped, and neighboring provinces have made significant efforts toward maintaining public order. We cannot stray too far, hence Alas Han League. Being the closest to Xinjiang is an excellent option." I inquired, "Isn't that predominantly Mongolian?" "Indeed, that area is vast and sparsely populated, with abundant grasslands and deserts. It attracts many off-road enthusiasts, making our journey there relatively safe. As we departed from the village, I lacked the courage to bid farewell to Uncle Batul. I deceived him." Juan Baotou continued to drive the truck laden with antiques, the front filled with relics, and the back half filled with watermelons. Master Yao led us in the SUV, with Juan Baotou trailing 200 meters behind. "Who did Sun Baotou seek refuge with?" I asked directly. Master Yao did not speak directly. He stated, "The enemy's enemy is a friend. Rest assured, Sun has a powerful ally now, and no one dares to touch him." "Who is this ally?" "It matters not. When dealing with a dog, one must consider who its owner is." Suddenly, Master Yao slammed on the brakes, his expression instantly turning ashen. Ahead lay a checkpoint leading out of Xinjiang, where 2 buses filled with armed police, equipped with bulletproof vests and submachine guns, had appeared. The checkpoint staff were actively stopping vehicles. Master Yao remarked, "Did you see that? The 2 buses of armed police arrived quite unexpectedly." "Indeed," we replied in unison. Master Yao clicked his tongue and said, "It seems someone does not wish for us to leave Xinjiang." No sooner had he spoken than Juan called, inquiring about what to do. Master Yao advised him to remain calm and wait in line to assess the situation. The armed police were inspecting each vehicle, whether commercial or private, leaving no one unexamined. Ahead, a car seemingly belonging to those mining jade in Xinjiang, equipped with shovels and picks, was pulled aside by the police. Master Yao's countenance darkened further, and he declared, "They are specifically targeting us, searching for tools and tomb raiders. Has Sun reported us?" The more probable scenario is that it was Sun's superior. Sun himself lacks such influence. I clenched my teeth, realizing that even if our off-road vehicle could pass through, Juan's antique-laden vehicle would surely be detained. Master Yao took a deep breath and dialed Juan's number, asking, "Can you see my vehicle?" "Yes." "Is there a gap of several cars in between?" 6 or 7 vehicles, perhaps." Juan Baotou appeared somewhat anxious. Master Yao spoke with earnestness. "When we commence, apply a bit more throttle. Prepare for a rear-end collision." "Understood." No sooner had he spoken than a sudden jolt propelled them forward. Master Yao's vehicle had barely begun to move before it was thrust 2 meters ahead. With a smile, Master Yao donned his sunglasses, exuding an air reminiscent of a seasoned streetwise figure. The occupants of the 6 or 7 rear-ended vehicles emerged, and chaos ensued, transforming the scene into a veritable melee. The armed police swiftly arrived to restore order, while Master Yao inspected each vehicle, ultimately gathering all around Juan Baotou's car. Juan Baotou, embodying the persona of a timid farmer, appeared utterly rattled, trembling as he offered cigarettes to the crowd, dropping several due to his shaking hands. The air was thick with accusations. Terrified, Juan Baotou was too flustered to articulate his predicament. At that moment, 3 young armed police officers arrived on the scene, inquiring, "Whose truck is this?" "Mine. It's mine." "How did you operate the vehicle?" Just now a small car attempted to cut in. I didn't want to let him, so I pressed the gas, too hard." After speaking, Juan Baotou looked around, seemingly searching for the small car that had tried to cut in. Where on earth could that be found? It was merely a figment of Juan Baotou's imagination. With his performance, he could have earned an Oscar. The armed police officer set down his walkie-talkie and stated, "You are fully responsible for the rear-end collision. Do you acknowledge this?" Juan Baotou, in a state of panic, replied, "Huh? Then what should I do?" "No, officer, there was a car that tried to cut in." The officer shook his head and replied, "Sir, it is undoubtedly your entire responsibility. We need to resolve this issue. Do not be afraid. Does your vehicle have insurance?" "Indeed." The young armed police officer conscientiously assisted Juan with his insurance claim. Subsequently, the vehicles involved in the rear-end collision were released, and we were directed to the side to address the incident. A traffic officer at the scene prepared an accident report, and Juan provided the car owners with the contact information of his insurance representative, making it seem like a genuine accident, which it was. After smoothly departing from the checkpoint, I found myself in a cold sweat, unsure whether to admire Master Yao's ingenuity or his audacity. Who would have imagined that Master Yao would dare to confront the situation head-on, knowing there was an armed police inspection ahead? The remainder of the journey proceeded without incident, leading us directly to a ranch in the Alxa League. Pinpointing the exact location is challenging. The ranch owner, surnamed Sun, was, unexpectedly, Sun's paternal granduncle. Master Yao instructed us to address him as second uncle. Initially, I was apprehensive that second uncle Sun might disclose our whereabouts to Sun. But Master Yao later remarked that all under heaven are driven by self-interest, and that familial bonds are secondary to financial gain. I found Master Yao's observation to be insightful. Without much delay, upon arrival, Master Yao promptly contacted a broker who visited us the following day. All the antiques were sold in one transaction for 23 million. I felt it was a loss, considering the previous tomb, as this time the items were sold at nearly half the price. The tomb guardian beast, in particular, seemed quite valuable. However, Master Yao was unconcerned, stating that even if the tomb guardian beast were worth 100 million, it wouldn't matter. As long as he sells it for 10, he can put the money in his pocket to buy candy and cigarettes. There was an interlude. I was quite fond of that bronze bird and wished to keep it for myself, with the expense deducted from my share. However, Master Yao firmly refused, declaring that such an object in one's possession was akin to holding a bomb. He would rather dispose of it than allow me to collect it. There was little I could do. Master Yao is an authority, and I could not contest his decision. The distribution was as follows. Master Yao received 7 million, while Juan Ba received 3 million. The remaining 11 million was to be divided among us few, with each person receiving approximately 220,000. One might wonder why we did not simply transfer the funds directly. In today's banking environment, even depositing 50,000 yuan prompts an inquiry into the source of funds. If a sudden influx of tens of millions appeared in one's account, it is likely that one's entire lineage would be scrutinized. There is a saying, when someone owes the bank 200,000, the bank can locate a long-lost father from decades past. Chapter 79. Unable to hold one's head high the following day, Master Yao departed with Wan Ba. Master Yao is not merely a mentor to the three of us. He is the mentor to the entire team of over 200 individuals, even if half of them contribute. The task of disposing of stolen goods would keep Master Yao occupied. We three are but one of his many teams, and our output is merely somewhat higher than the rest. 3 days later, the broker delivered the funds. The initial deposit had been given to Uncle Sun, and this time, the 21 million was entirely ours. In an embarrassing moment, we arranged the money neatly on the Kong, indeed using red bills as a mattress. Reclining upon it, we felt no strain in our backs or legs, and even rolling about felt invigorating. The 4 donkeys boasted that such a bed would be adored by a multitude of young women, remarking that had they possessed such wealth in the past, they would not have ended up in prison. I inquired of the 4 donkeys why they were not incarcerated. The 4 donkeys replied that women across various professions are often kept by benefactors. While ordinary folk may care for dogs, the affluent tend to nurture police dogs. I surmised that the 4 donkeys were alluding to the adoption of retired police canines. However, my attention was not directed at the 4 donkeys, but rather at the enticing sums of money before me. 220,000 for each individual. Such a considerable amount. I pondered how one might expend such wealth. Even if one were to spend 10,000 a day, it would last for over half a year. At that moment, regardless of whether it was the ceremonial vessels of the Shang dynasty or the guardian beast of tombs, even my cherished bronze bird, none could compare in allure to the vibrant red bills at hand. The 4 donkeys remarked that this money should not be deposited in a bank. How then could we spend it? Money laundering could be an option. In some clothing stores, the number of patrons throughout the year barely reaches 100. Yet they continue to operate. Zhao Yukong interjected, stating that he had heard laundering money typically incurs a fee of at least 20%. Laundering 220,000 would yield only about 170,000, which seemed rather impractical. The 4 donkeys continued, asserting that it was indeed unsuitable. Thus, we should resort to cash expenditures, consuming it directly, perhaps purchasing a vehicle or a model car. In truth, 220,000 is but a trifling sum in the eyes of the wealthy. Take, for instance, Boss Huang, who would consider 220,000 merely the cost of a single dinner. Yet for us, that sum is astronomical. A stack of cash measuring 1,000 is a mere centimeter thick, meaning 220,000 amounts to over 2 meters, nearly the height of a basketball star. I was momentarily taken aback and inquired, has the steward not yet made arrangements? The tone of Wan Batua was exceedingly stern as he responded, if there were tasks to be done, why would the steward arrange for you? We three were left in a state of astonishment. WNBTU continued. To ascend to greatness, one must exert even greater diligence. While others may unearth a single tomb in a month, you must strive to excavate 2. Thus, your earnings will surpass theirs twofold. Do you comprehend? I nodded in acknowledgement. Your rest has been ample. Now seek out clues and pursue ancient tombs. The national artifacts of the Shang dynasty remain undiscovered, and time is of the essence, for winter in Xinjiang arrives swiftly. We remained silent yet attentive, nodding in agreement. WNBTU downed half a cup of wine and remarked, everyone yearns for leisure, myself included. However, I must sustain my livelihood. Earning is for oneself, and I cannot be expected to coax you into profitable endeavors. I raised my cup and said, WNBTU, we understand. Are there any leads on the Shang dynasty artifacts? None, I admitted, feeling a twinge of guilt, for after receiving that substantial sum, my thoughts had strayed from tomb raiding. WNBTU scoffed lightly. While you rested for half a month, SNBTU has been tirelessly searching. The analysis of the last tomb guardian revealed it to be a meteoric alloy. Therefore, what you discovered was merely a royal burial site of a Shang king. The true treasure lies yet undiscovered. We shall depart tomorrow, I declared. To where? He inquired. What has become of Teacher Kaying? I shook my head. Teacher Kaying is unwell. He will not emerge in the near future. As you head to Xinjiang, do any of you have knowledge of Jinwen? Once again, I shook my head. Without resources in Jinwen, have you consulted with YOSHY? Has he arranged for personnel to accompany you? A multitude of questions weighed heavily upon us, rendering it difficult to breathe. Though strict, Wan Baoto's every utterance rang true. The profession of tomb raiding is indeed arduous. One must either capitalize on youth to amass wealth, cultivate a reputation, establish a robust network for organizing expeditions, possess a particular skill such as digging tombs or feng shui, or, like Uncle Sun Heir, maintain a sphere of influence to ensure the safety of one's territory. Yet, we possess none of these advantages. Not even the ability to excavate. Juan Bato recounted how, in his youth, he had no opportunity to delve into grand tombs, starting instead from the most rudimentary graves. Encountering a landowner's tomb, he would excavate the earth to unearth the coffin boards, which were often decayed, with the fetid odor causing one to cough violently. This was merely the first step. The subsequent challenge involved opening the coffin, where, upon shifting the rotting boards aside, he would find the coffin filled with sludge. Its stench unbearable. Regardless of the foulness, one had to muster the fortitude to plunge their hands into the mire, feeling along the bones from the crown of the skull to the heels, searching for something solid amidst the muck. Simultaneously, one had to endure the incessant bites of mosquitoes and the looming threats of rodent gnawing and snake bites. Each year, tomb raiders succumb to venomous snakes, particularly in Guangdong, where the foliage remains verdant year-round, making the green bamboo viper nearly undetectable. A single excavation might yield a fortunate profit of several thousand yuan, yet, in less fortunate circumstances, one could unearth merely 2 Qing dynasty wine cups, each valued at no more than 50 yuan. Juan Baotou remarked that we were merely fortunate, as our initial encounter with tomb raiding had unfolded too smoothly, which he believed was not a harbinger of good fortune. He likened our current predicament, rummaging through the mire of a landlord's tomb, to an insurmountable challenge. Juan Baotou reiterated several times that these sentiments were his own, not those of Master Yao. In truth, Master Yao had likely harbored these thoughts for quite some time. The dynamic between him and Juan Baotou resembled that of a eunuch and an emperor, wherein the eunuch, having been in close proximity to the emperor for long, could discern the emperor's intentions with but a glance. The following morning, Juan Baotou set out once more, destination unknown. The three of us conferred and resolved to journey to Xinjiang first before delving into the vast desert. We reached out to Huamilan and arranged to convene in Turpan. I had contemplated contacting Sun Baotou to subtly inquire about the situation on his end, yet his phone was no longer in service. With little time to spare, we flew directly to Turpan. This time, we opted to ascertain the circumstances before requesting Master Yao to allocate personnel. Chapter 80. A reunion upon reuniting with Huamilan. We procured a modest inn. Huamilan conveyed that Professor Kong's condition was rather concerning. He was uncommunicative and unresponsive to external stimuli. C. Luzi speculated that there were 2 possibilities. Either Professor Kong had become obsessed after viewing the inscriptions, or the content of the inscriptions had been so profoundly shocking that it extinguished his will to live. Concerning the loss of hope in life, the 4 donkeys presented an example, stating, "Consider this, you have searched for many years for a cherished film, akin to that one from the convenience store. After enduring numerous hardships, you finally locate the resource, yet the download speed is excruciatingly slow, merely a few dozen kilobytes per second. In your eagerness to watch it, you endure the wait, completing the download after a whole day. Afterward, you take a shower, draw the curtains, place some tissue by your pillow, and upon opening the file, lo and behold, it is none other than the utterly disappointing King Kong Hulu Hua, and to add insult to injury, it is a mosaic version where even the most innocuous details are obscured. Would you not feel disheartened?" I found this to be quite insightful, responding that perhaps the mundane content discovered left Professor Kong profoundly disappointed. The 4 donkeys chuckled derisively, retorting, "You should just take your leave. Does what you say even constitute coherent speech? Life is inherently like this. Do you imagine it to be a whimsical film? When one falls ill and visits the doctor, they often end up arguing. When a vehicle breaks down, a passerby may lend assistance, only for disputes to ensue. When one steps out to dispose of rubbish, the neighbor might witness it and a quarrel erupts. Riding the bus, one finds themselves amidst a throng, leading to further bickering. Even in the pursuit of education, if a teacher wears stockings, arguments ensue once more. In observing these scenarios, conflict appears to be an inevitable trend. However, we are living life, which certainly cannot unfold as we anticipate, correct? Thus, I believe that the content of the inscription has fundamentally challenged Professor Kong's worldview. Zhao Yukong, bewildered, inquired, "Why must there be arguments?" The 4 donkeys shot a sideways glance at Zhao Yukong, replying, "I hail from Shandong. That character is pronounced Chao. What of it?" As I stood by, chuckling softly, Huamilan remarked, "Dog brother, aren't you going to consult the fortune teller? Do you think Teacher Kong is suffering from hysteria? Can you take a look? For donkeys interjected eagerly, he wouldn't know a thing. All he can do is let young ladies feel their bones and predict their fates. I replied solemnly, indeed, I lack the skill to provide such insights. What about your former colleagues? I offered a bitter smile, reflecting that my previous associates had deemed fortune-telling too slow for profit and had turned to pyramid schemes instead. Mulan's words sparked a new idea. Perhaps we could indeed seek out a master to examine Teacher Kong. If he were to recover, we would no longer need to rely on connections to Jinwan. As I pondered, the only person in our vicinity with ties to a master was Boss Huang, who, being a minor, surely harbored superstitions and had likely received guidance from a sage. After dialing Boss Huang's number, I conveyed the situation. He responded with confusion, "Isn't being mad quite fine? Why would you want to treat him? We wish to cure him. After all, he contracted this madness while accompanying us into the tomb." Boss Huang's bewilderment deepened. "Hey, has your thinking gone awry? Have I failed to enlighten you? Let me ask you this. If someone on my mind were severely injured, what should be done? Call for an ambulance, of course." He scoffed. "What a waste of my teaching. Allow me to explain the proper procedure. First, use a pickup truck to transport the injured to the nearest small town. Remember, it must be a small town. Next, take them to the hospital. But what if they don't survive? If they can be saved, splendid. If not, we'll handle the compensation." The more I listened, the more perplexed I became. I inquired, why not take him to a local hospital? The speed would be greater, and the chances of survival would surely increase. Boss Huang continued to chuckle, responding, "As you suggest. One would first call for an ambulance and then transport him to the hospital. The police would be informed of the incident, and the Safety Inspection Bureau would have to conduct an investigation, along with various other examinations. How would one cope with that?" Taking a deep breath, I said, "Do you know any skilled individuals? I still wish to save Teacher Kong." "No, I do not. Nowadays, everyone believes in science. Who would seek out a so-called expert?" I dismissed Boss Huang's assertions, retorting, "Don't you seek someone to examine your mind?" "Examine what?" "Believe in science. By the way, let me tell you something. Do you know why some human traffickers would rather face life sentences than reveal the whereabouts of abducted children? Why is that? Because some people believe in the longevity of baby soup. True affluent individuals do not subscribe to such ethereal notions. Only what is attainable is of value to them. Old traditional Chinese medicine practitioners cannot enter major hospitals. If you seek to find someone acquainted with Jinwan, you might as well look within your own circle. They are often more effective than so-called experts. A wave of nausea surged within me. At that moment, I no longer wished to converse with Boss Huang. Unexpectedly, he shifted the conversation, saying, "Have you all been slacking off lately?" "Huh? What do you mean?" "Master Yao has been playing cards with great caution. It seems the recent harvest has not been favorable. What is the matter? Have you invested in something? Get lost. Your lack of effort is hindering my chances of winning money from Master Yao." I chuckled lightly and remarked, "There is nothing else. You are busy. I shall continue my efforts." Indeed, one must strive. Envision Master Yao as the proprietor of a real estate agency, and you as the salesperson, regardless of his earnings. Have you not received your due compensation? All right, Huang, I acknowledged. What has become of that lad? I paused momentarily, inquiring, which lad? The one from our first meeting. The one who was merely indulging in the fruit platter while you and the 7 fairy maidens played. You mean Monkey Brother? Yes, precisely him. I heard from Master Yao that he has become a leader. Just a word of caution. Being a leader is not merely a title. One must possess ample resources to substantiate it. Enough of this chatter. Let us conclude the meeting. I expressed my gratitude to Boss Huang, as he refrained from uttering any dubious remarks unsuitable for television. After hanging up, Zhao Wukong leaned in and asked, "What did Boss Huang say?" He suggested that next time you seek a lady, do not behave like a monkey merely feasting on the fruit platter. You should also engage with her. Upon relaying Boss Huang's advice, Huang Mulan commented, "I believe Boss Huang's words hold merit. We cannot place our hopes on a madman. My family has a lineage of repairing bronze artifacts, and I should be able to find someone knowledgeable about inscriptions." For donkeys proposed, "How about we first send the inscriptions from the tomb guardian to your acquaintances for their insights? Otherwise, we have no starting point." All right, I shall reach out to my contacts, but the inscriptions are not our primary concern at the moment. We must locate the national treasures of the Shang dynasty. But where shall we search? No one spoke, and the 4 donkeys nudged me, saying, "The young lady is addressing you. Why do you, foolish dog, ignore her? Darn it. How was I to know? I only wanted to find Lulan." Elder donkey, elder monkey, where is Lulan? Chapter 81. The solar tomb's Hua Mulan sent photos of the inscriptions to her friends. We could not merely wait. We needed to delve into other inquiries. Those bronze artifacts belonged to the Shang dynasty, and the inscriptions might guide us to other royal tombs of the Shang kings, yet their connection to Lulan was minimal. However, the murals within the cave temple were likely indicative of Lulan's culture. Thus, to uncover the whereabouts of Lulan, we must venture into the vast desert in Gobi. Once more, we approached Uncle Batter's home, where he angrily shoved us outside, claiming that someone had arrived, asserting that we were not students but tomb raiders. In his fury, Batter threatened to turn us over to the village secretary. Hua Mulan quickly patted the suitcase, saying, "There is money here." "I do not want your money. Go. Meet the authorities," he retorted. "This is not for you," we interjected. "We have pulled together 2 million to donate to the village's primary school, so the children need not endure the wind and sand while studying." This statement momentarily subdued Batter. Indeed, there were 2 million in the suitcase, and it was our intention to support the school. Hua Mulan continued, "Let us approach the village secretary to donate 2 million in your name. It is a noble deed." I added, "We also help the robbed people rid themselves of the evil deity. That too is a commendable act." Batter remained vigilant, asking, "What is your purpose in coming here this time?" Hua Mulan remarked that she had come specifically to deliver money to the village, which mattered little to us. But the children needed an education. The village secretary regarded us as benevolent deities descended from the heavens, placing 200,000 yuan upon the Kong, expressing boundless gratitude. To demonstrate his sincerity, the secretary led us to their temple, where he swore before the deities that this sum would be dedicated to the school. Batter was equally pleased, as anyone would desire a better future for the next generation. The village secretary had also prepared a sumptuous feast at his home, inviting several village maidens to sing, dance, and entertain us. The wine was crisp and sweet, and we indulged freely. Only Hua Mulan abstained from drinking, not out of desire, but out of a need to keep watch over us, fearing that we might become unruly in our inebriation, for this was not a primitive tribe. The women present were merely dancers, not courtesans. Batter once more offered us hospitality in his home, mentioning that he knew of another location where we could find what we sought. He proposed that if the sales yielded a substantial profit, perhaps a road could be constructed for the village. I readily agreed. Our entry into the desert was remarkably smooth, devoid of wind or sand, and devoid of any unforeseen incidents. After traversing the barren expanse for a while, I beheld a corpse hanging from a wooden post, its state of decay grotesque, resembling a snowman. Yet, it was evident that this was Sun Batu, his right arm bound in bandages. I was uncertain who had perpetrated this act. Both his superior, Yao Shiye, and Sun Batu himself were possible culprits, though I leaned towards the former. In the past, I might have taken down Sun Batu's body to give it a proper burial, but after my dealings with Boss Huang, I had changed. Righteousness and morality do not yield fortune. I cast a frigid glance at the cadaver, contemplating that perhaps this is the destiny that awaits us all. Intriguingly, Batuer betrayed no astonishment upon beholding the corpse. Consequently, I hastened to inquire, "Uncle, is that the same individual who sought you out a few days prior?" "Indeed, it is he," he affirmed. Thereupon, I tentatively remarked, "This presents a predicament. With a fatality involved, the constabulary will undoubtedly investigate and scrutinize those who had rendezvoused with him." "I am the perpetrator," he confessed. A jolt reverberated through my mind, yet I feigned composure, stating, "Uncle, such pronouncements should not be made rashly. I am the perpetrator." Batuer reiterated, his tone as commonplace as if he had merely slaughtered a sheep. "Why? What was your motive?" I asked. "He coerced me into escorting him to the desert. Hence, I eliminated him," he responded. A chill permeated my very being. Could it be that Batuer's intention in leading us into the desert was also to silence us permanently? Batuer continued. He conducted himself with discourtesy, and I reciprocated in kind. "Uncle, are we still in pursuit of the Lulan people during this expedition into the desert?" I queried, my voice betraying my trepidation. "We are not seeking the Lulan people. There exists a propitious locale to which I shall guide you," he replied. "And what manner of place is that?" I inquired. "A necropolis," he disclosed. Consequently, I spoke with candor. "Uncle, do you harbor intentions of murdering us?" Batuer appeared taken aback, as he fixed his gaze upon me and questioned, "Why would you suggest such a thing? You do not intend to murder us?" I pressed, "Nay, never. You are benevolent individuals, constructing a school for the village. I would never bring harm upon you," he avowed. Despite his assurances, I harbored a heightened sense of wariness toward Batuer within the recesses of my mind. To speak candidly, I do not believe that what I witnessed was a specter. While it is true that spirits exist in this world, even the most formidable of phantoms cannot manifest themselves. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the ancient sorcery of the Western regions. After much contemplation, I devised a scientific explanation that would be palatable to Batter. I surmised that those individuals were merely human, not malevolent spirits. They were a group of treasure seekers who ventured into Lulan. Resting by day in a locale strewn with bones, their bodies immersed in the yellow sands. When night fell, they would emerge to continue their journey, much like camels. Naturally, my explanation stems solely from a scientific perspective. The true nature of the phenomenon remains elusive at this juncture. On the third day of our desert expedition, we arrived at the burial site described by Batter. This cemetery exemplifies the ancient Lulan solar burial tradition, characterized by a radial circular layout. However, contrary to the official documentation, which indicates a series of circular wooden structures, this site features small boats partially embedded in the earth. The cemetery comprises 6 concentric circles, the outermost being merely a semicircle, likely indicative of a tribe or settlement that abruptly relocated, leaving no one to inter their deceased here. All the boats share a common trait. 1/4 is buried, while 3/4 remain exposed, their hulls sheathed in sheepskin, with some boats displaying a paddle standing proudly at the bow. Thus, the boats serve as tombs, and the paddles as markers, an archetypal Lulan burial practice. Some sheepskin coverings are already tattered, and the long hair of the interred wafts through the gaps, dancing in the breeze. Through these openings, I could discern the desiccated, shriveled skin of the deceased, a dark yellow hue reminiscent of parchment. At the center of the ship coffin tomb lies a pattern composed of fragmented stones, resembling the sun. However, some of the stones have been buried beneath the sands, rendering the design incomplete. Upon counting, there are a total of 79 ship coffins. Bachelor remarked, "You are tomb raiders. These are graves, undoubtedly containing valuable treasures that can be sold or used for road construction." I was profoundly struck by the scene before me, the sun gradually descending into the desert to the west, and a row of ancient tombs stretching out ahead. In that moment, I felt as if I had traversed a millennium. The vast Gobi Desert conjured images of a herd of spirited horses galloping beneath the setting sun. This beautiful reverie lasted only a few seconds before Si Luzu interjected, "Damn, there are so many golden rods standing here. If the Monkey King doesn't perform a pole dance, I'll just have to take off your eggs to provide accompaniment." I resolved silently that regardless of whether I could unearth antiques, I would borrow money from Master Yao to repair the road for the village. For my affection for this vast desert was profound. Hua Mulan leaned closer and whispered, "Dog brother, this is undoubtedly an ancient tomb. But there won't be many burial items. I have an obscure channel that can help turn these ship coffins into cash. Would you like to hear about it?" Chapter 82. Offering the Corpse. What channel? A means to sell the corpses. My heart sank instantly. The only destination for the unearthed, uncorrupted ancient corpses is a museum. The Lady of Mwangwi is housed in the Hunan Provincial Museum, while the beauty of Lulan and the Princess of the Shao River are exhibited in the Xinjiang Museum. Trafficking in cadavers is patently illegal, irrespective of the epoch from which the remains originate. Proposing to vend a corpse to a museum is akin to distributing solicitations for prostitution within the confines of a constabulary headquarters. Contrary to expectations, Hua Mulan broached a channel that subverts conventional morality. Her proposition is not merely an obscure avenue but a decidedly sinister one, the purveyance of corpses to the general populace. This commerce is not confined to providing remains for posthumous marriages to families of deceased unmarried men, but extends to individuals with a predilection for collecting cadavers. Certain malevolent individuals, forsaken by divine and infernal entities alike, seek solace in unorthodox practices, such as venerating Southeast Asian familiars or ancient, incorruptible cadavers. Hua Mulan posited that vendors specializing in corpses for spectral unions also harbor a penchant for acquiring ancient cadavers for devotional purposes, hoping to secure protection. For those who traffic in corpses are the true malefactors. With the ascendance of cremation, traditional burial practices have waned, and improved socio-economic conditions have diminished the inclination to commercialize the daughter's remains. Consequently, a nefarious industry has emerged, preying on the vulnerable by deceitfully murdering women for their corpses. Even more reprehensible is the random targeting of solitary women, who are assaulted and interred without regard for their vitality. Given the illegality of corpse trafficking, purchasers are disinclined to inquire deeply, content with acquiring a female cadaver, with youthfulness commanding a premium. To mitigate the risk of exposure, Many engage in the veneration of centuries-old, incorruptible corpses. It is purported that the custom of corpse veneration gained traction during the Ming Dynasty along the southeastern littoral. It is well known that during the Ming Dynasty, the emperors vigorously promoted maritime transport and overseas trade, leading to significant advancements in the fishing industry and maritime commerce. In the southeastern coastal region, there was a shipowner by the name of Zhang, whose family had been engaged in fishing for generations. He owned a fleet of over a dozen vessels, with a multitude of crew members at his disposal. Each summer, the harvest season for fishermen, Zhang personally led his boats into the South China Sea for fishing. Fortunately, his fleet encountered no storms and returned with bountiful catches. However, one crew member tragically slipped on the wet deck and fell, striking his head and dying on the spot from a fatal hemorrhage. According to maritime customs, a deceased body cannot remain aboard a fishing vessel and must be cast into the sea as an offering to the Dragon King. This practice also serves to prevent the outbreak of disease, as the confined space on a ship combined with the rapid decomposition of a body during summer could lead to dire consequences within a mere 2 days. Zhang was perplexed. How could it be that he had not faced any typhoons after days at sea? He concluded that the crew member's body had somehow protected the Zhang family. Henceforth, a wooden box was added to Zhang's fishing boats, dedicated to the care of such remains. From a scientific standpoint, it is possible that Zhang's vessel inadvertently drifted into the eye of a typhoon, where the conditions were remarkably calm due to the low atmospheric pressure. Naturally, the people of the Ming Dynasty had no knowledge of such scientific explanations. Consequently, other larger fishing boats began to adopt the practice of offering bodies, seeking protection in return. Thus, the custom of providing offerings of deceased sailors became entrenched in tradition. After the fall of the Ming Dynasty, the Manchus ascended to power in the Central Plains, enforcing a maritime ban that prohibited the construction of large vessels and the development of overseas trade. Consequently, many shipowners along the southeastern coast abandoned their original enterprises and turned to other industries. However, the practice of procuring corpses was brought ashore by merchants from the sea. To this day, in some obscure and shadowy corners, the trade in corpses persists, with insiders firmly believing that the older the corpse, the more potent its energy, thus providing greater protection and blessings to those who offer it. Upon hearing Hua Mulan's account, I came to understand the true nature of the sinister. Engaging in the trade of corpses was beyond our means, as transportation posed a significant challenge, and such dealings carried an inherent aura of the macabre best left untouched. Mulan scolded us for our inability to capitalize on this opportunity. We were indeed eager to profit, yet the transportation of corpses remained an insurmountable obstacle. I concede that the people of Guangdong possess a keen intellect and numerous avenues for profit, though certain methods of making money were simply not feasible for us. Thus, we commenced the process of opening the ship coffins, akin to unboxing a mystery. With each incision, the contents beneath the sheepskin remained a mystery. Naturally, there were unsettling surprises. In one instance, as I sliced the corpses, all mummified, exhibited a slight elasticity. The women bore chestnut red hair and possessed features characteristic of the people from the western regions, with their eyelashes perfectly framed against their eyelids, each lash standing proud. As midnight approached, our efforts yielded only disappointment. Batter stoked a fire nearby, and upon seeing us approach, he smiled and inquired, "What do you think? A splendid place, isn't it?" I nodded affirmatively, replying, "Indeed, a fine place. Can the money earned be used for road repairs?" Before drifting off to sleep, Mulan murmured, "We should sell the mummies. Even if we fetch 200,000 for each, that amounts to over 10 million. I sniffed. "But to whom shall we sell them? Do you have any connections?" "I do not, but surely Master Yao does. Who wouldn't want a profit? What shall we do then? Our findings this time may not even exceed 1 million. After dividing with Master Yao and the foreman, we would each only receive a few thousand. How can we repair the roads with that?" Sighing, I remarked, "In any case, we cannot abandon the corpses. Let's leave them here for now. Once we exit, we can consult Master Yao. If he has connections, we shall sell them. If not, let the mummies witness the sunset over the desert. There's another place. Would you care to visit?" I was startled, realizing Batter had been listening to our conversation. Feeling awkward, I asked, "Is it also a graveyard?" "No. You mentioned that the sale wouldn't yield much, so I will take you to seek other treasures. There is jade, which is valuable." I nodded, replying, "Uncle, jade holds value here, but back home, bronze artifacts are the most prized." "What? Are those copper vessels truly valuable?" "Indeed." Batter clapped his hands and said, You should have mentioned it earlier. Tomorrow, I shall take you to a remarkable place, a veritable treasure trove. 3 days later, we arrived at the location Batter had described. I found it challenging to articulate the essence of this land. Was it an ancient village? A utopian haven? It was a sinkhole shaped like a wine jar. Broad at the base with a circular opening above, not quite a narrow passage, but measuring merely 5 or 6 meters in width. It was difficult to fathom that such a paradise lay hidden amidst the vast expanse of the Yadin landform. The flat area within the sinkhole was approximately the size of a football field, adorned with verdant trees, where pigs, sheep, dogs, and chickens leisurely roamed about. In the central zone, there was a garden delineated by branches, neatly sectioned into several plots featuring cabbage, cucumbers, tomatoes, and onions. The sinkhole was replete with signs of human habitation, yet no people were in sight. What astonished me further was that the troughs for feeding pigs were fashioned from bronze vessels, and the bowls for the dogs were crafted from bronze as well. Batter remarked, "This is the realm of Gaochang." Gaochang, a kingdom? I stammered in astonishment. Batter produced a rolled cigarette and nodded affirmatively. But where are the people? They emerge at night to the underground river, he replied. One of the donkeys expressed confusion. This tiny place is referred to as a kingdom? Batter responded with gravity, indeed. It is the kingdom of Gaochang, home to the Gaochang people. In my youth, there were hundreds of us here. I inquired further. What do they do at the underground river? They slumber during the day and emerge at night, with a concealed door on the cliff leading to an underground river. We shall wait for their appearance here. I seem to comprehend the reason behind the existence of this oasis amidst the vast Gobi Desert. Our nation's topography is characterized by a high western region and a lower eastern expanse. The west is adorned with numerous majestic mountains, while the east embraces the sea. A portion of the snowmelt from the western peaks cascades eastward along surface rivers, such as the Yangtze River, which originates from the main peak of the Tanggula mountain range, known as Geladanding Snow Mountain, and the Yellow River, which springs from the Bayan Har mountain range. Both the Tanggula and Bayan Har mountains are located in Tibet. In contrast, the Xinjiang region experiences a relatively arid climate, coupled with complex terrain, where some of the snowmelt flows eastward along surface rivers like the Darim and Peacock rivers, while another portion seeps into the central plains through underground channels, serving as a primary source of groundwater in the region. Now, concerning the kingdom of Gaochang. This narrative is somewhat lengthy, so allow me to provide a brief overview. The kingdom of Gaochang was a small state in the western regions primarily established by the Han Chinese. In 460 AD, the Ruren dispatched a formidable army southward to conquer northern Liang, aiding the Kan clan of Gaochang in reclaiming their homeland and founding the first Gaochang kingdom under the Qin family. Subsequently, Gaochang experienced a series of usurpations, coups, and rebellions, leading to the emergence of the Zhang, Ma, and Chu families as rulers. From 460 AD to 497 AD, within a span of less than 40 years, the ruling families of Gaochang changed 4 times until the establishment of the Chu family Gaochang in 497 AD, which marked a period of stability for the kingdom. In terms of temporal span, the kingdoms of Gaochang and Lulan coexisted in the vast expanse of the western regions. However, Lulan mysteriously vanished. While Gaochang met its demise in the 14th year of the Jingguan era under the reign of Emperor Taizong, Li Shimin. It was Li Shimin's formidable general, Ho Junji, who extinguished Gaochang. Batter contends that the Gaochang people are linked to both Ho Junji and Li Lingwe, as both ventured into the Gobi Desert in search of the Gaochang people's whereabouts. Let us first discuss Ho Junji. Throughout his lifetime, he rebelled twice. The first was alongside Li Shimin during the Xuanwu Gate incident, and the second occurred when he led a revolt with Li Shimin's heir, Li Chengqian. The initial rebellion was met with success, while the latter resulted in his imprisonment. Although Li Shimin was inclined to pardon him, the council of his ministers compelled Ho Junji to accept his fate through death. During his lifetime, Ho Junji committed numerous transgressions, yet Li Shimin chose to overlook them. One notable incident involved Ho Junji's assault on the kingdom of Gaochang, during which he appropriated its national treasures. It is commonplace for commanders in warfare to engage in such acts. Without funds, how could one sustain an army? The famed general of the Tang dynasty, Li Jing, also seized spoils of war without consequence, as Li Shimin often turned a blind eye. From a divine perspective, I believe there is no wrongdoing in Ho Junji's appropriation of these treasures. When leading troops to distant lands such as the western regions, it would be unwise to instruct soldiers to fight valiantly while promising that all spoils would be surrendered to the state. Such an approach would likely demotivate them. Conversely, if he had suggested that victory would yield riches and women for his brave soldiers, I would also be spurred to fight fiercely were I in their position. Thus, I speculate that Hou Junji may have appropriated some coveted treasure that Emperor Taizong had long desired yet failed to obtain. Apocryphal accounts also suggest that Hou Junji engaged in an affair with a princess of the Gaochang kingdom, thereby arousing suspicion in Li Shimin. I deem this improbable. Li Shimin was not so obtuse as to misjudge the relative importance of a woman versus a prominent general. Moreover, the Tang dynasty's imperial family, possessing strains of nomadic ancestry, held a more liberal view of matters of the flesh. The instances of a son marrying his stepmother and an elder brother marrying his younger sibling's spouse are but a few examples. Li Shimin's granddaughter, Princess Taiping, Li Lingwe, the youngest daughter of Li Ji and Wu Zetian, enjoyed considerable favor. Despite being twice married, Li Lingwe was far from chaste, indulging in numerous male paramours, engaging in adultery with court officials, and even gifting her lovers to Wu Zetian. One such paramour was Zhang Changzong, also known as Lotus 6. After entering the palace, Zhang Changzong recommended his elder brother, Zhang Yiji, to Wu Zetian. These two brothers were the very individuals who controlled the court during Wu Zetian's twilight years. One wonders how Li Lingwei presented her male paramours to Wu Zetian. What could she have said? "My dearest mother, I have found a gentleman who is quite serviceable. Would you care to try him?" I genuinely pity Zhang Changzong, who had to attend to both daughter and mother. Nevertheless, Zhang Changzong was fortunate in a way. Li Lingwei kept over a dozen lovers at her princess's residence, adhering to the age-old adage that land never tires of cultivation, only oxen tire of labor. Rumor has it that Li Lingwei once exhausted 4 male lovers in a single night, truly a human juicer. While Bada mentioned Hou Junji and Li Lingwei, I cannot discern any further connections, save that Hou Junji extinguished the Gaochang kingdom. But what does this have to do with Li Lingwei? Chapter 84. The ancient kingdom of Gaochang. As the moon ascended over the willows, or rather, the poplars, we encountered the people of Gaochang. It had been previously mentioned that Bada's Mandarin was rather poor. I must apologize, for the Mandarin of the Gaochang people is not merely awkward but utterly incomprehensible. A single misstep in their speech renders an entire sentence indecipherable. In the chasm, there resided approximately 100 Gaochang inhabitants, predominantly women, each possessing a statuesque figure with ample bosoms and curvaceous hips, exuding an enchanting allure that was undeniably captivating. However, their attire was somewhat disconcerting, consisting entirely of coarse linen garments that resembled mere sacks draped over their forms. Amongst this 100, there was a man in his 40s named Chu Yingjie, the surname Chu, which has been transformed from the original since the Mid-Tang dynasty, is pronounced Chu with a rising tone. Chu Yingjie served as the king of this group, which included ministers, the general of the Northern Defense, the general of the Western Expedition, and the Imperial Guards, among others. Bader had visited this place in his youth with his grandfather for trade and had also come alone to barter for salt, giving him a modicum of familiarity with the Gaochang people. He introduced us to the king, and in a show of sincerity, we prostrated ourselves with the utmost reverence, which greatly delighted the king, prompting him to arrange a banquet. Before the feast commenced, the king raised his hands before his chest in prayer, gazing at the night sky above, while outside, the cosmos shifted and turned, and an air of silence and solemnity enveloped the cave. One of the donkeys softly whispered in my ear, questioning the necessity of such rituals, suggesting we should simply proceed to the women. I retorted coldly, urging him to refrain from such foolishness. Indeed, one could truly sense a certain essence akin to lamb. Leave it be. As the prayer concluded, the banquet commenced, and the graceful figures of the young women danced before our eyes, while the table was adorned with translucent fruit and exquisite wine. Visitors had arrived in the cavern, and the people of Gaochang treated us as if it were a festive occasion. Bader proclaimed that we were members of the National Archaeological Team, which brought a jovial smile to the king's face, who arranged for Princess Chu Tingting to join us for drinks. The 4 donkeys, straightforward in their manner, inquired, "Are there any special customs here?" At that moment, one of them felt disheartened and leaned close to whisper in my ear, "You boast about your charm. Yet in your absence, we revel in joy. However, whenever you are present, we encounter no good fortune." "Go away. You too can claim the title of emperor," I retorted. "I can indeed take on the role of emperor, but lend me your wife, and I shall appoint you as a grand general." I merely chuckled softly and chose to remain silent. I asked Chu Tingting about the matters concerning Lulan, and she, being quite astute, directly inquired how much money we had brought. Indeed, the people of the western regions are shrewd in business. Chu Tingting asserted, "If you do not provide payment, we shall consider the bronze artifacts as damaged and will not submit them." I queried, "What do you have available?" A plethora of items, a room full of treasures. How much money do you possess? I sighed in resignation. We are here for research and did not bring much. Then you must return with funds to inspect the treasures. Shu Tingting replied earnestly. She continued, I do not concern myself with who you are. I posed this question. If I offered you 500 coins and a certificate in exchange for your prized possession, would you accept? In my mind, I pondered whether Shu Tingting had previously engaged in trade with Mr. Huang, as her line of thinking seemed remarkably similar. I exchanged a glance with Hua Mulan. Realizing that Shu Tingting is a woman of strong intentions, it might be more effective for Hua Mulan to engage with her. To my utter astonishment, Shu Tingting showed no interest in conversing with Hua Mulan. Instead, she directed her attention solely towards me, discussing not matters of the heart, but rather finances. I inquired, You don't require much money here. What do you need it for? To construct a palace, purchase solar panels, and acquire electrical appliances. I was taken aback and pondered for a moment before continuing. But won't outsiders discover this place? Not at all. We have an underground river, and we need to buy a hydroelectric generator. The solar panels are merely a minor component. I was further bewildered and asked, You use bronze vessels as pig troughs and dog bowls. Why not sell some of them? That is not feasible. Selling them poses a danger and would attract scrutiny. How many bronze artifacts do you possess? A room full. How much money do you require? What sum do you desire? 1 million. Very well. I responded without hesitation. Shu Tingting was taken aback by my prompt agreement, and she continued, 150,000. Feigning difficulty, I replied, Our budget does not extend that far. Please consider what you truly need. I will do my utmost to accommodate your requests, such as the hydroelectric generator and solar panels. I will bring them to you next time, sparing you the inconvenience of venturing out to purchase supplies. In truth, I was inclined to provide them with funds. Yet I feared that agreeing to 150,000 would lead to a subsequent demand for 500,000. After a moment's contemplation, Shu Tingting remarked, You are not an archaeological team. You are antiquities dealers. The 4 donkeys chimed in. You possess artifacts. We have money. Does our identity truly matter? Do you desire money or a certificate? Shu Tingting rose abruptly, approaching the king to whisper for a while. Their exchange was a mystery, filled with questions and responses. One of the donkeys remarked mischievously, Can you smell that? It resembles the scent of lamb. Brother donkey, I haven't seen them with any houses. Where are the bronze artifacts she mentioned? This woman is a classic case of not revealing her cards until she sees the stakes. You must offer something before she divulges information. I pondered, We haven't brought much money with us. What can we offer? A cow perhaps? Mulan interjected. I still have 20,000. Why not tempt her with a sweetener? Look at that pig trough. It could fetch at least 2 million. This task is doable. The donkey continued, If money isn't enough, I'm willing to spend a night with her. I sighed. Is this woman trained in some foot-washing city? She plays hard to get. Clearly interested yet pretentious. I wish I could inquire about Lulan, but it's elusive. Mulan stated, What more is there to ask about Lulan? Let's focus on completing this deal first. One donkey inquired, Who are we dealing with then? Mulan rolled her eyes and continued, Look at those bronze artifacts. They evidently belong to the Shang and Zhou dynasties. How could a small nation from the western regions possess such relics? There must be some connection to Lulan. We are seeking bronze artifacts, and this is also a form of bronze. Isn't it all the same? Where there's milk, there's a mother, right? The donkey questioned. Uncertain whether her words might offend Hua Mulan, she cast a glance at herself and replied coldly, This can be interpreted as a means to an end. Let us first secure the funds at hand, and we shall address the remaining matters later. No sooner had she spoken than Shu Tingting approached, having concluded her discussions, and stated earnestly, The proceeds shall be divided into 3 portions, one for each of you, one for the elder to contribute towards road repairs in the village. And we must reserve a share for ourselves. Without a moment's hesitation, I acquiesced. After deducting Master Yao's commission, we could simply redistribute the remainder among ourselves. Chapter 85. The underground river having reached an agreement on the division of spoils, all parties were quite content. In truth, the Gaocheng people were not demanding much. The price of a single bronze artifact would suffice, though we would undoubtedly need to offer a little extra upon parting with it. Seal of C. A man of keen intellect and charm approached the king with a wooden cup of wine, managing to amuse the old rogue greatly. It was only later that I discerned Seal of C's true intentions. He possessed an extraordinary astuteness, always attuned to the subtleties in others' discourse. As Shu Tingting noted, all the women here belonged to the king, being his consorts. However, on a different note, Shu Tingting could not be among them. She was akin to a daughter. Thus, CLC sought to toast the king, aspiring to become a prince consort, or at the very least, to father a child with Chudingting, thereby strengthening our alliance and providing additional security to our agreement. To my utter astonishment, the king acquiesced, and Chudingting, too, played along. I found myself pondering whether CLC had any aunts or younger sisters. Perhaps we could forge a familial bond ourselves. The narrative states briefly that on the morrow, with the sun barely peeking over the mountains, the Gaochang people led us into the cavern. As I ventured deeper along the rocky cliffs for several dozen meters, the tumultuous sound of rushing waters reached my ears. The people of Gaochang resided on both banks of the subterranean river, enveloped in darkness, with only sporadic beams of light piercing through the cavern. Dimly visible were the bed-like hollows they had carved into the cliff faces, where both young maidens and married women would nimbly slip into the rock crevices, akin to taking to their beds. Naturally, the king's bed was more spacious, for I beheld him reclining upon a stone slab, embracing companions, one of whom was mounted atop him. Chudingting had arranged for a boat to take us downstream to explore antiquities. To speak candidly, I felt a profound trepidation at the thought of entering the pitch-black subterranean river. The confined space unsettled me, and the uncertainty of our direction was disconcerting. The 4 donkeys had undoubtedly been idle the previous night, for Chudingting, who had exuded grace just yesterday, now walked with a slight waddle this morning. Uncle Batter, being of advanced age, chose not to accompany us. Thus, our group of 4, joined by 3 from Chudingting's party, totaled 7 as we embarked on 3 small boats. Illuminated by the beams of our flashlights, the scene within the underground river was indeed fearsome. At its broadest, the river spanned several meters, while at its narrowest, it shrank to a mere 5 or 6. The current varied between languid and swift, and the height of the cavern above us fluctuated as well, at times. The ceiling was so lofty that our lights failed to reach it, while at others, we had to recline in the boats, our noses nearly brushing against the rocky walls. During the military campaign led by Ho Junji against Gaochang, the royal family of Gaochang, leveraging the nation's wealth, bribed him to preserve their lineage. This implies that the inhabitants of this cavern were, in fact, genuine members of the royal family of Gaochang. Among the treasures used to bribe Ho Junji, 2 items were particularly noteworthy. One was the Xianyuan sword, and the other was a dragon skull. The Xianyuan sword, also known as the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword, is said to have been forged from the copper of Shou Mountain, specifically for the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan. It was later passed down to Yu the Great, becoming a divine artifact of the Huaxia civilization, revered as the foremost among the 10 legendary swords of ancient and modern times. According to legend, one side of the sword's blade is inscribed with the sun, moon, and stars, while the other side depicts mountains, rivers, and flora. The hilt bears inscriptions on agricultural practices and livestock management on one side, and strategies for unifying the 4 seas on the other. Since ancient times, it has been said that he who possesses the Xianyuan sword shall command the world. Another remarkable artifact is the dragon skull, representing the divine dragon of Huaxia. Chudingting has heard tales passed down through generations, describing the dragon's head towering over 10 feet, with teeth extending a foot long. The entire skull being as large as half a room. I have always harbored doubts about the existence of dragons in this world, particularly because, among the 12 zodiac animals, the dragon is the only one without a physical counterpart, which inevitably stirs contemplation. The Gaochang royal family offered the nation's treasures as bribes to General Ho Junji, thus securing their preservation. Subsequently, family members migrated along underground rivers, living in various caves for over 1,000 years. When I inquired about the origins of these treasures, Chudingting shared a new tale regarding the disappearance of Lulan. Around the Han Dynasty, Lulan emerged as a vital stronghold in the western regions, with caravans traversing the Silk Road frequently stopping in Lulan City to rest and trade. The rapid development of Lulan incited jealousy among other nations in the western regions. Consequently, 17 out of the 36 states resolved to attack Lulan on the night of the full moon in August, intending to seize its treasures and compel the caravans to divert their trade to other states. Even the smallest nation possesses an advantage over trade caravans, for a nation commands an army. Once a caravan passes, it is inevitable that the state will extract its share, reaping some benefit from the encounter. On the night of the 15th of August, the armies of the 17 kingdoms gathered outside the city of Lulan, though their numbers were modest, amounting to approximately 5,000. Within Lulan, the lights shone brightly, yet the streets were eerily deserted. Every home was illuminated, but no souls could be found. Even the spies dispatched by the 17 kingdoms had vanished without a trace. The Allied forces, caught off guard, descended into chaos, frantically storming into homes to plunder treasures. During their looting of the royal palace, they stumbled upon a hidden chamber beneath the ground, filled to the brim with bronze artifacts and jade treasures from the Han territories. Ultimately, these precious items were handed over to Hou Junji. It became evident to me that Hou Junji had withheld these treasures, and that Li Shimin had refrained from pressing him too hard, perhaps out of consideration for their brotherly bond. It is no wonder that after Hou Junji's conquest of the Gaochang kingdom, Li Shimin imprisoned him. Regarding the disappearance of the Lulan kingdom, Chu Tingting speculated that it may have been the work of the Xiongnu. However, I find this notion implausible. Firstly, when the 17 kingdoms entered Lulan, there were no signs of conflict within the city. Secondly, the timeline does not align. Chu Tingting previously mentioned that the 17 kingdoms harbored envy towards Lulan's prosperity, which was bolstered by the Silk Road. The Silk Road was first established during the reign of Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty, when Zhang Qian ventured into the western regions. However, during that period, the Xiongnu were a formidable force, rendering trade along that route impossible. Later, Emperor Wu organized the Han army and drove the Xiongnu away, who then dared not descend southward to graze their horses. It was only after this that the Silk Road became a conduit for commerce, facilitating a continuous flow of caravans. Therefore, chronologically, it is evident that Lulan flourished only after the Xiongnu had been repelled. Thus, it cannot be the Xiongnu who caused Lulan's disappearance. At this moment, I was once again reminded of the curse of the Shang king, yearning to venture outside and decipher the inscriptions upon the guardian beast of the tomb. We traversed through the darkness for what felt like an eternity until we arrived at an underground cavern. One side of the cave housed an underground river, while the other boasted a meticulously constructed staircase and stone door. "Where are we?" I inquired. With unwavering confidence, Chu Tingting replied, "This is the underground city of the Gaochang kingdom. You are among the first outsiders to enter." As we disembarked, Chu Tingting grimaced in pain, and I felt an overwhelming urge to berate the 4 donkeys, for they truly lacked compassion. On the steps, remnants of wooden basins and tattered garments lay strewn about, suggesting that someone had once survived in this place. Chapter 86. The underground cavern before us stood a remarkably smooth stone door. As we approached, Chu Tingting remarked, "The residents of the sinkhole are of the Gaochang royal lineage, while here, we encounter the common folk. Some of them lack clothing, so please do not take offense." Her words sent a rush of blood to my head. I mused on my own discomfort regarding nudity, questioning whether they would feel similarly if I were without garments. Beyond the door lay a long stone corridor, with polished walls that gleamed under the light of oil lamps affixed at intervals, reportedly made from a blend of sesame and fish oils, filling the air with the tantalizing aroma of fried fish. As I ventured deeper, I beheld the treasures of my dreams. Young maidens and wives gathered together, weaving exquisite sesame crafts. Most of their creations were teardrop-shaped, disc-like, conical, and pear-shaped. There were also some that hung down, yet such droopiness was indeed a source of pride, reminiscent of Hua Mulan, who never had the chance to sag in her lifetime. The atmosphere was charged with an air of discontent as the conversation shifted to the topic of handicrafts. I was uncertain of the correctness of the term, but it referred to items woven from sesame, including straw hats, bags, camels, and sheep fashioned from grass. Upon the arrival of Chu Tingting, the young women and girls collectively lowered their heads, seemingly too timid to meet her gaze. At that moment, Chu Tingting exuded an aura of superiority that was palpable. She glanced at the recent woven artifacts and declared, "I have found a collector for antiques. Henceforth, there will be no need for everyone to toil." I was momentarily entranced, my eyes widening in astonishment. Hua Mulan nudged me, exclaiming, "Look at the architecture here. It is quite peculiar." I yearned to observe the buildings, yet my eyes betrayed me, controlled by my mind which was engrossed in a whimsical comparison of sizes. This one was larger, that one was also substantial, while another was diminutive, and yet another even smaller. As Chu Tingting continued her stride, I felt as though I were under a spell, my legs no longer obeying my commands. Had it not been for the sharp slap from CLVZ, my gaze would have wandered endlessly among the long legs surrounding me. CLVZ scolded, "Can't you aspire to something greater than merely fixating on that?" Zhao Yukong retorted indignantly, "And you dare to speak? What were you up to last night?" Chu Tingting. CLVZ replied with utmost seriousness. I inhaled deeply, compelling myself to sever my gaze from the spectacle before me. The cavern was vast. How could one even begin to describe it? Perhaps it could be likened to a bra. The stones represented the breasts. The fabric enveloping them symbolized the ground, and the spongy interior signified the air. It is approximately this, a structure resembling a breast, adorned with rooms resembling pigeonholes, where the lower levels are more abundant than the upper ones, arranged in concentric circles over 4 tiers. The hemispherical edifice features staircases along its midsection, where numerous individuals silently descend, their heads bowed, resembling a gesture of reverence towards Chu Tingting, yet more akin to mourning. A cursory glance reveals that this cavern is likely home to at least 200 souls, predominantly children, with the elderly in short supply, while young maidens and newlywed wives constitute the majority. Chu Tingting announced her intention to lead us to the storeroom, which housed a plethora of antiques, but upon turning around, I was astonished. At that moment, every bronze artifact appeared as mere refuse in my eyes. For I beheld an entire set of bronze chimes standing majestically against the cavern's stone wall. The chimes spanned approximately 6 to 7 meters in length and towered over 2.5 meters in height, arranged in a shape with 3 tiers above and below. The uppermost tier contained smaller bells, while the largest bell was akin to the size of a watermelon, and the smallest approximated that of a fist. Arranged from left to right in descending order, the middle tier mirrored this arrangement, albeit with larger bells. The lowest tier comprised solely of grand bells, with the smallest standing at half a meter, and the largest nearly reaching a meter. Upon counting, I discovered a total of 72 exquisite chimes. Upon closer inspection of the chime framework, I noted the primary structure composed of 9 painted wooden beams, forming an A-shaped arrangement of 3 horizontal and 6 vertical supports, with the ends reinforced by beast-patterned bronze fittings. 6 exquisitely carved sword-bearing warriors, depicted in a manner that suggested they could draw their swords, supported the copper columns. My goodness! If this chime were to be unveiled, the Zhong Hui chime would be but a younger sibling. Chu Tingting inquired, "Do you desire this chime as well?" "Yes, indeed." My voice trembled. This object was too large to transport easily. "As long as you take action, I will find a way," Chu Tingting whispered. Zhao Yukong was equally astonished, exclaiming, This is a national-level cultural relic, one that is restricted from being taken abroad. Can we even find a buyer?" Hua Mulan's tone shifted as she remarked, "It is simply magnificent, truly magnificent. My goodness, such a divine artifact exists in this world. If only my grandfather could see it, he would die without regret." Chu Tingting, puzzled, inquired, "Is this object truly valuable?" "Several hundred billion, perhaps," Hua Mulan responded with excitement, as at that moment, no one had the presence of mind to fabricate a lie. "What? Several hundred billion? My heavens, how much is that?" After a prolonged silence, I elucidated. "The estimate for the Zhong Hui chime bells is 350 billion, but as you know, that is merely an estimate. No one dares to purchase it. I believe this set of bells could fetch several tens of millions." "Several tens of millions? Who could possibly have that amount?" "I could sell 100 pieces of goods from the Gobi Desert for just over 100, Chu Tingting exclaimed in astonishment. In my heart, I was already convinced that this was indeed a relic from the Shang dynasty, undoubtedly originating from the royal palace of the Shang. Chu Tingting led us to the warehouse, where various relics were displayed upon stone tables and beds, bronze wares, jade artifacts, gilded bronze items, celadon pottery, ivory pagodas. The room was filled with treasures. Yet at that moment, all the artifacts paled in comparison to the chime bells. Chu Tingting asked, "How much could it be worth?" "No, it's difficult to say. The king decreed that I join you in selling, and when the time comes, we shall divide the profits. Will you accompany us?" "Certainly. Otherwise, if you were to flee, where would I seek my due?" "Very well," replied the 4 donkeys. I continued to inquire, "Are these items, spanning from the Shang and Zhou dynasties to the Sui and Tang, all from the treasury of the Gaochang kingdom? You mentioned that 17 nations united to attack Lulan. Did those nations also possess bronze artifacts?" "Naturally. Who would not desire treasures?" At that time, the 17 nations were embroiled in conflict, and eventually, a few kings deliberated and drew lots to divide the spoils. I swallowed hard, setting aside anything else. Merely locating the ruins of these 17 nations would suffice for a lifetime of sustenance for someone like me. "Can these items be sold?" queried Chu Tingting cautiously. "They can be sold, including the troughs for pigs and the bowls for dogs that you use." "Splendid." I instructed my kin to begin moving the items. "You must hasten to find people to transport them." I inquired about the duration needed. The boatman was unable to provide a definitive answer, stating we must wait for the water flow to subside, ideally allowing it to stabilize for 2 days. A surge of joy filled my heart. This was not merely a meal from the heavens, but rather a grand opportunity for me to prosper. To be candid, I have harbored an interest in handicrafts since childhood. I must learn the art of weaving crafts from sesame. Upon further investigation, I discovered that the rulers of the Gaochang kingdom were not as merciless as I had initially envisioned. The royal family and the commoners alternate their residences every month, as well as their respective duties. For instance, when the commoners reside in the pit dwellings, they are tasked with agriculture and animal husbandry. When the royal family inhabits the caves, they engage in the intricate craft of weaving sesame products. It is said that the king possesses considerable skill in this craft. This tribe exemplifies a profound sense of equity, albeit not absolute fairness. Each commoner maiden, on the night of her marriage, is required to symbolically spend a night with the king, undoubtedly on Christmas Eve. I find this practice understandable, as the rite of the first night exists in various cultures across the globe. Chapter 87 elucidates this notion succinctly without directly proceeding to the next chapter. The rite of the first night, as the term suggests, refers to the privilege wherein a man, other than the groom or multiple men, may share the first night with the bride prior to her marriage. Zhou Zuoren once penned an introduction on this topic in On the Dragon, preface to the rite of the first night, wherein he noted that this rite could only be an ancient custom, and he expressed uncertainty regarding its authenticity. There are also rumors that during the Yuan dynasty, the Mongols imposed the rite of the first night upon the Han people, leading to the tragic demise of their firstborn children, with only the second child being permitted to carry on the family line. However, I have found no historical evidence to substantiate this claim. It appears to be a mere fabrication. In the Yuan dynasty, for the common populace, the Mongols inflicted severe penalties upon the Han, which amounted merely to 57 lashes and the collection of burial fees. In simpler terms, the Yuan government would only administer 57 lashes to the perpetrator and impose a fee for funerary expenses. This was the case only for unprovoked homicides. If a dispute escalated to violence, the 57 lashes would be waived entirely. In the Yuan dynasty, where the costs of crime were remarkably low, particularly among the nomadic tribes, the concept of the rite of the first night seemed to hold little significance. Additionally, considering the demographic disparity between the Han people and the nomads, its implementation would have faced considerable challenges. Thus, I surmise that the rite of the first night likely ceased to exist domestically, at least after the advent of civilization. Now, turning our attention to foreign customs, Engels noted that among certain ethnic groups, an individual holding a public office, be it a tribal or clan leader, chieftain, shaman, priest, or any other title, exercised the rite of the first night on behalf of the community with respect to the bride. In essence, this implies that the groom would have to wait his turn, with anyone else being permitted to intervene. In some African tribes, a virgin must first accompany the guests celebrating the wedding on the night of her marriage. Historical records indicate that in a bygone era in Japan, particularly on Awaji Island, it was customary for several friends of the groom to take the bride into the forest on the eve of her wedding to deflower her. Such practices are indeed shocking and reflect a disturbing reality from which certain films have drawn inspiration. Among the Sakai people of the Malay Peninsula, this duty often fell to the father or elder brother. In remote areas of Peru, the bride must first accompany the village youths before finally attending to the groom. Of course, all of this presupposes a non-slavery society. In some regions of our country last century, serfs still existed, their lives entirely at the mercy of landowners, rendering further debate on these matters rather futile. Heavens, it is truly hard to believe that such outrageous words were penned by the upright and handsome youth, Mr. Su. It is indeed frightening. Next, I shall engage in a forceful reprogramming of thoughts. When examining issues, we must not solely focus on the processes involved, but also pay heed to the outcomes. In this contemporary era, characterized by technological advancements, our exposure to knowledge is both extensive and varied, with diverse avenues for learning. For instance, from the early days of file-sharing applications to platforms like Waga and Kuwo, and now to the current streaming technologies, there are even dedicated applications available. The evolution of these technologies has transpired in a mere decade. It is indeed difficult to fathom that, a mere 10 years ago, prior to 2010, the methods by which young men accessed information through their mobile phones were limited to downloads, with online content primarily consisting of Asian imagery. Taking my generation of the 1990s as an example, I believe the majority of young boys have encountered advertisements on television promoting breast enhancement, and have seen the striking beauty portrayed therein. Furthermore, local television stations often aired rather unscrupulous advertisements aimed at rejuvenating masculine vitality. frequently employing an interview format where women would discuss the transformations of their partners after consuming certain products. I vividly recall one interviewee illustrating the contrast. Before taking the supplement, he was like a deflated eggplant, and afterward, he resembled a carrot. The slogans were equally bold. Cut back on a pack of cigarettes. Forgo a bottle of liquor. For just a few dollars, you can bring more joy to your beloved. This encapsulates the television landscape of that era. Naturally, during our childhood, resources were limited. Some households possessed those large satellite dishes, which offered even more explicit content, featuring foreign women parading on runways. In addition to television, there exists the radio, which is home to clandestine stations. These underground broadcasts often entice listeners by fattening their prey before consumption, employing a strategy where they engage a few women in suggestive banter to stir the desires of elderly men. Some of these men, perhaps lacking the vigor they once possessed, are then subjected to a sudden shift in the dialogue, as the women on air might exclaim about the potency of certain aphrodisiacs, leaving their audience astounded. However, the ancients were not afforded such diverse avenues for acquiring knowledge, and discussions surrounding intimacy were often considered taboo. It would be quite absurd for an unmarried young woman to seek out explicit materials to educate herself. In the courts of various dynasties, there were dedicated institutions for training court maidens. During the Qing dynasty, there were matrons specifically tasked with instructing newly arrived maidens on how to serve the emperor. The Tang dynasty scholar Han Yu penned a treatise entitled On Teachers, wherein he articulated, "No one is born with knowledge. Who can be free from confusion? If one is confused and does not seek a teacher, the confusion shall remain unsolved." This implies that individuals are not innately knowledgeable and inevitably encounter uncertainties that necessitate the guidance of a mentor. Furthermore, he states, there is a sequence in receiving knowledge, and each profession has its specialization. The emphasis lies in the latter part, indicating that one must excel in a particular field to be considered a teacher. The role of instructional matrons in the palace mirrors this principle. It is akin to expecting a naive young woman, lacking experience, to oversee family planning. Could she truly comprehend the complexities involved? Even today, certain entertainment venues engage trainers for various purposes, the specifics of which are left to one's imagination. I refer, of course, to psychological training, such as how to please patrons. Thus, when contemplating the issue of the right to the first night, we ought to approach it from a positive perspective. For instance, experienced individuals could impart wisdom to young couples on how to lead a fulfilling sexual life. I recall a news story about a couple married for many years. The wife was unable to conceive. Upon visiting a hospital for examinations, the doctors discovered that the husband's methods were flawed. One could imagine even E. coli questioning a tadpole, "Who are you?" Hence, it remains true that no one is born knowledgeable. Who among us is without confusion? Therefore, we must regard the matter of the first night with rationality. I suspect Han Yu never envisioned that a millennium later, someone would utilize his essay on teachers, originally intended to promote learning, to elucidate the right to the first night. I believe that those who stumble upon my novel do so not by chance. Even if I, Sue, am at fault, big data certainly is not. Take short video platforms as an example. If a user consistently views content featuring long legs, stockings, local female streamers, and beautiful women emerging from the bath, the algorithm will not recommend an explanation of the Tao Te Ching. Of course, the vast majority of young men receive recommendations primarily for the following content, as the Symphony of Fate plays. Ode to Joy has already cycled 70 kilometers in the morning light. Following the path of Brother Da, one endures hunger 3 times a day. Can you believe it? Treasure hunter Old Sue spent $50,000 to acquire this container blind box. Well, that's enough. Let us continue our tomb raiding. Chapter 88. The Kingdoms of the Western Regions. During the days spent in the cave, Chudingting also engaged in the weaving of crafts. Her technique was exquisite, and I firmly believe this princess is one who shares in the hardships of her people. Chudingting expressed that if the sale yields a substantial profit, she could lead us to excavate the ancestral tombs of the successive kings of the Gaochang Kingdom, where one is certain to discover valuable treasures. Regarding the matter of disturbing the graves of our forebears, Chudingting has contemplated it deeply. She articulated that our ancestors are the guardians of their descendants, and they would wish for the burial goods to ensure a better life for those who follow. In shallower waters, we waded through the darkness, while in deeper areas, we utilized our oars to glide along the rocky walls. That evening, the king of Gaochang produced his most prized possessions to entertain us, offering fine cigarettes from the front gate. During our meal, the king inquired, "In your estimation, how much do these items hold in value?" I contemplated briefly and surmised it might be around 30 million. However, I had to account for the commissions of both Master Yao and Wan Ba, who would claim half of it. Thus, the remaining 15 million would need to be divided among the three of us, with the Gaochang side entitled to no less than 5 million. Of course, 30 million was merely an estimate, yet it represented the minimum. I allowed myself some leeway. I explained our division of shares to the king of Gaochang, who appeared quite pleased. He replied, Tingting has informed me of your intent to open the tomb of our ancestors, and I concur. What do you require such a sum for? The living conditions have deteriorated, and the fish in the subterranean river are increasingly scarce. If we had sufficient funds, we could establish a village. Suddenly, I recalled a phrase from within the besieged city. Those outside long to enter, while those inside yearn to escape. The lifestyle of the Gaochang people embodies the state I have longed for. Chu Tingting added, perhaps we could engage in a long-term partnership, besides the royal tomb. I can also guide you to the ruins of the kingdom of Kush. Seeing my confusion, Chu Tingting continued, we possess a map left by our ancestors, which marks the various nations of the western regions. Is Mount Yangjiao indicated on it? No, I replied. Have you ever heard of Mount Yangjiao? Chu Tingting shook her head and turned to the king, asking, Father, have you heard of it? I exclaimed with excitement, do you still remember the content? Just these 2 sentences? There is much more, but time has dulled my memory, she admitted. I clenched my teeth, feeling an instinctive connection between these phrases and Mount Yangjiao. However, a new dilemma arose. We were initially searching for the ram's horn, and now we also needed to find the bull's head. It felt utterly absurd. With the bull's head and the ram's horn intertwined, and considering we were currently in Turpan, the only historical figure that came to mind was the Bull Demon King. The 4 donkeys laughed. So, we are looking for the abode of the Bull Demon King? Shall we borrow the banana fan from Princess Iron Fan? That sounds fine. Our Monkey King wields the golden cudgel. The king replied earnestly, indeed, there exists a place called the Bull Demon Kingdom. I have heard the late king mention it. In the western regions, men pierce their noses and wear rings. This nation worships the sacred bull, and Han merchants refer to it as the Bull Kingdom. Its great king being the Bull Demon King. The 4 donkeys chuckled mischievously. See, it aligns. Art stems from life. Get lost? I interjected. In Journey to the West, was it Gaochang Kingdom or the Kingdom of Women? The king responded, you are not mistaken. The original Gaochang Kingdom indeed had less than 1/10 of its population as men. It was predominantly women. For a fleeting moment, I truly wish to revisit Journey to the West, for in my childhood, I had only watched the antics of the monkey. Do not take my word for it, Milan explained. The sex of a child can indeed be influenced. There is some basis for this. For instance, those who have a penchant for sweet foods tend to have a higher probability of bearing daughters, while individuals who favor meat and preserved foods are more likely to have sons. The 4 donkeys jested, nonsense. As a medical student, I can assure you that it is all random. Your grandmother, if a young woman has 100 suitors, does it not depend on who can truly capture her heart? 100? What is there to choose? If I were that maiden, I would entertain a different suitor each day, never repeating. Becoming a bride anew each night. What joy that would be. Zhao Yukong interjected seriously, it cannot be 100 days. There are physiological cycles to consider, about 4.5 months. The 4 donkeys slapped him playfully. I love to break the rules. Does it concern you? Zhao Wukong rubbed his head and replied, running a red light incurs a fine of 200 and a deduction of 6 points. Chu Tingting interrupted. The materials you seek from the western regions are all stored in the treasury of the Gaochang Kingdom. May I take a look? I inquired. Money. I felt a surge of irritation. This woman was truly fixated on wealth, requiring payment for everything. How much do you want? First, sell these antiques. If the price is right, I may gift you some. The 4 donkeys grinned. Wife, we are family now. Let me take a look, for I am, in some sense, a son-in-law of Gaochang. The term of endearment wife uttered by the 4 donkeys felt somewhat derogatory to me. Chu Tingting, being perceptive, simply waved her hand in refusal. From the glint in the 4 donkeys' eyes, I could deduce the intentions he harbored for the night. Everything seemed to have reached an impasse. Chu Tingting possessed everything we desired. Yet without money, we were at a standstill. We were unaccustomed to the nocturnal habits of the Gaochang people, thus we resolved to maintain our usual nighttime slumber. Just as I was about to drift into sleep, Hua Milan approached and inquired, Brother Dog, do you truly believe Chu Tingting possesses the information we seek? She should. I replied, but I find it somewhat dubious. They are fleeing nobility. I can believe they might carry a map, but books? That seems implausible. They would undoubtedly prioritize filling their limited space with gold and jewels. What are you implying? Hua Mulan took a deep breath and remarked. Shu Tingting is not to be underestimated. We must not allow her to outmaneuver us. Surely not, I retorted. Indeed, women understand women. You men lack insight into our subtle thoughts. When Shu Tingting speaks, I sense an air of entitlement about her. You can discern that? I exclaimed. Then I shall promptly summon the fourth donkey. It's instinct, she sighed. Understand the implication. It's not merely entitlement. It's a princess complex. I sniffed and replied, she is. After all, a princess. Hua Mulan pushed me away, exclaiming in frustration, if you end up being outsmarted, do not say I did not warn you. With that, she stormed off in indignation. Chapter 89. Eavesdropping by the river, Hua Mulan's words kept me tossing and turning as I contemplated numerous possibilities. Beyond the issue of money, it seemed that Shu Tingting could not deceive me further. Unable to find rest, I resolved to consult Fourth Donkey. In the darkness, I located his cave and knocked for quite some time before he gently replied, I cannot anymore. Please come back after a brief respite. Rest? What nonsense! By the heavens! What are you doing, dog brother? For donkeys exclaimed as he abruptly sat up, noticing that Shu Tingting had vanished without a trace. Join me for a smoke. Together. 4 donkeys and I descended along the underground river, where a chillingly familiar voice echoed through the darkness, sending shivers down our spines. Batter, lowering his voice, remarked, In 2 days, they will arrive. The king inquired, Will the individuals you mentioned truly offer a greater sum? Certainly, Batter assured, they have promised me an abundance of riches. You will each receive a share of several million, and they will grant you land to establish your own village, allowing you to reign as a local emperor. Shu Tingting questioned, Will it be hereditary? Batter replied, That remains uncertain. With wealth, one may pursue any desire. The king suggested, Should we perhaps wait to see which group presents a more lucrative offer? Batter's tone turned stern as he responded, I have awaited your sale of the national treasure for decades. I must find you the best buyer. What you intend to show them likely amounts to less than 1/10 of the treasures in the Gaochang treasury. There are indeed more treasures. But we must wait until the payment is received before making a decision. Of course, I have waited for you for decades, anticipating this day. Shu Tingting asked, What shall we do about those few individuals? If we do not sell the national treasure to them, they may cause a disturbance. Throw them into the river to feed the fish, the king coldly declared. Batter interjected, No, we should keep these individuals for now. I believe they possess valuable information regarding the treasures of the western regions. Once they become utterly useless, I will take care of them. At this juncture, the river's chill was profound, yet my heart was even colder. How true it is that appearances can be deceiving. One can never truly know another's heart. I never would have surmised that Batul was also a trafficker of antiquities. The denizens of the Gaochang kingdom stared blankly at the night sky through the zenith of the sinkhole. Under normal circumstances, I would have contemplated faith and devotion. But at that moment, I felt only despair. What shall we do? Murmured CLC. I shook my head in resignation. Should we awaken Brother Monkey and Hua Mulan? Best to rouse Hua Mulan. Brother Monkey is not one to keep secrets. As we entered the mountain cave, we happened upon Shu Tingting emerging. CLC reacted with alacrity, impudently embracing Shu Tingting, exclaiming, Ah, wife, where have you been? I've been searching for you for ages. Shu Tingting remained her usual self, replying, I couldn't sleep. So I thought I'd see you settled in, and then take a stroll. No more strolling. Let's continue where we left off. CLC sacrificed himself to detain Shu Tingting, while I seized the opportunity to find Hua Mulan and whisper the details of the situation in her ear. In the darkness, I could sense Hua Mulan's despair. Brother, go. This is an intricate, interconnected scheme. I nodded in agreement. I know, Batul used us to cultivate his image as a man of unwavering loyalty within the village. Precisely. I have no faith in humanity. I found it peculiar from the start that Batul didn't even glance at the 2 million we offered, focusing solely on finding the village secretary. In retrospect, his aim was to leave a favorable impression on the villagers. Alas, hindsight offers no solace. There is a perplexing matter that eludes my understanding. Batu, a purveyor of antiquities, seemingly remains unperturbed by the treasures worth millions housed within the temple of the robbed people. What, indeed, does he seek? Mulan retorted, How can you be certain that he is in pursuit of material possessions? If not treasures, then what else could it be? I pondered. What is it that Li Shimin tasked Ho Junji to seek? Are you implying that Batu is also in search of ancient artifacts? Yet, that cannot be the case. Discovering such relics would surely be for profit. there would be no reason to forsake the temple's millions. What if his motivations lie beyond mere monetary gain? I inquired, and then I grasped Mulan's implication. She had once remarked that in Lingnan, many affluent individuals, having amassed their fortunes, tend to guide their descendants towards positions of power. In essence, some may aspire to acquire ancient artifacts to ensure prosperity for their lineage. Yet, a conundrum arises. For whom does Bada toil? What promises has his enigmatic benefactor made to persuade him to reside in this desolate village for decades? Mulan continued. Perhaps they seek a singular artifact, akin to your assertion regarding the Xianyuan sword, inscribed with the strategy for unifying the realms. Who would not aspire to reign as emperor? But has not the Xianyuan sword been entrusted to Hou Junji? I countered. Indeed, but throughout the Tang dynasty and into the subsequent Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties. Has there been any trace of the Xianyuan sword? Moreover, their search may not necessarily be for the Xianyuan sword. It could very well be for another relic. My heart grows increasingly cold. There are certain matters that elude explanation. At times, I find solace in regarding ancient artifacts as tokens of sovereignty, such as the imperial seal of China. Yet, who can assure us that these divine objects lack sentience? Moreover, some enigmatic forces are beyond articulation, their nature only explicable through the lens of unresolved scientific inquiry. In this unfortunate situation, it appears that Batter does not harbor intentions of harm towards us. Rather, he seems eager to extract information from us. As long as we maintain an air of inscrutability, or perhaps a semblance of reluctant cooperation, we may preserve our lives for the moment. However, the question remains, what are our next steps? Without Batter as our guide, we find ourselves stranded in the vast desert. There is a looming fear that this wily character might resort to desperate measures, casting us into the wasteland to extract every shred of knowledge we possess. Ultimately, regardless of whether we divulge information, the outcome remains fatal. The true cause of Sun's demise likely stems from the torture inflicted by Batter. Yet, is it possible that Batter and Sun are but two facets of the same entity? If so, Sun's death might be attributed to inefficacy, leading to his execution. Hua Mulan inquired, "What occupies your thoughts?" I shared my contemplations with her. Upon reflection, I realized that her analysis was astutely grounded in reality, examining Batter's position. Faith and ethnicity serve as his most potent motivators. However, this seems contradictory, as the West has long held a belief in science, making it implausible to accept the absurd notion that ancient artifacts possess mystical powers. I expressed my innermost doubts. Mulan provided an explanation that would never grace the television screen. She remarked, "Everything we observe is deliberately presented to us. The sights perceived by the flock are dictated by the shepherd's guidance. Wherever the shepherd leads the sheep, that is the vista they behold. Every nation harbors secrets, some of which remain classified for decades, only to be declassified after a stipulated period, while others are shrouded in perpetual confidentiality. For instance, supernatural forces exist within a society governed by scientific principles, where phenomena must be explicable through science. Matters that elude scientific explanation are often suppressed at a national level. Consider the ancient events such as the Tianqi explosion, the Dyatlov Pass incident, and the Tunguska event. Which of these can be wholly elucidated by science? Mulan spoke with a calm demeanor, yet my heart grew heavier with unease. Chapter 90. The strongest first move that night was excruciatingly difficult. Mulan and I huddled together in the cave, and aside from our shared size, there was little we could do. At long last, dawn arrived, and once the Gaochang people had succumbed to slumber, the four of us reconvened in the sinkhole. Zhao Yukong listened to the unfolding events, his face a mask of disbelief. The four donkeys sighed, saying, "We are truly out of options now. We cannot escape. Nor can we flee. Does anyone have a solution?" We three shook our heads in unison. The four donkeys continued, "Damn it, our lives are at stake. We need to think of something quickly." Mulan, with a tone of resignation, replied, "If I could find a way out, I would not wish to share a ride with you." The four donkeys, eyes wide, retorted, "What ride are you even talking about? If we manage to escape with our lives, I would buy you a car." "No, what I mean is that I no longer wish to partake in this grave-robbing endeavor." "Why?" We find ourselves in silence, and Mulan's words have torn away our final veil of modesty. I feel a certain discomfort, not because of Mulan's accusations, but because her words ring with truth. In that moment, I realized that my upbringing mirrors that of the Qing dynasty, where morality supplants law. I have often mocked the Qing's policy of ignorance, yet here I stand, a victim of that very ignorance, bound by moral constraints that penetrate deeply into my being. Mulan's words awakened me, And after a moment's pause, I expressed, I have pondered through the night. If we cannot escape the desert, even if we manage to flee this pit, we shall perish of thirst amidst the sands. The 4 donkeys, with a quivering voice, implored, Brother Dog, you are our strategist. You must devise a plan. Are you willing to commit murder? Murder? Who would we kill? The king. Brother Dog, have you lost your senses? Why would we kill him? To assist Chu Tingting in ascending to power. I spoke with utmost sincerity. Mulan was the first to grasp my meaning, replying, it is entirely feasible. If the king is slain, regardless of Chu Tingting's sorrow, she would ultimately benefit. The 4 donkeys, puzzled, inquired, what do you mean? I turned to the 4 donkeys and asked, when you conversed with Chu Tingting, did you ever inquire if she had any brothers? No, her father was ineffective. And with several wives, she is the sole offspring. That simplifies matters. We eliminate the king, Chu Tingting rises to power. And all agreements between the old king and Batter will inevitably be affected, if not rendered null and void, at least temporarily suspended. The 4 donkeys expressed their confusion, asking Brother Dog, you have slain the father of the lady. How could Chu Tingting possibly spare you? Last night, Batu had mentioned the establishment of a village, to which Chu Tingting inquired if it could be hereditary. The 4 donkeys grasped my meaning. Historically, the hearts of emperors are devoid of affection. In the face of power, the weight of familial ties becomes negligible. Should we eliminate the king, the people of Gaochong, even if they do not descend into chaos, would still need to arrange the funeral for the late king before a new monarch ascends to the throne. This process would take at least 7 or 8 days, granting us a similar span of safety. Moreover, if we were to dispatch the old king, Chu Tingting would benefit from the situation, provided we execute our plan flawlessly. She might even express her gratitude towards us. Although Gaochong is a small nation, we cannot analyze the royal family's thoughts through the lens of ordinary reasoning. Nor should we consider the bond between father and son. Zhao Yukong murmured, to save our lives, we are to assassinate the king. Does that not seem slightly unethical? Ethics be damned. He intends to feed us to the fish. If we do not kill him, we shall meet our demise. Who would you prefer to see perish? For donkeys replied, brimming with indignation. Hua Mulan inquired, when shall we act? Should we subtly inform Chu Tingting to gauge her stance? No. Let us first deliberate on the method of the king's assassination. I believe we must approach this matter with utmost caution, ensuring that Chu Tingting remains oblivious to our intentionality. The king's demise must appear accidental. Given the current circumstances, the underground river presents a feasible option, though we must avoid drowning the king. However, if he were to slip and fall, striking the back of his head, only to be carried away by the current, it would all seem quite plausible. I have never engaged in the profession of murder, nor do I dare to do so. Yet at this moment, I am resolutely convinced that I can accomplish this task. Currently, there exists but one path for self-preservation. We have already ignited the flames of conflict. Extinguishing them is impossible, and thus, we must set fire to our adversary's backyard as well. The 3 of us men first took to hiding in the underground river, while we sent Hua Mulan to summon the king. Before long, Hua Mulan appeared, hand in hand with the king, at the entrance of the underground river. I stepped out from behind the stone wall, startling the king. He exclaimed, how is it that there are others here? Were we not supposed to be alone? In a hushed tone, I replied, the promise Bata made to you, I shall double. Shall we collaborate? The king paused for a few seconds before coldly retorting, Bata can make me emperor, can you? I can offer you wealth, tens of millions. Money is of no consequence. I desire to be emperor. The 4th man interjected, with such a small force, you wouldn't even amount to half a village outside. How do you intend to be emperor? That is not your concern. Bata can make me emperor. I found this amusing. It seemed the king fancied himself leading an expedition to conquer the neighboring village, embarking on a path to dominion. The king continued, I possess a map of the 36 nations of the western regions and the locations of the ancestral tombs. With these, Bata will have no choice but to bow to me. Your Majesty, what is Bata's background? The king scoffed. Bata's grandfather was a dealer in antiques. For generations, they have sought the location of the ancestral tombs, but I have remained silent. He has brought in waves of artifact traders, profiting handsomely at our expense. I inquired with a hint of perplexity, did they not resort to violence? He scoffed, they wouldn't dare. I alone possess the knowledge of the late king's mausoleum and the locations of the 36 kingdoms. Is this information not known to Chu Tingting? Only the king is granted access to the treasure trove, the king proclaimed with considerable pride. Are you certain you will not reconsider collaboration? You cannot provide what I seek. Regardless, your demise is inevitable. Bachelor will not spare you. For daring to intimidate the king, I possess the authority to execute you. You. Before he could complete his sentence, the king's foot slipped, and after a brief stumble, he collapsed into the water. After a moment, we divested the king of his hempen robes and arranged his body in a manner that suggested an accidental demise. With everything in place, all that remained was to wait. As we could not be the initial discoverers of the king's corpse, the day proved excruciatingly long, and it was not until dusk that the cavern echoed with the lamentations of the Gaochang people. The king's death was a momentous event, plunging the Gaochang people into immediate disarray. Some were dispatched to inform the commoners in the karst cave, while others prepared to cleanse the king's body. The following day, the assembled populace from the karst cave arrived at the sinkhole to mourn, further exacerbating the chaotic scene. I diligently sought Bachelor's presence within the throng, but he remained elusive. At that moment, my anxiety was greater than anyone's. Bachelor had mentioned that a contingent was en route, and I was uncertain as to when they would arrive. Should they encounter us, a sanguinary conflict would undoubtedly ensue. I desired to exchange a few words with Chudingting, but the four of us were treated as if we were invisible. No one addressed us, nor did anyone so much as glance in our direction. As the sun descended, the people of Gaochang illuminated the cavern with torches, where the king's body lay upon an exquisitely adorned boat, surrounded by fruits, fresh flowers, and several jars of fine wine. The king's remains drifted into the darkness, carried away by the underground river. After this solemn ritual, Chudingting whispered something to the elderly figure beside her, who instructed everyone to leave. Just as we intended to depart, Chu Tingting gestured with her elongated arm, signaling us to remain. Chapter 91. The Art of War by the banks of the underground river. Flames flickered, and Chu Tingting wore an expression devoid of emotion. My mind raced, perplexed by her intentions. Simultaneously, I prepared for the worst. Against hundreds of Gaochang warriors, we stood no chance. Yet, against a seemingly frail woman like Chu Tingting, we felt a semblance of confidence. At worst, we could resort to leveraging the emperor to command the lords, or even retreat into the underground river, seeking refuge in the cavern where the bronze chime bells were stored. Though Chu Tingting remained silent, her aura enveloped us with an imposing pressure. Tears suddenly welled in her eyes as she hoarsely uttered, "When my father passed, I too was by the underground river." My heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she witnessed the king's accidental fall? I hesitated before responding. How do you wish to handle this matter? In truth, what I intended to inquire was how Chudingting would deal with us, although I suspect she will take no significant action, as she is present at the scene. Even a single call from her would disrupt our plans. It is precisely because she has not intervened that we five find ourselves united in this endeavor. To put it bluntly, we are all culpable. How much can you offer me? Upon hearing the mention of money, I recognized that there must be room for negotiation. I asked, "What sum do you require?" "I wish to establish a village where my people can lead lives befitting humanity." Chudingting, in tears, expressed her thoughts in a fragmented manner, conveying her sentiments. During the reign of the late king, he spun elaborate lies about the outside world, monsters that drained life and beasts that devoured flesh without leaving a trace, instilling fear in the hearts of the people of Gaochang. Chu Tingting, too, was led to believe that the world beyond was as he described, for generations of Gaochang people had characterized it thus. As she matured, Chudingting ventured outside each month to sell sesame handicrafts, only to find that the reality of life beyond shattered her preconceived notions of humanity. She yearned for her father to be braver, to lead their people in exploring the outside world. Little did she realize that the old king had always been aware of the true nature of the world beyond. In recent years, the fish in the subterranean river have dwindled, leaving the people often hungry. Chudingting yearns for change. Yet she is powerless to dissuade the old king from his dream of restoring the kingdom. Hundreds reside within the fabricated world woven by the old king, leaving Chu Tingting in a state of inner conflict. The aged king confided in Chu Tingting that he possessed a treasure, a wealth substantial enough to restore the nation. Should he liquidate this fortune, he would have ample resources to recruit an army. Chu Tingting found this notion utterly ludicrous. No matter how many soldiers he amassed, they could not evade a single Dongfeng missile. The era of the Gaochang people had long since passed. However, the old king represented the faith of the Gaochang people, the supreme ruler they revered, and no one could alter his convictions. He could act as he pleased within his limited domain. A secret delight blossomed within me. If Chudingting sought to liquidate, then we few would serve as intermediaries. To my astonishment, Chudingting abruptly shifted her tone. She declared, "Batter has been a thorn in my father's side for over 20 years. Why should I sell the treasure to you? Can you offer a higher price? Indeed, I replied with unwavering certainty. Ting offered a wry smile and remarked, you are dealing with an individual. Batter's backing is formidable, capable of providing us with everything we desire. Why do you assert that? Batter is cunning. Initially, he presented himself as amicable and assisted us in selling our goods, but later severed that avenue, leaving us devoid of funds to procure supplies. He even poisoned our underground river, killing countless fish and leaving us famished. Ting continued. For the past 4 or 5 years, no antiquities dealers have visited. Therefore, with your arrival, I wish to sell everything. What price can you offer? For us, this was a fortuitous circumstance. After all, wealth is transient. We could resort to more aggressive tactics. Let him deceitfully manipulate us if he dared. I shared my thoughts with a few others, and perhaps the words of Mulan had an impact, as no one opposed the idea of eliminating Batul. After all, when faced with a choice of life or death, what deeds would one not undertake for survival? Ting mentioned that Batul and her grandfather had maintained a relationship for decades. Batul's grandfather, in his pursuit of the treasure's location, had resorted to violence, ultimately causing the demise of the king of Gaochang. Subsequently, he assisted Ting's father in ascending to power. According to the line of succession, Ting's father was the youngest son of the previous king, and thus had no opportunity to inherit the throne, which implies that Ting's father usurped power. After his ascension, he indeed disclosed some treasure-related information to Batul and his grandfather, allowing them to excavate a few items. However, the core treasure remained undisclosed, serving as the Gaochang people's final trump card for restoration. Eventually, Batul's grandfather mysteriously vanished, and the Gaochang people had arranged for personnel outside, ready to alert the authorities in case of any mishap within the cave. This created a mutual check and balance situation between Batul and the Gaochang people. While Batul yearned for their treasure, he could not resort to force. Any aggression would prompt an immediate call to the police, resulting in the annihilation of Batul's team. Conversely, the Gaochang people leveraged their knowledge of the treasure to ensure that Batul regularly supplied them with necessities and food. However, it seems that Batul underwent a transformation, no longer inquiring about the treasure's whereabouts, but instead playing a game of disappearance. Prior to this visit, he had not made an appearance for 4 or 5 years. And when Ting sought him out, he consistently claimed to be too old and incapable of action. 2 days hence, Batter arrived, accompanied by 2 compatriots from Russia, a man and a woman. The man, in his 50s, sported round spectacles and possessed the air of a university professor. The woman, barely in her 20s, was strikingly beautiful, though I gleaned little else about her. Upon seeing me, Batter laid bare his intentions, proclaiming, I murdered that fellow surnamed son for his disobedience. Do you desire a similar fate, left to rot in the wilderness? At that moment, Donkey had stealthily positioned himself behind Batter. I anticipated a swift and decisive blow, but to my astonishment, Donkey plunged a blade into Batter's posterior. Batter bellowed in agony, his body contorting forward as he clutched his violated flesh, his other hand reaching for his waist. We afforded him no opportunity to retaliate, wielding our oars with relentless fury. The elder Russian's spectacles were dislodged by the force of our blows, while the younger one suffered facial disfigurement. Batter fared worse, his arms rendered useless, dangling limply. This spectacle terrified the Gaochang natives, who scurried into the caves in abject fear. I rebuked, Donkey, you are truly a scoundrel. Why target his backside? Donkey, panting heavily, retorted, in warfare, deception is paramount. On the African savanna, hyenas favor anal attacks, swiftly incapacitating their prey. You know nothing. Quickly, inquire as to their identities. Batter, writhing in agony, spat, you shall all descend into hell. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as a stone struck Batter's chest. Blood and froth gurgled from his lips. His face contorted in excruciating pain. I cast a frustrated glance at the unconscious Russian, lamenting, you witless donkey. Now that he's dead, who will speak Russian? Monkey King, ah. The Monkey King who has dallied with the Russian women, the ones who do not utter a sound. The 4 donkeys spoke with utmost seriousness. Chapter 92, A Shift in Mindset. It is likely that Ting could never have fathomed that we would act in such a manner. She sat slumped beside us, her complexion ashen. Batul must surely be dead, while the fates of the 2 remaining Russians hang in the balance. To speak candidly, I harbor no fondness for the Russians. They are the nation that has occupied the most of our territory, including places like the Greater Shingon Range and Sakhalin Island. Furthermore, their contributions to Mongolia's independence cannot be overlooked. In total, the Russians have caused us to lose 560 million square kilometers of land, which amounts to 60% of our current territory. Beyond territorial occupation, they have also perpetrated the slaughter of our citizens. In Jiangdong, 64 tons. Tens of thousands of lives were tragically extinguished. Of course, the former Tsar's domain is not equivalent to the territory ruled by the current Emperor of Russia. Yet I believe they are of the same lineage. The misdeeds of the grandfather warrant vengeance from the grandson. Thus, I am indifferent to the fate of these two individuals. What concerns me is only Chu Tingting's attitude. In essence, our commotion serves to compel Chu Tingting into collaboration with us. Milan, deviating from her usual demeanor, wore a frigid This reaction is typical of an ordinary person. Nowadays, there are those who assert that in the event of war, they would be the first to take to the battlefield. I must emphasize that individuals lacking training will likely find themselves paralyzed with fear when shells explode around them, scattering the innards of their comrades. The battlefield is a gruesome sight of dismemberment. A normal person witnessing such horror would undoubtedly be seized by terror, unable to muster the strength to flee. The four donkeys took Chu Tingting aside, gently stroking her hair to comfort her. However, I wish they would refrain from such actions. For in a state of extreme fear, individuals are incapable of coherent thought. While the four donkeys were preoccupied with comforting Chu Tingting, I took the opportunity to rouse the two old Russians from their stupor. The elder one feigned amnesia, gesturing incomprehensibly in response to my inquiries. The younger one displayed clear signs of fear, his large eyes darting around as if contemplating his next move. I circled behind them and said, "We have no quarrel with you. Our conflict lies solely with Batter." A smirk formed on my lips, for I was aware that they could comprehend my words. At least the younger girl could. I continued, "Before you leave, you must tell me who you are." The older man persisted in his charade of misunderstanding, leaving me with no choice but to grasp a paddle and let him rest a while longer. The blood splattered by the paddle painted the young Russian's face, causing her pupils to dilate in shock. She immediately exclaimed, "I am a tourist, truly just a tourist. I work as a swimsuit model in Haludio, Liaoning, and I came to the desert for leisure." I let out a cold laugh. Her reasoning appeared to be quite plausible. In earlier years, during the summer, numerous models from Russia would flock to the small city of Haludio, as it produced a third of the world's swimwear. Each summer, there would indeed be a swimwear show featuring many Russian models. However, a moment's contemplation reveals the flaw in her argument, for this land is strictly off-limits to foreigners. I picked up the bloodied oar and wiped it across the head of the young Russian model, whispering, "I advise you to speak the truth. In the face of human life, all else is but a fleeting illusion. What is your name?" "Ah, Alina," she stammered. "For whom do you serve?" Alina gazed at me helplessly, tears welling in her eyes as she faltered, I cannot say. If I do, I will lose my life." Milan interjected, "If you speak now, you may extend your life for a few more days. Otherwise, your end is imminent." With that, Milan raised the oar, resembling an executioner poised to deliver the final blow. Alina, terrified, immediately shielded her head with her hands, exclaiming, "It's the DW organization. They paid us to come in and retrieve something. Please, spare my life." "What is the DW organization?" I inquired. "The Dark Web. It is a faction within the Dark Web. They fund us to seek ancient artifacts from the mysterious East." "What are you searching for?" "Anything that is an ancient relic from the Western regions. I beg you, please do not kill me." "What is the purpose of seeking these relics?" Alina was utterly terrified, and she hurriedly exclaimed, No, I don't know. I'm merely a hired hand. If I reveal this, DW will not spare me. I beg you, please don't kill me." In the end, Mulan's paddle traced a graceful arc through the air. Zhao Wukong and I procured a small boat to transport the two old Russians and Batter to the underground river. Chu Tingting had not yet recovered, and I felt a twinge of unease. Logically, after the unexpected demise of the old king a few days prior, Chu Tingting's psychological resilience should have been relatively strong. How could the presence of two old Russians and one Batter frighten her to such an extent? After we cleared the scene, silence enveloped us. I pondered the age-old adage, "Good and evil reside within a fleeting thought." I am a thief, a tomb raider. A week ago, I would have never believed I could take a life. Yet now, I perceive that committing such acts felt akin to slaughtering a chicken. After a prolonged silence, Milan spoke. "Dog brother, what are your thoughts?" I numbly glanced at Milan and replied, "What do you mean?" Milan shook her head, saying, "In truth, I also do not know what I mean. In any case, we lack the luxury of silence. We must either contemplate why the two old Russians are here or strategize our next steps." You have made me confront my own nature. We need to focus solely on one task, to transport the treasure and convert it into cash. As for everything else, it is not the concern of the present. Indeed, Zhao Yukong chimed in, surprisingly speaking sensibly for once. Mulan added, "Isn't it peculiar how frightened Chu Tingting is?" I cast a glance at Hua Mulan, perplexed, and inquired, "Are we not thieves? Have we now taken up fortune-telling?" As night fell, Chu Tingting's mood somewhat eased. I spoke candidly about our desire to transport our goods for monetary exchange. Chu Tingting, without uttering a word, promptly instructed her kin to retrieve the items from the underground river, estimating it would take 2 days. I had intended to ask Chu Tingting about her fears, but I restrained myself. The more I knew, the more burdensome my thoughts became. It would be wiser to directly exchange the items for money. Bachelor's caravan was not far from the sinkhole, and Chu Tingting promised to arrange for someone to guide me out of the desert the following day. I needed to get in touch with Master Yao. After traversing the desert for 3 days, I arrived at a nearby highway. Following the road for half a day, we finally reached a village. After charging my phone, I contacted Master Yao and relayed the situation here. His response was not one of excitement, but rather tinged with concern. He instructed me to remain in the village and wait for him. He would fly over and would take no more than a day. I wished to inquire about the events on his end, but Master Yao abruptly ended the call. Chapter 93, Verbal Agreement and Joyous Celebration of the Tomb Raider Beyond the Pass achieving a daily revenue exceeding 100. I humbly expressed my gratitude by bowing to those who provide for my sustenance. "Master, why hasn't Juan Baotou arrived? The bell set is a substantial item, and Juan Baotou's unconventional methods cannot be applied here. Then how shall we transport it? You need not concern yourself with that. We shall separate the cargo and passengers. We will proceed with our own matters, while the antiques will be entrusted to others for transport. Are we still heading to Alasan?" Master Yao glanced at me and smiled, saying, "The chime bells have surpassed our capabilities. Relying solely on ourselves is futile. Master, I don't quite understand. After passing through Shanhaiguan, you must make prior arrangements with those who perform crossdock in northeast China. They will coordinate with the relevant parties to ensure that the performers are not subjected to reprimands. Once you reach Shanhaiguan, establishing connections makes matters much easier. Do you comprehend?" I nodded, albeit somewhat perplexed. Master Yao's method of transporting antiques once again opened my eyes, as he suggested borrowing a plane for air freight. Outside the pass, the number of individuals possessing private aircraft is exceedingly limited, of course. I am not referring to the frequently seen figure on the Spring Festival Gala. It must be acknowledged that various industries often extend privileges to the wealthy, and airports are no exception. Certain random luggage is merely subjected to cursory inspections. Thus, our goods can be smoothly loaded onto the aircraft. To put it bluntly, even if airport personnel were to discover the bronze artifacts, they would likely assume they were props for a new television series being filmed by the aircraft's owner. If we can successfully reach Shenyang, that would mark the completion of the first step, after which we must transport the items to our location in southern Liaoning, known as the Fox Field. Naturally, traveling via national highways presents greater risks. A casual inspection or a routine traffic stop could scrutinize the cargo truck. Hence, we are left with no choice but to opt for the expressway. Typically, expressway checkpoints are situated at the borders of 2 provinces. Purely intraprovincial transport generally encounters minimal inspections, although there remains the possibility of being checked upon entering the expressway. After contemplating various unconventional approaches, Master Yao devised a clandestine scheme, surreptitiously accessing the expressway. Under the cloak of a moonless night, they would identify a secluded area along the Beijing-Harbin Expressway. Either a crane would hoist the box truck onto the highway, or they would dismantle the guardrail and construct a makeshift wooden ramp for the truck to ascend. The descent from the expressway would mirror this process. I suggested employing an accident recovery vehicle equipped with emergency lights to transport the box truck, potentially streamlining the operation. Master Yao concurred with my notion, but time was of the essence. I needed to consult with my associates promptly. Contrary to my expectation of privacy, Chu Tingting remained in close proximity, seemingly intent on eavesdropping on our conversation. Undeterred, I divulged Master Yao's plan, utilizing a camel caravan to transport the goods to the vicinity of the village, leaving the remaining logistics to others. The specifics of the financial distribution remained undisclosed by Master Yao, as discussing remuneration before the successful transportation of the goods seemed premature. Furthermore, the endeavor entailed substantial expenses, with aircraft rental constituting the lion's share, along with fuel costs. The flight from Urumqi to Shenyang spanned 7 hours. with hourly fuel expenses approximating 20,000 yuan. However, the counterparty charged us 100,000 yuan per hour, factoring in aircraft leasing fees and various airport levies. Consequently, our expedition would incur a minimum cost of 2 million yuan. After deducting Master Yao's commission and intermediary facilitation fees, the net profit remained uncertain. The most pressing dilemma was procuring a buyer for the chime bells, an acquisition beyond the means of ordinary affluent individuals. Upon hearing my exposition, Chu Tingting inquired, "What is the estimated cost of constructing a village?" I conveyed the thoughts of Master Yao, stating that a substantial amount of money was needed. Besides constructing the village, sustenance and living expenses were also essential, which would require a considerable sum. My suggestion was to excavate some ancient tombs to procure more treasures, thereby allowing for a greater financial distribution. However, if this were not feasible, I insisted that I must see the money for the village before revealing the treasure's location. Chu Tingting firmly rejected this proposition. Zhao Wukong inquired further, "What else did Master Yao say?" To which Si Lizi retorted sharply, "What does it matter to you? Just listen attentively." I was grateful for Si Lizi's intervention. Otherwise, I would have struggled to articulate Master Yao's intentions in front of Chu Tingting, since the initial plan had faltered. I proposed an alternative strategy. I supported the idea of establishing a village and even conceived a promising avenue, creating a cultural village to develop tourism. With a source of income, both she and her kin could lead a life free from financial worries. Chu Tingting pondered for a moment and asked, "What about their identity? Will it be officially recognized?" The prospect of an independent ethnic identity seemed impossible. At best, they could be acknowledged as a branch of the Uyghurs. My concern, however, was not solely about identity, but whether the children would have access to education. I believe this was not an insurmountable challenge, and despite the uncertainty, I nodded affirmatively. "I wish to partake in your dealings, but do not entertain thoughts of deceit," I cautioned. After a moment's reflection, I added, "This is acceptable, but you must ensure that your people refrain from speaking carelessly once they venture out." A verbal agreement was reached, and Chu Tingting busily registered various antique items, even recalling a spoon with remarkable clarity, while we found time to chat. "So, did you find the Bianzhong? Is Master Yao overjoyed?" The 4 donkeys inquired cheerfully. "Joyful? Not at all. Hundreds of people from the Gaochang kingdom are already aware that we are trafficking in cultural relics. If even one person lets slip a word, we are all doomed. With so many holding our secrets, can Master Yao truly be happy? Then the folk village you mentioned is merely a means to control the Gaochang people, isn't it?" "Certainly." Although Master Yao did not express it, I sensed his displeasure. "This treasure hunt has unveiled too much of our vulnerabilities. What shall we do then? Should we forego the meat that is right before us? Let us indulge. We can deal with the consequences later," Pu Mulan replied. Master Yao is indeed thorough in his considerations. We did not even contemplate that the Gaochang people's departure would expose our issues. I inhaled deeply and remarked, "We truly failed to foresee this. We have been rather narrow-minded. At times, an excessive focus on objectives can skew one's judgment regarding events." Chapter 94, Transporting Cultural Relics 2 days later. The caravan set forth under the cloak of night, laden with artifacts. Seizing the opportunity, I approached Chu Tingting to inquire about her profound fear of committing murder. She recounted that the Gaochang people numbered nearly 1,000, tracing back to a century ago when a large group of Russians infiltrated the Gobi Desert under the guise of exploration, plundering relics from the ancient city of Lulan. They subsequently discovered the Gaochang people, and during that time, those trapped in the sinkhole were nearly exterminated. Presently, the Gaochang people are the survivors concealed within the caves. Under duress from the Russian, the denizens of Gaochang were coerced to divulge the whereabouts of Lulan in the western regions, information unknown to the impoverished masses, who subsequently suffered a brutal fate at the hands of the Russian. The desecration culminated in the arson of the sinkhole, thus embedding a deep-seated dread of the Russian within the very essence of the Gaochang people. As the caravan reached an area with signal, Zhao Wukong contacted the master, only to learn of his departure due to pressing matters, directing them to instead liaise with a certain Mr. Zhao. Before I could relay this information to Chu Tingting regarding the consignment of the goods to another party, she voiced her vehement dissent, asserting that relinquishing the items would jeopardize her remuneration. Despite protracted persuasion, the obstinate Chu Tingting remained unyielding, refusing to allow the unloading of the precious cargo without prior payment. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Tingting malevolently threatened to cast us into the subterranean river as sustenance for the fish if the funds were not forthcoming. Frankly, a sense of unease pervaded my thoughts. Master Yao's purported departure was, in reality, a maneuver to engage a broker as an intermediary, thereby shielding himself from any potential repercussions. This was understandable, as the head of grave robbers is still a grave robber at heart. What value would they place on the code of the underworld or moral integrity? Our predicament mirrored that of kidnapping victims, contingent upon Master Yao's financial intervention for our release. Had I been in Master Yao's position, I, too, would have meticulously weighed the advantages and disadvantages, assessing the prospective gains against the inherent risks. Upon reaching the outskirts of the village near the highway, Zhao Yukong contacted Mr. Zhao, whereupon a man emerged from the throng of camels at the village entrance. Boss Zhao, veiled in black, dressed in a manner reminiscent of the enigmatic caravan described by Batter, rendered his appearance nearly indistinguishable. He approached, leading a camel without uttering a single word, directly handing the reins to Zhao Yukong, and then effortlessly led away the camel burdened with artifacts. This scene unfolded in mere moments, leaving me in a state of bewilderment. Could this truly be reality? After all the effort and the perilous entanglement with the law to acquire these antiquities, how could they be surrendered so effortlessly? As I gazed at Boss Zhao's silhouette on the camel, a heavy silence enveloped us. In the realm of tomb raiding, the essence of humanity is hardly trustworthy. I managed a bitter smile, realizing that behind Shooting stood several robust young men from Gaochang, rendering our escape impossible. Boss Zhao had brought along over a dozen camels, each laden with bundles containing bottled water and beef jerky. The sight of these items evoked a haunting sense of impending doom, following Chu Tingting into the vast desert. I was abruptly awakened that night by the cries of the Gaochang people. Startled, I sat up to find Chu Tingting gleefully handling stacks of red bills. Where did the money come from? I inquired. With excitement, Chu Tingting replied, from the bundles. Beneath the water, there lies money. How much? I pressed. 200. You are good people. Hua Mulan leaned closer, whispering, we're doomed. Master Yao has already advanced the funds, and this complicates matters. Confused, I asked, what do you mean? If Master Yao provided the money, does that not indicate he does not intend to abandon us in the desert? Inaccuracy abounds. It is precisely because remuneration was tendered that apprehension burgeons within me. Master Yao covets reputation, where no funds exchanged. His standing would be irreparably tarnished should word of this affair disseminate. However, with monetary compensation, Master Yao's removal of artifacts becomes ostensibly legitimate, precluding censure from within the tomb raiding fraternity, does it not? While the rationale possesses merit, and I entertained suspicions regarding Master Yao, the sight of currency allayed my misgivings. Or perhaps Master Yao aspires to our well-being within the confines of Gaochang. A thorny matter, indeed, quoth For Donkey, his tongue clucking against his palate. With monetary recompense rendered, Master Yao has discharged his obligations with utmost benevolence. What course shall we chart? Should the denizens of Gaochang remain deprived of their final installment? They shall not hesitate to extract our very essence. I directed my gaze towards Zhao Yukong. Did the master impart any further pronouncements? Zhao Yukong faltered, his countenance betraying unease. Nay, nothing more. I detected the unmistakable scent of mendacity emanating from his person. Consequently, I exchanged a knowing glance with For Donkey, who, with characteristic impetuosity, seized Zhao Yukong's nipple in a merciless pinch. Pray, monkey brother, he lisped with affected coquetry, unburden yourself of the master's pronouncements to your humble servant. Zhao Yukong writhed in agony, his face contorted in a grimace. He spoke, he exclaimed. Indignation surged within my breast. Thou art a veritable scoundrel, I thundered. Incapable of discerning authority, thou darest to conceal matters from thy comrades? Nay, I harbored no intention of concealment. It was Master Yao who forbade my divulgence, lest you be consumed by unwarranted anxieties. What were the master's pronouncements? I demanded, punctuating my query with a resounding slap to the back of Zhao Wukong's cranium courtesy of For Donkey. Pre-owned automobiles? I inquired, perplexed. Is this a matter concerning pre-owned automobiles? For Donkey retorted, his tone laced with exasperation. This is truly a situation where we are being driven away from our profession. Even this mischievous monkey is keeping secrets from us. Zhao Wukong hurriedly explained, No, it was the master's instruction. He said that if we directly informed you about selling used cars after going out, you would lose the motivation to analyze the current clues. There are still the 36 nations of the western regions and the artifacts of the Shang dynasty. After all, the master wants us to gather more information while in the sinkhole. I pondered this carefully, and indeed, Master Yao's approach seemed quite reasonable. Crazily also realized this and promptly delivered 2 blows to Zhao Wukong's head, scolding, "How can your mouth be as loose as the waistband of cotton pants?" Spilling every word? Zhao Wukong retorted in indignation, "You're pinching my nipple, twisting it around. How could I not speak?" Crazily was momentarily at a loss for words. But being adept at physical confrontation, he swiftly slapped Zhao Wukong again. It appeared that Master Yao genuinely wished for us to venture out, free from psychological burdens, allowing us to feel more at ease. Only Mulan maintained a worried expression. Crazily joked, "Little beauty, why are you still not happy? Didn't you say a few days ago that you were coming for a carpool? When we sell cars, I'll choose a good one for you." Mulan replied solemnly, "Do you really think Master Yao intends for us to sell used cars?" Chapter 95. Further analysis. Upon hearing Mulan's words, I too found it peculiar. Normally, to avoid drawing attention, one would hide. How could Master Yao suggest that we sell cars? Thus, I turned to Zhao Wukong, who immediately waved his hands, declaring, "I have revealed everything, without the slightest concealment." With a cold laugh, I remarked, "Brother Donkey, let's get to work." Mulan jested, "No way, there's not enough time. They are far too eager." Shu Tingting approached and grabbed the 4 donkeys, saying, "Come, let us head to the dunes over there. Do not harm him." What can 2 men accomplish? Mulan was doubled over with laughter, while I felt a pang of urgency and scolded, "Stop laughing. Look at the time. They want us to sell used cars, just so we can step into the limelight and serve as a human shield for them. And you can still find amusement in this." Mulan chuckled for a while longer, saying, "Oh dear, you all are overthinking this. Master Yao's intentions are to protect us." "Exposure is protection?" I countered. "Of course. Just think about it. Why must we sell used cars instead of doing something else?" I was taken aback. "Yes, why?" "For the sake of profit distribution," she replied. My confusion deepened. How does selling used cars equate to profit distribution? Mulan clarified. Used cars have their own intricacies. If you sell a used car, promising no accidents and original paint, for a price of 1 million, that is quite feasible. The 4 donkeys muttered. What used car is worth 1 million? Anyone who can spend that much would never settle for a used vehicle. Mulan shot him a glare. Hypothetically, I said hypothetically. Hypotheticals are unrealistic, I interrupted. They say hypotheticals are not real. If I said I were your father, could I truly be your father? At this moment, I began to comprehend the implications of Hua Mulan's insights. Indeed, the urbanites possess a multitude of stratagems. In this scenario, not only has the money been relinquished, but the court has also laundered it directly. To speak plainly, if one wishes to present a gift to leader A, yet A is hesitant to accept, they might enlist a trustworthy intermediary, B. Subsequently, B purchases a second-hand vehicle from your establishment, with all contracts appearing entirely legitimate. However, if the vehicle encounters issues, a dispute arises, leading to court arbitration, whereupon you refund the purchase price along with tenfold compensation. B receives the funds, and matters are facilitated for A. The crux of the matter is that this sum is deemed a legally sanctioned compensation. This line of thought suggests that Master Yao is indeed seeking to align himself with those in positions of power. Hua Mulan continued, expressing her concerns regarding our profit sharing. If individuals of higher stature become involved, Master Yao may not secure a significant portion, resulting in our shares being diminished. I inquired whether it could be that he seeks to obtain special permission for a parcel of land for the Gaochang people. When we excavated the tomb of Wei Ziqi, the sum involved was considerable, yet Master Yao had not courted others then. With a deep sigh, Hua Mulan lamented. This is precisely what eludes my understanding. Why does Master Yao engage in such actions? I too found myself perplexed. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that our conclusion stemmed solely from an analysis of information regarding the sale of second-hand cars. The true intentions of Master Yao remain uncertain. Nevertheless, I believe Hua Mulan's analysis of the potential for profit transfer is sound. It is simply the true motives of Master Yao that elude us. These two conditions are beyond my capacity to resolve, and at this juncture, I can only hope that Master Yao will send us money for our redemption. Having some leisure time, we have meticulously organized the current clues. The first clue is derived from the human skin map that leads us to the desert, consisting of the 4 phrases. The long serpent swallows the sun, the horn of the ram ascends to the moon, consuming the phoenix's egg, and drinking the blood of 100 beasts. The second clue is a ballad sung by the old king, recited by the Gaochang people. The bull's head faces the ram's horn, seek beneath the starry night, seated upon the new moon, purchasing through the jade gate. In the first piece of information, there is only one applicable condition, which is the ram's horn mountain. The second piece also mentions the Ram's Horn Mountain while introducing the Bull's Head Mountain, complicating matters. In the vast expanse of the Northwest, even with satellite maps, we cannot locate these two mountains, for after 2 millennia, perhaps an exaggeration, but 2,000 years, one mountain may have eroded to the size of a mere grave mound. Hua Mulan diligently inscribed the clues in her notebook, reciting them repeatedly, yet we remained utterly perplexed, interpreting the phrases literally. The Bull's Head Mountain faces the Ram's Horn Mountain and requires a nocturnal search, with the new moon referring to the first day of the lunar month, also known as the new moon day. To gaze from the summit at the onset of the lunar month? Which mountain summit should one choose? The final line needs no explanation. It suggests that the wealth obtained from deciphering the preceding 3 phrases could purchase the 36 kingdoms of the western regions. Gazing at these phrases, I found myself devoid of any insights. Regarding the 36 kingdoms of the western regions, historical text provides scant records. Even if we were to locate a mention of the Ram's Horn Mountain within historical accounts, we would not find ourselves in such a predicament while attempting to decipher it. Hua Mulan remarked, "There is a contradiction in our clues. The first clue states the Ram's horn ascends to the moon, while the second indicates we should look to the heavens on the first day. How can there be a moon on the first day? The moon on the first day is a mere crescent, so slender it is nearly imperceptible. What is there to gaze upon in the heavens?" The 4 donkeys interjected. There is another question. Which direction should we look up from? Nyoto Mountain? Yangjiao Mountain? Or perhaps from between the two? Nyoto nestled in Yangjiao? The words of the 4 donkeys were mere ramblings, and I had no desire to engage with them. However, Hua Mulan's remarks sparked inspiration within me. Without the moon, the starry sky of the western regions shone even more brilliantly. Was the essence of the song hinting at the need to observe the celestial phenomena? In a moonless night, the stars are more conspicuous. Yet, what did the phrase Nyoto facing Yangjiao signify? Hua Mulan cautiously suggested, let us revisit the narrative from the beginning. Firstly, the ghost tribe seized the ceremonial vessels of the Shang dynasty. Subsequently, they established Lulan, and then Lulan fell, correct? I nodded in agreement. Hua Mulan continued. This nursery rhyme is sung by the people of Gaochang. Does it have any connection to the Lulan people? The 4 donkeys chimed in, indeed. By the time Gaochang was founded, Lulan had nearly vanished. Zhao Lukang spoke in a grave tone. I believe there is a connection. The western regions flourished due to trade, with numerous merchant caravans and increased communication among various nations. Some of these western states were merely the size of a city in Han territory. Therefore, I contend that when they mention Yangjiao Mountain, they refer to an actual mountain. And what about Nyoto Mountain? The 4 donkeys asked, their necks craned. I have no idea. Zhao Lukang replied with utter seriousness. The 4 donkeys glared at him, and I deciphered their silent communication. They called him Tian Wenjing. For a fleeting moment, the figure of Zhao's mother flashed before my eyes. Days later, a breakthrough in the clues emerged, not from anything Chu Tingting had divulged, but rather from the inspiration I discovered around the campfire. It is possible that we have misunderstood. Yangdashan and Nukiashan may indeed be a singular mountain, one representing its surface form and the other the shadow beneath. Coupled with the phrase the sheep's horn rises with the moon, this interpretation appears quite reasonable. I expressed my thoughts, and Zhao Yukong concurred, remarking that during his childhood, he learned about perspectives, illustrating that objects are perceived differently from various angles. Some see a star fruit, while others see a pentagram. The 4 donkeys gave Zhao Yukong a slap, chiding him. People say hanging a sheep's head while selling beef, yet you speak of star fruits. Chapter 96. External organizations with the notion that the ox head and sheep horn comprise a single mountain. There has been no progress in our investigation. The Gaochang people are only familiar with this nursery rhyme and are entirely ignorant of anything beyond that. However, Chu Tingting possesses some knowledge regarding the western regions. Yet she is reluctant to divulge any clues until she sees the final payment. Nevertheless, she did reveal some information about ancient artifacts. As previously mentioned, Ho Junji acquired the Xianyuan sword and the dragon skull. He was punished by the emperor for keeping them to himself, and later, due to his involvement in the conspiracy of Li Qingqian, he was executed by Li Shimin with tears in his eyes. After Ho Junji's death, his offspring were reduced to servitude, one of whom, named Ho Kaishan, after numerous trials and tribulations, found himself in the service of Princess Li Lingyue. It has been previously noted that Li Lingyue's character is questionable. Despite being a servant, Ho Kaishan was exceptionally handsome and maintained an air of elegance. Ho Kaishan's countenance bore an undeniable resemblance to his grandfather, Ho Junji. In bygone days, Ho Junji's residence was graced by several peerless beauties. ethereal beings who subsisted solely on human milk from their tender years. Following Ho Junji's demise, one of his sons, moved by compassion for the human milk-nourished concubine, took her under his wing, accompanying him into servitude within the households of imperial relatives. As fate would have it, affection blossomed over time, and the concubine bore Ho Junji's son a grandson, Ho Kaishan. Thus, Ho Kaishan's striking handsomeness is readily comprehensible. Ho Kaishan's initial foray into Princess Taiping's manor as a menial servant, his subsequent ascension to the status of Li Lingyue's paramour, and his eventual flourishing within the princess's household all contributed to a certain clouding of his judgment, driven by a desire to restore the Ho family's former glory. He entrusted Li Lingyue with the Xianyuan sword and dragon bone, heirlooms secreted away by the Ho lineage, in exchange for a renewed identity and elevated status. Li Lingyue, however, was no simpleton. Recognizing the profound significance of these artifacts, she presented the Xianyuan sword and dragon bone to Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian, a woman of ruthless disposition, had borne 4 sons and 2 daughters with Li Ji. 2 sons were driven to their deaths, while the other 2 were deposed and confined. Her first daughter was callously murdered before her first month, a crime for which Wu Zetian framed Empress Wang. Princess Taiping, Li Lingyue, was her second daughter. Wu Zetian's treatment of her offspring was characterized by unbridled cruelty, yet Li Lingyue alone secured Wu Zetian's favor through the presentation of the Xianyuan sword and dragon bone. Several years later, Wu Zetian ascended to the throne, heralding the era of female sovereignty. As Li Lingyue's status elevated, she too harbored aspirations for the imperial crown. However, during that period, 2 formidable factions vied for supremacy: the Wu clan, spearheaded by the Liang prince Wu Sanxi, and the loyalists of the Tang dynasty, represented by Di Renjie, who sought to restore the Tang legacy and return the realm to the descendants of Emperor Gaozong. Neither faction was one that the noble Li Lingyue could contend with. Indeed, as a woman, she found herself at a disadvantage in this struggle for the title of crown prince. Consequently, Li Lingyue orchestrated for Ho Kaishan to venture into the western regions with a treasure of 1 million gold coins in search of the fabled ancient artifacts. Ho Kaishan located the ancestors of Chudingding but refrained from mentioning the monetary offer, instead resorting to coercive tactics to compel the people of Gaochang to yield the ancient treasures. Yet, the Gaochang people possessed no such artifacts. In response, the reigning king of Gaochang dispatched his kin to scour the western regions for the treasures pilfered during the era of the 17 kingdoms from the storied Luolan treasury. After enduring numerous trials, the Gaochang people managed to recover the golden sun disk. However, Ho Kaishan remained unsatisfied and subjected the Gaochang king to profound humiliation. Having recently lost their kingdom, conquered by the ancestors of Ho Kaishan, the Gaochang people, filled with resentment, resolved to retaliate, annihilating the troops that Ho Kaishan had brought with him. In the ensuing decades, Li Lingyue persistently dispatched individuals into the western regions to locate the Gaochang remnants. Ultimately, faced with insurmountable pressure, the Gaochang king relinquished his territory and sought refuge in the Tian pit with his people. Later, Li Lingyue was accused of treason and was granted the death sentence, ultimately receiving the honor of being interred alongside Wu Zetian in the Qianling mausoleum. According to legend, Empress Wu Zetian intended to bequeath the throne to her descendants bearing the Wu surname. Thus, she clandestinely dispatched individuals to conceal the Xianyuan sword and the dragon bone in a hidden chamber within Qianling mausoleum, seeking to protect her lineage. Whether it was due to the guardianship of these 2 divine artifacts or not, during the chaotic twilight of the Tang dynasty, when Tao led an army of 400,000 to plunder the imperial tombs, they alone could not breach Wu Zetian's Qianling. For over 13 centuries, countless warlords and bandits have failed to unlock its secrets. After listening to Chudingting's narration, I began to grasp what Batter and his cohorts were searching for. If we consider Batter as an external force aiming to incite ethnic division, the ancient artifacts would serve as a compelling choice, though their true intentions remain elusive. I expressed my thoughts, to which Xiao Wukong responded with skepticism. In this scientific age, do ancient artifacts truly hold such significance? Mulan interjected, indeed. For he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Public sentiment is paramount. Xiao Wukong remained unconvinced, prompting me to elaborate. Imagine if the remains of Siddhartha Gautama were suddenly discovered, even if housed in a modest shrine within the desert. Countless Buddhists would flock to pay homage. If the very cross that Jesus bore were found, Christians would rush to absolve their sins. Would you dare to vandalize a deity's statue, even if you are not a Buddhist? Milan added, yes, to a certain extent. It pertains to ideology. This left me bewildered, and I inquired, what exactly is ideology? Could you perhaps use terms that are comprehensible to humanity? Ideology is not an inherent aspect of the human mind. Rather, it is a construct shaped by societal influences that requires deliberate guidance. For instance, the songs you learned in your youth and the television dramas you watched subtly alter your thoughts, consolidating collective ideologies. Take figures like Hitler and Stalin, whose cults of personality exemplify a form of ideology. Individuals were indoctrinated from a young age to idolize Hitler's leadership and to dedicate their youth selflessly to Stalin. In this light, I find some clarity regarding the animosity towards the Japanese. After thorough analysis, we have uncovered a critical clue. We have provoked individuals we ought not to have. Once foreign organizations become aware, they may seek our demise. No matter where we might flee. I straightened my back and stated earnestly, this matter is of utmost gravity. What are your thoughts? The four companions regarded me and replied nonchalantly, a worthless life. What do you think? Though we were born in an era of conflict, we harbor a fervent desire to protect our homeland. Regardless of the nationality of our adversaries, I, Sue, am certain to confront them. Indeed, if we are to live in this world as outlaws, why should we endure such indignities? Milan interjected, I, too, wish to delve deeper and uncover the mysterious powers of the artifacts from the Shang dynasty. Upon uttering this, we simultaneously turned our gaze toward Zhao Yukong, who had remained silent. He became animated, exclaiming, damn, I was born to plunder tombs. Even the ancestral graves of those little devils tempt my curiosity. I fear nothing. Furthermore, my father studies antiquities that subvert history, which I suspect may also relate to the Shang dynasty artifacts. Let us press on. Chapter 97. The Unfamiliar Caravan with Unwavering Confidence. I shared our thoughts with Chudingting. She cast a surprised glance in my direction and remarked, you must first clarify your own identities. You are hostages. It has been 8 days, and your people have yet to deliver the ransom. If they do not arrive soon, you shall all perish. And you still entertain the notion of excavating the royal tomb? Are you dreaming? I reiterated my analysis regarding the identity of the old Russian. Chu Tingting replied, I do not concern myself with their identities. I only desire the money. Are you not afraid they will come in and slaughter your people? Fear? Why should I? If I perish, there are still children among my kin, and those children will one day have children of their own. We would rather conceal our secrets for generations. I sighed,